Chapter 1. The Mysterious Canopy. Peter Parker gazed at his hands. Just moments ago, he had showcased his newfound abilities at school, not only rescuing Mary Jane from a fall, but also deftly dodging an assault from the school bully, Flash, and sending him flying several feet with a single punch. As he dashed out of the school and into an alley, he noticed the emergence of barbs on his hands, enabling him to scale walls with ease. His leaping prowess had significantly increased. He could effortlessly leap from one building to another. He could even shoot strands of webbing from his hands, akin to a spider. In a thrilling moment, he ensnared a crane with his web and swung across. Even though he ultimately crashed into a wall, the exhilaration was undeniable. While Peter reveled in his abilities, an object that would alter his fate loomed above, yet he remained blissfully unaware, having never looked up. On a tranquil afternoon, the world bustled as usual. Suddenly, a colossal black screen materialized in the sky, resembling an enigmatic curtain visible from every corner of the earth. This ominous screen evoked a sense of dread, suspended high above as if tethered to the cosmos. People paused, gazing upward with a mix of awe and confusion. Various attempts were made to approach it, yet no matter the effort, the mysterious blackness remained insurmountable, acting as an impenetrable barrier that severed the earth from the outer world. Sunlight filtered through the screen, warped into peculiar rays, casting an air of mystique over the land. Birds circled above, seemingly bewildered by the sudden spectacle. The appearance of this black screen plunged humanity into a whirlpool of fear and curiosity regarding the unknown. Scientists worldwide hastily commenced investigations to unravel the mystery behind this phenomenon, though their endeavors appeared futile. As time passed, the black screen continued to hang motionless in the sky, showing no sign of change. Meanwhile, in another universe, the same black screen had manifested on Earth, where Tony Stark furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the enigmatic display before him. He turned to instruct, "Jarvis, analyze this object." "Sir, satellite positioning indicates that there is nothing there," Jarvis's voice responded. Tony's expression darkened. How could there be nothing when the screen was clearly visible? Was it merely a mirage? "I need to investigate this phenomenon up close," he declared, preparing to don his armor. Simultaneously, Nick Fury, with a serious demeanor, stared at the black screen above. Even his bald head couldn't decipher its nature. The moment it appeared, he dispatched a plane for closer inspection, only to receive a report from the pilot that no matter how they approached, the screen remained the same size, showing no change with distance. This exceeded Nick Fury's expectations, compelling him to abandon the idea of proximity. He ordered his scientists to determine the screen's exact location and how to approach it. Unbeknownst to him, he pondered the identity of the entity that placed this screen in the sky, questioning its intentions for Earth. Contemplating, Nick Fury glanced at the beeper he always carried. Should he summon Carol? She had insisted that contact was unnecessary unless vital. Unsure if this was such a moment, he eventually set the beeper aside, deciding to wait and observe the screen's intentions while still pursuing the investigation. Just then, the black screen suddenly illuminated, and a voice resonated. "What is Spider-Man's unresolved anguish?" Spider-Man? Nick Fury was taken aback. It was a name he had never encountered, yet it implied a superhero, perhaps akin to the legendary Captain America. Peter Parker also heard the phrase, jolted from his reverie of newfound abilities. He looked up to discover the inexplicable screen above him, displaying the very question that had just echoed in the air. Is it the first Spider-Man witnessing his best friend perish before his eyes? Is it the second Spider-Man unable to save his beloved girlfriend as she dies in his arms? Is it the third Spider-Man, forgotten by the world, with all he once had now vanished? Let us take a closer look at the life of Peter Parker. Is he truly a failed man? The final statement stirred tumultuous waves within the heart of the original Peter Parker. Is this my life? No, it cannot be. This must be a jest. He had just acquired superpowers. How could he possibly be Spider-Man? Tony Stark, initially preparing to don his suit, suddenly heard Jarvis's alert. He hurried to the armor platform, glancing up to see the first phrase. "Spider-Man? Peter Parker? Jarvis, search for the name Peter Parker." "Yes, sir. Please hold on," Jarvis promptly replied. Simultaneously, others, including Nick Fury, made similar decisions. Across the globe, officials sprang into action regardless of who Peter Parker was. Finding him became imperative. "Sir, we have located 5,462 individuals named Peter Parker. Currently, 1,637 reside in New York." Tony, anticipating numerous namesakes, was not surprised. Analyze the potential candidates for Spider-Man. Analysis underway. Analysis complete. There are 0 individuals who may be Spider-Man. This revelation astonished Tony. How could there be zero evidence of Spider-Man's existence if he truly existed? Search for any information regarding Spider-Man. Searching. Excluding results mentioned after the screen's appearance, there was no prior information about Spider-Man. Jarvis easily confirmed that there were no videos or images of Spider-Man in existence. Not even the name had been mentioned before. However, numerous references to spider-like creatures emerged, but Jarvis ruled them out after examination. Well, things have become intriguing. Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Jarvis, from this moment on, record 24 hours of footage concerning this screen. I do not wish to miss any clues. Understood, sir. Chapter 2. The Social Death of Peter Parker. After the canopy revealed Peter Parker's name, it fell into temporary silence, disclosing no further information. At that moment, Parker could hardly remain still. He recalled how effortlessly he had caught falling food earlier that day and sent Flash flying with a punch. Such feats could not remain concealed. A swarm of media reporters would undoubtedly come knocking. He needed to devise a response swiftly. With urgency, Parker leaped from the building, utilizing his web to cushion his descent, landing smoothly before sprinting toward Uncle Ben's home. As Parker sprinted swiftly, the sky once again illuminated, revealing not merely subtitles, but the entire screen aglow with the visage of the original Peter Parker. The initial Spider-Man, Peter Parker, was an exceptionally benevolent high school student who, having endured relentless bullying at school, grappled with feelings of inferiority and timidity. It was only upon acquiring superhuman abilities, under the guidance of his uncle, that he transformed into Spider-Man. How formidable was the original Spider-Man's combat prowess? The immense strength derived from his spider-like abilities rendered him cautious in his actions, as his kind-hearted nature made him fearful of inflicting fatal harm upon others. His inherent goodness was such that even when possessed by venom, his darker self sought merely to secure a permanent position and a raise from his boss, dancing in the streets and shopping for suits at discount stores. The most nefarious remark he uttered was a mere threat to sprinkle dust in someone's eyes. What others perceived as a terrifying venom, he casually folded and stored away like an article of clothing. However, upon realizing that venom could amplify his malevolent thoughts, he unhesitatingly shed the potent venom suit. His spider sense enabled him to perceive threats, rendering the world around him seemingly frozen, allowing him to effortlessly evade adversarial attacks. His velocity surpassed the speed of sound, reaching up to Mach 2, and his combat skills and endurance were exceptionally robust. He was indeed capable of fighting for an entire day without fatigue. Next, let us delve into the life of the original Spider-Man and his unfulfilled desires. In the illuminated sky, Peter Parker stood with his back to a man covered in food. Suddenly, Parker sensed danger, feeling as though the entire world had come to a standstill in his awareness. He perceived the flying paper airplanes, the buzzing flies, the droplets of water shooting from a straw, and the fist of Flash with utmost clarity. Easily evading Flash's attack, which dented a locker door from its sheer force, Parker demonstrated remarkable agility. Flash, in a fit of rage, called Parker a freak, while Mary Jane hurried over to explain that it was merely an accident. Unfazed, Flash advanced to assault Parker, who wished to avoid confrontation. With ease, Parker dodged each punch, perceiving Flash's fists as slow as molasses. After several missed attempts, Flash unleashed a furious swing. Parker bent backward, evading the blow, and upon locking eyes with Mary Jane, he rose to the other side, only to find one of Flash's lackeys attempting a sneak attack. Parker executed a backflip, evading the bear hug with finesse. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Even his close friends were puzzled about whom to support. At that moment, Flash shoved aside his accomplice and lunged at Parker with wild aggression. However, Parker deftly dodged, seized Flash's wrist, and retaliated with a punch that sent him flying several meters, leaving him covered in food and quite embarrassed. Outside the school, Peter Parker marveled at the barbs that had sprouted from his fingertips, granting him the ability to scale walls. In exuberance, he cheered as he dashed across rooftops, effortlessly leaping from building to building, ultimately halting at the edge of a structure. Remarkable physical prowess, capable of sending a person flying several meters and leaping over skyscrapers. Could a world champion achieve such feats? Tony mused, observing Parker's antics on the screen and inquiring of Jarvis. An ordinary person could not achieve such feats as depicted on the screen, but individuals skilled in parkour can perform similar acrobatics, Jarvis replied. His strength can propel others, and his reflexes appear extraordinarily sharp. If the imagery on the screen is not exaggerated, when he senses danger, the world around him seems to freeze, making it exceedingly difficult to strike him. Tony scrutinized the screen, narrowing his eyes as he calculated the capabilities of his Mark armor, concluding that it would outpace Parker and he held confidence that his strength would not fall short, especially since Parker did not seem capable of flight. He could easily engage from the air with ranged attacks, feeling assured of his superiority in combat. Thus, he quickly set aside his concerns, focusing instead on further developing his armor, deeming this young fellow unworthy of his attention. Rather, he was more intrigued by the nature of this sky display, recalling that when it had gone silent moments ago, he had tested his mark armor, arriving at a conclusion akin to that of Egghead. The visuals continued as Parker raised his hand at the edge of the building, exclaiming, "Go web! Fly! Launch web! Shazam!" Tony reclined in his chair, observing the incessant shouts of Peter Parker on the screen, his expression one of bemusement as he reached for a drink. What is he doing? Does he not feel embarrassed? Nick Fury, however, remained composed, watching the screen intently. He understood that Peter Parker was aware of something. He was merely testing his abilities, the nature of which remained a mystery, but patience would reveal all. Suddenly, a thread shot forth from Parker's wrist, soaring a considerable distance before descending. Splutter. Cough, cough. Tony, startled by the spectacle, spewed his drink, coughing uncontrollably. What was that? Tony's query was swiftly answered by the unfolding events on the screen. Peter Parker, having successfully launched a web for the first time, attempted again, though misjudged the aim and missed. Prepared this time, Parker aimed at the crane's arm and successfully shot a web that adhered to it. Tugging on the web, he surveyed the scene below and shouted, "Charge!" as he swung across. However, upon landing, his speed proved too great to halt, resulting in a collision with a wall adorned with posters, causing him to slide down to the ground. Ha ha! A newly minted superhero, so clumsy. Tony roared with laughter, reveling in the moment, while simultaneously, viewers worldwide found themselves equally entertained. Such moments of social embarrassment were rare, particularly when they involved a superhero, vividly reminiscent of tales from novels and comics brought to life before their very eyes. "Wow, that was quite a crash. I hope he's all right," remarked a gentleman with a receding hairline, expressing his concern for Parker, who had collided with the wall. Chapter 3. Peter Parker's great trouble. As dusk descended, Parker hurriedly returned home, where his uncle and aunt were already asleep. In the kitchen, he discovered a note that read, "Little genius, dinner is in the oven." At that moment, Parker glanced out the window and observed Mary Jane engaged in a heated argument with her father, respecting the privacy of others. He took the trash outside to dispose of it. To his surprise, Mary Jane emerged from the house and inquired if he had overheard their dispute. Initially, Parker denied it, but quickly confessed he had indeed listened, explaining he was merely taking out the garbage. He attempted to console Mary Jane, sharing his own encounter with Flash that day and apologizing for scaring her, while also asking about Flash's well-being. Mary Jane expressed relief that Parker had not given Flash a black eye before graduation. Curious about Parker's plans after graduation, Mary Jane learned that he aspired to move to the city and become a photographer. She, too, expressed her eagerness to leave this place. And when Peter inquired about her dreams, she shyly admitted her desire to act. Encouraging her, Peter recounted how he had wept during her performance as Cinderella. Mary Jane chuckled, noting that was already a first-grade memory, leaving Parker feeling slightly embarrassed, yet resolute in assuring her of her exceptional talent, declaring she would become a great star. Their conversation was abruptly interrupted by the arrival of Flash in his new car. Mary Jane cheered upon seeing the vehicle and dashed to the passenger seat. As the scene faded to black, it seemed to allow them a moment to process the unfolding events. In stark contrast to the merriment of the world, Parker felt an overwhelming desire to disappear, overwhelmed by embarrassment and social anxiety. Though some events depicted on the screen had yet to occur, Parker sensed they were glimpses of the future. Upon returning home, Uncle Ben and Aunt May awaited him. "Peter, let us sit down and talk. When did this happen?" Uncle Ben beckoned him to take a seat at the table, observing his hurried return. Meanwhile, Parker's good friend Harry recognized the figure on the screen as the Peter Parker he knew, rushing home. Concurrently, journalists were fervently searching for this Peter Parker, easily deducing the location of his collision with a wall thanks to the conspicuous poster. The clarity of Parker's house and school on the screen allowed his peers to swiftly disclose his whereabouts online. As for the identity of the informant, a certain individual who had been knocked away claimed ignorance. Faced with Uncle Ben's inquiry, Parker recounted how he had been bitten by a spider, gaining extraordinary abilities, immense strength, lightning-fast reflexes, and the remarkable ability to shoot webs, just as depicted on the screen. With great power comes great responsibility. You ought to wield this capability for the betterment of humanity, rather than shying away from it. Evading it is futile, as the heavens have laid bare all that you are. Perhaps, as the heavens initially proclaimed, you will one day witness your dearest brother perish in your embrace. This celestial revelation may very well present you with the opportunity to alter this tragedy. Seize it. Understood, Uncle Ben. Parker solemnly nodded in response to Uncle Ben's grave demeanor. At that moment, Harry arrived at Parker's residence, bursting through the door with a shout. "Parker! Harry! You've come!" Parker exclaimed. "Is what that large screen said true?" "Indeed. You witnessed it. I dispatched flesh at noon, but the events of the night remain unexperienced by me. They are likely to unfold this evening. I fear you cannot linger here any longer. This place will undoubtedly be besieged by reporters and media. The White House will certainly take notice of you as well. Perhaps we should relocate temporarily? My father has an empty house we could use to evade the spotlight and see what transpires behind the scenes. But Uncle Ben and the others." Parker sighed. "At this juncture, we have no other recourse. I can only surmise that those hounds will flock here in droves. This is indeed no place for us to remain," Ben remarked with a look of resignation. "Then I'll go gather my things." Aunt May stood up and headed towards the room. "I'll assist you, Aunt May." Peter Parker quickly offered his help. "Just some clothes and essentials will suffice. Nothing too cumbersome." Uncle Ben called out, "All right." Before long, they all piled into Harry's vehicle, hastily departing the house. Shortly after their departure, reporters arrived at their former residence, confirming through photographs that they had not aired, only to find the premises utterly deserted. Meanwhile, our egg-headed friend and the dandy were reflecting on the recent Celestial video. Suddenly, Tony Stark recalled something and inquired of J.A.R. "I remember the heavens mentioned that Spider-Man had been possessed by Venom and his malevolence magnified. Correct?" "Indeed, sir. Would you like to replay that segment?" "Replay it. Anything capable of possession and magnifying malevolence is undoubtedly perilous." As Tony scrutinized the footage J.A.R.V. replayed, he pondered the clues regarding Venom. However, given that the heavens only briefly mentioned Venom's ability to possess and amplify the host's wickedness, no substantial information was gleaned. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. interjected, "Sir." The narrative in the Celestial broadcast indicated that Spider-Man had removed the most formidable Venom suit. The most formidable, suggesting that this original Spider-Man only becomes the strongest when adorned with the Venom suit. Normally, he isn't the mightiest, is he? No, wait a moment. I deduced it. This Venom must augment the powers of others. Spider-Man, being a superhero with extraordinary abilities, when combined with the strength of Venom, achieves his most potent state ever. Tony grasped the most crucial aspect, realizing that Venom has the potential to augment others' abilities. However, he remained uncertain about the extent of this enhancement, as he lacked further information. Jarvis, compile a dossier on Venom and archive the recently analyzed data, marking it as hazardous. Additionally, incorporate the recent findings into Spider-Man's file. And do remind me to establish the anti-corruption Spider-Man Armor Project. Understood, sir. Jarvis duly noted Tony's requests. Regardless of whether Spider-Man would indeed succumb to corruption or, as Nightwing suggested, shed the venom-infused spider suit, it was imperative to consider the worst-case scenarios. Chapter 4. The Secrets of Nightwing, much like Tony. The enigmatic Nightwing recognized the dilemma surrounding the corrupted Spider-Man. After delegating tasks to his subordinates, he reflected on the recent events. The conversation between Mary Jane and Peter Parker unveiled the nature of their relationship. For Mary Jane, Peter Parker was merely a friend. She gravitated towards affluent suitors over the impoverished Parker. Despite their pleasant exchange moments prior, upon encountering Flash's sports car, she promptly dismissed Parker and jubilantly hopped into the vehicle. She appeared somewhat materialistic, yet such behavior is hardly unusual. After all, which girl does not fancy a flashy car? Nick Fury's attitude towards Mary Jane was understandable, a sentiment echoed by Tony, who was even more dismissive, quipping, "If they don't fancy cars and handbags, how can I entice them to join me?" However, Peter Parker aspired to be a photographer? How delightfully mundane for a high school student. I had expected greater ambitions following his acquisition of powers. Yet, this lad displayed a certain emotional ineptitude, awkwardly recounting a first-grade incident that left both parties feeling uncomfortable. Nevertheless, his intentions were pure. He genuinely wished to encourage Mary Jane. yet lacked the courage to confess his feelings to his crush, resorting instead to incessant flattery. How amusing. Tony was acutely aware of Parker's mindset. He remained the self-doubting, timid Peter Parker, not yet the superhero Spider-Man of the future. His transformation had yet to take place, given the brevity of time. Was he under the guidance of his uncle? It seemed his uncle was a commendable individual. Jarvis, have you found any information regarding his uncle and aunt? Negative. Currently, all facial recognition attempts have yielded no matches, with the highest similarity rating at merely 71. After thorough verification, the possibility has been ruled out. Well, it appears we are at a complete standstill. Could the footage from Nightwing originate from the future? Or perhaps a parallel universe? These individuals do not exist on this Earth, yet their timeline seems to precede ours. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony effortlessly deduced the time frame of the first Spider-Man's existence, estimating it to be at the dawn of the 21st century, specifically between 2002 and 2005, following the events of 9/11. Those who had appeared long ago could not possibly lack any clues, unless they were not from this Earth at all. Tony held unwavering confidence in Jarvis's technology, a testament to his ingenuity, believing that no one could ever deceive Jarvis in this world. As the global attention towards the celestial screen intensifies, an increasing number of individuals are witnessing its existence through news media, social platforms, and personal observations. The discourse surrounding this phenomenon has swiftly evolved into a universal topic of fascination, with Peter Parker dominating the trending charts. It is foreseeable that this fervor will persist until the world acclimatizes to its presence. Maria, have the scientists made any progress? Nick Fury inquired, seated and massaging his brow. Thankfully, his baldness spared him the loss of hair that would otherwise ensue. One scientist proposed a theory, albeit unverified. Nonetheless, we have invited him here. Maria glanced at the equipment in her hands. What theory? He suggested the concept of differing dimensions, Maria replied, scrutinizing the research conclusions, feeling somewhat uncertain due to the abundance of technical jargon. Bring him in. Nick Fury, intrigued by the notion of differing dimensions, wished to hear the explanation personally. Soon, the scientist arrived, Dr. Eric Savage, an expert in astrophysics and quantum physics. Doctor, you mentioned that the celestial screen exists in a different dimension. What can you elaborate on that? Nick Fury asked calmly. Indeed, I will endeavor to explain this in a comprehensible manner. You are aware that we inhabit a three-dimensional space, correct? Of course. And then? What is it that, under all circumstances, cannot be approached yet is visible from any vantage point, even from the far side of the Earth? This celestial screen remains clearly observable. I was at a loss until I encountered an illustration in a book, which sparked an epiphany. Our world exists in three dimensions. If we liken a painting to a two-dimensional realm, what would transpire if the figures within the painting could perceive us? Eric elucidated to Nick Fury. No matter how earnestly the characters in the painting strive, they can never reach us, the inhabitants of the three-dimensional world. Similarly, we are incapable of touching entities that reside in dimensions higher than our own. Although we can behold them, we can never reach them, as they do not exist within the same dimensional plane. To touch it, one must exist within the same dimension. Evidently, we are not on the same level as it, or the celestial screen. For the entire universe to observe a singular point from an equal distance, one must achieve at least a four-dimensional or higher state. In four-dimensional space, time becomes an observable dimension, allowing us to perceive an object state at various temporal points simultaneously. As dimensions increase, so does our observational capacity. However, realizing a uniform distance observation across the universe may necessitate even higher dimensions and sophisticated technological means. As for this celestial canopy, its precise location within the dimensional spectrum remains an enigma, a conundrum I currently lack the means to substantiate. It remains but a conjecture of mine. Regardless of the dimension in which this canopy resides, their technological prowess must far surpass that of Earth. I even harbor doubts that any civilization within this universe has attained such an advanced level of technology. As Eric Savage began to lose his enthusiasm, he pondered the notion of higher dimensional civilizations. If they desired to enact something upon Earth, would we have the capacity to resist? Nick Fury, absorbing Dr. Eric's theories, furrowed his brow deeper. Resistance? Eric scoffed, a bitter expression crossing his face. Slowly, he retrieved a tattered notebook from his pocket, his fingers gently caressing the cover, as if lost in reminiscence. Then before Nick Fury, he opened the notebook and carefully tore out a page. Nick Fury's singular eye widened. Curiosity piqued as he gazed at the paper in Eric's grasp. The page was densely inscribed with text, yet he found himself devoid of the inclination to read it. His focus remained steadfastly on Eric, striving to comprehend the man's forthcoming words. Imagine, Eric began, laying the sheet flat upon the table, if this paper conceals a two-dimensional world. When we, beings of the three-dimensional realm, attempt to tear it, will the inhabitants of that two-dimensional existence be aware of our actions? He paused, then continued. Even if they do perceive it, could they resist us? Or, more poignantly, would they truly be capable of resistance? Upon uttering these words, Eric's gaze sharpened, locking onto Nick Fury as if seeking answers within his expression. Yet, Nick Fury remained silent, his brow furrowed, lost in contemplation. Chapter 5. The final heart-to-heart. This is what is referred to as a dimensional assault. Before higher dimensional civilizations, lower dimensional ones are rendered as insignificant as insects. Nay, even more frail. For insects can at least inflict harm, whereas lower dimensional civilizations remain oblivious to the very nature of their annihilation. Eric's gaze was vacant as he stared at the egg-headed figure before him, his voice tinged with despair and sorrow. Doctor. Eric's tone grew somber. I have devoted my life to the pursuit of scientific truth. Yet I have come to the realization that humanity may never fathom the existence of higher dimensional civilizations. Their technological capabilities exceed our wildest imaginations. While we are still tethered to this planet, faced with such a chasm, I feel utterly powerless. Eric's shoulders slumped slightly, revealing his inner despondency. He continued, we can only hypothesize the behavioral patterns of higher dimensional civilizations through mathematical models, yet this approach is excessively limited and fails to genuinely grasp their intentions. They may find us amusing or merely regard us as experimental subjects. In any event, we remain inconsequential beings. His gaze shifted from the egg-headed figure to the distance, as if envisioning the endless expanse of the cosmos and the myriad of unknown worlds beyond. Our understanding of the universe is profoundly limited. Perhaps, in the eyes of higher dimensional civilizations, we appear as nothing more than naive children navigating a perilous world. A deep sense of helplessness washed over Eric's face as he sighed. I once believed that science could resolve all problems, yet I now realize it is merely a finite tool. In the face of the power wielded by higher dimensional beings, our scientific endeavors seem utterly impotent. Ultimately, he shook his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. I have devoted my life to the study of science, yet I find myself unable to bridge the chasm of dimensions. We cannot even escape Earth, while they possess the capability to obliterate our entire universe. Doctor, let us consider the brighter side. Perhaps this celestial screen harbors no malice. Hill interjected, observing Eric as he appeared to have lost all hope. He felt compelled to console him, for they still required this erudite doctor to investigate the enigmatic screen above. They could not afford to succumb to despair. Malice is not a prerequisite. It is akin to accidentally crumpling a piece of paper. My intention is innocent, yet for those living on that paper, it is a monumental disaster. Nonetheless, you make a valid point. Currently, this celestial screen is displaying Peter Parker's unresolved struggles. Perhaps it is simply an amusement, revealing future occurrences to us in order to prevent certain events from transpiring. According to your theory, should they not have already known everything? Even if the Peter Parker on the screen made different choices, would they not be fully aware? Have you ever observed light? Light travels from the sun to Earth in 8 minutes, but to light, it is but a fleeting moment. Perhaps in their world, they have long ceased to pay attention to us. Our universe simply cannot accommodate such vast information, revealing it to us gradually, bit by bit. Vast information? To be precise, the information perceivable in a higher dimensional realm, in comparison to a lower one, should be infinite. Eric slightly corrected himself. It is possible that our reactions have already been observed by them in the future, yet we remain oblivious. We must proceed step by step. Director, I have concluded my theory. Very well, take a moment to rest. You have worked hard. Nick Fury nodded, allowing Dr. Eric to depart. Hill, what are your thoughts? The doctor's research appears plausible, yet we can neither prove nor accomplish anything at this moment. It would be wiser to closely observe what this celestial screen desires. Hill approached the window, gazing at the screen, which had yet to unveil its new segment, and sighed deeply. As Hill contemplated the celestial screen, it finally illuminated once more after a day of silence. "Director, it has lit up again. Prepare those below. We must not miss a single detail." Nick Fury swiftly issued his orders. Peter Parker, stimulated by the allure of Flash's sports car, yearned for a vehicle of his own. Yet even the price of a second-hand car daunted him. In the end, he came across an advertisement in the newspaper seeking a boxing contender. Lured by the enticing phrase promising $3,000 for just 3 minutes in the ring, he momentarily envisioned himself arriving in a sports car to pick up Mary Jane, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. As the scene shifted, Parker began to design his own attire, for the boxing match mandated that fighters don vibrant garments. He envisioned a plethora of costumes and ultimately crafted a striking ensemble of red and blue, adorned with a spider emblem across his chest. With his outfit complete, Parker commenced training to master his web-slinging abilities, initially struggling with control and inadvertently shattering numerous objects. However, he soon honed his strength, successfully drawing a can of Coca-Cola into his grasp. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, he accidentally pulled over a lampstand, though he managed to evade it. The lampstand crashed against the wall, creating a ruckus that caught Aunt May's attention. She sensed something peculiar about Peter's recent behavior. The scene transitioned to a newspaper headline posing the question, will Norman Osborn fall into despair? Norman gazed at the paper in his hand when a sinister laughter echoed around him, prompting him to shut his eyes in anguish and shake his head in disbelief. Meanwhile, Uncle Ben suspected that Parker was grappling with some issue, but felt too shy to inquire directly. Ultimately, he decided to seize the moment when Parker emerged to concoct an excuse to drive him. Ben delivered Parker to his destination, hoping to engage him in conversation. Parker, preferring to postpone the discussion, was met with Ben's insistence that it was necessary to talk now. He expressed concern about Parker's reluctance to assist with household chores, his peculiar experiments in his room, and his altercations at school. Irritated, Parker retorted that he had not instigated the fight. Ben countered, asking if Parker had not emerged victorious. Parker, puzzled, questioned whether he should have fled instead. Uncle Ben dismissed Parker's reasoning, understanding that he was navigating a rebellious phase, one that Ben himself had also experienced. Yet, Parker insisted that their situations were entirely different. Ben cautioned Parker that while he might have been justified in defeating Flash, that did not grant him the right to strike him. He solemnly reminded Peter Parker that with great power comes great responsibility. Parker, dismissing Ben's admonition, urged him not to fret, asserting he could handle his own affairs. Their exchange ended on a sour note as Parker admonished Ben not to lecture him as a father would. At that moment, a voiceover echoed ominously. Poor Parker was unaware that this would be the last heartfelt conversation with his uncle. His thoughts were solely consumed by Mary Jane, neglecting his family, and he would come to deeply regret this loss. Chapter 6. The death of Uncle Ben. Peter Parker and Harry, along with others, wore grave expressions as they gathered together, their eyes betraying a sense of apprehension. The voiceover reverberated in their ears, each word weighing heavily upon their hearts. They realized that the narrative could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. Uncle Ben might be in peril. Peter Parker clenched his fists, his heart brimming with unease. He understood the significance of Uncle Ben in his life and realized he could never allow any harm to befall him. Harry's gaze was equally fraught with anxiety, as he too was deeply concerned for Uncle Ben's safety. "Parker, do not fret. I am right here before you," he reassured. "It is simply that what I mentioned holds true. With great power comes great responsibility." Ben Parker raised a hand to comfort Peter, encouraging him not to be so disheartened. In the blink of an eye, night had enveloped the surroundings as Parker arrived at the boxing venue, where two contenders were already engaged in combat. One of them, known as Sawtooth, clearly dominated the match, with the audience fervently chanting his name. With a powerful elbow strike from above, Sawtooth decisively concluded the bout. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, the announcer stepped onto the stage to declare Sawtooth the victor, awarding him a prize of $3,000. Parker nodded in acknowledgement and turned toward the registration area, just as the announcer boomed that the next contestant was the Flying Dutchman, the woman in charge of registration. Noticing the slender Parker, bluntly remarked that this was not a lightweight competition. However, Parker insisted on participating. Reluctantly, the woman informed him that should he sustain any injuries during the match, the New York Wrestling Federation would bear no responsibility, as he was voluntarily entering the fray. She then allowed him to proceed. In the ring, Sawtooth effortlessly tossed another opponent out of the arena, once again claiming victory amidst the cheers of the spectators. Parker was soon called to the stage, and when the announcer inquired about his name, he replied, "The Human Spider." The announcer paused momentarily, taken aback by the lackluster name. "Parker, your choice of name leaves much to be desired." Harry chuckled at Parker's unfortunate moniker, while Uncle Ben remarked that he would need to teach him a thing or two about naming. Parker wished he could vanish beneath the table. His earlier concerns for Uncle Ben had dissipated, replaced by a wave of mortifying embarrassment, berating his future self for such a choice. Due to the inadequacy of Parker's name, the announcer was compelled to exercise his creativity, and after a moment of mental strain, he bestowed upon Parker the title of Spider-Man. While Parker remained preoccupied with the potential blunder of his name, backstage personnel abruptly shoved him onto the stage. The audience regarded Parker with disdain, mockingly giving him a thumbs down, while nearby, a strikingly attractive woman jeered at him, and spectators hurled trash in his direction. This scorn was entirely due to Parker's woefully inadequate attire. Although he had designed a spider-themed costume, he lacked the funds to procure it and had no time to create one. Upon stepping into the arena, Parker suddenly realized that a metal cage had descended, encasing him and Sawtooth within. As the announcer's voice echoed, security locked the cage. Naive and inexperienced, Parker had never encountered such a scene. He desperately explained that he had not signed up for a cage match, but his words fell on deaf ears. Sawtooth taunted him, declaring that he would enjoy 3 minutes of playtime with him. With a fierce charge, Sawtooth lunged at Parker, who nimbly flipped onto the top of the cage, taunting Sawtooth as a coward, inciting the latter's fury. Soon, someone from the sidelines handed him a chair. The bonesaw wielded it and struck Parker's head forcefully before he could turn around, knocking him to the ground. Parker sighed in resignation. Such an assault was nothing more than a minor annoyance to him. Just as he attempted to rise, he was struck down once more. After several blows, the bonesaw finally tossed the chair aside and seized Parker's legs, slamming him against the iron cage. The audience erupted in exhilaration, and a beautiful woman presented him with a crowbar. Upon seeing the crowbar, Parker felt a flicker of panic, retaliating with kicks that sent the bonesaw reeling in confusion. In a final surge, Parker thrust his legs with great force, sending the bonesaw sprawling backward into unconsciousness. As the bonesaw collapsed, the audience rose to their feet, and another host jubilantly raised Parker's hand, announcing him as the new victor, Spider-Man. However, when it came time to distribute the prize money, the boss handed Parker a mere $100. Parker attempted to reason with him, but the boss dismissed his concerns, insisting he must endure for 3 minutes, though he had only fought for 2. With a sigh, Parker turned to leave, brushing past another man who abruptly tossed a bag at the boss, brandishing a loaded handgun and demanding he fill it with cash. As Parker awaited the elevator, he heard shouts emanating from the finance room. Turning to investigate, he saw the man clutching a bag as he burst through the door, while the boss yelled that someone was robbing him. In response, Parker stepped aside to allow the thief to escape, who, before departing, graciously thanked him. The guard angrily reproached Parker for letting the robber go and hurried towards the lobby. The boss approached Parker, questioning why he hadn't intervened. Parker retorted with the boss's earlier words, "This is none of my business," realizing he was in the wrong. The boss could only leave in frustration. "Quickly, let's gather our things and leave." The boss, terrified that his underground fighting arena had been exposed, frantically began to pack. And by the time the police arrived, the place was already deserted. At that moment, the narrator's voice echoed again. Parker was unaware of the magnitude of his mistake. Allowing the robber to escape not only punished those who had wronged him, but also fostered a malignant atmosphere that ultimately led to the demise of his beloved Uncle Ben. As Parker walked down the street, he noticed a crowd gathered at a certain spot. His spider sense tingled, alerting him to something amiss. Pushing through the throng, he discovered that the person lying on the ground was none other than his Uncle Ben. In a panic, Peter shouted to the police that the man was his uncle and rushed to check on Ben's condition. At Peter's cries, Uncle Ben regained consciousness for a brief moment, smiling and uttering Peter's name before succumbing to his injuries. Tears streamed down Peter's face as he witnessed the death of his uncle. At that moment, the police, having located the assailant, were in pursuit, and Peter heard the sirens of 3 police cars chasing after him. Filled with rage, he departed the scene, sprinting away, discarding his jacket in an alley, and leaping to scale the wall, heading towards 5th Avenue. He effortlessly leaped over numerous buildings, catching sight of the police cars in pursuit of the suspect. He began to navigate between the structures using his webbing. Although he encountered some initial difficulties, he soon mastered the technique and swiftly closed the gap, swinging above the police cars and the fleeing suspect, ultimately landing on the vehicle driven by the criminal. Chapter 7. Surrender. Parker forcefully punched through the car's roof, seizing the suspect's face with his hand. In a panic, the criminal began firing wildly at the roof of the car. Fearing for his safety, Peter leaped onto another large truck. After crossing the bridge that lay ahead, he landed back on the truck, aimed at his target, and leapt onto the suspect's windshield, shattering it with a single blow. The suspect's vehicle lost control and crashed into a doorway. In a frantic rush, the suspect fled into an abandoned building. While hastily reloading his weapon, he failed to notice a shadow passing swiftly overhead. He fired several shots, but missed, and just as he contemplated escape, Peter grasped him from behind, slamming his head against the glass. The suspect drew a knife in resistance, but Peter effortlessly kicked it away, sending him tumbling to the edge of the window. The robber shouted for a chance, to which Peter retorted angrily, "Did you give my uncle a chance? Did you?" He then lifted the suspect, only to realize, amid the flashes of lightning, that this was the very criminal he had previously let go. Stunned, Peter released him, stepping back in disbelief. Thinking he had an opportunity, the robber raised his handgun, smirking at Peter as he bid him farewell. Instantly sensing the imminent danger, Peter snapped back to reality and broke the robber's wrist. The pain caused the criminal to stumble back, inadvertently tripping over a pipe and falling from the building, resulting in his immediate demise. Peter stood quietly by the window, gazing at the lifeless body of the robber below. By this time, the police had arrived, their spotlight illuminating Peter. However, by the time they ascended to the upper floor, he had already vanished. Though the suspect lay dead, Parker felt a profound sense of confusion within. Upon returning home, he found Aunt May still waiting for him. They embraced tightly, and she, unable to believe that her uncle had perished in such a manner, was in shock. "No! How could this happen?" Parker exclaimed, clutching his head in disbelief that he had inadvertently released a criminal, leading to his uncle's death. "Peter, this is not your fault," Aunt May consoled him. "If I were your age and faced a similar situation, I might have sought to punish him as well." She gazed at Peter, offering comfort and guidance. "You have witnessed the consequences of letting a criminal go. With great power comes great responsibility. Your extraordinary abilities are a gift, but they come with immense responsibility. Use them wisely to benefit others and society. Remember, everyone is unique, even when endowed with extraordinary powers. Seek out those who share your goals and values. Connect with them. Do not allow loneliness to consume you. Instead, use your abilities to impact and assist others. One must not abuse one's abilities. Trust is built upon actions and transparency. Maintain sincere communication with others, allowing them insight into your intentions and motivations. Through acts of integrity and kindness, one can earn the trust and respect of others. When making decisions, consider your values and long-term aspirations, resisting the temptation of immediate gains or external pressures. Trust your inner intuition and be willing to embrace the consequences of your choices. Confusion is a part of life. During such times, pause, breathe deeply, and reflect on your inner self. Seek guidance from mentors or sages. Yet ultimately, the decisions must reside with you. Most importantly, cultivate humility and a perpetual desire for learning. Your abilities are bestowed upon you, but growth and progress are infinite. Utilize your gifts to effect positive change for others and the world. Peter Parker made choices and accepted their consequences. So must you. Once a decision is made, harbor no regrets. Everyone makes mistakes, yet we should have the courage to acknowledge and rectify them. As Uncle Ben imparted wisdom to Parker, Flint Marco observed the situation above, instantly recognizing that the individual was his accomplice. They plotted to rob an underground boxing arena that very night, yet he never anticipated being entangled with Spider-Man, leading to the death of his uncle. "Damn it, this complicates matters. What will happen to my daughter?" Marco lamented, consumed by thoughts of his child. "What are you thinking? I'm exposed and I'm dead." His accomplice, however, remained far less composed. While Marco had not been discovered, he appeared directly on the screen, revealing that if they proceeded with the robbery, their demise was certain. He was convinced that a multitude of police officers were presently searching for him. What to do? What to do? Panic seized him, his mind racing to devise a solution. "I must flee Escape to Mexico. If I can just get to Mexico, I'll be fine. But how to escape? I surmise there are already individuals reporting your whereabouts for the bounty. Perhaps you should turn yourself in. After all, you haven't truly committed robbery. They can't charge you. Marco sighed, offering this suggestion. And what about you? Will you simply remain uninvolved? He felt a surge of anger. Both he and Marco needed money. Yet Marco's need was greater. His daughter could not wait, and it was Marco's predicament that had led him to contemplate robbery. I cannot go. My daughter is waiting for me. If I end up in prison, she will be doomed. Observing Marco, he inhaled deeply several times, eventually calming himself. With a resigned gesture, he said, well, it seems I too must turn myself in. Thank goodness for this screen, otherwise I would be doomed. Entangling with Spider-Man is truly not a wise course of action. After uttering this, he could not help but curse. Then exited to find a public phone booth to call the New York Police Department and surrender. Tony replayed the footage from the screen, pondering if it depicted a rebellious teenager. It was evident that he was quite frustrated with Ben's discipline. Yet, was that voiceover truly from the individual behind the screen? What exactly did he intend to accomplish? Regarding the attire worn by Parker, Tony could not help but remark on the biting ridicule it elicited. He appeared more akin to a thief than a pugilist preparing to step into the ring. What piqued his interest most was the revelation that the moniker Spider-Man had been bestowed upon him by the host, leaving him in a state of bemusement. Even more amusing was the fact that Peter had chosen to adopt such a whimsical name for himself. Indeed, the host's comment rang true. What a lamentable appellation it was. One could hardly fathom the absurdity of a human-shaped spider rescuing the populace. Surely, those he saved would feel a pang of discomfort at the thought of being rescued by a creature so bizarre. Chapter 8. The Green Goblin. Peter Parker's triumph over the burly man came as no surprise to Tony. After all, he was a superhero, capable of besting an ordinary individual with ease. However, Tony was taken aback by the tragic turn of events that saw Parker's decision to let the robber go, resulting in the death of his uncle. Just that morning, he had been in a quarrel with his uncle, and by nightfall, they were irrevocably separated. The prophetic words of the celestial being were indeed accurate. Parker would be consumed by regret, for even if the perpetrator who took his uncle's life were to perish, it would not bring him back. One can only hope he find a way to emerge from this shadow. Such circumstances are unbearable for anyone. For Parker, the burden of having caused his uncle's demise and placing the blame squarely upon himself would be a heavy cross to bear. If he were to succumb to despair, it would undoubtedly cast a long and detrimental shadow over his life. The public's fascination with Parker grew ever more intense. After imparting his wisdom to Peter, Uncle Ben casually turned on the television, only to find a panel of experts invited by the media to discuss the implications of Parker's decision to release the robber. Meanwhile, media outlets across the nation vigorously debated whether Parker's actions were justifiable, igniting fervent discourse. Some argued that releasing the robber was a grievous error, tantamount to condoning criminal behavior. They believed such actions could lead to further harm and were in direct violation of legal and societal norms. Conversely, others contended that Parker was merely a high school student, incapable of foreseeing the broader consequences of his actions. They felt that the employer had unethically exploited Parker, and that the robber's appearance had provided him an opportunity to resist in his own manner, an act that could be interpreted as a form of righteous retribution. Moreover, not everyone possesses the abilities of Spider-Man. Allowing the robber to escape may have averted a more violent confrontation and safeguarded his own life. Some advocated for the resolution of such issues through lawful channels, such as reporting the employer's misconduct to the relevant authorities, while others argued that, in certain situations, personal moral judgment may indeed transcend legal constraints. Amidst this discourse, a breaking news segment interrupted to report that the robber had surrendered to the authorities, showcasing a throng of journalists gathered outside the police station, eager for updates. As the scene shifted, darkness had descended, revealing a vehicle that came to a halt. From it emerged a man adorned in military garb embellished with numerous medals, unmistakably a figure of the armed forces. A man hurriedly approached and shook hands with him, addressing him as General. Through their conversation, it became evident that he was there to observe the military's latest development, an exoskeleton combat suit. As they entered the blast-proof fortress, the general expressed that nothing delighted him more than the news of Norman Osborn's bankruptcy. Before long, the exoskeleton suit began to ascend slowly. Suddenly, an alarm sounded, indicating an unidentified flying object approaching. Just as the pilot was left bewildered, he managed to shout a warning. An ominous laughter echoed, and the exoskeleton suit was swiftly destroyed. The unexpected turn of events left the general in utter shock. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, a figure emerged from the flames, gliding on a winged apparatus. A beam of light shot forth from the apparatus, obliterating the fortress where the general stood. The shocking events sent ripples across the globe. The clandestine development of the exoskeleton suit by the American military had already taken the world by surprise. But to witness such a suit so easily vanquished by this mysterious adversary was astonishing. The military of the first cosmic generation was left in disarray. Particularly a general from the Department of Defense, whose original itinerary included observing the latest exoskeleton suit that very evening. An unfortunate fate that he would meet instead. Simultaneously, the 5 permanent members of the UN, excluding the United States, sent diplomatic notes requesting explanations regarding the exoskeleton suit, leaving the White House to grapple with the ensuing headache. Tony Stark, observing the unfolding events, remarked on the military's exoskeleton suit, questioning, "What is this? A child's toy? No wonder it was so easily destroyed," oblivious to the identity of its nemesis. His interest lay more with the Green Goblin's glider. Had they been on the same Earth, he would have relished the opportunity to study it, eager to compare it against his latest Mark suit in a contest of superiority. Meanwhile, the expression on Mother F intensified in darkness. He immediately thought of Tony Stark and his similar technological prowess. Although the playboy was known for his frivolities, he was, at least, a good man. Nick Fury was aware that the Senate was planning to convene a hearing, demanding that Tony Stark surrender the Mark suit. But he knew with certainty that such an endeavor would be futile. "Hill, find Natasha for me. I have a mission to assign her." Quickly, Nick Fury, glancing at the plans for the Avengers, resolved to expedite the formation of his own superhero team. The scene of the explosion transitioned to one of celebratory cap-tossing. As today marked Peter Parker's high school graduation, Aunt May approached joyfully, planting a kiss on Peter's cheek. Harry also came forward, excitedly conversing with Peter, informing him that his father had purchased a house in New York and would be moving there in the autumn. Peter felt delighted for Harry. Norman Osborn approached Peter to congratulate him on receiving his science award, expressing his happiness while acknowledging Peter's recent sorrow. He encouraged Peter to embrace joy today, reminding him that graduation signifies both an end and a new beginning. At that moment, Harry noticed Mary Jane engaged in conversation with Flash. As he approached, he overheard her breaking up with him and returning the ring. Flash, indifferent, expressed that he did not care for her at all. Meanwhile, Norman continued his discussion with Parker, urging him to consider them as family and to feel free to approach him with any needs. Upon returning home, Parker declined Aunt May's kind offer to prepare him a meal. He spent the entire day in his room, silently shedding tears. Aunt May, aware of Parker's turmoil, entered his room and sat beside him. Parker expressed a deep longing for Uncle Ben, lamenting that if he were present at his graduation, he would undoubtedly be proud of him. Aunt May, her eyes glistening, reassured Parker that Uncle Ben had always been with him. Parker regretted the day he had clashed with Uncle Ben, who had wished to share something significant. Aunt May reminded him that Ben never doubted Parker's potential, firmly believing he would achieve great things. She was confident that Parker would not let Ben down before leaving the room. Reflecting on her words, Parker retrieved his Spider-Man suit and designed sketches from a box, contemplating Uncle Ben's final words. With great power comes great responsibility. Thus, the world welcomed a new superhero, known as Spider-Man. Chapter 9. The Daily Bugle in a convenience store. 2 robbers were in the midst of a heist, with the store owner stuffing cash into their pockets. Just as they were about to depart, Parker, clad in his Spider-Man suit, swung in from a distance, swiftly subduing the robbers and returning the bag of money to the owner. The newspapers began to chronicle the exploits of Spider-Man, while passers-by engaged in conversations about him. Frequently, by the time the police arrived at a crime scene, only the criminals ensnared in webs remained suspended. Parker gradually gained notoriety in New York, with many recognizing his deeds and firmly believing that Spider-Man was there to protect them. During an armed robbery, a woman watched as a web snatched the gun from the assailant, subsequently suspending him. In the streets and alleys, guitarists began to perform songs inspired by Spider-Man. Such fame inevitably attracted the attention of the so-called .5 Spider-Man, who vehemently criticized Spider-Man as a criminal. questioning his subordinates on how he could grace the front page of the Daily Bugle. This led to a dispute over whether Spider-Man was indeed a criminal. Robbie pointed out that Spider-Man had saved 6 individuals in the subway, yet the .5 Spider-Man dismissed this, suggesting that he might have been responsible for the subway incident. Jameson stubbornly insisted that whenever trouble arose, Spider-Man was invariably present, denouncing his departure after performing good deeds as an escape from the scene. Robbie passionately countered that perhaps Spider-Man was simply off to save others. He firmly believed Spider-Man to be a hero, but was challenged by the .5 Spider-Man regarding the necessity of wearing a mask. What secrets was he trying to conceal? At that moment, Ms. Brand entered, inquiring about the fabric for the restaurant from his wife, to which he bluntly replied to use the cheaper option. As another subordinate, Hoffman, entered to speak with him, he learned that their newspaper had sold out 4 times, prompting an immediate shift in strategy to feature Spider-Man on the front page by the next morning, and to present it in a more appealing manner. Regarding the issue of the newspaper's 6th edition, he directly instructed them to move it to the 7th or 8th edition, initially offering a discount of 10%, then changing it to a 5% discount. Although Hoffman intended to voice further thoughts, he was brusquely dismissed. Subsequently, it came to his attention that they lacked decent photographs of Spider-Man, while Eddie had been searching for weeks without so much as a glimpse of the elusive figure. The second iteration of Spider-Man believed that if they could capture a candid shot of Julia Roberts, they could certainly photograph this peculiar creature. He then ordered his subordinates to publish a call for Spider-Man photographs in a newspaper and confidently proclaimed, "He doesn't want to be famous? Then I shall make him infamous." This was a quintessential display of capitalist behavior. Driven by profit, they would resort to any means necessary. Tony, sipping on a vibrant green chlorophyll drink reminiscent of the hue of Piccolo's face, looked upon the actions of the second iteration of Spider-Man with disdain. Though he too was a capitalist, he would not stoop to such petty matters. One cannot achieve greatness through miserly tactics. Meanwhile, the general public found the owner of the Hornet Daily to be utterly reprehensible, as Spider-Man had consistently performed acts of goodwill, yet he chose to defame the hero, inciting widespread disdain among the populace. At a restaurant named Moondance Fast Food, Mary Jane stepped out, wrapping her leather jacket around the uniform of the front desk attendant, fearful of being recognized as such. Just then, Parker happened to pass by the establishment. His spider sense alerted him to Mary Jane's presence, and he quickly turned to catch up with her, greeting her warmly, initially mistaking him for a stranger. Mary Jane was pleasantly surprised to discover it was Parker and hurriedly tightened her jacket. The two engaged in conversation on the street, with Parker mentioning that he was job hunting. When asked about her situation, Mary Jane concealed her role as a front desk attendant, fabricating a story about auditioning for a role, which delighted Parker, who cheered her on as a future star. However, the moment was interrupted when the fast food restaurant's owner emerged, shouting at Mary Jane about a missing $6 from the cash register that would be deducted from her pay. Unwilling to engage with him, she attempted to ignore the outburst, but the owner was relentless, insisting she not roll her eyes at him before returning inside. The atmosphere between the two grew palpably awkward, prompting Mary Jane to reluctantly unveil her uniform beneath her jacket, humorously questioning her dreams. Parker reassured her that there was no shame in her current job. Yet Mary Jane implored Parker not to mention this to Harry. Parker, puzzled as to why she would keep it from Harry, queried if they did not live together. Hadn't Harry mentioned their date? Mary Jane suspected that Harry might perceive the waiter as somewhat beneath him, while Parker contended that it was a respectable occupation. Harry may have thought that money came too easily. After expressing her gratitude to Parker, Mary Jane took her leave. Parker had intended to invite Mary Jane to dinner, but later amended it to a visit to the CAF where she worked, ultimately assuring her that he would not disclose this to Harry, repeating his thoughts aloud. Tony observed Parker's demeanor in the sky with a mixture of disappointment and frustration, questioning how such a young man could lack confidence. After all, he was Spider-Man. It was embarrassing to see him flustered in front of an ordinary girl, fumbling even the simple invitation for dinner. Why was this so humiliating? Because both Iron Man and Spider-Man were superheroes, yet one was a notorious playboy, frequently changing his glamorous companions, only settling down somewhat after meeting Pepper Potts. Parker's current behavior hardly seemed worthy of the superhero title. Harry, on the other hand, expressed his apologies to Parker, admitting that he indeed had feelings for Mary Jane. However, if Parker also had affections for her, he would gladly step aside, noting that there were countless beautiful women in the world. and there was no need to fixate solely on Mary Jane. Parker, however, did not dwell on this matter. The thought of Harry clandestinely courting Mary Jane did sting a bit, but if Mary Jane reciprocated Harry's feelings, he would not interfere in their relationship. Mary Jane gazed at her reflection in the sky, feeling quite distressed. Parker was Spider-Man, the future superhero, yet Harry was also a handsome, wealthy young man. She found herself at a loss, unable to choose between the two. Meanwhile, Parker and Harry had vanished to evade reporters, leaving her unable to locate them while also enduring her father's foul temper. Fortunately, due to her connections with Parker and Harry, numerous reporters sought to interview her, offering substantial sums for her agreement, which would enable her to leave her current situation. However, she hesitated to accept, mindful of Parker's feelings. Chapter 10. The Green Goblin strikes. Parker returned to Harry's residence, entering to find Norman on the phone. Upon noticing Parker, Norman greeted him. Approaching Harry, Parker noted with exasperation that his father was conducting yet another inspection, though most of his time was consumed by his phone call. Harry was pleased to see Parker's return, as he was grappling with a few perplexing problems, but upon looking up, he noticed Parker sighing, his expression inscrutable. Parker explained that he had arrived late for work and had been dismissed by Dr. Connors, leaving Harry puzzled as to why Parker was always tardy. Parker offered a vague response. Meanwhile, Norman approached to inquire about the identity of the mysterious girl Harry was dating and when he might meet her. Parker concealed the fact that he already knew it was Mary Jane. Harry, feeling awkward, quickly redirected the conversation to Parker, suggesting that his father could potentially assist him in finding employment. While Norman surely could help, Parker was determined to be self-sufficient, which prompted Norman to commend Parker's self-reliant attitude. Parker expressed his aspiration to become a photographer. While pouring juice, he stumbled upon a newspaper article offering a reward for photographs of Spider-Man, which sparked an idea in his mind. He adhered his camera to a web, using his webbing, and then descended to confront a gang of robbers, effortlessly incapacitating them. Just in time, he turned his gaze toward the camera as the time shutter clicked. However, when Parker sought to leave, he noticed that the initial offer had been dismissed, and the price was hastily adjusted to $300. He handed the photographs to an associate for publication on the front page, where the headline proclaimed, "Is Spider-Man a hero or a menace?" Parker yearned for a formal job, yet his request was met with rejection. The scene shifted to Oscorp Industries, where Norman jubilantly announced their surpassing of Exploration Aerospace to become the largest military supplier. Suddenly, another board member interjected, suggesting the sale of the company. Norman's expression soured, and he was taken aback, realizing the board had conspired to oust him and sell Oscorp to Exploration Aerospace. He rose in anger, questioning the board members present, and then cast a pleading glance toward Max, who regretfully informed him that the board had reached a unanimous decision and would announce it after the World Carnival. A board member bluntly informed Norman that he was out. Nick Fury fixed his singular gaze upon Norman, noting the latter's peculiar smile. His suspicions deepened. As the king of spies, although the secrets of Norman's serum injection had not been explicitly revealed, he had pieced together the clues. There was undoubtedly something amiss with Norman. Fury pondered Norman's expressions. The Oscorp World Carnival proceeded as scheduled, and Parker attended, camera in hand, capturing moments around him. He inadvertently spotted Mary Jane, who was engaged in lively conversation with Harry. On the balcony, Harry inquired why Mary Jane wasn't wearing a black dress, which his father favored for leaving a good impression. Harry found Mary Jane exceptionally beautiful that day and leaned in for a kiss, but she turned her head, allowing only a peck on the cheek. Soon after, Harry noticed Parker observing them from above. His demeanor shifted, and feeling somewhat guilty, he sought an excuse to coax Mary Jane into his room. Just then, Parker's spider sense alerted him to an impending danger. As unease washed over him, he noticed a glider approaching from afar, leaving a long trail of exhaust in its wake. Tony, upon witnessing the glider emitting exhaust, immediately recognized it as a sign of energy inefficiency, indicating that the technology at play was not advanced. Relying instead on conventional energy sources, a far cry from his Mark armor. Nevertheless, he instructed Jarvis to analyze the glider's capabilities. The attendees at the event mistook it for a novel gadget, unaware that the Green Goblin, disregarding Harry's presence on stage, brazenly launched an attack, hurling a Green Goblin bomb that collapsed the terrace below. Parker observed two individuals below who were on the brink of being struck by falling debris. Without hesitation, he launched a web to rescue them from imminent peril. Meanwhile, Mary Jane on the platform inadvertently found herself in jeopardy, teetering on the edge of a fall. As Parker dashed through the crowd, shedding his outer garments to reveal the spider suit beneath, he caught a glimpse of a familiar elder. The situation for Mary Jane grew increasingly dire, with only a few chains holding a section of the terrace in place. At that moment, the Green Goblin returned to the terrace's edge, inquiring, "Am I out?" while hurling another grenade, instantly transforming several board members into mere skeletons. Nick Fury remained unfazed, having deduced that Norman was likely the Green Goblin responsible for the attack that had killed the military general, and anticipated that he would take measures to prevent the board from announcing his ousting from the company. Just then, Harry was struck unconscious by a falling stone, while Mary Jane screamed in terror at the looming Green Goblin. Fortunately, Parker arrived just in time, delivering a swift kick that sent the villain tumbling off his glider. The glider subsequently tore through a large hot air balloon, leaving a small boy standing motionless below. Parker had no choice but to leap down and save him at the last possible moment. Several police officers attempted to command the Green Goblin to surrender, but he swiftly incapacitated them with ease. Parker rushed towards him and threw a punch, only to have it caught effortlessly. He was then sent sprawling, colliding with a column that unfortunately struck an innocent bystander. The Green Goblin then hopped onto his glider and unleashed a barrage of fire at the fleeing Parker. Ultimately, Parker swung onto a hot air balloon, but realized that the terrace where Mary Jane was located could no longer withstand strain. He intended to rescue her, but was abruptly slammed against a window by the Green Goblin. Consumed by thoughts of Mary Jane, Parker had no inclination to engage in combat with the Green Goblin, enduring several blows before crashing onto the terrace. As the Green Goblin prepared to launch a missile, Parker swiftly used his webbing to obscure the villain's mask, executing a backflip to land below and extract a battery from the glider. The Green Goblin was forced to retreat, but not before delivering a parting threat to Parker, promising to meet again. At that moment, Mary Jane had already plummeted from the terrace, but Parker managed to catch her in his arms, swinging them both to safety in a nearby garden. A voiceover suddenly intruded. Toby Spider never preferred using webs to save others. He found it far safer to embrace them. Chapter 11. Norman exposed. What is this voiceover trying to achieve? Does it truly concern itself with how Spider-Man saves people? Is it that idle? Rather than that, it might as well reveal how to combat this damned palladium poisoning. Tony gazed at the sky, unable to contain his frustration as he cursed loudly. The after-effects of palladium poisoning had begun to manifest, forcing him to rely on chlorophyll juice for relief. In an unexpected turn of events, the heavens seemed to respond to his plight. Voiceover. Tony Stark, your answer lies within your reach. You will discover it. The masses around the globe were left bewildered. In a moment, whether familiar with Tony or not, everyone became aware of his existence. Some individuals, scratching their heads in confusion, could not fathom why such a towering figure would respond to Tony's inquiries, such as a certain bald-headed man. Nick Fury exclaimed, "Stark, what did he ask? It seems I must have a conversation with him." Even Pepper couldn't resist calling Tony, but alas, he was too preoccupied to attend to her. "The answer is beside me?" Tony gazed blankly at the sky, lost in contemplation. Upon regaining his focus, he promptly commanded Jarvis to begin an examination of all his possessions. The heavens had already revealed the answer. The remaining task was to uncover it himself. Within a cottage, Harry was conversing with Mary Jane, who was brimming with excitement, even rejecting Harry's offer to visit her, while Parker listened intently nearby. After ending the call, Harry reassured Parker that Mary Jane was fine, merely frightened, and apologized for not sharing this matter with him sooner, acknowledging Parker's inaction, which filled Parker with a bittersweet acknowledgement of his own inertia. Before sleep, Harry inquired about the nature of the threat. Parker was uncertain, but insisted that whatever it was, it must be stopped. Norman trembled as he lifted a glass of wine, only to be startled midway by a sinister laugh. "Is anyone there?" he queried, and indeed, a voice responded, urging Norman not to play the fool, for he had always known. Following the voice, Norman turned to see another version of himself in the mirror, representing his malevolent persona. It elucidated that all these events were orchestrated for Norman's sake, brandishing a newspaper that reported the murders of board members. "You killed them. We killed them. Remember? The little accident in the lab. The performance enhancer." Only then did Norman realize the super serum was flawed. It sought to recruit Spider-Man into its ranks. As he absorbed the words of his dark alter ego, Norman felt an increasing dread, yet there was no turning back. That, Harry gazed at the sky in disbelief, shocked to discover the monstrous devil concealed beneath his father's benevolent facade, responsible for so many deaths. Where's Uncle? I must find him before everything unfolds. Parker also sensed the impending danger. If the Green Goblin truly intended to slay many, he could not remain passive. Peter, please do not harm my father. He must have his reasons, Harry implored, gazing at Parker with desperation. Parker nodded, retrieving the spider suit from the box that Aunt May had crafted for him. Meanwhile, Norman, now he should be called the Green Goblin, seized control of Norman's body upon learning that the board intended to oust him. Armed and ready, he set forth to eliminate the board members and that general, ensuring that, should complications arise, Harry could assume control of the company. Coincidentally, due to the heavens alerting the general of impending trouble, he opted not to attend the demonstration of the exoskeleton that evening, but instead headed directly to Oscorp Industries, intending to persuade the board to sell the company without Norman's involvement. Though Parker endeavored to hasten to the location indicated by Harry, he ultimately arrived a moment too late. From a distance, he beheld the Green Goblin assaulting the company's conference room, and by the time he reached the scene, all within had met their demise. Aware that he could not allow the Green Goblin to escape, Parker unhesitatingly launched an attack. Initially, he refrained from unleashing his full might, cautious due to Harry's warning, which placed him at a disadvantage. However, Parker soon acclimated to the combat with the Green Goblin, no longer confined to the ground and no longer timid in wielding his power, transitioning the battlefield amidst the towering edifices of New York. With extraordinary agility and strength, Parker navigated seamlessly between the buildings, deftly evading the Green Goblin's onslaught. He unleashed webs, ensnaring the goblin tightly, rendering him immobile. Yet, the Green Goblin swiftly extricated himself and launched a fierce assault upon Spider-Man using his glider. Parker deftly sidestepped the attack, promptly crafting a massive web in an attempt to ensnare the goblin. Nevertheless, the goblin effortlessly shattered the web and continued his barrage against Spider-Man. Observing this, Parker immediately activated his spider sense, skillfully dodging each of the goblin's strikes. He adeptly employed the surrounding environment, leaping and rolling to keep the goblin on the defensive. As the battle intensified, neither Spider-Man nor the Green Goblin was willing to relent. Parker utilized his formidable physical strength to send the goblin flying, while the goblin retaliated by conjuring green energy orbs with his glider. Seizing an opportunity, Spider-Man charged forward and delivered a powerful kick, propelling the goblin away. After regaining his equilibrium, the goblin lunged once more at Spider-Man. However, Spider-Man nimbly evaded the assault and ensnared the goblin's foot with his web, flinging him aside. The goblin crashed heavily against the wall, his glider suffering significant damage. Enraged, he bellowed, "You wretched fiend." Parker offered no respite, swiftly advancing toward the goblin. Just as he prepared to deliver the final blow, he noticed a bystander beneath the building, directly beneath a precarious mass of debris. He dashed down to rescue the individual. Upon looking back, he discovered the Green Goblin had vanished. Momentarily taken aback, Parker was then ambushed from behind, receiving a crushing blow to his back. He collapsed to the ground as the goblin laughed triumphantly. Yet, Toby did not concede. Enduring the pain, he rose to his feet, his gaze resolute as he stared down the Green Goblin. He understood that he must conquer this adversary and restore the kind-hearted Norman. Observing Parker's resilience, the goblin once again brandished his glider, preparing to deliver a fatal strike. However, Spider-Man swiftly pivoted, launching a web that ensnared him. The goblin struggled, but the web grew increasingly constrictive. Seizing the moment, Spider-Man leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch that rendered the goblin's glider completely inoperative. The goblin staggered backward, yet remained defiant, attempting to retaliate with his weapon. Spider-Man, agile and evasive, capitalized on his advantages, continuously shifting positions mid-air to confound the goblin. Subsequently, he unleashed a torrent of webs, ensnaring the Green Goblin within an enormous net. The Green Goblin struggled valiantly, yet the web remained unaffected. At that moment, Spider-Man heard the wailing of police sirens. The officers had finally arrived at the scene and surrounded the Green Goblin. "This time, you won't escape. I shall not allow you to harm anyone further," Parker declared, removing his mask to address the ensnared Green Goblin. The Green Goblin glared at Peter Parker with gritted teeth, but he was too weakened to resist any longer. Chapter 12. The Rescue of Norman. Thank you, Peter Parker. No. Spider-Man. The lead officer saluted Parker in gratitude for subduing the Green Goblin, acknowledging the destruction that had ensued, albeit unavoidable. No need for thanks. May I inquire about his fate? Parker asked, gazing at the Green Goblin, who had ceased his struggles. After this humiliating defeat, the Green Goblin had retreated, allowing Norman's original persona to regain control. Peter, Harry, I entrust you with him. I made a grave error. My impatience led to this. Norman weakly implored Parker, urging him to look after Harry. Parker nodded in agreement. The decision rests above us. Such matters are beyond our jurisdiction, the officer lamented, uncertain of Norman's ultimate fate. Parker acknowledged this, observing as Norman was escorted to a police vehicle, confined in a transport for serious offenders, with handcuffs and leg irons affixed to him, although Parker doubted their efficacy. However, the immediate concern was to understand why Norman had succumbed to this transformation. The mention of performance-enhancing drugs by Norman in the skies piqued his interest. He intended to investigate further, seeking a solution to Norman's malevolent persona. Suddenly, a new segment appeared in the sky, revealing the deceased General Osborn observing the gliding wings developed by Oscorp, stating that he had not come for the wings. Norman hurried to the laboratory, greeting the board members. The general inquired about the effects of the performance-enhancing drug, to which Dr. Connors explained that the mice, after absorption, exhibited an 8-fold enhancement in physical capabilities. Those side effects had arisen during one instance. The general pressed for the nature of these side effects, learning they included tendencies towards violence, aggression, and madness. When he asked Dr. Connors for recommendations, Norman interrupted, asserting that everyone except Dr. Connors was assuredly capable of conducting human trials. Disregarding Norman, the general turned his gaze directly to Dr. Connors, who candidly stated that the entire research must revert to the equation stage. The general sighed at this, while Norman looked back at the doctor in disbelief. The general informed Norman that he had never supported him. It was his predecessor who had approved Norman's plan. He also revealed that he had sanctioned the exploration of space for the development of humanoid armor. He bluntly stated that should the human trials of the performance-enhancing drug fail, he would revoke Norman's research funding and allocate it to other companies, then departed without further ado. However, the heavens did not reveal how Parker transformed into Spider-Man. Instead, the scene shifted directly to Norman in the laboratory, determined to conduct human experiments on himself. Dr. Strange, standing nearby, persistently urged him against this course of action, cautioning that the experiment had yet to yield successful results. Norman sought a bit more time to locate medical personnel and volunteers, but he was met with the stark reality that without a contract, Oscorp would face bankruptcy. Seeing Norman's unwavering resolve, the doctor reluctantly procured a catalyst that would expedite the integration of the performance-enhancing serum into Norman's system. Norman consumed the concoction with fervor, shattering the vial in the process. With Dr. Strange assisting him, they secured Norman and prepared him for the machine. The doctor hesitated, but a nod from Norman compelled him to press the activation switch. The green serum rapidly vaporized behind them, flooding Norman's body. As the green mist enveloped him completely, Norman's heart rate surged uncontrollably, his body convulsing violently. Dr. Strange hurriedly attempted to expel the gas, but Norman's eyes rolled back, and his heart rate plummeted to zero. In a frantic rush, Dr. Strange approached Norman, calling out his name as he disengaged the restraints and initiated CPR. The heart monitor flickered back to life just as Dr. Strange turned to check on the situation. Norman suddenly opened his eyes, gripping Dr. Strange by the throat and violently hurling him against a machine. The scene shifted to Harry, who entered the room to find Norman sprawled on the floor. He rushed to assist him, but Norman had no recollection of the events from the previous night. At that moment, a woman burst in, informing Norman that Dr. Strange had been murdered in the laboratory and that both the flying suit and glider had been stolen. Harry, recalling the situation, understood that Norman had already begun his transformation into the Green Goblin, though his personality had not yet fully merged. The military and Oscorp executives were blindsided by the severe side effects of the performance-enhancing serum. With Dr. Strange deceased, they decided to temporarily suspend research on the serum until they could find a solution to the malevolent personality issue. Just then, The voice of the heavens resonated once more. Peter Parker, you have altered Norman's fate. The evil within him was meant to perish. Yet you saved him before it was too late. This is your reward. A beam of light descended, landing in Parker's hand. As the light faded, it revealed a syringe. An epiphany struck Parker, that this was the antidote to Norman's malevolent persona. Without hesitation, he pursued the police car and administered the serum to Norman. What is that? A police officer questioned, hand resting on his firearm, though he did not draw it, merely observing Parker. The antidote bestowed by the heavens was designed to mitigate Norman Osborn's violent tendencies, a reward for Parker. He spoke candidly about its purpose, and upon learning it was an antidote, the officers breathed a collective sigh of relief. Do not be deceived by Norman's seemingly harmless demeanor. Those who witnessed his confrontation with Spider-Man are well aware of the palpable fear that gripped the escorting officers, all too aware of the potential for the Green Goblin to unleash violence at any moment. The headline in today's Hornsby Daily reads, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin, an era of terror. Parker perceives this as a malicious attack on Spider-Man, who has not perpetrated any harm upon the city. Frustrated by Jameson's incredulity towards anyone, Parker rises to depart. Yet, Jameson, just as he stands, accuses Spider-Man of being in league with the Green Goblin. In an attempt to silence him, Parker utilizes his webbing to cover Jameson's mouth, imploring him to refrain from interjecting. However, in a twist of fate, he inadvertently succumbs to the Green Goblin's hypnotic gas, plummeting from the sky and losing consciousness, only to be abducted by the villain. Chapter 13. The Kiss of the Spider. Indeed, he is merely a high school student, utterly unprepared, and thus easily ensnared by another's ploy, such as the folly of inexperience. Egghead gazes upon Parker's unconscious form, shaking his head in dismay. He believes Parker ought to hone his vigilance, as the spider sense, while formidable, is not infallible. It does not alert him to every danger, and an over-reliance on this ability has rendered Parker susceptible to attacks he ought to have evaded. As countless onlookers witness Spider-Man succumb to the Green Goblin's machinations, a wave of concern washes over them, prompting a collective rallying cry in support of their hero. In a haze of confusion, Parker hears the Green Goblin's voice, who claims a striking resemblance between them. Parker retorts, "You are a murderer." The Green Goblin counters, "Each has their aspirations. You chose the path of a superhero. People will only harbor fleeting enthusiasm for you, yearning instead to witness your downfall, demise, and ultimate failure. Regardless of your deeds, they will inevitably despise you. Why pursue this? Because it is the truth." The Green Goblin exclaims, tapping Parker's head, asserting that the primary purpose of New York's 8 million citizens is to elevate a select few exceptional individuals upon their shoulders. He boasts that he could easily extinguish Spider-Man's life, but offers Parker the opportunity to join him in achieving greatness and forging a new future. He presents Parker with a choice: align with him or engage in battle, leading to the suffering of countless innocents until one of them falls. The Green Goblin departs, urging Parker to contemplate his decision. The following morning, the headlines proclaim Spider-Man and the Green Goblin as conspirators, alongside citizens demanding the eradication of pests. Parker, upon reading these articles, is beset by a tumult of emotions, echoing in his mind the Green Goblin's words, "No matter what you do for them, in the end, they will hate you." This scene ignites a fresh wave of public outrage, inciting spontaneous protests outside the Hornsby Daily's offices. That day, Mary Jane exits a nearby establishment, and Parker, who has been waiting for some time, rushes to catch up with her. Upon seeing him, Mary Jane is pleasantly surprised, and Parker inquires about her audition. Curiously, she asks, "How did you know?" He replies, "I have my sources. Your mother mentioned it to Aunt May, and Aunt May relayed it to me." Mary Jane inquired whether Parker had come specifically to see her. Initially, he attempted to disguise the truth, claiming he had merely passed by and wished to see a friendly face. However, under Mary Jane's gaze, he eventually admitted that he had traveled a considerable distance by bus and taxi. Parker then asked about her audition. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane felt a pang of disappointment, revealing that they had requested her to attend an acting class for a soap opera, and she chuckled self-deprecatingly. Parker intended to treat Mary Jane to a hamburger, but Peter declined the kind offer, questioning their relationship. "No, never mind, it's not my concern." Yet, Mary Jane disagreed, asking, "Is that so? Then why do you care so much?" Parker fervently denied, exclaiming, "I don't." "You don't? Why should I care?" "I don't know. Why? He stammered, repeating I don't know twice. Mary Jane felt a twinge of regret that Parker did not join them, and subsequently departed. From afar, Parker observed Mary Jane's figure, only to be startled as he saw her being harassed by several men. His expression changed instantly, and he approached her. Sensing danger, Mary Jane began to run, ultimately finding her path obstructed by the group of men. They encircled her, jeering, and one seized her shoulder, attempting to strip her clothing. In a state of panic, Mary Jane fought back, but she was no match for the larger men. Fortunately, Spider-Man arrived just in time, using his web to pull the assailants away and subdue them. In the urgency of the moment, Parker had no time to don his mask. Fearing for his identity, he hurriedly retreated into an alley as Mary Jane approached, and by the time she looked back, he had vanished from sight. Just as Mary Jane was scanning her surroundings, Parker unexpectedly appeared behind her, hanging upside down, startling her. She remarked that it seemed she had a superhero bodyguard, praising Spider-Man's prowess. Parker reflected on the fact that not everyone shared that sentiment. Mary Jane, noticing his contemplation, reiterated, "You are truly amazing." Parker felt a sense of joy at having an admirer. She wished to express her gratitude to Spider-Man with a kiss. Parker urged her to wait, aware of his own reservations. However, Mary Jane simply rolled her lips and kissed him. After their passionate kiss, Mary Jane helped him put on his mask, and Parker shot away with a strand of web, leaving her exhilarated. Upon witnessing this, Uncle Ben, who had returned home, patted Parker on the shoulder and said, "Peter, you may have strong feelings for this girl, but I must tell you, she might not be the right one for you. She has a penchant for Spider-Man." Parker silently gazed at the sky where Mary Jane had been, a tumult of complex emotions welling within him. He had intended to muster the courage to pursue her boldly, to confess his true feelings. Yet his inner doubts rendered him hesitant. For the first time as an observer, Parker recognized Mary Jane's admiration for Spider-Man. He feared that her feelings were merely a fleeting impulse rather than genuine affection. He believed that Mary Jane was better suited to his friend Harry, who was mature and stable, capable of providing her with a secure life. Moreover, Parker is acutely aware that as Spider-Man, his existence is fraught with peril and uncertainty. He is reluctant to entangle Mary Jane in this tumult, wishing to shield her from any harm. In the recesses of his heart, Mary Jane's happiness and safety far outweigh his own affections. His gaze reveals a blend of resignation and conflict as he silently resolves to bury this love deep within, vowing to protect Mary Jane as a friend. He hopes she will discover her true happiness, even if that joy lies beyond his reach. Uncle Ben understands that Parker, having glimpsed many future events through the cosmic tapestry, has relinquished much of his feelings for Mary Jane, recognizing the life she desires. As one who has traversed similar paths, Uncle Ben knows that Parker wishes to facilitate her relationship with Harry, thereby alleviating the burden he bears as Spider-Man. Chapter 14. The Inferno Assault. Mary Jane gazes at the tapestry above, exhilarated by her kiss with Spider-Man, and it becomes evident that her future inclines toward him rather than Harry. She remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Meanwhile, Harry believes that Mary Jane should be the one to decide and promptly seeks to reach her, as she is currently surrounded by reporters eager to catch a glimpse of Spider-Man. Evading these journalists proves to be a formidable challenge, unless Parker intervenes. However, if Spider-Man were to whisk Mary Jane away in plain sight, it would only heighten her notoriety. One fateful day, a house ignites in flames, and a mother cries out, lamenting that her child is still trapped within. She attempts to rush in, but is restrained by firefighters. At that moment, a woman spots Spider-Man's arrival, and Parker swings into the inferno with his web. Amid the collective anticipation, an explosion suddenly erupts, causing the mother to nearly collapse in terror. Yet Spider-Man successfully rescues the child, returning him to his mother and reassuring her of his safety. The mother showers Spider-Man with gratitude, but the scene is marred as several police officers emerge, declaring that Spider-Man is to be apprehended. Just then, a cry for help emanates from above, prompting Parker to glance back and assert, "I must save them." The officer takes a deep breath and responds, "I will wait for your return." To which Parker confidently replies, "I shall not return." Without hesitation, he unleashes his web and propels himself into the burning structure. The house teeters on the brink of collapse. The upper floors have already caved in. Following the sound of a woman's cries, Spider-Man approaches a figure shrouded in fabric, only to be met unexpectedly by the Green Goblin, who delivers a crushing blow, sending Parker flying backwards. The Green Goblin mocks Parker, accusing him of lacking creativity, always drawn to danger, and inquires whether he wishes to join him. As he discreetly prepares a Green Goblin dart, Parker resolutely retorts that the Goblin is deranged. The Goblin then hurls the dart. Several Green Goblin darts come hurtling toward him, but Parker, utilizing his spider sense, deftly twists and evades them midair. Upon landing, the Green Goblin is already upon him, delivering several punishing strikes. However, Parker, relying on his heightened instincts, narrowly dodges the whirling darts and retaliates with a powerful kick. Then, with a swift motion, he shattered the first 2 darts with his fist, only to inadvertently graze his arm on the third. Just as another dart approached, Parker deftly evaded it and, rising, delivered a powerful blow that sent the Green Goblin sprawling. He then utilized his webbing to pull himself back and kick the villain away. Observing the precarious situation of the building, Parker decided to vacate the fiery scene to avoid being trapped beneath the debris. By the time the Green Goblin regained his footing, Spider-Man had already vanished, prompting an enraged roar, "No one can defy me." Tony, witnessing this, mused that Spider-Man's spider sense seemed rather lacking, as he had sustained a wound. Shouldn't he have evaded all the projectiles or shattered them? How could he have been injured? However, Jarvis discerned something distinct. Upon analysis, he noted that the darts, though appearing slow, were indeed remarkably swift and exceedingly sharp, capable of slicing through buildings without obstruction, yet only managed to leave a mere scratch on Spider-Man's arm. Furthermore, the disparity in Spider-Man's responses to the attacks was stark. Initially, he was propelled several meters by a single punch, yet later he successfully blocked all of the Green Goblin's subsequent assaults, even retaliating with a punch that sent the villain reeling. Was it out of kindness that he refrained from striking with full force? Tony recalled the initial appraisal of the Vision, lamenting that they were not on the same Earth, for had they been, he might have forged a friendship with Peter Parker. Meanwhile, Harry was preoccupied with tidying up the house, while Mary Jane carried a platter of food, which she placed on the table at Harry's urging. Outside, Norman wore a serious expression, yet when Aunt May opened the door, he replaced it with a congenial smile. He apologized to Aunt May, explaining that he had been overwhelmed with work, and presented her with a fruitcake. After exchanging pleasantries, Norman noticed Mary Jane, and Harry introduced the two. They exchanged handshakes, as Norman had long wished to meet Mary Jane. At that moment, Peter was hastening towards them, while Aunt May pondered whether Peter Parker had forgotten to purchase the red currant jelly. Parker landed outside the house, causing a stir that caught the attention of those within. Aunt May called out, "Peter?" Receiving no response, she ascended the stairs, continuing to call, "Peter?" just as Parker entered the house and removed his mask. Aunt May approached the door. Fortunately, Parker reacted with remarkable speed, vanishing in an instant. When Aunt May turned around, she saw nothing amiss as Norman, Harry, and others followed her into the room. Aunt May remarked, "How strange, no one is here." Meanwhile, Parker had adhered to the ceiling, but with his arm wounded. Blood was poised to drip down, and Norman happened to be directly beneath him. Norman, observing Parker's room, found it somewhat untidy, prompting Aunt May to defend him by stating that geniuses often possess such traits. Just as Norman turned to leave, the blood inevitably fell. The sound of the dripping blood did not escape the notice of the enhanced Norman, who immediately turned back, only to discover the crimson droplets on the floor. He promptly looked upwards, but the ceiling revealed nothing. He squinted his eyes, suddenly realizing something, and walked straight towards the windowsill. After glancing up and down, he was relieved to see that Parker had cleverly hidden beneath the sill, making it impossible for Norman to spot him from above. Parker hurriedly entered, clutching a jar of red plum jam. Norman, Harry, and the others had already returned downstairs to await his arrival, and upon seeing Parker, they greeted him warmly. Parker jokingly remarked that he had to fight an old lady to procure the jar of jam, prompting Aunt May to rush over and kiss him, signaling everyone to take their seats and prepare for dinner. After shaking hands with Norman, Parker sat down and noticed Mary Jane sitting beside Harry, a flicker of melancholy passing through his eyes. Aunt May placed a platter of roast chicken in front of Norman, who reached out eagerly for food, only to be playfully swatted by Aunt May, causing his expression to shift instantly. Aunt May asked Norman to carve the turkey, and with a cheerful grin, he picked up the knife, sharpening it while keeping his gaze fixed on her. At that moment, Aunt May noticed bloodstains on Parker's arm, and Norman's expression shifted slightly upon seeing this. Although Parker claimed he had sustained the injury from a bicycle accident, when Aunt May unfastened the button at his wrist and examined the wound, Norman's suspicions were confirmed. He scrutinized the injury and inquired once more about how Parker had gotten hurt. Parker reiterated his explanation, yet it failed to convince Norman. Setting down the knife, he apologized to everyone, donned his jacket, and prepared to leave, with a perplexed Harry trailing closely behind. Chapter 15. Aunt May in Hospital. Harry wished for Norman to understand Mary Jane better, but now Norman was intent on departing. Ignoring Harry's attempts to engage him, Norman brusquely moved away, only to be halted by Harry's grip. At this point, Norman, overtaken by the Green Goblin, bluntly urged Harry to see Mary Jane for who she truly was, questioning, "Do you really believe she circles around you for your charming personality?" Harry, bewildered, did not grasp the implication. Norman invoked his mother, stating, "Your mother and she are both beautiful, but once they discover your trust fund's wealth, they turn into wolves." Norman's message was unmistakable, yet Harry insisted that Mary Jane was not like that. Norman offered a piece of advice. Once he secured her affection, he should discard her. The atmosphere in a room grew cold as the others listened to the father-son exchange. Harry re-entered the room, and Mary Jane thanked him for defending her. Rising to retrieve her coat, she felt embarrassed to remain there any longer. Harry asked if they had all heard the conversation. Mary Jane retorted sharply, "Everyone heard that perverse comment," although Norman had been the one to insult her first. Harry felt angered by her calling Norman a pervert and exchanged a few words with her. However, she ignored him, offered an apology to Aunt May, and left, while Parker shook his head disapprovingly nearby. Harry gazed at the facade of his seemingly benevolent yet profoundly malevolent father, closing his eyes in anguish. That wretched performance-enhancing serum had transformed his good father into a devil. "Mary, believe me, my father is not that kind of man. He must have been influenced by that damned evil persona to utter such words." Harry glanced at Mary Jane, who had recently been brought in secretly by Parker, as she was nearly overwhelmed by the incessant harassment from the reporters. Even her parents were deeply troubled by it, and it was at that moment that Harry decided to call her. "It's all right." Mary Jane felt a profound sense of hurt and anger upon seeing herself portrayed so negatively on the screen. However, to some extent, Norman was not entirely wrong. She could observe herself from a distance, and perhaps even recognize the truth, albeit unwilling to admit it. Noticing her despondency, Harry approached and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Parker, witnessing this, refrained from speaking, as his affection for Mary Jane was gradually waning. The imagery on the screen made Parker realize that Mary Jane had never truly harbored feelings for him. Her affections lay with Spider-Man and the affluent young gentleman. Even though it pained him to see the one he had cherished since childhood in another's embrace, he buried his turmoil deep within. The voice of the Green Goblin echoed, "Spider-Man is unbeatable, but I can destroy Peter Parker. I cannot allow this." Norman's voice was rife with anguish. "I will not tolerate betrayal. Peter Parker must learn a lesson." He turned to gaze upon the Green Goblin mask on the chair, seeking guidance on how to proceed. The Goblin instructed him on the nature of pain and loss, urging him to make Parker suffer to the point of wishing for death. Slowly, Norman knelt before the Goblin, asking what next. The Goblin replied, "Then kill him." It advised Norman that a wise man does not attack his enemy directly, but rather strikes at their heart. Oh, what a wretched fate. I suspect it will either be Aunt May or Mary Jane who becomes the target of this monstrosity. At that moment, Tony had discovered a new element amidst his father's belongings, and only now did he feel inclined to express his thoughts. Parker sensed an ominous premonition, and indeed, the screen unveiled the Goblin's forthcoming actions. That night, Aunt May was praying while gazing at Uncle Ben's photograph when a sudden explosion erupted behind her. The Green Goblin, gliding on his wings, confronted her. Startled and at a loss, Aunt May continued her prayers as the Goblin compelled her to finish them. Parker burst into the hospital, witnessing Aunt May in distress as nurses rushed to attend to her. From her cries, he discerned the horrifying yellow eyes of the Goblin. Pushed out of the room, he realized that the Goblin had uncovered his true identity. "I'm sorry. Peter, I'm sorry, Aunt May. Please forgive my father." Harry knelt before Aunt May, sincerely apologizing for his father's actions, while Uncle Ben and Aunt May hurried to help him up. Harry, this is not your fault. You need not bear this burden. We are all fine, are we not? Aunt May tenderly caressed Harry's face, regarding him as her own kin. Though his father had erred, it was not Harry's wrongdoing. You are right, Aunt May, Harry said. This is not your fault. Norman has been healed by Parker. He will no longer cause harm. However, I implore you to ensure that those performance enhancers are not misused. Ben offered Harry some comfort, wishing for him not to remain enveloped in anguish. Thank you. I promise. Harry wiped the tears from his eyes and sincerely expressed his gratitude to the two. In the hospital room, Parker held the hand of the sleeping Aunt May, and after a prolonged silence, he uttered an apology. His expression revealed a deep sense of guilt for having caused her distress. The following morning, Mary Jane visited Aunt May in the hospital. Parker informed her that Aunt May had slept through the entire day, and he expressed his gratitude for her visit. As they discussed the events of the previous night, Mary Jane felt a pang of guilt for leaving Aunt May alone. Parker inquired about her relationship with Harry, to which Mary Jane revealed that Harry had called her, yet she had not returned the call. In truth, I have fallen for someone else, she confessed. Are you serious? Parker asked, intrigued. At least, that is what I believe, Mary Jane admitted, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Parker eagerly wanted to know the identity of this individual. Mary Jane recounted that he had saved her twice, yet she had never seen his face. Parker immediately understood, chuckling as he sat down. Mary Jane assumed he was mocking her, but Parker sincerely praised Spider-Man, engaging in a bit of self-promotion. Parker pretended to be Spider-Man's photographer, claiming that Spider-Man had mentioned her. In Parker's own words, Mary Jane's charm lay in the way everything transformed into something extraordinary when they gazed at each other. He felt both stronger and more vulnerable, exhilarated yet fearful, unable to articulate that sensation, akin to a distant dream. Aunt May, hearing Parker's words, smiled with appreciation. Realizing that Parker was confessing his feelings, Mary Jane reached out to hold his hand. At that moment, Harry entered with flowers, causing Parker to immediately withdraw his hand from hers. The atmosphere among the three grew increasingly awkward, prompting Parker to muster up the courage to greet Harry. As Harry made his way home that night, he suddenly heard a peculiar laughter and called out for his father while ascending the stairs. Norman emerged, expressionless, asking what was wrong. You were right, Mary Jane, he said. She has fallen for Peter. Parker? Does he reciprocate her feelings? Harry replied that he had harbored a crush on her since the 4th grade. He feigned indifference, yet his greatest concern remained her well-being. Norman apologized to Harry for not having spent quality time with him over the years, to which Harry expressed understanding. Norman believed this was merely an excuse, feeling pride for Harry and acknowledging that he should not have neglected him. He vowed to make amends, declaring he would fight for Harry's cause. The two embraced warmly. Chapter 16. The cable car and Mary Jane Tony, having received renewed hope from the skies, resumed his acerbic commentary. No, Harry, you have misunderstood. Mary Jane does not fancy Parker. It may be worse, for your rival is Spider-Man. Not everyone can be both Iron Man and a billionaire. Tony was engaging in his usual banter when Pepper unexpectedly appeared behind him, inquiring, Do you think Mary Jane would be fond of you? Pepper, when did you arrive? I had no idea, he exclaimed, startled by her sudden presence. I just got here and overheard someone indulging in self-admiration. Pepper replied with a playful smile as she approached Tony, who, for once, wore a look of panic on his face. Suddenly, the Green Goblin leapt into view, startling several onlookers who were intently gazing at the skyline. A black man in Florida, standing atop a building, nearly lost his balance in fright. The scene shifted to Peter Parker, who was dozing beside a hospital bed while Aunt May gently stroked his head, urging him to return home, as he appeared utterly exhausted. Peter was reluctant to leave Aunt May alone, yet she reassured him of her safety. What can I do for you? Peter asked. You've done more than enough. Juggling work and studies while keeping me company. You're not Superman. Aunt May's words elicited a chuckle from Peter. Seeing him finally smile, Aunt May expressed her relief, remarking that she hadn't witnessed his joy since Mary Jane's departure. At that moment, Peter realized Aunt May had been awake all along. She reminisced about when Mary Jane moved in next door, recounting how Peter, at the tender age of 6, had instantly fallen for her, believing her to be an angel. Peter, incredulous, quickly countered, but Harry loves her. She is still his girlfriend. He felt that Mary Jane did not truly understand him. But Aunt May believed it was Peter who kept her at arm's length, always shrouded in mystery. Aunt May encouraged Peter to express his feelings, asserting that it mattered little. Everyone could see it. This revelation jolted Peter from his reverie. He suddenly recognized that Mary Jane was in peril and hurriedly rushed out to call her. Upon connecting the call, Peter intended to warn Mary Jane, but discovered he was met with a voicemail. He could only helplessly advise her not to traverse dark alleys, only to hear the Green Goblin's voice emanating from the recording, inviting Spider-Man to come out and play. Peter's demeanor hardened as he demanded, "Where is she?" Mary Jane, awakening from her unconscious state, was oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon rising, the wind revealed her precarious position on a bridge, where she had narrowly escaped a fatal fall. The Green Goblin, soaring above her, severed a steel cable with his glider, and had Mary Jane not ducked in time, she would have met her end. As the Green Goblin brushed past a sightseeing gondola, he greeted the unsuspecting passengers with a sinister wave. The children aboard, initially thrilled, would soon find themselves in a dire situation. The Green Goblin, while flying, recited a rhyme of his own creation before launching a missile that obliterated the cables supporting the gondola, sending vehicles on the bridge into chaos. Meanwhile, Peter, arriving too late, witnessed the destruction and angrily exclaimed, "Green Goblin, what have you done?" The explosion caused the gondola to plummet as the cables lost their support. However, the Green Goblin swooped in to grasp the severed cable, lifting the gondola skyward. From the opposite end of the bridge, Peter used 2 strands of webbing as a slingshot to propel himself into action. Utilizing the bridge, he swiftly advanced towards the Green Goblin. As he landed before the villain, the Green Goblin was already gripping a cable car with one hand while clutching Mary Jane's throat with the other, both suspended perilously in midair. Spider-Man. This is precisely why fools aspire to be heroes, for you can never foresee when a madman will pose a cruel dilemma. Will you let your beloved perish, or sacrifice innocent children? Mary Jane, terrified and panicked, lost her shoes as the children nearby cried out for Spider-Man to rescue them. The Green Goblin urged Spider-Man to make a choice swiftly. Being a hero comes at a cost. Green Goblin, do not do this. Parker attempted to persuade him, yet the Green Goblin believed their choices defined their identities, and he promptly released his grip. What a despicable creature, preying on women and children. The Green Goblin is utterly vile. He resorts to threatening Spider-Man's loved ones, lacking any moral compass. He is a coward, unwilling to confront Spider-Man directly, relying on such underhanded tactics. This behavior is nothing short of deranged. He is unworthy of being called human. He is a demon. He should feel shame for his actions. Threatening the innocent, he is a contemptible wretch. Such cruel manipulation of others' families warrants severe punishment. The Green Goblin is a scourge upon society, and we must unite to support Spider-Man and combat his malevolence. Due to the delay in information, many were unaware that in reality, the Green Goblin had already been subdued by Spider-Man. Therefore, upon witnessing the Green Goblin's abduction and harm towards others, they erupted in furious condemnation. After returning home, he faced his wife's wrath, denied entry to their bed, forced to sleep on the couch, his back nearly breaking from discomfort. Through his mask, Spider-Man reflected on the sight of Mary Jane and the cable car plummeting. In an instant, he made a decision, rushing towards the lighter Mary Jane. After catching her in his arms, he utilized the momentum of his webbing to swing towards the cable car, successfully grasping it, securing Mary Jane with his feet, and freeing a hand to shoot a web, ultimately rescuing both. Splendid. By harnessing the inertia of his webbing to accelerate his speed, he managed to free a hand to shoot another web. Spider-Man is truly suited for camaraderie, remaining unflustered in dire moments. Tony greatly admired Parker's actions. He would have managed no more than this himself. Spider-Man, I want to bear your little spiders. A fervent female fan shouted passionately towards the sky. Well done. You saved both your beloved and the children. Now send that wretched Green Goblin flying. To Spider-Man. Cheers. In a bar, patrons raised their glasses, gazing at the sky, celebrating Spider-Man's heroic rescue. The sky is never obscured. As long as one wishes to see, they need only to look up to behold its wonders. Thus, even within the confines of a room, the contents of the sky are clearly visible, even to those with extreme myopia, devoid of spectacles. Even the blind and the deaf-mute can perceive the true visage of the world through the celestial veil. Many deaf-mute individuals have been granted the opportunity to learn to speak. Previously, their inability to hear hindered their ability to articulate. However, with the aid of the celestial veil, numerous deaf-mute individuals can now awkwardly mimic the conversations of Parker and others. Chapter 17. Face the bomb inside the cable car. Panic ensues among the children as the teacher urges them to hold on tightly, while Mary Jane continues to scream. Parker senses something amiss and looks up to see the webbing straining under the weight beginning to falter. In the distance, a boat approaches slowly with its spotlight shining, and the sailors call out to Parker, indicating they will position the vessel directly below. At that moment, the Green Goblin has already taken flight on his glider towards them. Hearing the malevolent laughter of the Green Goblin, Mary Jane exclaims in terror that he has returned. Parker encourages Mary Jane to climb down, but she feels incapable. He motivates her, yet the webbing snaps partially, causing both the duo and the cable car to plummet further, eliciting a scream from Mary Jane. "Mary, you can do this. You must. Trust me, hold on, and go down quickly." With Parker's encouragement, Mary Jane gathers her courage and grasps the steel cable. However, halfway down, she hesitates as the Green Goblin circles back towards them. The Green Goblin delivers a vicious blow to Spider-Man, sending Parker spinning in midair, nearly tossing Mary Jane out. Fortunately, she clings to the cable with all her strength, and Parker finally stabilizes himself. Once more, the Green Goblin swoops in, delivering a powerful punch that sends Spider-Man flying, causing the cable to slip from his grasp. Yet, Parker reacts swiftly, using his webbing to pull himself back in midair, managing to grasp the cable once again amidst Mary Jane's frantic screams. However, Mary Jane loses her grip, plummeting downward. Fortunately, she manages to catch the edge of the cable car, preventing a direct fall into the sea. As the Green Goblin approaches again, Parker struggles to maintain his hold on the cable, slipping further down. The Green Goblin deploys the blade at the front of his glider, charging toward Spider-Man. In a moment of peril, an object falls from above, striking the Green Goblin and causing him to veer off course, narrowly missing Parker. Turning back, the Green Goblin sees a furious crowd on the bridge hurling debris at him, accompanied by fierce threats. The boat finally arrives beneath the cable car, and Parker positions the cable car onto the vessel, prompting cheers from the onlookers. Seeing the Green Goblin charge at Parker, Mary Jane urgently alerts Spider-Man. The Green Goblin flings a steel cable around Parker's waist, lifting him into the air before tossing him into a building. As Parker crashes through the wall, he finds himself above a pile of sharp objects. Reacting quickly, he uses his webbing to pull himself away, narrowly avoiding a potentially fatal impalement. Ultimately, Parker smashes through a glass pane and comes to a halt against the wall. Yet, before he can rise, a Green Goblin bomb hurtles towards him, bouncing once on the ground before soaring into his face, exploding in his line of sight. "Oh my God, Spider-Man. He can't be hurt, right? Please don't die. Hang in there, buddy." Upon witnessing Spider-Man being struck by the Green Goblin's explosive device, a wave of concern swept over the onlookers, for they had already witnessed the devastating power of the Green Goblin's bombs on several occasions. Parker's mask was partially obliterated, revealing half of his face, as he was hurled backward by the explosion, crashing through a wall and colliding with a pillar before collapsing to the ground. The Green Goblin leaped before him, proclaiming, "You have chosen a tragic fate. I regarded you as a friend, yet you treat me with disdain." Struggling to rise, Parker barely evaded a punch from the Green Goblin, only to be struck by a knee to the gut. The Green Goblin unleashed a flurry of powerful blows, sending Parker flying, then swiftly closed the distance to deliver a merciless assault. Parker attempted to create distance with his webbing, but the Green Goblin retaliated with a kick that sent him crashing back. Another punch sent Parker staggering backward. Upon landing, he quickly spun around to weave a web, ensnaring the Green Goblin within its grasp. However, before Parker could capitalize on the moment, the Green Goblin retaliated with a kick that sent him reeling once more. Ultimately, a flying kick from a Green Goblin sent Parker crashing against the wall, visibly struggling with fatigue. He shakily raised his arm to shoot a web, only to have it stamped down by the Green Goblin's foot. "You have already woven your web, Spider-Man. If you had not been so selfish, I would have allowed your little girlfriend to die swiftly. But now, you have aroused my wrath. I intend to torment her slowly to death." The villain's excessive monologuing proved to be his downfall. Despite gaining the upper hand, he chose to taunt Spider-Man, unaware of the latent fury he was provoking. Tony, observing the Green Goblin's words on the screen, could easily predict that Parker would be incensed by this provocation. How terrifying could an enraged Spider-Man be? The Green Goblin likely had no inkling of the danger he was courting. Parker's gaze transformed into one filled with lethal intent. Why provoke him, of all people? Did he not realize that when a good man is pushed to anger, he becomes a force to be reckoned with? Nick Fury, with his keen insight, discerned Parker's mindset and knew the Green Goblin was about to face dire consequences. I shall have a splendid time with Mary. Parker rose slowly, while the Green Goblin brandished his blade, lunging towards him. Parker seized the blade with a fierce determination, his eyes ablaze with fury. With a strong push, he sent the Green Goblin flying, and before the villain could regain his footing, Parker ensnared his leg with webbing, causing him to lose balance and fall. Then, he pulled down the wall behind the Green Goblin, which crashed down upon him. The Green Goblin struggled to extend a hand, barely managing to rise, only to be met with a punch from the airborne Spider-Man. Parker seized the Green Goblin by the throat, delivering a relentless barrage of punches to his mask. Overwhelmed, the Green Goblin pleaded for Parker to cease, removing his mask to reveal himself as Norman Osborn. This revelation struck Parker with shock as the Green Goblin attempted to play the emotional card. You killed those people on the balcony. That was the Green Goblin's doing. I had no part in it. Do not let the demons control me any longer. Please protect me. Norman gazed at Parker with a desperate plea. Is it you who wishes to kill Aunt May and Mary Jane? Parker glared at the Green Goblin, unable to forgive him. But I never intended to harm you. My aim was to stop the Goblin from wreaking havoc, yet I was powerless to do so. I would never inflict pain upon you. I have always known that should I find myself in peril, you would come to my aid. The Green Goblin wore a pleading expression, yet one hand discreetly activated a switch concealed upon his arm. You, Peter Parker, will undoubtedly rescue me, and you have indeed done so. Thank heavens. Norman slowly rose, extending his hand in a gesture for Spider-Man to grasp it. Trust me. As I trust you, I see you as a son. Come to me as a father. The glider quietly soared behind Parker. Chapter 18. The Death of the Green Goblin. Parker gazed at Norman's outstretched hand, responding, I have but one father, and his name is Ben Parker. The expression on Norman's face shifted drastically. Farewell, Spider-Man. Parker's eyes widened as he sensed the imminent danger. The glider's blades surged forth, hurtling toward him, prompting Parker to execute a backflip. Norman barely had time to utter a word before the glider's blade pierced his body, eliciting a pained cry. Parker stood silently by, observing. With his last breath, Norman gasped, Peter, do not tell Harry. And then he succumbed, collapsing onto the glider. Parker stared at Norman's lifeless form, his thoughts a tumultuous storm. Parker carried Norman's body back to his home. As he laid Norman upon his bed, Harry happened upon the scene, his anger boiling over. What have you done? What have you done? Harry promptly retrieved a handgun from the cabinet, but by the time he looked up, Parker had vanished from sight. Bewildered, Harry surveyed the room, at a loss. Has the Spider-Man finally met his comeuppance? Is he so easily ambushed? Yet his physical prowess is astonishing, mused Tony Stark, as he urged Jarvis to replay the footage of Spider-Man being engulfed by the Green Goblin's explosive device. Tony observed the brief silence of the skies before pressing Jarvis for further analysis. The bomb had the power to obliterate a balcony, reducing a person to mere bones. Yet, Peter Parker had absorbed the blast directly. The explosive was evidently formidable. Yet Spider-Man had been hurled against a wall, suffering only a damaged mask, his face unscathed, though he appeared momentarily dazed and drained. By all that is holy, Tony muttered, studying the analysis report in his hands. This was submitted promptly after the skies fell silent. His physical strength is remarkable. No wonder the dart that could effortlessly sever steel merely grazed his arm. Furthermore, during the ensuing battle, he seemed unaffected by the wound, indicating his recovery abilities are extraordinary. Ordinary individuals do not heal so swiftly. Regarding Tony Stark, I had previously invited him to join the Avengers, but he declined. Later, the narrative voice of the skies responded to Tony's inquiry, the nature of which I had long wished to uncover. Nick Fury set down the report in his hand and looked up at Hill, who stood beside him, uncertain whether he has discovered the answer. Natasha remarked that he had not been to work, spending his days ensconced in his own home, leaving her puzzled about his activities. I believe I must inquire in person, she declared. Are you truly considering visiting him directly? He has previously expressed great displeasure at your uninvited presence in his abode. Hill interjected. It matters not. His impression of me was never favorable to begin with. A slight deterioration in that regard holds little consequence. Prepare the items. I sense he may have need of them. At Norman Osborn's funeral, clad in somber black, Harry stood before the grave when Parker approached from behind to greet him. I'm deeply sorry, Harry. I understand the anguish of losing a father. I did not lose him. He was taken from me. One day, Spider-Man will pay the price. I swear it. Harry's face was contorted with hatred, stirring a whirlwind of conflicting emotions within Parker, leaving him uncertain on how to confront his dear friend. Thank goodness for you, Peter. You are my last remaining family. The two shared an embrace, after which Harry turned to leave, while Parker gazed at Harry's retreating figure, his heart heavy with complexity. He glanced back at Aunt May and Mary Jane, engaged in conversation. No matter my efforts, the ones I love most will inevitably suffer. The Green Goblin's words echoed in his mind. Parker stood before Uncle Ben's gravestone when Mary Jane approached, and they embraced. You must miss him dearly. Losing him is profoundly difficult. I have longed to tell you something. When I was on the bridge, believing I was nearing death, only one person occupied my thoughts. And it was not who I expected. It was you, Peter. I have often thought that if I survived, I would desperately wish to see Peter Parker once more. Mary Jane reached out to caress Parker's face, and he responded with surprise. Is that truly so? There has only been one person who has accompanied me throughout, making me feel far better than I ever imagined. I am who I am, and it feels wonderful. The truth is, I love you. I love you dearly, Peter. With that, Mary Jane leaned in to kiss him. During the kiss, she sensed something amiss with Parker. Gazing into his eyes, tears welled up in hers. I long to express just how much I love her, but I cannot, Parker uttered, unable to contain his emotions. Mary Jane touched his face and asked, What is it that you cannot do? Tell you. Everything. I mean, there is so much to say. Mary Jane, her eyes reddened, smiled at Parker. Yet an ominous premonition settled in her heart. What I wish to convey is that I will always be by your side and will forever care for you. I promise you, I will always be your friend. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane closed her eyes in disappointment. Just a friend, Peter Parker? That is all I can offer you. They locked eyes, and finally, tears streamed down Mary Jane's cheeks. Parker, witnessing her sorrow, quietly walked away. Mary Jane suddenly touched her lips, as if realizing something, and turned to look at Parker, who was gradually walking away. Regardless of what my future holds, I shall never forget that saying. With great power comes great responsibility. This is my gift, and it is also my curse. Who am I? I am Spider-Man. The scene concludes with Spider-Man swinging through the city on his web, ultimately landing on a flagpole. Is it because he is Spider-Man that he does not wish to burn Mary Jane? Truly, he is an innocent soul. How unfortunate that he has not crossed paths with me. Otherwise, I would tell him that one can indeed be both a superhero and a lover. Tony observed Parker's choice of Spider-Man over his romance with Mary Jane and sighed, indulging in a moment of self-admiration as both Iron Man and Pepper's partner. Nick Fury, who had just arrived at the Malibu villa, overheard this and retorted irritably. That is because you're a billionaire. Peter Parker is merely an ordinary person. He is stretched thin, and because of Spider-Man, Aunt May and Mary Jane have faced grave dangers. For someone aspiring to be a hero, this is the greatest hindrance. Accepting Mary Jane means risking her safety, which is absolutely unacceptable for Parker. He would rather bear the wounds himself than allow harm to befall his loved ones. Chapter 19. New elements, and can you guarantee that you won't put Miss Pepper Potts in danger? How long has it been since the incident with Obadiah? If it weren't for Coulson, Miss Potts would have already been in peril. Nick Fury unleashed a barrage of words at Tony. I will protect her, you need not worry. Tony retorted. But you are now famous worldwide. The most recognized names besides Peter Parker are Tony Stark and perhaps the President, but certainly not you. What makes you think you can ensure her safety? Fury glared at Tony with his single eye, and for once, Tony fell silent. The cosmos itself has answered your question. What did you ask? This inquiry had lingered in Fury's mind. At that moment, he was unaware of Tony's palladium poisoning. Although he had been keeping a close watch on Tony, it was still early, and the symptoms of palladium poisoning had yet to manifest. Only Tony was aware of it. What would it matter if I told you? Do you know the answer? It merely states that it is by my side. Yet I have scoured my entire home and found not the damned answer. In a sudden fit of anger, Tony knocked the chlorophyll juice off the table, sending it crashing to the ground, the green liquid capturing Nick Fury's attention. What is that? I don't recall you having a penchant for such peculiar beverages. Do you wish to know? Here, take a look. Tony removed his shirt, revealing the arc reactor on his chest, along with the already visible symptoms of palladium poisoning. Palladium poisoning? Nick Fury was well aware that Tony's arc reactor utilized palladium, but he was shocked to discover that it had led to poisoning, and it appeared to have been ongoing for some time, though the symptoms had not yet become pronounced. No wonder their team had failed to notice. I have been in search of an alternative to the element palladium, experimenting with every possible combination of elements. Tony feels somewhat despondent, and the computer has ceased to divulge any further information. He has scoured every avenue without uncovering an answer. I ponder, perhaps you have yet to explore every option. The enigmatic figure known as the Marauder offers a faint smile, having conceived a solution. What do you mean? What have I not attempted? Tony looks utterly perplexed. Due to the computer's response, Stark Industries has garnered significant attention, while Tony grapples with palladium poisoning, prompting him to preemptively appoint Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries, which deeply moves her. It is during this time that Natasha approaches Tony under the guise of a notary, capturing his attention with her beauty, introducing herself as Natalie Rushman. During their initial encounter, Natasha leaves a profound impression on Tony with her capabilities. The impeccable resume, fabricated by SHAELD, showcases her fluency in multiple languages, her experience as a model, and her remarkable feat of incapacitating Happy in a single encounter. Tony immediately desires her presence, and with his consent, Natasha seamlessly integrates into Stark Industries as his assistant, later being claimed by Pepper until the arrival of the Egghead. While Nick Fury continues his conversation with Tony, Natasha, clad in a form-fitting suit, approaches with the declaration that she has severed all connections to the outside world. Tony gazes at Natasha with wide eyes, suddenly realizing something, and asserts, "You're fired." Natasha smiles slightly, responding, "That decision is not yours to make." As Pepper now oversees Stark Industries, Tony finds himself unable to dismiss her. "Tony, allow me to introduce you to Agent Romanoff. I am an undercover agent for SHAELD. After the computer answered your inquiries, Director Fury dispatched me to observe you." Tony covers his face, exuding exasperation. "You had better apologize to me. We must ensure your safety. Tony, you have become too renowned. Do you have any idea how many people have attempted to approach you since then? It is we who have resolved those troubles." Nick Fury gestures to Natasha, prompting her to exit. "We initially believed that managing external threats would suffice, but your palladium poisoning was an unforeseen complication. Fortunately, the situation is not dire." Natasha returns, brandishing a syringe, stating, "This was prepared by scientists upon Nick Fury's discovery of your palladium poisoning, and it has just arrived. Time for your injection." Without hesitation, Natasha administers the syringe into Tony's neck. "What are you doing? Are you planning to sell my kidneys? That is lithium dioxide, which will alleviate your symptoms and grant you additional time to uncover the answer the computer spoke of." Nick Fury informs Tony of Howard Stark's role as one of the founders of SHAELD, revealing that Howard merely viewed the arc reactor as a stepping stone in technology, aspiring to ignite a new energy race, yet was thwarted by the technological limitations of his era. Howard held high hopes for Tony, believing that he could accomplish the unfinished tasks left behind. Ultimately, he entrusted Tony with the box that Howard had left, while Coulson observed silently. He also informed Tony that Natasha would continue her undercover work at Stark Industries and had dispatched a significant number of personnel to ensure the villa was heavily secured. Tony intended to discuss matters with Coulson, but was abruptly informed that the orders he had received mandated keeping Tony there by any means necessary. Should Tony attempt to leave or employ any tricks, Coulson would resort to stunning him and then watch him drool on the floor while he relaxed with the television. In light of Coulson's words, Tony genuinely acknowledged his understanding. From the box, Tony unearthed a plethora of items, including the design schematics for the arc reactor, old newspapers from that era, and a phonofilm left by his father. As he perused Howard's notes while viewing the phonofilm, he quickly made new discoveries, particularly noting Howard's significant concern regarding the diorama from the 1974 Stark Industries Expo. Choosing to depart from the villa, Tony found himself intercepted by Coulson, prompting him to explain that Stark Industries possessed something he needed to retrieve personally. Eventually, Accompanied by Coulson, he arrived at the company and transported the diorama back home. Along the way, they encountered a flustered Pepper, but due to Natasha and Coulson's presence, Tony refrained from engaging in lengthy conversation. Upon returning home, Tony gazed thoughtfully at the labels on the diorama, pondering the key to the future. With JARVISS assistance, he created a digital model of the diorama. Inspired by Howard's design schematics, he initially contemplated undertaking the work himself, but, recognizing the value of Coulson's free labor, decided to have them renovate the entire villa. Subsequently, he personally constructed the Prism Accelerator, successfully creating a new element. The news of Tony's successful creation swiftly reached Coulson and then found its way to Egghead, who smiled slightly, astonished that Tony had indeed succeeded. However, Tony was soon to face the Senate hearing. Chapter 20. Spider-Man 2. Not long after Stark created the Tesseract isotopes, the long-dormant skyline illuminated once more. Wow, I thought you were going to be blacked out for a year and a half. You returned quite swiftly, Tony remarked sarcastically as he observed the skyline reawakening after just finishing the hearing. This time, the skyline paid him no heed, instead resonating with an exhilarating musical score as the visuals rapidly transitioned. She watches me every day, Mary Jane. I truly wish she knew how much I love her, but she will never know. I chose a life of responsibility, one destined to be devoid of her companionship. Who am I? I'm Spider-Man, with a sacred mission. I'm also Peter Parker, who likewise has work to do. Peter Parker's monologue evoked profound sentiment among many, encapsulating the superhero's bittersweet dilemma of choosing to distance himself from her for her protection. Due to a month of silence from the cinematic universe, the fervor surrounding Spider-Man has gradually diminished, no longer dominating the trending charts. Yet, he remains a daily headline in the newspapers, sparking a wave of migration to New York. Everyone is well aware of Spider-Man's presence in the city, which has entered an unprecedented period of leisure. However, the higher-ups are troubled by his existence. He has become a global icon, and as a result, the crime rate in New York continues to decline, leaving the police mired in a futile public relations crisis. At present, the authorities are unable to take any negative action against Spider-Man, as his fan base, if quantified, would surpass 2 billion. Ultimately, a senior official devised a plan to personally approach Peter Parker, proposing that he become a special consultant for the New York Police Department, receiving a salary without any constraints imposed upon him, merely a nominal title to prevent the police from appearing inept. After some contemplation, Parker acquiesced, much to Uncle Ben's relief. Simultaneously, Mary Jane and her peers have gained notoriety, with her aspirations of becoming an actress finally realized. However, due to her limited acting prowess, it remains uncertain whether the director's attempts to elevate her will succeed, leading to a trial placement in the lead role. Aunt May and Uncle Ben have returned to their original home. Following Parker's designation as a special consultant, Police Chief Stacy convened a press conference, sternly instructing reporters to refrain from harassing Parker's family, threatening arrest for any violations. Consequently, no journalists dared to approach their doorstep thereafter. Meanwhile, Norman Osborn faced charges of manslaughter, but due to the side effects of performance-enhancing substances, he received a reduced sentence and is currently confined in a psychiatric facility for further evaluation. On the streets, promotional images of Mary Jane abound, as Parker rides his small motorcycle, helmet on, distractedly gazing at her photo. A pizza shop employee calls out to him, "Parker! Parker!" Startled, Parker snaps back to reality, slamming on the brakes, narrowly avoiding a collision that prompts the employee to shout in alarm. "Parker, you're late again. You're always late." "I apologize, Mr. Aji. I was delayed by unforeseen circumstances." Parker hastily stows his half-exposed Spider-Man mask back into his pocket, always with the delays. "Hurry. An order came in 20 minutes ago." Aji strides into the establishment, the law firm of Howard, demanding Parker deliver within 8 minutes. Failure to meet this deadline would not only forfeit his payment, but also jeopardize the relationship with a significant client. Aji regards Parker as his last hope, solemnly stating, "Peter, you're a good kid, but your unreliability is concerning. This is your final opportunity. You have 7.5 minutes to cover 42 blocks. If you can't make it, just leave." Parker stands frozen, and upon seeing his reaction, Aji bellows in frustration. With a surge of determination, Parker accelerates on his motorcycle, the throttle twisting until smoke billows from the engine. He narrowly avoids an accident as a door swings open unexpectedly, ultimately being halted by a bus at the intersection. As he glances up at the clock, a pivotal decision crystallizes in his mind. He sprinted into a narrow alley, clutching a pizza, an amusing sight witnessed by a young black man. In the next instant, Spider-Man emerged from the alley, pizza in hand, exclaiming, "Wow, he just stole that guy's pizza." Bursting into laughter, Tony held his stomach, nearly gasping for air, while even Nick Fury struggled to contain his amusement at the young man's vivid imagination, conjuring up the image of Spider-Man pilfering a pizza. "Goodness, I'm in awe," the young man exclaimed, gazing upward in astonishment, drawing the attention of those nearby. His face flushed. He quickly slipped away, fortunate that his complexion masked his embarrassment. Meanwhile, Parker swung through the streets, his webs glistening in the sunlight, when he suddenly noticed two children S-ball rolling into the street, perilously close to an oncoming truck. In a split second, he tossed the pizza aside and dove down, rescuing the children just in time. After warning the children and receiving their heartfelt gratitude, he took flight once more. At that moment, a man arrived at the rooftop, astonished by the piles of pizza beside him. As he reached for a slice, Parker swooped in, whisking away the entire bundle of pizzas. Staring at the solitary slice left in his hand, the man opened his mouth to take a bite, only to find Parker's webbing snatch it away, leaving him startled and empty-handed. "You dare to steal Spider-Man's pizza? Are you that bold?" remarked a dapper gentleman with a chuckle. "It looks delicious. Mommy, can we have pizza tonight?" A young girl gazed at the sky, saliva pooling in her mouth. Parker arrived at the Howard law firm, entering the cleaning room through the window. The front desk attendant looked puzzled as Parker emerged, having caused a bit of chaos with the brooms and other items strewn about. After some effort, he managed to close the door behind him. He picked up the pizza, carefully removing the webbing from the box before presenting it at the front desk. The attendant, noticing the time had elapsed, chewed her gum and informed him there would be no payment. Resigned, Parker removed the binding and prepared to retrace his steps when the front desk attendant casually said, "The elevator." Parker obediently took the elevator down. Upon returning to the store, Parker was reprimanded by his boss. "I promised delivery in 29 minutes, and you treat that guarantee lightly while I take it seriously." Parker attempted to explain, but his boss cut him off, informing him of his dismissal and tearing off the advertisement from his helmet. The atmosphere turned somber. Poor Peter Parker, torn between saving citizens and maintaining his job, was on the brink of being overwhelmed. Tony furrowed his brow, gazing at the screen, entirely devoid of the earlier mirth, realizing the dire consequences Parker would face if this continued. Chapter 21. Dr. Connors in the Daily Bugle. A dog catching a frisbee? Pigeons in the park? Two elderly men playing chess. I wish to present the warm side of New York City. At that moment, the portly Robbie entered, informing Jameson that the deadline was 6 minutes away, yet they still lacked a front-page story. "I did not pay you to create art. I told you not to bother me," he shouted at Brandt, who had entered multiple times before turning to Parker and adding, "It's because Spider-Man only allows you to take pictures. He won't let me take photos anymore. You have turned him into a public enemy. How delightful for me. Take these photos away. I would rather not regurgitate my overnight meal. Are you really rejecting every single one? I'm in desperate need of funds." Jameson exclaimed with a sudden realization. "Miss Brandt, quickly fetch me a tissue, so I may wipe my tears." Faced with Robbie's inquiries, Jameson envisioned a headline featuring a dead chicken, titled "Food Poisoning Panic Sweeps the City." Robbie, filled with indignation, retorted, "I have told you before, Spider-Man is not a villain. And I warn you, I will handle this myself." Ultimately, Robbie could not confront his boss directly and turned to leave. "I'll pay you 150. 300. Jameson, slightly taken aback, looked up in disbelief. "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Deal. Give this to Miss Brandt." "Thank you. Farewell." Parker found Brandt with the receipt, and she greeted him warmly. "Hi, Peter." After glancing at the receipt, she lamented, "This isn't even enough to cover the salary I advanced you 2 weeks ago." Parker, disheartened, closed his eyes and bowed his head. "Hey, cheer up." Miss Brandt gently lifted his chin, offering encouragement before turning away, and a smile crept onto Parker's face. "Ah, why am I so foolish? Why does Spider-Man only allow Parker to take pictures?" Jameson gazed at the sky, lamenting his own stupidity. A sharp-tongued boss, yet not entirely unkind, as he permitted Peter Parker to draw an advance on his salary. "Tony, sipping a drink," remarked Miss Brandt, "could you assist me in contacting Peter Parker? Tell him I am willing to pay handsomely for his photographs." After some contemplation, Jameson resolved to offer a high price for Parker to capture images of Spider-Man. Oh, that decision is beyond my control. I cannot reach him either. You know, too many people are trying to contact Spider-Man. If you wish to find him, perhaps you should place an advertisement on the front page. Miss Brandt did not believe she could locate Peter Parker, and with the assistance of the police, reporters had grown more cautious than before. Moreover, he did not live with Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Although someone had found the house he previously shared with Harry, Harry had quickly purchased a new one, and now, no one knew where Spider-Man resided. In a bustling university campus, Peter Parker hurriedly ran, inadvertently colliding with another pedestrian, who scolded him. His textbooks fell scattered on the ground, and as he bent to gather them, others continued to tread upon his books or bump into him with their bags. When he finally picked up his books and stood to resume his journey to class, he accidentally bumped into someone else. Upon seeing the newcomer, Parker exclaimed, "Dr. Connors." "My apologies." Connors inquired with curiosity, "Parker, where are you off to?" "To attend your class." "My class has concluded. Do you not see me standing here?" "I apologize. I endeavor to arrive promptly. I too wish to attend class." "Then you must arrive on time. Look at yourself, Peter. Your grades continue to decline, and you are perpetually late. You always appear utterly fatigued. Your fusion paper has yet to be submitted. I am aware. I intend to compose a paper on Dr. Otto Octavius. This university does not accommodate such intentions." Connors took a few steps, then turned back to gaze at Parker. "Octavius is my friend. Focus on your research, Parker. Execute it well. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to fail you." Alas, as I anticipated, Peter Parker is incapable of balancing the responsibilities of Spider-Man with those of his personal life. He has entangled himself in chaos. Tony sighed, juggling schoolwork and saving citizens is an overwhelming burden for Parker. Aunt May and Uncle Ben also sighed. The path Parker has chosen is fraught with obstacles, yet they continue to support his decision, assisting him to the best of their abilities. Connors is certain that he harbors great admiration for Peter Parker. Otherwise, he would not be so earnestly advising him. With time still remaining before Parker's enrollment, he eagerly anticipates his future interactions with this superhero, determined to guide him toward success. Although Harry was initially shocked that his father could perish beneath his own glider, he recognized it as a consequence of his own actions. In reality, Norman has been cured by Parker's serum, and his evil persona has vanished without a trace. He is currently confined in a mental institution, spending his days perusing newspapers. Norman is aware that he has committed grave errors, but attributing them to his second persona, coupled with Spider-Man's guarantee, has resulted in his confinement in a mental hospital. Otherwise, he would have been imprisoned. At night, Parker rode his beloved motorcycle back to Aunt May's home. Upon entering and removing his helmet, he was immediately greeted by Mary Jane and Harry. Aunt May joyfully encouraged Parker to say something, yet it was evident that he was still bewildered, unaware of the significance of the day. "Peter, today is your birthday. You see, you have even forgotten." Aunt May embraced Parker's face, planting 2 affectionate kisses, prompting him to realize that today marks his birthday. Parker might as well be living in another realm. "Right, Peter?" Parker excitedly greeted Mary Jane and Harry, exclaiming how long it has been. He complimented Mary Jane on the acclaim she received for her stage performance, which had gone exceedingly well, and Harry echoed his praise, declaring her performance exceptional. Mary Jane bashfully mentioned that Harry had gifted her roses. "Why have you not returned my calls?" Harry inquired with a smile directed at Parker, who could only offer a vague excuse about being exceedingly busy. "Busy taking photographs for Spider-Man? How is that pest faring lately?" Noticing the atmosphere between the two growing tense, Aunt May interjected, suggesting that they should all gather for dinner. The interruption prompted both to cease their unpleasant discourse. Chapter 22. Aunt May's tears. Parker inquired about Harry's work at Oscorp, to which Harry revealed that he had become the director of special projects and that they had made significant advancements in nuclear fusion research. "How impressive. Your father would undoubtedly be proud of you." Aunt May approached, her heart swelling with admiration for Harry upon hearing this. Once Aunt May departed, Harry confided in Parker. "I am funding your idol, Dr. Otto." Parker responded that he had recently been busy composing his report. Upon hearing this, Harry eagerly asked, "Would you like to meet him? Are you willing to take me along?" "Of course," he replied enthusiastically. Harry further informed Parker that Dr. Otto would assist Oscorp in achieving accomplishments beyond even his father's wildest dreams. Mary Jane observed their conversation from a distance before Aunt May called her over to help. Harry glanced at Mary Jane. She is waiting for you. What do you mean? Parker questioned. She can't help but steal glances at you. Can't you see that? I currently have no time for a girlfriend, Parker replied, his tone somewhat glum. Are you being foolish? Harry retorted. Parker reiterated his busy schedule, leaving Harry perplexed. Was he too busy taking pictures of his friends? Parker wished to avoid this line of conversation, as Norman's death had left him uncertain about how to face his good friend Harry. He was equally at a loss regarding how to resolve Harry's animosity towards Spider-Man. Would they eventually come to blows? Would Spider-Man inadvertently cause the death of his own dear friend? This scenario indeed echoed the sentiment expressed at the beginning of the saga, where the original hero witnessed the demise of a cherished companion. Tony observed Harry's hatred toward Spider-Man, fully aware that Norman's demise was a consequence of his own actions. Yet Harry remained oblivious to this truth. If this misunderstanding remained unresolved, once Harry discovered Parker's true identity, it would surely lead to a rift between them. As a superhero, Spider-Man, the central figure of this narrative, could not perish. Thus, it would be Harry who would meet his end. I hope we are true friends, Harry. We must trust each other, Parker urged. If you know who he is, please tell me. Yet, Parker could only respond with silence. Seeing Parker's demeanor, Harry stood up in disappointment, letting out a sigh, at a loss for words. Aunt May, having consumed too much drink, slumbered at the table. Parker unexpectedly stumbled upon a notice of a debt collateral. He gently took Aunt May's hand, rousing her from her slumber. Aunt May initially thought it was Ben calling her and instinctively asked, "What is it, Ben?" Then she recalled that Ben had passed away, exclaiming, "Oh God." Aunt May spoke to Parker about a dream she had from many years ago, inquiring if Harry and the others had enjoyed themselves before leaving. Peter affirmed that they indeed had. Aunt May insisted that Parker return home, assuring him that she was fine and that he needn't worry about her. She reminded him to be cautious on the road, expressing her disapproval of his motorcycle riding, fearing it could be perilous. "I'm worried about you. You are all alone. And I saw the bank letter." "Oh, you saw it. That's just a minor difficulty. Everyone encounters such challenges." Aunt May, reluctant to prolong the conversation, urged Parker to return home, presenting him with $20 as a birthday gift, asserting that he needed it more than she did. "No, I cannot accept it," he protested. "You must." Aunt May suddenly raised her voice, imploring, "For the love of God, though it may be a modest sum, please accept it. You have to take it." By the end of her plea, tears began to stream down her cheeks. "I miss your Uncle Ben terribly. I can scarcely believe it will soon be 2 years since he departed. At times, when I ponder the prospect of facing everything alone, I feel utterly lost." She pressed a kiss to Parker's cheek and insisted he take the remainder of the cake home. A profound sense of unease settled within Parker. He loathed himself for not having intervened when the robber struck. Witnessing Aunt May's tears, Flynn also felt a deep sorrow, yet he found himself with no options. Fortunately, the circumstances had shifted dramatically. He had not perished, but he was now devoid of allies and uncertain how to procure funds. He dared not confront Spider-Man. Had it not been for the change in fate, they would have been the ones responsible for Uncle Ben's demise. Indeed, a single penny can thwart even the most valiant of heroes, let alone a solitary individual. "May you have endured so much. I shall remain by your side," he thought, embracing Aunt May, who sat beside him, tears flowing for the future she faced in solitude. Parker exited the house, carrying the remnants of the cake. Finding himself in that familiar place, at that familiar time, with that familiar person, Mary Jane emerged from next door to greet him. "I saw your poster. Is it a bit ridiculous?" "I feel somewhat embarrassed," she said. "Not at all. It's quite lovely. This way, I can see you every day," he replied. Mary Jane gazed at Parker, her eyes filled with warmth. "I'm so pleased to see you tonight, Peter." Their eyes locked in a moment of deep connection. "Do you wish to say something to me?" Under her watchful gaze, Parker hesitated. "I want to know if you still reside in the village." Mary Jane, slightly disappointed, replied, "You truly are an enigma." She gently caressed Parker's cheek and added, "Peter, what? Happy birthday." As she turned to leave, she paused midway to inform him that she was dating someone. "You mean a boyfriend?" Parker asked, to which Mary Jane confessed she liked him. Upon hearing her words, Parker's gaze fell, and in response to her inquiry, he forced a smile, saying, "That's wonderful. You have companionship. Perhaps we will take things further." "Further? I'm not sure." "I will come to see your performance tomorrow night," Mary Jane said, surprised. "You will come?" Parker gazed at her with determination. I will be there. Do not let me down. I shall not. Parker had a sinking feeling that he would indeed face numerous complications, preventing him from arriving on time, perhaps even causing him to miss the event altogether. Tony, relying on his instincts, made a prophetic remark regarding Parker's attendance at the dance the following evening. Park, do not make promises that you cannot keep. Do you understand? Uncle Ben gazed at Parker, offering him a gentle reminder. Upon returning to his modest abode, Parker had just intended to step inside when the door across the hall swung open, a voice calling out, "Rent." Turning his head, Parker noticed the landlord engaged in a game of cards, yet he was remarkably attuned to the sounds of Parker's return, even without turning to face him. Chapter 23. Dr. Otto Parker greeted the landlord with a casual hi. However, the landlord offered no kindness in return. Hi, what does that mean? Can a greeting pay the rent? Parker approached him, explaining that his paycheck would arrive this week. You've already delayed payment for a month. It's the same old story. I assure you, I will settle it as soon as possible. Parker insisted. If promises could feed us, my daughter would be quite plump. He chuckled. I truly apologize, Mr. Dakevik, but I only have $20 left for living expenses this week. Parker produced the $20 bill Aunt May had just given him. The landlord snatched the bill from him. Sorry, but that doesn't cover the rent. And don't think you can sneak away. I have ears everywhere. Though Parker felt somewhat helpless, he was grateful that Dakevik continued to allow him to stay, preventing him from being left homeless. His daughter, Ursula, greeted Parker with a hi. Peter but accidentally grasped a scalding spoon, yelping in pain and instinctively tossing it, igniting a pot in the process. Dakevik, bemused by his daughter's antics, rose to close the door, wishing to spare her further embarrassment in front of Parker. She has a fondness for you. Do you like her, Peter? Uncle Ben leaned closer to Parker, whispering in his ear. Blushing, Parker lowered his gaze. Although her father seemed rather stern, his tolerance for Parker's overdue rent and implied desire for him to remain suggested a warm heart beneath a cold exterior. Uncle Ben, with his wealth of experience, easily discerned that Dakevik's harsh words belied a certain kindness towards Parker. Ah, the light in that girl's eyes when she looks at you, Parker. Beautiful love is always intoxicating. Tony raised his glass with a soft smile, adept at recognizing the nuances in a woman's gaze towards a man. Unlike the women of his past who sought to gain something from him, only Pepper's regard held a different depth. Parker entered his room, setting his belongings down and sitting on his bed, lost in thought. As dawn broke, he clutched his toiletries and knocked on the bathroom door, inquiring if anyone was inside. The landlord, still bleary-eyed, stumbled out from the side, pushing past Parker to enter the bathroom. After shutting the door, he seemed to regain his senses, reopening the door to ask Parker a question, but Parker promptly closed it on him. The scene shifted to a figure clad in a red sweater seated at a desk, engrossed in work, as an assistant ushered in Harry and Parker. Doctor, Mr. Osborne has arrived. Nobel Prize, Otto. The Nobel Prize. We are all destined to prosper. Harry, donned in sunglasses, approached Dr. Otto with a grin. It is not merely a matter of the Nobel Prize. Harry, he extended his hand to Otto. You require funding. You need Oscorp. Otto glanced at Peter Parker, inquiring, and who might this be? This is my dear friend, the one I mentioned in our conversation. He assisted me greatly in my high school natural sciences. Peter Parker, a pleasure to meet you. The two exchange a handshake. I am currently composing a thesis regarding your work. I understand your purpose for being here. However, I lack the time for idle chatter with students. Harry coughed slightly at this, prompting Otto to alter his tone. Nonetheless, since you are a friend of Osborne, I must attend a board meeting now. My task is complete. The rest is up to you two geniuses. Wishing you the best of luck tomorrow, Otto. The Nobel Prize awaits us in Sweden. Harry waved goodbye to the two men. Your friend is quite intriguing. After Harry departed, Otto glanced at Parker. I shall not take up too much of your time. Parker, I recall now, you are a student of Connor's. He spoke highly of your intellect, yet also mentioned your propensity for laziness. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker replied, I shall strive to do better. Merely being intelligent is insufficient. Young man, diligence is equally essential. Your intellect is not a privilege. It is a gift to be utilized for the betterment of humanity. Parker, contemplating Otto's serious demeanor, shifted the subject, inquiring about the machinery nearby. Is this your design? Indeed, it is my design for an inexhaustible energy system. Parker approached, asking, this employs harmonic atomic energy frequencies, does it not? Harmonic compatibility enhancement? Otto regarded Parker with mild astonishment. Continuing, generating exponentially increasing energy output? Otto nodded in agreement. Indeed, immense energy. Much like the sun, it can provide a continuous supply of renewable energy to the Earth. Such familiar words. Jarvis, could he be referring to my nuclear reactor? Tony, listening to Otto's description, felt a striking resemblance to the colossal arc reactor at Stark Industries. Yes, sir, based on the description, even if it is not identical, it bears a remarkable similarity to the arc reactor. Jarvis confirmed Tony's thoughts. Simultaneously, Nick Fury recalled Howard's research on that reactor, which Tony later miniaturized to sustain his life, though it nearly cost him dearly. Fortunately, he ultimately discovered a new element in Howard's sandbox. Tony had just participated in a hearing yesterday, and he had scrutinized the footage, metaphorically trampling the faces of those present, particularly that of Justin Hammer. Due to Parker's unexpectedly impressive performance, Otto invited him to dinner, during which Parker inquired, "Are you certain you can ensure the stability of fusion?" Upon hearing Parker's inquiry, Otto exhibited a hint of irritation as he retorted, "Peter, what have we been discussing for the past hour and a half? I have devoted my entire life to this. Naturally, I am aware of the repercussions that even a minor calculation error can entail." Parker, with an apologetic tone, replied, "I did not mean to question your research." Otto, jestingly addressing his wife Rose, remarked, "Rose, our friend seems to believe we are on the brink of detonating the entire city. You may rest assured and sleep soundly." Rose comforted Parker, assuring him not to worry, as Otto was merely attending to his homework. They were to present their findings the following day. He could observe for himself. Afterward, she advised Otto to ensure he gets a good night's sleep. However, Otto dismissed her concern nonchalantly, stating, "Did Edison sleep well before inventing the light bulb? Did Marconi rest soundly before creating the telegraph? Did Beethoven slumber peacefully before composing his Fifth Symphony?" Parker interjected, "Did Bernoulli sleep well before discovering the problem of the curve of least descent?" With a smile, Otto exclaimed, "Rose, I truly adore this child." Chapter 24. The socially awkward landlord. Rose picked up a cup of coffee and inquired if Parker had a girlfriend. Parker stammered, uncertain of his own status. "If you yourself are unclear, then who would know?" Otto frowned at Parker. Rose came to his rescue, suggesting that if he did not wish to divulge, perhaps it was a secret romance. Otto, however, disagreed, earnestly telling Parker, "Love should never be a secret. If you harbor a convoluted love within your heart, it will only lead to illness. I am fortunate to have discovered true love." Otto gazed affectionately at Rose. "We found it together. Love is rarely perfect, and one must toil to cultivate it. I met him in university. I understand that loving someone is not an easy feat. Otto pursued the sciences while I studied English literature." Rose looked sweetly at Otto. Otto recalled amusing moments from that time, saying, "Indeed, I attempted to explain relativity to her, while Rose endeavored to elucidate Eliot's poetry to me." They both chuckled in unison. Otto, somewhat exasperated, admitted that he still did not comprehend what Rose had said. Rose, incredulous, felt that Eliot's poetry was far more complex than cutting-edge technology. Turning to Parker, Otto advised, "If you wish to win a girl's heart, recite poetry to her." "Read poetry?" Otto nodded. "It has proven effective time and again." Tony promptly disagreed, stating, "Why must one recite poetry? I never had to recite to win a woman's affection." He struggled to grasp the appeal of a poet's verse, and fortunately, Pepper did not mind such matters. Otherwise, it would have driven him to distraction. Nonetheless, he found merit in Otto's words. Not reciting poetry did not preclude him from taking Pepper out for enjoyment. This led him to ponder the Monaco Racing Club competition. "Jarvis, when does the Monaco race commence? I intend to take Pepper along for a delightful outing." In the automatic laundromat, Parker cradled a book in his hands, with 3 or 4 others resting nearby, as he recited the verses inscribed within. Once the washing machine completed its cycle and spun the clothes dry, Parker approached to retrieve them, only to discover another individual also collecting their garments in front of him. Fortunately, this person had their back turned, allowing Parker to hastily stow away his Spider-Man suit into a bag, only to realize that his own trousers and socks had become marred with a splash of red dye. "Parker, it appears I must procure some superior materials for your uniform. A faded Spider-Man is simply unacceptable. Ha ha ha." Harry chuckled heartily at the sight of the discolored suit. "Shut up," Parker retorted, feeling a surge of indignation as he witnessed Harry laughing uncontrollably. In a fit of exasperation, he swiftly covered Harry's mouth. Wah Parker's strength was far too great for Harry to escape, and he promptly found himself in a tight grip. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Parker shed his shirt, revealing a sculpted physique, perfectly defined and impressively strong, yet not overly bulky. He gazed at his Spider-Man suit and formal attire within the wardrobe, preparing for Mary Jane's performance. He meticulously donned a tie and slipped into the suit. As he admired his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile graced his features. Beside the mirror lay several photographs of Mary Jane, and he reached out to retrieve the ticket that had become lodged there. Just as he stepped outside, he was startled by a loud commotion from the adjacent apartment, prompting him to rush downstairs in haste. He then witnessed the restroom door swing open, revealing the landlord in nothing but shorts, rushing out and yelling, "Where's my money?" The outcry attracted the attention of his daughter, who emerged only to see her father's zipper embarrassingly undone, causing her to lower her head in mortification. Following her gaze, the landlord quickly realized and hurriedly fixed his trousers before retreating back to the restroom. "Oh, I can't face anyone," his daughter exclaimed, covering her face in embarrassment at her father's disgraceful display. "How will I ever show my face again?" The landlord himself was taken aback, never imagining he would become a laughingstock in such a manner, thus joining the ranks of the infamous. As night fell, the theater bustled with patrons outside, while inside, in the makeup room, a girl next to Mary Jane remarked on her evident nervousness. It was clear that Mary Jane was anxious due to Parker's anticipated attendance at her performance, a fact that did not escape the notice of those around her. Parker, meanwhile, had acquired a bouquet from the flower shop, handing over cash to the proprietor, only to find the flowers more expensive than he had anticipated. The shopkeeper handed him a single stem instead. With a resigned smile, Parker departed with the solitary flower in hand. With merely 5 minutes until the musical commenced, Parker rode his motorcycle along the road, only to be confronted by an oncoming vehicle carrying assailants. Sensing impending danger, he leaped from his bike, executing a flawless backflip to evade the impending collision. Alas, his beloved motorcycle was not so fortunate, suffering a devastating impact. 2 children nearby gasped in astonishment at Parker's agility, exclaiming, "How are you so amazing?" Parker, momentarily caught off guard, could only respond after a brief pause. He advised the two to exercise more, rest adequately, and consume more vegetables, which surprisingly managed to convince the 2 children. Ah, I knew it. Poor Peter Parker must have missed yet another appointment. How can he ever win the heart of the fair maiden under such circumstances? Otto gazed up at the sky and sighed, finding himself quite fond of Parker. He made sacrifices for the citizens out of necessity. Rosa approached, carrying a plate of food, and set it before him, saying, "The chase between police and criminals unfolds on the streets." The felons urged the driver to maintain a steady pace, and then brazenly brandished a shotgun, firing a round at the police car. Fortunately, the shot merely struck the headlights, causing no injuries, but the police vehicle lost control as a result. The out-of-control police car obstructed the path of the pursuing vehicles, resulting in several collisions, one of which soared uncontrollably into the air, spinning as it descended towards the crowd, causing bystanders to cower in terror on the ground. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Parker arrived just in time, using his web to secure the police car. Otherwise, the civilians would have faced dire consequences. A woman recognized the web of Spider-Man, and as Parker swung overhead, she excitedly shouted, "Spider-Man, you can do it." Parker swung forward at an astonishing speed towards the criminals, who quickly turned to shoot at him with their shotgun upon realizing his presence. Yet Parker effortlessly dodged the bullets. He caught up to the getaway car from behind, launching 2 strands of webbing that struck the faces of the criminals, landing on their vehicle. The felons attempted to continue firing at Parker, but he swiftly ensnared their guns with his web, hoisting them up to a streetlight. Parker paid no further attention to the 2 criminals, leaving them to the police, and drove their vehicle at high speed towards the theater. Chapter 25. The first fall inside the theater, Mary Jane was performing a play, but due to Parker's empty seat, she was somewhat distracted, even making a slight mistake, fortunately rectifying it in time. Parker finally arrived at the theater, parking directly at the entrance. A nearby security guard shouted, "Hey buddy, if you park here, I'll have it towed." As Parker stepped out of the car, adjusting his suit, he casually replied, "Go ahead," and walked straight into the theater, leaving the guard bewildered. Upon entering, a staff member reminded him that his shoelaces were undone. After securing them, Parker smiled and proceeded, only to be reminded about his tie, which he hurriedly adjusted. Noticing Parker's refined appearance, the staff member inquired, "Need any assistance?" "I'm here to see the performance," Parker replied, pulling out his ticket from his pocket. The staff member, with regret, stated, "I'm sorry, sir, but once the show has started, entry is not permitted." He turned to show Parker the posted notice. To maintain the ambience of the performance, Parker attempted to persuade him. "Miss Watson is my friend. She invited me to see the show." "She certainly did not invite you to arrive late." Parker attempted to utter a few more words, but the staff silenced him outright. Such matters could be easily resolved with a mere bribe, yet Parker lacked the understanding and the funds. Tony, ever the nonchalant figure, swirled his drink while reclining comfortably in his chair, gazing at the celestial canopy above. Uncle Ben had also informed Parker that such dilemmas could be alleviated with a small tip for leniency. Unable to gain entry, Parker sat on a chair outside, waiting for the play to conclude. During this interval, he noticed a lady nearby playing the violin and began to sing a tribute to Spider-Man. In that moment, Parker felt a sense of purpose in his endeavors. Though he had sacrificed much, he had also gained a great deal. At long last, the play came to an end, and the audience began to exit the theater. Mary Jane emerged from the side, and Parker stood across the street, watching her from afar. A smile crept onto his face as he saw her decline an invitation from a friend, momentarily believing he might have a chance to be alone with her. However, to his dismay, she turned to embrace her boyfriend in a joyful kiss. The smile faded from Parker's face, and his eyes inexplicably grew moist. Just then, a few police cars, sirens blaring, sped by. After a brief moment of silence, Parker made his way toward the sound of the vehicles. Mary Jane's boyfriend inquired if she was hungry, to which she playfully replied that she was starving. As they left, Mary Jane felt a pang of longing and glanced back at Parker's previous spot, only to find it empty. "Peter," she whispered, wiping away her tears, her heart heavy with the bittersweet memories of her love for Peter Parker, who had become Spider-Man and chosen to forsake their relationship. She understood that he must still hold her in his heart, just as she did for him, yet reality had defeated their hopes. With Parker now a household name as Spider-Man, the possibility of them being together seemed more distant than ever. Uncle Ben harbored doubts about the viability of Parker's relationship with Mary Jane, fully aware of her desires, which Parker could never fulfill. Parker sprinted into a shadowy corner, shedding his suit to reveal the Spider-Man costume beneath. He donned his mask and leapt into action, shooting out a web and soaring into the night. On the streets, several police cars pursued a group of robbers. High above, Parker swung through the air, following the sound of the police sirens. He reached an elevated position and prepared to shoot another web, only to find he could not. A scream escaped his lips as he plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the exhaust pipes of another building. Gasps arose from the crowd, startled by Parker's sudden descent. "Oh my God, how'd he fall?" a woman exclaimed in terror. "Is he in danger?" someone anxiously inquired. "I hope he is all right. This is horrifying." An elderly gentleman trembled. "What just happened?" "Jarvis, please analyze why Peter Parker suddenly lost the ability to shoot webs." Tony grew anxious, placing his glass down and regarding Parker, who was perched by the exhaust pipe. With a grave expression, after thorough physical and psychological analysis, it appears that Peter Parker's body is devoid of issues. It is inferred that a psychological shift has led to the failure of his abilities. Jarvis swiftly deduced the probable cause. Does a hero falter before the allure of beauty? He ought to muster the courage to confess his feelings to Mary Jane, rather than remain in this state of longing without approaching her. "I have long warned that this would lead to complications," Tony muttered, vexed. Parker rose, puzzled, and inquired, "What is happening?" He scrutinized his wrist before lightly leaping to the edge of the building. Gazing down at the bustling street below, he attempted to shoot a web, yet it eluded him, and he inexplicably developed a fear of heights. Outside the elevator, a man was waiting with his dog. When the doors opened, he was astonished to find Spider-Man inside. Parker offered him space, allowing him to enter with his pet. The proximity to his idol made the man beam with joy, and he could not help but ask, "How have you been lately?" Parker responded affirmatively. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, prompting the man to exclaim, "Your suit is really cool." Parker glanced at him and replied, "Thank you." The man scrutinized the spider suit and inquired, "Where did you purchase it?" "I made it myself." Parker responded, It looks like it might be uncomfortable to wear. Indeed, it feels rather itchy, and the trousers are quite snug." Upon hearing this, The man couldn't help but glance at Parker. A lady observed Parker's unscathed form and sighed in relief. Thank goodness he is unharmed. I was so worried when he fell. Another man standing nearby echoed her sentiment. Me too. I feared he might not survive that fall. Thank heavens he is all right. God bless. The two exchanged glances, relieved that Parker was safe. Aunt May, are you sure you're all right? Why did you suddenly fall? She grasped Parker's hand, her concern palpable. Yet, Parker felt perfectly fine and suspected that perhaps the pressure had overwhelmed him. He might simply need a respite. Peter, if you feel unwell, you must inform us. Do you understand? Don't let Aunt May worry about you. Uncle Ben chimed in, urging Parker to be mindful of his health, lest they become anxious. Chapter 26. The synthetic sun. Parker ambled down the quiet road, dragging his damaged motorcycle, the surroundings adorned with Mary Jane posters, evoking a sense of solitude. In Professor Connor's class, he was listlessly absorbing the lecture, his notebook filled with phrases like fusion, excessive energy, and explosion. After class, Parker attempted to call Mary Jane from public phone, but no one answered. He left a message. Hi, Mary Jane, it's Peter. I attended your performance last night. I rode my motorcycle. At this moment, Mary Jane had just returned home. Upon hearing Parker's voice, she tossed her keys onto the table, creating a noise that caught Parker's attention. Are you home? I had planned everything out for the entire day, but I know. You anticipated that I would disappoint you, Mary Jane replied softly, accurately guessing his sentiment. Unbelievable, isn't it? Wasn't it just about arriving punctually at 8 o'clock? Such a simple task, yet I managed to complicate it. Mary Jane approached the table, listening to Parker's explanation. In reality, it was that insufferable doorman. Someone needed to have a word with him. Before Parker could finish speaking, the time on the public phone had already run out. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane sighed. Parker still failed to recognize his own faults, instead attributing his mistakes to others, leading her to turn away in disappointment. On the other side, Parker mustered the courage to reveal the truth to Mary Jane. He lifted the phone to his ear and said, Here's the thing. I am Spider-Man. Incredible, right? Now you understand why I cannot be with you. If my enemies were to discover you, and you were harmed because of it, I would never forgive myself. I truly wish I could tell you how much I love you. He then placed the phone back down. On one side stood Peter Parker, and on the other, Spider-Man, a difficult balance to maintain. A common citizen lamented the struggles of Parker. Who could argue otherwise? Peter Parker was already overwhelmed with work and school, often unable to find even $1. Yet, in the evening, he still had to transform into Spider-Man to fight evil and uphold justice. It was an arduous task. Another lady nearby agreed wholeheartedly. That afternoon, Otto's experiment commenced as scheduled, with various individuals invited to his laboratory. Otto and Rose welcomed the arriving guests. Before the experiment began, Otto shared a humorous anecdote to lighten the mood, including Parker and Harry among the attendees. Though he felt it was rather poor, the crowd was indeed amused. Otto's demeanor grew serious as he announced, Today, you will witness the birth of this new energy technology based on nuclear fusion, a safe, sustainable energy source that will provide affordable electricity for all. He then introduced his assistant, which turned out to be four mechanical arms. As he removed his jacket, he explained, These four mechanical arms are specially designed and constructed to operate this nuclear fusion system. They are entirely unaffected by heat or magnetic fields. He ascended the platform and manipulated the computer, securing the mechanical arms to his waist. They were firmly anchored to his body, centered around his spine. The sharp points piercing his spine brought intense pain. Yet Otto gritted his teeth and persevered. The onlookers gasped in shock, contributing significantly to the global awareness of the greenhouse effect. With the control of Otto's mind, the four mechanical arms slowly extended, dancing gently behind him. These intelligent arms are governed by my brain, transmitting commands through the spinal nerves, with minuscule wires directly embedded in my cerebellum, enabling me to perform all operations in environments beyond human endurance. At this moment, a lady raised a pertinent question. Doctor, if these mechanical arms are indeed as intelligent as you claim, could it be that you might fall under their control? Otto gazed at her with admiration, responding, An excellent inquiry. Therefore, I have designed this suppression chip to safeguard the functions of my brain. This ensures that I am in control of them, rather than they controlling me. He turned, gesturing towards the suppression chip nestled at his neck. Tony immediately sensed an anomaly. What? Just the single chip? What if it malfunctions? This protective measure seems rather rudimentary. As one of the world's foremost scientists, He was acutely aware that relying solely on such a chip was far from secure. Should the chip fail, Dr. Otto would become a slave to the machines. Moreover, the material of this chip appeared overly simplistic, incapable of withstanding immense pressure, making it prone to issues. Tony, observing the crystalline material deduced by Jarvis, felt a surge of frustration towards the doctor's recklessness. Were he in Otto's position, he would never depend on a mere rudimentary chip. He would certainly reinforce it with high-strength protection. Unlike Otto, who left the entire chip exposed, seemingly unafraid of the consequences. Otto manipulated the mechanical arms, turning to align with the equipment he was about to use. He approached, and the 4 mechanical arms commenced their operations. He executed a few commands on the computer, activating a test tube containing tritium, which emerged from the machine as the mechanical arms retrieved the precious element. The system required this rare tritium for operation, with only 25 pounds available on Earth. A heartfelt thanks to Helios and the Otto Corporation for providing us with this invaluable resource. Helios, standing behind him, smiled, expressing his willingness to fund the endeavor. As the mechanical arms released the tritium, it began to hover in mid-air, spinning and accelerating continuously. Rose brought in protective goggles, beaming with joy as she watched him. Otto donned the goggles, exclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts." He then activated the device, and from 4 different positions, 8 beams of light emanated. The tritium began to release energy, a brilliant radiance emerging, culminating in the formation of a sun-like energy sphere at the center of the device. The assistant announced the successful completion of nuclear fusion. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into applause, and Helios felt he had finally achieved a dream that even his father had deemed unbelievable. At that moment, the nuclear fusion was generating an astounding 1,000 megawatts of energy per second. Impressive, Dr. Otto, to have constructed an arc reactor. It appears somewhat unstable, yet the energy output is indeed substantial, far superior to my previous reactor. But the question remains, can you control it? Tony observed Dr. Otto's successful creation of an artificial sun with a sense of seriousness. Although it was based on thermonuclear fusion, it indeed resembled the arc reactor, surpassing the energy output of Stark Industries' large reactor and even his own miniaturized reactor. However, its only drawback was its instability. Chapter 27. Experiment failure. Tony's arc reactor operated on the principles of cold fusion, which allowed him to carry it on his person and even hold it in his hand. Had it been thermonuclear fusion, the extreme temperatures and pressures would have certainly been lethal. Both the artificial sun and the arc reactor possessed their own merits. Yet Tony's design was considerably more stable, having been miniaturized from the successful large reactor developed by Stark Industries. Regrettably, they were not from the same world. He felt certain they would share numerous common interests and perhaps even collaborate on research. The notion that Otto had pioneered nuclear fusion from scratch using such rudimentary equipment was remarkable. In Tony's eyes, Dr. Otto's apparatus was utterly inadequate, far too simplistic, with virtually no protective measures. Had it been Tony, he would have invested significant effort into establishing a robust protective magnetic field, employing a tokamak magnetic confinement fusion reactor, just as he had done in the cave. Otto gazed at the immense energy generated by fusion, enraptured, exclaiming, "The power of the sun rests within my grasp." Parker stared in awe at the formidable energy, suddenly sensing something amiss. He looked down to see a paperclip slowly moving forward, as if drawn by a magnet. Subsequently, the laboratory's pendant lights were drawn toward the energy source, tilting precariously. Fortunately, the support apparatus managed to hold them temporarily. The artificial sun generated an enormous magnetic field, whose powerful magnetism would attract all metallic objects. At that moment, Dr. Otto sensed something was awry. In the next instant, metallic items such as necklaces and laptops worn by those present were all drawn away. "Do not panic," Otto reassured. "This is merely a power surge. It will stabilize shortly." He glanced back at Rose, who was watching him with concern. "Damn it, that isn't a power surge. The protective magnetic field has been breached." I warned them that the equipment was far too rudimentary. The energy reaction was too immense. The damned magnetic field couldn't withstand it for even 5 seconds. Tony fumed, realizing the impending catastrophe. The energy would spiral out of control, and those present would find themselves in grave peril. Wow. It seems we need to consult Tony and inquire about this. He is the expert in such matters. cursed the one-eyed Fury, observing the chaos unfolding in the sky. He was no scientist and lacked understanding, yet he was certain that Tony would know what to do. Parker's spider sense went into overdrive, warning him of imminent danger, prompting him to leave the scene and change into his suit. Harry turned to shout, "Peter," only to discover that Parker had vanished without a trace. "Assistant, I implore everyone to vacate this area immediately." At that moment, the computer emitted an urgent alarm, displaying a warning. System overload, instability detected. The energy continued to surge, and the magnetic field of the artificial sun intensified, pulling even the metallic counters towards it. The iron sheets in the laboratory were forcibly ripped from the walls, all drawn towards the artificial sun. The protective shield had been utterly breached. Immense energy even generated solar prominences, effortlessly tearing apart the laboratory structure. Rose, in a state of anxiety, urged Otto to return quickly, narrowly avoiding debris that plummeted from the ceiling. Harry shouted for Otto to deactivate the artificial sun, but Otto, unwilling to concede, believed he could control and stabilize it. Filled with fury, Harry bellowed, "I am in charge here. I financed this. I am in command." As he shouted at Otto, he failed to notice a metallic rack hurtling towards him from behind. Thankfully, Parker arrived just in time to save him. Even after being rescued by Spider-Man, Harry felt no inclination to forgive him. Parker, however, remained silent and approached the power source. Noticing this, Otto questioned, "What are you doing?" "Turn off the power." Without hesitation, Parker descended to disconnect the power, yet Otto, now frenzied, would not allow anyone to sabotage his experiment. He roared no, and struck Parker away with his mechanical arm. Parker was hurled against a column, creating a significant dent from the impact, illustrating the might of Otto's blow. As the energy accumulated further, the magnetic field grew stronger, causing the metal doors and windows to bend and warp under pressure. Rose, hiding behind a column, watched in horror. In the next moment, the door shattered and a torrent of metal accompanied by countless glass shards surged towards her. She cried out in terror as the broken glass reflected her visage, and then she was engulfed by the fragments. Upon hearing Rose's anguished scream, Otto immediately turned, removed his goggles, and beheld her lifeless form, disbelief etched on his face as he called out her name. At that instant, the colossal energy of the artificial sun unleashed another prominence, with tremendous force invading Otto's body through his mechanical arm. The suppressor crystal, overwhelmed by excess energy, ceased to function. Parker finally rose and, witnessing the scene, rushed to grasp several massive power cables, straining with all his might to pull them out. But it was too late. Otto had already collapsed. With the power source severed, nuclear fusion could no longer generate energy. Following a minor explosion, the artificial sun imploded, vanishing without a trace. "Damn it, Otto. What are you doing? Why haven't you turned it off? Are you not aware that there was a problem with the magnetic field? What makes you think you can control it?" Tony could not restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of curses. Otto's arrogance had reached unprecedented heights. He foolishly believed he could control the situation and prevented Parker from shutting down the power, leading to an unfolding tragedy that might have otherwise been averted. Otto was engulfed by despair and guilt. He lamented his own hubris and blindness, regretting his lack of caution in handling the experiment and his stubbornness in obstructing Parker's actions. Memories of the cherished moments spent with his wife flooded his mind, along with her unwavering support and love. The thought that he might ultimately bring about her demise pierced his heart like a knife. An unbearable truth he could not accept, that he was the architect of this calamity. Simultaneously, a sense of fear and unease gripped him as he pondered the potential repercussions of future experimental failures. He feared that his reputation and career would be irrevocably tarnished, leaving him without any support for his endeavors. Amidst this inner turmoil, Otto contemplated the future. He began to question the worthiness of his scientific pursuits and whether he should continue down this perilous path. Rose stood by, offering solace to Otto. Encouraged by her, he resolved to confront his mistakes. He was determined to find a way not only to restore his reputation, but also to prevent the tragedy from transpiring in reality. Chapter 28, Dr. Octopus Peter. Harry glanced at Parker, aware that Otto had always been Parker's idol, someone he deeply admired. After taking the reins of Oscorp, Harry had promptly provided funding to Dr. Otto, motivated by his status as Parker's hero. Now, with Otto's experiment having failed, it was likely that Otto himself was in dire straits. and with Rose's death, he could only imagine how Parker would feel. Parker was enveloped in grief and shock. Like Otto, he could not fathom this reality. His admiration for the doctor crumbled in an instant, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of disappointment and confusion. He incessantly questioned himself. How could this happen? Dr. Otto had always been his role model, a paragon of intellect and capability. It was incomprehensible that such a remarkable individual could meet with such failure. Yet, amidst the sorrow, Parker began to reflect. Harry, right. It's merely a video of the incident. The doctor may face failure in the future, but now we are forewarned, which means we can strive to do better next time. He realized that the failure of the experiment was not a reflection of the doctor's incompetence, but rather an integral part of scientific exploration. Every scientist may encounter failure. It is an unavoidable aspect of the quest for truth. Harry, may I visit him? He must be feeling quite low, and I can empathize with his emotions. Much like when I learned that my letting the robber escape would lead to Uncle Ben's demise. No problem. I'll call him right away, and let the illustrious Spider-Man offer him some comfort. Harry smiled. Despite Otto's failure, he retained faith in him. After all, he was Parker's idol, and Harry believed that by reviewing the missteps of this failure, success would surely follow in the next endeavor. The sound of ambulances reverberated through the city, as a multitude of law enforcement and medical personnel tirelessly transported the injured onto the ambulances. At that moment, a director from Osborne Industries expressed immense relief, stating that it was fortunate that a catastrophe had been averted. Had there been even a drop more of tritium, New York would have been obliterated. Harry emerged from within, his demeanor disheveled, having endured an overwhelming emotional blow. The failure of the experiment shattered his dreams of surpassing his father and brought upon him dire consequences, including the looming threat of legal repercussions. In a moment of self-deprecation, he lamented, "I have ruined everything." His heart brimmed with rage, seeking an outlet for his frustrations, with Spider-Man as the prime target of his ire. When his assistant remarked that it was Spider-Man who had saved him, Harry retorted angrily, "I scoff at the notion that he would come to my rescue." Before reporters could arrive, the assistant swiftly whisked Harry away to spare him from the maelstrom of public scrutiny, while medical personnel covered Rose's lifeless body with a white sheet and transported it to an ambulance. Parker emerged as well, surveying the scene with a bewildered gaze, taking in the multitude of injured individuals outside the laboratory, uncertain of what the future held. Later that night, in a hospital, doctors convened to discuss Otto's injuries. His spine had been pierced by a mechanical arm, causing significant nerve damage, necessitating surgery. The physicians recognized that to treat Otto, the mechanical arms must first be severed, and if deemed necessary, portions of his spinal column would have to be excised, followed by the fusion and stabilization of his vertebrae. One doctor grasped a chainsaw and aimed it at the mechanical arm, but just as he was about to cut, another mechanical arm rose behind him, launching him several meters away with a single blow. The sudden turn of events sent a female nurse into a panic, her screams echoing through the room. As four mechanical arms sprang into action, beginning to assault the unfortunate doctors and nurses. As they attempted to flee, the mechanical arms moved with astonishing speed, capturing them effortlessly and tossing them aside. One doctor, clutching a scalpel, was lifted and impaled upon a ceiling lamp, meeting a tragic end. Throughout this chaos, Otto remained in a state of unconsciousness, his body succumbing to the autonomous actions of the mechanical arms. Numerous personnel were ensnared and hurled about, while one doctor desperately wielded a chainsaw against the mechanical appendages. Unfortunately, these arms were custom-made, extraordinarily durable and resistant to high temperatures, rendering the ordinary chainsaw ineffective, and ultimately, he too fell victim to their onslaught. After decimating the surgical team, the mechanical arms roused Otto from his stupor. Upon regaining consciousness and witnessing the devastation around him, he cried out in anguish. Under the control of the mechanical arms, Otto effortlessly breached the hospital doors and stepped outside, his upper body exposed. A taxi careened toward him, unable to brake in time, yet the mechanical arms easily tossed it aside, causing it to collide with another taxi. Observing the taxi propelled away by the mechanical arms, Otto contemplated the arms that danced before him, realizing that they would instinctively protect him. As the sirens blared, the mechanical arms whisked Otto away from the scene, leading him to the edge of a grand bridge. He gazed longingly at a distant, abandoned building and made his way towards it. Indeed, after the suppression chip malfunctioned. The intelligent mechanical arms slipped from his control. I had warned that the security measures were woefully inadequate, lacking any semblance of vigilance. Tony furrowed his brow as he observed the rampaging mechanical arms in the operating room, letting out a heavy sigh. Otto, you must bolster your awareness. That suppression chip is unreliable. Rose looked at the fallen medical staff with deep concern, casting a worried glance at Otto. He had just received a call from Harry, who was on his way with Parker, and upon hearing this news, Otto felt a flicker of hope. I will implement better safeguards, or perhaps devise an alternative approach. The sight of the rogue arms filled him with sorrow. Not only had the experiment failed, but the mechanical appendages had spiraled out of control, resulting in the tragic loss of so many doctors and nurses, deepening his grief. The following morning, news of Dr. Otto's failed experiment had spread like wildfire, igniting rumors and gossip everywhere. Jameson was in his office, engaged in discussion with Robbie about the event. If fortune smiles upon us, it will incite panic throughout the city. A mad scientist transformed into a beast, outfitted with 4 mechanical arms, becoming an octopus-like creature. How absurd. What shall we name this monstrosity? Hoffman pondered for a moment before declaring, Dr. Octopus. How kitsch. An octopus scientist. Utterly ridiculous. Dr. Strange. Now that has a nice ring to it, but alas, it has been appropriated. Dr. Octopus. Hoffman raised his hand, eager to contribute, but recognized the weight of authority and chose to acquiesce. Dr. Octopus, a brand new villain. Dr. Octopus, you truly are a genius, Hoffman flattered. Are you waiting for a raise? Off you go. Chapter 29, The Bank Heist Dr. Strange. A spark of illumination flickered in Ancient One's eyes. Is there a Dr. Strange on their side? She had already selected Strange as her successor, awaiting the opportune moment to pass the mantle. Miss Brandt pushed open the door, ushering Parker inside. Boss, I found Parker. Jameson threw up his hands in exasperation, bellowing, Where have you been? Did you forget to pay your phone bill? Did you fail to capture any photos of the mad scientist? Robbie interjected. I heard Spider-Man was also present. Parker exchanged glances with Robbie. In the next instant, Miss Brandt re-entered, reminding him of the planetarium party that evening, and began to usher Parker out of the office. How much do you know about high society? Parker began to respond, but was swiftly interrupted. You need not answer. The previous photographer was let go. You are my only option. We are hosting a celebration for an American hero, and my son is an astronaut. Can you advance my salary? Parker's inquiry elicited laughter from Jameson, who broke into a classic grin. He laughed heartily, slapping his thigh before fixing his gaze on Parker and exclaiming, Are you serious? Am I merely standing here, foolishly, waiting for your payment? Depart at 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow. In the forsaken wooden cabin by the banks of the Manhattan River, Dr. Otto stood silently at the edge of the floor, gazing into the flowing waters. Engaging in a soliloquy, my beloved Rose is gone. My dreams have crumbled. These dreadful entities must sink. He cast a tormented glance at the thrumming mechanical arms. Let me join them at the river's bottom. Upon hearing Otto's words, the intelligent machinery began to resist his will. He sensed another voice stirring within his mind. And at that moment, he finally realized that the suppression chip had malfunctioned, yet it was too late. Listening to that other voice in his mind, he pondered starting anew. Otto wished to refute it. Peter was right. I miscalculated. But soon, the intelligence seized control of his thoughts. He abruptly turned around, exclaiming, I cannot be mistaken. Did not nuclear fusion succeed? The voice within his mind incessantly brainwashed him, and a wicked smile crept across his face. Indeed, we shall start afresh. Amplify the shield. Let it be greater and stronger than before. However, we require funds. Shall we rob a bank? Otto hesitated at the thought of committing a crime. Yet the mechanical arms disregarded legalities, persuading him, indeed, failing to realize my dream is the true sin. His expression turned malevolent. Otto was now entirely under the control of the intelligent arms. He turned to gaze at the waters of Manhattan as the mechanical limbs lifted him into the air. Right here, the energy of the sun rests in the palm of my hand. No one can halt us. No one. Dr. Otto was under the dominion of the mechanical arms, a terrifying prospect. He was determined to complete his experiments at any cost. Who could fathom the consequences? We must devise a plan to thwart him. Shall we simply stand by and watch him stride toward destruction? The voices of the people were rife with anxiety and helplessness. fully aware of the catastrophic ramifications Otto's experiments could unleash. Some began to pray silently, hoping for a savior to emerge and prevent this calamity. Others engaged in fervent discussions about potential responses, yet every suggestion appeared utterly futile. Fear permeated the crowd, their souls enshrouded in panic. Gradually, some individuals ventured toward Otto's laboratory, attempting to halt his nuclear fusion research. However, many believed that Otto's intentions were noble, that he sought to benefit the world, merely having stumbled along the way. They argued that if he recalculated, there was no need for such drastic measures. In the bank, Parker and Aunt May were at the loan department, processing paperwork. They presented their Social Security and Uncle Ben's life insurance in hopes of securing a loan. The bank representative regrettably informed them that these were insufficient to regain their loan eligibility. Upon hearing this, Aunt May hastily remarked that she had resumed teaching piano, to which Parker inquired, "Really?" Aunt May attempted to kick Parker lightly, inadvertently striking the staff member's foot instead. He winced, exclaiming in pain, while rubbing his foot and gazing at Aunt May. "Thank you for opening a Super Saver account at our bank. However, your assets are inadequate to reapply for a loan." "I'm truly sorry." Aunt May retrieved an advertisement from her bag, expressing hope that she might at least acquire a toaster. The requirement was that the deposit must exceed 300 yuan to be eligible. The staff exchanged awkward glances with Aunt May, who, after a brief glance at the advertisement, resignedly acknowledged, "I understand." Parker consoled her, saying, "Do not worry. There shall surely be a solution." As the two conversed, Otto, not far behind Parker, brazenly disassembled the iron door of the bank vault with his mechanical arm and tossed it aside, fortuitously landing it atop Parker and Aunt May's heads. Parker reacted with remarkable swiftness, kicking Aunt May's chair aside while propelling himself backward. He then promptly rose to his feet and dashed forward. Aunt May, in a state of panic, called out, "Peter, don't leave me behind." Without hesitation, Parker sprinted to the fallen iron door, as the staff nearby praised. "This boy is truly a hero." Meanwhile, security personnel at the bank brandished their firearms, instructing Dr. Octopus to remain still and raise both his hands and tentacles. This provoked the mechanical appendages, which retaliated by sending the security officers flying before advancing toward the vault, using the mechanical arms to seize several bags of money. At that moment, Parker had donned his spider suit and arrived at the scene. Otto, immediately aware of his presence, hurled one of the money bags at him. Parker adeptly evaded the attack by maneuvering around a pillar, causing coins to scatter everywhere. Shifting to another position, Parker seized the bag that Dr. Octopus had thrown back with his webbing and deftly returned it, exclaiming, "Here, your pocket money." The force with which Parker flung the bag was tremendous, catching Otto off guard and striking him directly. Fortunately, one of his tentacles managed to cushion the impact, yet he still crashed against the pillar, leaving a significant dent. Frustrated by this setback, Otto grabbed several more bags of coins from a vault and hurled them at Parker once again, but Parker easily dodged each one. He leapt onto a pillar, intending to shoot his webbing, only to find his powers faltering once more. What a disaster! Unable to unleash his web, he was struck by one of the bags thrown by Otto, causing him to tumble from the pillar as Otto let out an exultant laugh. Chapter 30. Hostages. Tony furrowed his brow, observing Parker's repeated inability to shoot his web. As he walked, he inquired, "Jarvis, are you certain that Peter Parker is physically well?" Jarvis replied, "Sir, after analyzing Peter Parker's movements and facial expressions, there is no discernible difference from his previous state. He has not exhibited any physical anomalies." Jarvis had meticulously compared numerous instances and confirmed that all was well. At that moment, Nick Fury arrived, standing at the door. Tony opened it to let him in. Having overheard Tony's earlier remarks outside, Nick informed him, "Our staff has concluded that Peter Parker is simply overexerted and that the psychological pressure he is under is causing his powers to fail. Mary Jane has a significant impact on him. Moreover, they believe that if Peter Parker fails to harmonize the relationship between himself and Spider-Man, his extraordinary abilities may deteriorate further, ultimately rendering him an ordinary individual." "Oh, what dreadful news. What do you think he should do?" Upon hearing this, Tony expressed his condolences to Parker and turned to Nick Fury, eager to ascertain the advice from the bald-headed one. He could either relinquish his identity as Spider-Man, heed his true desires, and muster the courage to pursue Mary Jane, or completely let go of Mary Jane, severing all ties, and diligently fulfill his responsibilities as Spider-Man. Alternatively, He might expose his identity as Spider-Man, thus liberating himself from his current predicament, which could lead to an improvement in his circumstances. If Peter Parker desires both Mary Jane and to keep his Spider-Man identity concealed, it is highly likely that he will end up with nothing. At least, that is what they conveyed to me. Nick Fury shrugged. Tony nodded, recognizing that Peter Parker's most significant struggles stem from his lack of financial resources and his inability to focus on a single endeavor. He was perpetually late for school, work, and even dates. Being Spider-Man consumed far too much of his time. Our psychological experts proposed a possibility that Peter Parker might abandon his identity as Spider-Man and return to a normal life, allowing him to attend school properly, work diligently, and enjoy dates with Mary Jane. The one-eyed man gazed at the stagnant sky, the scene frozen at the moment when Parker fell. With great power comes great responsibility. Without his superhuman abilities, he would no longer need to concern himself with so many matters. Tony sighed, recalling Uncle Ben's words, which had a profound impact on Parker, providing him with direction while simultaneously burdening him with immense pressure. Never mind, before the sky resumes its display, I shall not dwell on such matters. That is Peter Parker's affair, and it is of no concern to me. What brings you to me? Tony approached the bar, poured a drink for himself and Nick Fury, only to find that the bald-headed one refused to partake, leaving him to drink alone. Nick Fury inquired about why Otto had failed, questioning where the fault lay. Tony pointed out the issues he observed, refraining from elaborate explanations, as the bald-headed one did not grasp such complexities. Coins spilled from Parker's bag, one rolling to the feet of a lone service worker, who picked it up and attempted to tuck it into his clothing, only for Ant May to swiftly slap his hand away. He yelped once more, causing the coins to clatter to the ground with a crisp sound. Who is he? Fire him at once. Immediately, the bank president, witnessing his employees' unscrupulous behavior attempting to seize coins amidst the chaos, erupted in fury, resulting in the employee packing up and leaving that very day. Dr. Octopus seized Parker's hands with his tentacles, glaring menacingly at him. You have enraged me. Parker gazed back, unflinching. I only capture villains. Then you are doomed. With that, the remaining two tentacles clamped down on either side of Parker's head, eliciting a pained groan from him. Under the torment of excruciating stimuli, Parker's superhuman abilities were restored. He unleashed strands of webbing from both hands, forcefully propelling the tables on either side towards Otto. Otto had no choice but to relinquish his grip on Parker, using his tentacles to intercept one of the tables, tearing it asunder. However, as he turned to confront the other table, it was already upon him, leaving him barely able to shield himself. The table struck Otto with such force that he was hurled out of the bank, colliding heavily with a taxi waiting at a red light. Fortunately, thanks to the tentacle's ability to absorb impact, he sustained no injuries. Parker dashed from within the bank towards Otto, who swiftly wrenched the doors from the taxi and hurled them at Parker. He deftly evaded the first door, but Otto, seizing the opportunity while Parker was still airborne, flung the second door with precision. Caught off guard, Parker was sent crashing back into the bank, eliciting terrified screams from the onlookers. Simultaneously, two police cars arrived at the scene. Faced with armed officers' warnings, Otto unhesitatingly snatched a bystander from the crowd to use as a hostage. Regrettably, the unfortunate individual was Aunt May. Aunt May cried out in terror, frantically striking at the tentacles with her umbrella, but her efforts were in vain. The police, hindered by the presence of a hostage, refrained from opening fire. With 2 bags of money in hand, Otto took Aunt May and made his escape. Oh dear God, I must be terrified, Aunt May thought, gazing at her panicked reflection in the sky, her eyes reddened with distress. Little did she know that she had lost her companion and was now being taken as a hostage, while someone nearby hurried to comfort her. In a nearby office, several employees were diligently working when a woman, hearing a commotion, approached the window. Suddenly, a tentacle pierced through from outside as Otto passed by with Aunt May in tow, causing screams of terror to erupt among the staff. Poor Aunt May, ensnared by the tentacle and suspended in midair, looked around in bewilderment. At that moment, Parker descended from above, intercepting Otto. Release her, he demanded, gazing down at Otto, who responded with a sinister grin. Certainly. With a wicked smile, he began to raise Aunt May higher. Just as Parker was about to reach her, he abruptly flung her downward. Oh, I truly did not mean to. Otto's malevolent grin was fully revealed as Aunt May's terrified screams echoed between the skyscrapers. Parker shot out his webbing and, with a powerful tug, pulled Aunt May back to safety akin to bungee jumping. Seeing this, Otto lunged upward, striking Parker fiercely with his tentacle. Fortunately, Aunt May had already been pulled up, and in her alarm, she managed to hook her umbrella onto the hand of a statue outside the building, preventing her fall. Chapter 31. Aunt May's assistance. Otto slammed Parker against the outer wall with great force, while a familiar old man hurriedly pulled the woman back just as a shower of debris rained down where she had just stood. Pedestrians scattered in fear from the falling rubble, but the vehicles on the road were not so fortunate, suffering damage from the cascading stones. After enduring several blows, Parker finally reacted in time to evade an attack from the mechanical arm. He swiftly ensnared Otto's face with his webbing, pulling him closer before delivering a punch that sent him flying. Aunt May was above, incessantly calling for help. Parker glanced back at her and hurriedly crawled in her direction, but Otto's tentacles suddenly slammed him against the wall. He managed to shout, "Hold on," before being flung to the other side. The two grappled against the wall, Parker fiercely gripping Otto's body and landing several punches. They continued to fight as they fell through the air. Aunt May was on the verge of giving up, her grip on the umbrella beginning to slip. Otto finally broke free from Spider-Man's grasp, seizing the opportunity to smash Parker against a window and then hurl him into the building across the street. Aunt May could no longer hold on, and as she lost her grip on the umbrella, she landed on the pedestal of a statue. It was then that she realized she would not fall after all. She breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude to the Virgin Mary statue. However, Otto quickly seized her again. "Last time, you ruined my plans. I want you to watch this old woman die in despair," he exclaimed, filled with rage as he glared at Parker. Otto was no longer the person he once was. The altruistic Dr. Otto Octavius had vanished, leaving behind only the vengeful figure consumed by his experiments. Tony sighed, feeling an overwhelming sense of regret. If you were to encounter him, could you save him? Or if someone else found themselves in a similar predicament, could you resolve it? Nick Fury glanced at Tony. Theoretically, Dr. Octavius was under the control of the mechanical arms due to a malfunction in the suppression chip. If the chip were to be reinstalled, it might free him from that control. Tony contemplated this and proposed a plan that would later enable the young Spider-Man to heal Otto. However, the suppression chip would require enhanced protection, as the original lacked any safeguards and shattered upon the slightest impact. Tony finished his drink and picked up the glass that had been left untouched. Parker used his webbing to propel himself against the wall, and as Otto observed Spider-Man's silhouette, he murmured, "Come on." Simultaneously, the mechanical arms behind him sprang open, revealing a sharp spike, startling Aunt May. Realizing Otto's intent, she scolded him, "Shameless." And, as the tentacle lunged forward, she swung the umbrella's handle forcefully against Otto's head. This blow allowed Parker to seize the tentacle in time, avoiding the deadly strike. The intense pain caused Otto to lose his balance, tilting to one side as the tentacle flung Aunt May away in an attempt to stabilize him. She plummeted, letting out a piercing scream. Parker leaped into action, swiftly closing the distance with his webbing, successfully embracing Aunt May before propelling himself upward, swinging away with her in his grasp. With the hostage no longer in play, the police ceased their politeness, opening fire on Otto. Unfortunately, their shots were rendered ineffective due to the distance, transforming them into mere outlines of humanity. Otto, clutching 2 bags of money, veered around the corner of the building, causing the officers to lose sight of him and halt their assault. Meanwhile, Parker landed on the street, holding Aunt May securely and reassuring her, "You are safe now." Overcome with emotion, Aunt May turned to Spider-Man, exclaiming, "Thank you. I owe my life to you." Bystanders, realizing it was Spider-Man, gathered around, and Parker remarked to Aunt May, "We defeated him," to which she proudly replied, "I defeated him." With a sudden movement, he spun around and leaped away, releasing his webbing as a throng of women called after him. "Take me with you, Spider-Man. Bring me along." Ignoring their pleas, Parker navigated through the towering buildings with grace, soon disappearing from view. "You've done splendidly, May." Uncle Ben chuckled, acknowledging that without Aunt May's timely intervention against Otto, Parker might have found himself in peril. "It is a relief to assist Peter." Aunt May smiled through her tears of joy. At the planetarium party, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter, and Parker found himself amidst the crowd. Just as he reached for a snack, another guest snatched it away, prompting a resigned smile from him. Spotting an elderly couple passing by, He attempted to capture their moment, only to realize he had forgotten to remove the lens cap. By the time he rectified his mistake, the couple had already been called away. At the bar, Harry observed as a server poured a drink, only to snatch it away just as it was about to be set down. "Don't take it away," he exclaimed, inadvertently knocking over the first glass. The bartender, resigned, allowed him to take a new cup as Parker approached. He draped an arm over Harry's shoulder, saying, "Hey, don't go overboard, brother." Harry shot him a quizzical glance. "Why not? Isn't this a party? If your hopes for fame and fortune hinge on a madman, only to find it all in vain, wouldn't you drown your sorrows and drink? And your insect friend?" Parker interjected, "Let us not discuss him tonight, Harry. Whenever you wish, 24 hours a day. Until I find him," Harry replied coldly, their gazes locking for a moment. As Parker walked away, Harry downed his glass of champagne in one go, while Jameson nudged Parker. "Am I paying you to taste champagne? Take a picture of my wife and the minister." Jameson's wife smiled at Parker, complimenting him. "That is a lovely tie." He snapped a photo for her, then proceeded to capture a picture of the couple alongside an elder prosecutor. Jameson then spotted the mayor and boldly declared, "Come, let's take a picture of the mayor and his girlfriend." Upon hearing this, the mayor and his wife, along with another gentleman, exchanged glances of concern. Realizing the situation was amiss, Jameson quickly corrected himself. "I meant my wife." Parker had captured the moment with his camera. Chapter 32. The disappearance of abilities at this juncture. A master of ceremonies took to the stage, addressing the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Natural Science Library Committee is honored to introduce our esteemed guest, the first individual to play football on the moon." Her words elicited laughter from the crowd, and then, with great flair, she announced, "Please welcome the dashing, charming, and intrepid Colonel John Jameson." As the music swelled, applause erupted, and amidst the ovation, John entered, arm in arm with Mary Jane. However, the moment Parker caught sight of Mary Jane, his smile vanished, replaced by a look of longing. Mary Jane, too, noticed Parker in the crowd. After a brief exchange of glances, she averted her gaze, leaving Parker with a sense of desolation. As the latter part of the party unfolded, Parker stepped outside, spotting a platter of snacks. He reached for it, only to find someone had beat him to it. Not far off, he noticed Mary Jane standing alone. Approaching her, Parker attempted to initiate a conversation, hoping to apologize and explain himself, yet Mary Jane interrupted, declaring she had heard enough. With a pained expression, Mary Jane looked at Parker and said, "I cannot keep thinking about you. It is too agonizing." Parker yearned to recite poetry to express his feelings, but she dismissed him, unwilling to accept any further sentiment. In an effort to shift the topic, Parker asked, "What would you like to drink? I can fetch it." Yet, Mary Jane declined, stating, "I came with John. He will get it for me." Parker muttered the name John under his breath. Mary Jane continued, "By the way, John has seen my performance 5 times, Harry twice, Aunt May once, and my ailing mother even managed to attend despite her illness. My father went so far as to come backstage to borrow money for a ticket. But my best friend, the one who cares for me the most, couldn't even arrive on time at 8 o'clock. All these years, he has merely been an empty seat to me." With that, she turned and left. Mary Jane's words rendered Parker speechless, and he felt an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Spotting a server passing by with a tray of drinks, he seized the last glass, only to discover it was empty. Oh, not again. This felt like a metaphor for Peter Parker's life, where desires remain unfulfilled. Tony observed Parker's repeated attempts to acquire food and drink, only to end up with nothing, and sighed in sympathy. "Multiverse," exclaimed a frustrated character in agreement, expressing his discontent. The party continued, but Parker stood frozen, as if he were in a different realm from the festivities around him. At that moment, a tipsy Harry approached him. "You infuriate me. You only think of Spider-Man, ignoring your best friend. He killed my father, and yet you continue to protect him because you rely on him." Parker attempted to calm Harry, but his anger only intensified. "Do not push me. Do not pretend to be my friend. You have taken away Mary Jane from me. You have stolen my paternal love. You refuse to surrender that monster and watch my father be murdered, do you not?" Harry exclaimed, striking Parker sharply. Caught off guard, Parker momentarily failed to respond. Harry pressed on, demanding confirmation. "Isn't it so, brother?" He delivered another slap, leaving Parker bewildered. At this, Harry's fury began to subside, and he turned away. "Oh, Harry, how could he behave this way?" Aunt May lamented as she observed Parker's bruised visage, feeling profound sorrow for him. No one comprehended the struggles of Peter Parker. Brother, Harry, reflecting on his actions, offered an apology to Parker. "It's all right," Parker quickly replied. "I understand that side of you. We are brothers, are we not?" Parker's smile prompted Harry to embrace him. "You two are truly kindred spirits, though not by blood. Wouldn't you agree, Otto?" Rose remarked with a smile directed at Otto. "Indeed, your bond is remarkable. Do not let misunderstandings tarnish your relationship, Peter." Encouraged by Parker, Otto regained his resolve, determined to prove himself and rectify his previous missteps. The commotion drew the attention of those nearby. Once Harry departed, Parker's mood grew increasingly somber. At that moment, John began introducing Mary Jane to the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to announce that the enchanting Mary Jane Watson has accepted my proposal." Mary Jane felt immense joy at John's public declaration of their relationship, stepping onto the stage to stand beside him. Meanwhile, Parker felt disoriented, his mind clouded. "Wake up, Parker! Snap a photo!" Jameson exclaimed, bringing Parker back to reality. Taking a deep breath, he began to take pictures. In the night sky, Parker donned his spider suit, darting between skyscrapers, yet once again found himself unable to shoot webbing. Terrified, he gazed at his hands. Suddenly, he plummeted, crashing heavily onto a dumpster. "I felt pain just watching, not to mention how he felt." Rhodey arrived at Tony's home and, upon entering, witnessed Parker's unfortunate encounter with the dumpster. This was a far cry from his previous fall onto the exhaust pipe. This time, he collided with the sharp edge of the refuse container. Parker removed his mask and attempted to shoot webbing again, but to no avail. Confused, he scrutinized his wrists. "What is happening to me?" He gazed at his hands, then lifted his eyes to the nearby wall. Approaching the wall, he examined his palms and attempted to climb, but suddenly lost his grip and began to slide downward. Just as he managed to steady himself, he lost his hold entirely and tumbled into the alley. Sitting beside the dumpster, Parker noticed a bundle of newspapers. He picked one up, only to discover that his nearsightedness had returned. His superpowers had officially begun to fail. Abilities, responsibilities, ideals, and his relationships, be it kinship, friendship, or love, are in conflict. His extraordinary powers have rendered his life chaotic, and within, he is reluctant to hope for his abilities, thus causing their ineffectiveness. This is the crux of the matter, is it not? Observing Parker in a state of despondency, Tony listened to Nick Fury relay the analysis from his psychological expert and nodded in agreement. "Peter, I believe I have discerned the cause," he remarked. Rose, an accomplished scholar in her own right, interpreted Parker's expressions and internal shifts, arriving at a plausible conclusion which she conveyed to him, leaving Parker in contemplation. Chapter 33. Embracing Peter Parker. The scene shifts to Dr. Octopus, who, within an abandoned building, commenced preparations for his second experiment, utilizing the funds acquired from the bank heist to procure the necessary equipment. As he worked, he leisurely lit a cigar with the assistance of his mechanical tentacles. Meanwhile, Parker, suspecting a physical ailment, visited the hospital for an examination. However, the doctor deemed his health to be sound. "In my opinion, the issue lies here," he indicated, gesturing toward his own head. Parker was lost in thought, reflecting on his insomnia, profound sorrow, and nightmares. "Doctor, I had a dream where I was Spider-Man, but I lost my powers and kept falling while attempting to climb walls." The doctor instantly grasped the implication. "So you were Spider-Man?" Parker quickly clarified. "In my dream, yes. But it's not truly my dream. It belongs to a friend of mine." The doctor chuckled, removing his glasses. "Ah, a friend's dream." He mused, moving to sit beside Parker on the examination table. What is this friend like? Why does he feel compelled to climb walls? How does he perceive himself? Herein lay the dilemma. Parker could not conjure an answer. The doctor shook his head gently. To lack self-awareness is to teeter on the brink of madness, to lose one's very essence. The gravest misfortune is the loss of self. The doctor regarded Parker with an inscrutable expression. "Listen, perhaps you are not fated to be the wall-crawling Spider-Man, which is why you keep falling. The choice is yours, Peter." Parker pondered this, nodding thoughtfully. "I have the power to choose," he murmured, with the doctor affirmatively nodding alongside him. Ah, the doctor must have surmised Peter's true identity, recognizing the core of his struggles and encouraging him to forge his own path. Gathered around the bar in Tony's home, Tony clinked glasses with Rhodey, declaring, "Only a fool would fail to see that his friend is, in fact, himself, an artifice of companionship that anyone can master." Rhodey quipped about Parker's feeble disguise. Tony erupted into hearty laughter at this. Back at home, Parker lay in bed, the storm raging outside, accompanied by flashes of lightning and thunder, contemplating the doctor's words. Echoes of Uncle Ben's wisdom resonated within him, and in a fleeting moment, he envisioned Uncle Ben speaking to him once more. Your thoughts, Peter, fill me with sorrow. Do you not understand? I have fallen in love with Mary Jane. Peter, the integrity, fairness, and justice we have always discussed. I have longed for you to bravely share these dreams with the world. In my dreams, Parker gazed at Uncle Ben, declaring that he could no longer live in another's dreams. He yearned for a life of his own. The heavens bestowed upon you extraordinary gifts, Peter. With great power comes great responsibility. Hold my hand, my child. Ben hoped Parker would acquiesce, yet Parker, tears streaming down his face, resolutely declined. I am merely Peter Parker. I'm no longer. Spider-Man. No longer. Returning to reality, Parker murmured, no longer. On a stormy night, Parker found himself in a familiar alley, gazing at the spider suit in his hands. He hesitated for a moment before decisively casting it into the trash bin and turning away. Alas, he ultimately chose this path. What about you, Tony? Rhodey took another swig of his drink, slightly tipsy as he regarded Tony. Me? I'm Iron Man. Tony, clearly intoxicated, slurred his response before collapsing against the bar. While Nick Fury had long since departed, having relinquished his identity as Spider-Man, Parker visibly relaxed, walking with a smile, though a sudden stumble caused him a moment of embarrassment. After a night of revelry, Tony was awakened by JARVX, and the screen flickered back to life. Upon witnessing Parker's failed attempt at bravado, Tony nearly burst into laughter while still gargling. Almost falling, Parker donned his glasses, no longer fearing a misstep, and strode confidently down the street. The scene shifted to Parker in his modest apartment, diligently repairing his motorcycle. He tightened a bolt with a wrench, but neglected to secure it. As he carelessly turned, the wheel rolled off the bike and plummeted from the balcony, shattering below. Fool! The irate boss shouted from below, while Parker crouched apologetically. Ha ha ha! Such clumsiness! My friend! Harry laughed heartily, throwing his arm around Parker's shoulders. With the salary from the police department, Parker's life had improved significantly. He no longer needed to work part-time. Though he suspected that once school resumed, he would not be able to spend time with Harry as before. Parker purchased a hot dog from a street vendor, and as he reached the curb, several police cars whizzed past, accompanied by running officers. Turning to observe the commotion, he remembered that he was no longer Spider-Man. Biting down hard on his hot dog, he abruptly turned away. Parker was now able to attend Connor's class punctually, attentively listening and taking notes. When Connors posed a question, he promptly raised his hand to respond. After class, Connors expressed his satisfaction with Parker's performance, encouraging him to continue striving. The encouragement brought a genuine smile to Parker's face, revealing his heartfelt joy. On a night at the musical theater, Parker made his long-awaited arrival at Mary Jane's stage production. As Mary Jane delivered her lines, she unexpectedly caught sight of Parker in the audience, momentarily losing her focus and forgetting her dialogue. The director backstage urgently whispered reminders, and finally, Mary Jane regained her composure, seamlessly picking up the male actor's lines. The director exhaled in relief, as serendipitously, the actor's words echoed Parker's own sentiments. After the performance, Parker and Mary Jane walked side by side. Parker gazed at her and remarked, "You were truly remarkable. This scene was splendid." Mary Jane, puzzled, inquired, "Why didn't you inform me beforehand?" Parker explained, "I feared you might tell me not to come." At this, Mary Jane shyly turned away, then quickly turned back to scrutinize Peter Parker. "You seem transformed," she observed. Parker lowered his gaze and smiled. "I polished my shoes, ironed my pants, and completed my homework. I am now devoted to my studies." While Mary Jane was pleased by Parker's transformation, she felt it was too late. Parker wished to invite Mary Jane for some fried noodles, but she revealed, "Peter, I am getting married." Upon hearing this, Parker fell silent for a moment, yet managed to smile at her. "I often envision you getting married atop a mountain," he mused. Mary Jane, intrigued, asked, "Who is the groom?" Parker responded, "You haven't chosen yet." With a dismissive glance at Parker, Mary Jane retorted, "Do you think attending one of my performances will make me reconsider my engagement?" Parker, yearning to win Mary Jane back, implored, "You once professed your love for me. Let us return to our past together. I used to think I had many responsibilities, but that is no longer the case." Mary Jane, regretful, replied, "It's too late. Will you consider it?" "Consider what?" Parker pressed. "Let us rekindle our romance." "From where shall we begin? We have never had a connection. How can we rekindle something that never existed?" "Peter." Mary Jane was slightly vexed by Parker's fanciful notions. "This matter is not so simple." "You certainly think so. You always complicate things." "You do not understand." Mary Jane sighed, as Parker sought to persuade her. "I'm no longer an empty chair. I am different now. Strike me, and I will bleed." Parker's gaze was filled with hope, while Mary Jane wore an expression of resignation. She bid farewell to Parker, informing him of her wedding at the church. Before leaving, she looked back at him and remarked, "You have indeed changed." Parker managed to offer a faint smile. "Harry, please take good care of her, all right?" Parker lowered his head and patted Harry's shoulder. He had harbored feelings for Mary Jane for a long time, yet ultimately wished to see Harry with her, thus freeing himself from lingering concerns. Harry remained silent, merely observing him. He had recently been in contact with Mary Jane, and their relationship was gradually blossoming. Mary Jane was aware of Parker's decision to embrace his role as Spider-Man, not wanting to be ensnared in romantic entanglements. In the Hornet Daily, Miss Brant hurriedly entered, accompanied by a man carrying a bag. "Boss, a scavenger claims to possess something of your interest." Jameson scoffed disdainfully. "Don't tell me it's an alien's head. Otherwise, you be the third person this week to deliver a head." The homeless man nonchalantly retrieved Spider-Man's mask from the bag. The plump Robbie swiftly snatched the mask for a closer inspection, to which the homeless man calmly remarked, "From a junkyard." Jameson began rummaging through the contents of the bag. A junkyard? He held the spider suit in his hands, convinced that Spider-Man had hung up his web shooters. He tossed aside the attire, dismissing any notion of masquerades, his laughter echoing in the room. "I have finally brought him down, a monumental triumph for the media." Yet the homeless man merely sought money. Right. I should at least gain something from this." Jameson, embodying his notoriously frugal nature, offered, "I'll give you $50. The homeless man retorted, "I could sell this online for much more." "Fine, I'll give you $100. Miss Brant, pay him and throw in a bar of soap." Before leaving, Miss Brant reminded him, "Your wife is still on the line." The homeless man followed her out. Jameson picked up the phone, shouting, "How much?" After hearing his wife on the other end, he bellowed, "If you spend another cent, you might as well pick flowers on my grave. Just get something plastic." He hastily hung up the phone. Beside him, Robbie clutched the spider mask, lamenting for Spider-Man, not wanting to witness Jameson's triumphant grin. He turned his gaze towards the window. Consequently, he quickly departed from the Hornet Daily, leaving matters for Robbie to handle, and drove off, planning to return after a while, hoping for a turn of events. If none occurred, he would wait until the fervor subsided before coming back. As the Hornet Daily's newspapers began to circulate, news of Spider-Man discarding his suit spread widely. The street singers, once praising Spider-Man, now questioned his whereabouts in their songs. The front page headline of the Hornet Daily boldly proclaimed, "Spider-Man is finished." Suddenly, an individual clad in a spider suit appeared, mimicking Spider-Man's various poses, inadvertently knocking over a nearby pen holder. As the camera zoomed out, it revealed Jameson, cigar in mouth. Imitating Spider-Man's movements, leaping onto his desk, he staged a scene of shooting webs, providing his own voiceover. Hoffman, Brant, and Robbie secretly observed this spectacle, unable to contain their laughter. Robbie shook his head, thinking to himself that yet another madness had unfolded. The scene was too delightful. The trio dared not linger and quickly covered their mouths as they exited. Jameson, turning his head in confusion towards the spot where they had just spied, found nothing amiss and resumed his self-adoration. "Ha, what is this? The new Spider-Man?" Tony laughed heartily. Even the usually serious egghead couldn't help but chuckle. Miss Brant was gasping for breath while calling Jameson, "Mr. New Spider-Man, you don't need to run away anymore. Hurry back." "Shut up, Brant. Be careful, or I will dock your pay." The term New Spider-Man pierced Jameson's heart deeply, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. Nevertheless, he drove back to the Daily Bugle. Albeit embarrassed, this served as proof of his hidden admiration for Spider-Man, alleviating his fear of being ridiculed. After school, Parker walked along the street, where two female classmates whispered and smiled brightly at him as they passed by, lifting his spirits further. As he walked past an alley, he witnessed two individuals attempting to rob a boy. The boy fought desperately to escape, but was held back by his shirt, unable to break free. Parker's smile vanished. He turned away, not wanting to witness the scene any longer. The boy's cries for help weighed heavily on Parker's heart as he left the area. His innate kindness and sense of justice remained, yet he felt overwhelmed. Peter Parker. Tony gazed at Parker, who silently distanced himself from the troubling situation, filled with mixed emotions. Chapter 35. Parker's confession upon arriving at Uncle Ben's home. Parker was warmly welcomed to sit on the sofa. Parker, you've been through a lot. Perhaps I placed too much pressure on you, leading to your exhaustion. Uncle Ben reflected on the Peter Parker who had regained his true self, noticing the stark contrast in his demeanor. Being Spider-Man was exhausting. Juggling work, school, and battling crime left Parker utterly drained, rendering him incapable of excelling in any aspect of his life. After shedding the Spider-Man identity, he felt a palpable sense of relief. His face adorned with smiles as he could attend classes without fear of tardiness. Uncle Ben, don't worry, the school has communicated with me. The principal granted me leeway for absences and tardiness, and my classes will be recorded for me to review later. Dr. Connors also called, offering assistance with any questions I might have. Moreover, I now receive a salary from the police department, which suffices for my needs, eliminating the necessity for additional work. Rest assured. And as for Mary Jane, I trust Harry will take good care of her. Parker watched the video of the skyline, having let go of many concerns. As an observer, he understood that what Mary Jane desired was likely beyond his reach. He did not wish for her to become entangled in his troubles, although they were already quite complicated. Thankfully, no one dared to target her, for those who contemplated doing so had to consider whether they could withstand Spider-Man's retribution. Uncle Ben nodded, and their conversation continued for quite some time until Aunt May interrupted them with a tray of food. As the scene shifts, the gravestone of Uncle Ben comes into view, and Aunt May's voice resonates, lamenting his departure, declaring the injustice of fate. He was a man of peace, and she feels the weight of blame upon herself. Aunt May places a bouquet before the gravestone, while Parker stands behind her, realizing that today marks the second anniversary of Uncle Ben's passing. In Aunt May's home, she pours a cup of tea for Parker, who comforts her, urging her not to harbor guilt. Although she understands she shouldn't feel this way, she reflects on the moment when Parker wished to take the subway, but Uncle Ben insisted on driving him. If only she had persuaded Uncle Ben not to go, the three of them could be sitting together, enjoying tea. Parker, recalling the moment he let the murderer of Uncle Ben go free, feels a tumult of emotions rising within him, the weight of regret intensifying. He gazes at Aunt May and sighs softly, confessing, "The responsibility lies with me." Aunt May, puzzled, asks why. "Because it's all my fault that Uncle Ben met with misfortune. But you were at the library. You were studying. He dropped me off at the library, but I never went inside." Aunt May's expression changes as she inquires, "What do you mean?" "I went somewhere else, to a place where I thought I could win some money, hoping to buy a car to impress Mary Jane. The events unfolded too suddenly. He won money, but the man refused to pay out. Then he was robbed, and the thief came charging at him." Parker reflects, "I could have stopped him, but I wanted revenge." With a pained expression, he continues, "I let him go. I allowed him to escape." He sighs again, recounting how the thief intended to take Uncle Ben's car, but when Uncle Ben refused, he shot him instead. Aunt May, her eyes wide, stares at Parker, unprepared for this revelation. Uncle Ben was murdered that night because he was the only one who acted rightly. When he passed away, Parker held his hand. Placing his hand over Aunt May's, he admits, "Many times I wanted to share all of this with you." Aunt May slowly withdraws her hand, disbelief etched on her face. She rises and walks upstairs, unwilling to break down in front of Parker. Finally, it has been spoken aloud. Perhaps now, Peter Parker's heart will feel lighter. Pepper, standing beside Tony, comments on Tony's newfound enthusiasm as he visits Stark Industries. Together, they gaze at the sky. Indeed, expressing it does relieve the burden of keeping it bottled up. Tony agrees with a nod. Soon, Rhodey arrives. They have matters to discuss, and Pepper gracefully vacates the space to attend to her duties. The scene transitions to Otto, adjusting the equipment with his mechanical arm. As the camera pulls back, it reveals that the apparatus is complete, awaiting only the raw materials. Amidst thunder and lightning, Harry sits in his villa, seething as he reads reports about Spider-Man. He pounds his fist on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Where are you?" Bernard, the butler, approached Harry, who was lamenting over his drink, and said, "It is getting late." "I must return home, sir." Harry replied absently, "Very well." Observing Harry's melancholic demeanor, Bernard couldn't help but remark, Your father is only troubled by matters of work. Harry remained non-committal, responding with a simple, "Good night, Bernard." After Bernard departed, Harry, clutching his glass, made his way to the balcony. Amidst the rumbling thunder and flashes of lightning, a tremor resonated, growing increasingly closer. Sensing something amiss, Harry cautiously approached the edge of the balcony. Just as he leaned over to look down, a mechanical tentacle suddenly lunged out, knocking him to the ground. His glass flew from his hand. But just as it was about to shatter, a mechanical arm deftly caught it. Harry's gaze sharpened, revealing Otto perched upon the wall of his balcony. "Greetings, Harry." Otto greeted him. Confronted by this uninvited guest, Harry inquired, "Otto, what do you intend to do?" Otto took a sip of the drink, coolly declaring, "I seek an abundant supply of tritium. This time, I desire more." The tentacle flung the glass against the wall, shattering it, as it slowly advanced toward Harry. Alarmed by Otto's words, Harry exclaimed, "More tritium? Are you mad? You would raze the city to the ground. You lunatic!" In response to Harry's outburst, a tentacle shot toward him. Harry attempted to flee, but the tentacle, swifter than he, ensnared his calf, hoisting him upside down and depositing him outside the balcony. Terrified, Harry screamed, "Hey, hey!" As he beheld the ground below, he shouted, "Put me down. Let us strike a deal." Otto smirked, lifting Harry back to safety and positioning him upright. Once steadied, Harry, still shaken, proposed, "If you eliminate Spider-Man, I will provide you with the tritium you seek." He quickly reconsidered, adding, "No, I've changed my mind. I want him alive." Otto fixed his gaze on Harry, inquiring, "How do I find him?" After catching his breath, Harry replied, "Peter Parker." Otto, puzzled, responded, "Parker?" Harry elaborated for Otto's benefit. "He takes photos of Spider-Man for the Daily Bugle. He can tell you where Spider-Man is." Upon hearing this, Otto departed, instructing Harry to prepare the necessary items. Concerned for Parker's safety, Harry chased after him, shouting, "Don't harm Peter." Chapter 36. Rescue in the Fire. The latest newspaper bore the alarming headline, "Crime rate soars by 75. Where is Spider-Man?" Peter Parker stood in front of a shop, contemplating the front page, lost in thought, when he suddenly heard a woman's voice nearby cry out, "Help! Someone please!" Peter rushed toward the sound, only to find a building ablaze. Witnessing the scene, he instinctively reached to remove his jacket, only to realize that he was no longer Spider-Man. His movements froze, and slowly, he lowered his arms, retreating in a daze. Oh dear, he is no longer Spider-Man, and he cannot rush into the inferno to save anyone, lamented an elderly Caucasian woman with a sorrowful expression. Alas, Peter Parker is no longer Spider-Man. He has no reason to risk his life for others. Observing the raging blaze, a firefighter recognized the peril inherent in such a fire. For an ordinary person, entering would be tantamount to a near-certain death. "Peter Parker, what would you do?" A stunning blonde girl gazed at Parker, who was slowly retreating, her eyes filled with a hint of hope. At that moment, a sunshade from the upper floor fell, eliciting gasps from those nearby. A black man rushed from the side, calling out to a woman, "Alicia, the Chun family's daughter is missing. Have you seen her?" Others shouted for help and urged to call the police. Although Parker was no longer Spider-Man, he dashed toward the black man, inquiring amidst the chaos, "Is there anyone left inside?" The young black man, glancing at the flames engulfing the building, replied without looking back, "It seems a child is trapped on the second floor." Without hesitation, Parker defied the tide of people fleeing the building and charged inside. "Hey, where are you going?" the young man exclaimed in alarm. Inside the house, Parker sprinted to the second floor, hearing the cries of child. Following the sound, he discovered a frightened child hiding, but the door was locked. He shouted to her, "I'm here to rescue you." Parker then attempted to shoulder the door open, but as an ordinary man, he found that not only did he fail to break it down, but he also inflicted immense pain upon himself. Cradling his shoulder for a moment, Parker gathered his strength and delivered a powerful kick, toppling the door. Just as he half-squatted upon entering, he noticed the ceiling collapsing above him. With swift reflexes, he rolled aside, narrowly avoiding a barrage of falling debris. Opening a closet, he found the little girl cowering within. "It's okay, come on. I'll take you out." "Quickly," he urged, taking her hand and pulling her into his embrace. As they exited the room, a beam crashed down just behind them, nearly striking Parker and the girl. Yet, their path forward was soon obstructed as the floor ahead crumbled away, exposing a perilous drop, with electrical wires behind them bursting into flames. Gazing at the gaping chasm, Parker inhaled deeply, clutching the child tightly as he sprinted forward and leaped. He landed on the adjacent floor, only to discover that this surface too was on the verge of collapse. His foot slipped, and he plummeted downward. This harrowing scene prompted Aunt May to gasp in disbelief. She could hardly fathom the danger Parker faced, tears welling in her eyes, while Uncle Ben stood by to console her. The onlookers below were equally startled, rallying together to cheer Parker on in his desperate endeavor. Fortunately, although Parker has lost his superpowers, he still possesses some foundational strength. With one hand gripping the remaining floor and the other cradling the child, the little girl screamed in terror. Parker gazed down at the inferno below and, with a sudden surge of determination, successfully lifted the girl to safety above. He endeavored to ascend himself, yet found himself unable to gain leverage at that moment. The girl crawled over and grasped Parker's hand, offering him her support. With her assistance, he struggled to climb onto the floor, swiftly scooping her up once more as he dashed away, only to see their location buried again in the next instant. The flames grew fiercer and outside. A Chinese couple looked at each other in despair. Just then, Parker burst from the house, coughing as he handed the child back to her parents before making his escape. The little girl, filled with relief, beamed at her parents and exclaimed, "Mommy, Peter Parker, you are the best. Hooray!" Peter Parker is truly courageous. Despite his loss of superpowers, he fearlessly entered the blaze to rescue the little girl. He is a genuine hero. Even without his abilities, his bravery and kindness remain admirable. Parker's actions exemplify noble qualities. He disregards his own safety solely to save another's life. He is our role model, whether or not endowed with superpowers. He demonstrates through his deeds what true courage and selflessness entail. Parker's brave actions are profoundly moving, proving that a superhero does not necessarily require extraordinary powers, but rather a valiant heart. His conduct serves as a reminder that anyone can become a hero, regardless of their strength. In a fleeting moment, the topic of Parker's audacity to rush into the flames without powers surged to the global trending discussions, with countless media outlets clamoring to report on it. Many attempted to emulate Parker's heroic act in the fire, resulting in some tragic casualties. Fire departments and police stations worldwide had to issue warnings to citizens not to recklessly imitate Peter Parker's actions, emphasizing the dangers involved. They acknowledged Parker's courage and benevolence, but advised against individuals recklessly entering fires. Such professional duties should be left to trained experts. As the scene shifted, the fire in the house had been extinguished and firefighters were inspecting for any potential flare-ups. Parker, inhaling oxygen, continued to cough. A firefighter approached, patting him on the back. Praising, "Young man, you are very brave." Another firefighter informed him that some unfortunate souls were trapped on the 4th floor and could not escape. Upon hearing this, the firefighter shook his head in dismay. "Oh my!" Parker listened intently, feeling a heavy weight in his heart. He pondered if he were still Spider-Man. Perhaps those lives could have been spared. Back inside the house, Parker leaned against the window, speaking to himself, "Shouldn't I have what I desire? What I need? What should I do?" Chapter 37. My back at this moment, the sudden arrival of the landlord's daughter, Yuresu, interrupted Parker's reverie. He turned his gaze towards her, and she hurriedly apologized, saying, "I shouldn't have entered without knocking." Afterward, she stepped back out to close the door, knocked again, and, as Parker turned to face the entrance, he welcomed her in. Yuresu pushed the door open and entered. "Hi," she greeted cheerfully, and Parker smiled in return. Slightly nervous, Yuresu asked, "Would you like a piece of chocolate cake?" Parker accepted, and Yuresu's face brightened with a smile. "How about a glass of milk?" Parker nodded, replying, "That would be splendid." With a joyful exclamation of "all right," Yuresu closed the door and went to fetch the cake and milk. Under Yuresu's tender gaze, Parker savored the chocolate cake, and she promptly took his plate and empty cup, to which Parker expressed his gratitude, making Yuresu exceedingly happy. As she approached the doorway, Yuresu recalled a note meant for Parker that she had forgotten to deliver, a message from Aunt May. After thanking her once more, Parker opened the note to read its contents. "I can assure you, that girl undoubtedly has feelings for Parker," Tony proclaimed loudly, raising his hand. Rod, standing nearby, rolled his eyes, as anyone with sense could see the affection Yuresu held for Parker. "Hey, you make me feel embarrassed saying that," Tony retorted, casting an unhappy glance at Rod, who chose to ignore him. Parker arrived at Aunt May's home to find her packing. Curiously, he inquired, "What is going on?" Without turning around, Aunt May replied, "They gave me a few weeks' notice, but I've decided to disregard their demands. I'm moving out now. I've found a small apartment." Parker stepped closer, asking, "Why didn't you tell me?" Aunt May, with a nonchalant demeanor, responded, "I can manage perfectly well on my own. Henry Jackson, who lives across the street, is helping me. I paid him $5 for his assistance." Parker glanced at the child nearby and asked, "Is that Henry Jackson?" To which Aunt May smiled and affirmed yes. The events of the past 2 years have been quite amusing. He is only 9, yet he has grand ambitions. Parker intended to mention something Henry had said last time, but Aunt May waved her hand, saying, "All right, we need not delve into that matter any further. It is all in the past." With a proud gaze, Aunt May approached Parker and said, "But I am proud of you for bravely taking the step to speak the truth." "Thank you. I love you, Peter. Very, very much." She embraced Parker warmly. After their embrace, Aunt May returned to her tasks, and Parker surveyed the items scattered around, suddenly asking, "Hey, what happened to my comic books?" Aunt May replied that she had given them away, and Parker lowered his head in resignation. Henry then emerged, announcing that he had packed all the pots. And he greeted Parker, who remarked how much Henry had grown. Meanwhile, Aunt May continued to sort through her belongings while instructing Henry, "Henry, could you please put those recipes and kitchen utensils together?" Henry readily agreed, his eyes filled with anticipation as he gazed at Parker. "You took photographs of Spider-Man, did you not?" Parker replied, "I used to." Aunt May, overhearing their conversation, lifted her head to listen. Henry inquired, "Where is he now?" Aunt May interjected, "Both Henry and I have been quite puzzled. It has been ages since we last saw his photograph in the newspaper." At this, Parker shrugged. "He has retired." Henry, with a perplexed expression, asked why. "He wishes to explore new ventures." Henry looked at Parker with hopeful eyes. "He will return, won't he?" Parker was at a loss for how to explain, ultimately responding, "I do not know." Henry, slightly disheartened, turned away to attend to his tasks. Aunt May remarked from behind, "You can never guess what he aspires to be." "Spider-Man." Parker, confused, asked why. Aunt May replied, "He is undeniably a great hero. Few possess the ability to scale walls and rescue elderly ladies like me." As she tidied up, she continued, "God knows children like Henry need heroes. Selfless, fearless heroes who dare to sacrifice. These are the paragons for all. Everyone adores heroes. People will line up, shouting and cheering their names. Years later, they would reminisce about how they braved the rain just to catch a glimpse of him, the one who taught them to endure for one more second, no matter the circumstances." She turned to Parker. "I believe each of us harbors a hero within our hearts, one who teaches us honesty and integrity, empowers us, elevates our nobility, and ultimately allows us to depart this world with dignity. Though at times we must compromise and relinquish our deepest desires, even our dreams. Spider-Man embodies such a hero for Henry. Thus, he yearns to know where Spider-Man has gone. He needs him." Parker nodded at Aunt May, his thoughts unspoken. She instructed him to help move the table into the storeroom, cautioning him to be careful. Parker acquiesced. The scene swiftly shifted to the rooftops of 2 houses, where Parker stood at the edge, gazing momentarily before stepping back, fully concentrating on what he wished to accomplish. He turned, inhaled deeply, and sprinted toward the edge of the rooftop, leaping exuberantly into the air, exclaiming, "I'm back! I'm back!" However, as he soared through the air, the force of his leap waned, and he let out a terrified scream as he plummeted downwards. Fortunately, the webbing in mid-air softened his impact, but he collided forcefully against the wall. Next, he landed onto a car, denting its roof before rolling off and crashing into an adjacent vehicle. Parker, with a flushed face, rose gingerly, groaning, "My back! My back!" He then staggered away, resembling a frail old man. Alas, I had thought he truly returned. Thankfully, he did not meet his demise. Otherwise, it would have become the greatest source of amusement worldwide. Spider-Man falling to his death amidst towering skyscrapers. Tony initially lamented that Parker could not revert as Spider-Man, yet he could not suppress his laughter. This was undeniably embarrassing for Peter Parker. Parker, even I feel a pang of pain just watching. Harry, while toiling away, glanced at Parker plummeting from the sky, instinctively rubbing his own back, as if he too had suffered an injury. Chapter 38. Mary Jane captured. Mary Jane was delicately unwrapping an invitation when John Jameson, reclining on the sofa, inquired, "My dear, are you truly not inviting your photographer friend, Peter Parker?" Mary Jane smiled at him, then looked at the invitation in her hands, replying, "No invitation." John, puzzled, gazed at her. "I thought he was your good friend, Peter Parker?" Mary Jane sighed. "He is a complete buffoon. This world is rife with buffoons." Upon hearing this, Mary Jane found John exceedingly endearing. John took her hand and kissed it, saying, "Need I say more?" Mary Jane looked at John, suddenly smiling. "Could you tilt your head back?" "Tilt my head back?" "Yes, just do as I say." John complied, and after adjusting the pillow for him, Mary Jane leaned down to kiss him. After a moment, her expression grew somewhat enigmatic. John felt as if he were back on the moon, kissing Chang'e. Yet Mary Jane appeared to be lost in thought, her mind elsewhere. "Ah, I understand." She was reminiscing about that iconic upside-down kiss with Parker, nay Spider-Man. Tony, the notorious womanizer, instantly grasped the thoughts swirling in Mary Jane's mind. It seems that having had numerous romantic encounters indeed has its advantages, doesn't it? "Of course, I'm fully aware of what those women are thinking," Tony proclaimed with a hint of narcissism, only to realize that the voice was not Rhodey's. Turning around, he was surprised to find Pepper, who had returned at some point, watching him with a bemused expression. To Tony, her ordinary smile resembled that of a devil, prompting him to rise hastily and explain himself to Pepper, simultaneously casting glances at his morally ambiguous ally, Colonel Rhodey, for failing to alert him. Pepper disregarded the flustered Tony and calmly took a seat. Noticing the awkwardness, Rhodey swiftly made his exit, leaving Tony gazing pitifully at Pepper. In a quaint CAF, Mary Jane sat alone when Parker approached from behind, greeting her. "Hi. Surprised to see me? I startled you." Mary Jane looked at Parker. "Thank you for coming." Parker met her gaze. "Is everything all right?" Mary Jane felt uncertain about how to articulate her feelings. "It's rather absurd. I hardly know how to express it. You know, sometimes people deceive themselves." Upon hearing this, Parker raised an eyebrow. "Do elaborate." "I am the prime example. After that performance, you expressed to me that you had changed for my sake, yet I found it difficult to absorb your words. I fear to place my trust in you." Parker lowered his gaze, and Mary Jane continued, "I have been reflecting on what you said." Suddenly, Parker interrupted. "Listen, I have something to convey as well. What I uttered that night was not well considered." Mary Jane, realizing something, interjected, "Wait, what are you trying to say?" "What I wish to express is, I believed we could be together, Mary Jane, but I cannot. I've been deceiving myself." Mary Jane's expression darkened as she questioned, "Do you truly love me?" Parker, suppressing his inner turmoil, shook his head. "I do not love." Hearing his words, Mary Jane felt a profound ache. "You do not love me?" She trembled as she gazed at Parker, suddenly exclaiming, "Kiss me." Parker, bewildered, looked at Mary Jane and replied, "Kiss you? I need to clarify something. Just one kiss." Mary Jane grasped Parker's hand, leaning in slowly. As they were about to kiss, Parker's spider sense unexpectedly flared to life, and he noticed a black car hurtling towards them from behind. Reacting swiftly, Parker embraced Mary Jane, narrowly evading the impending collision amidst her startled cries. Once they regained their footing, a continuous vibrating sound echoed around them. Mary Jane, perplexed, inquired, "What is happening?" Meanwhile, Parker's expression grew increasingly grave. Several mechanical arms descended to the ground. It was Dr. Otto, smiling as he regarded Parker, Peter Parker, with his girlfriend. Parker, his face etched with concern, confronted Otto. "What do you intend to do?" Otto, using his tentacles, seized Parker by the neck, lifting him closer, and stated, "I want you to locate your Spider-Man friend. Inform him to meet me at the West District Clock Tower at 3 o'clock. Parker replied, "I do not know where he is." Otto removed his glasses, glaring at Parker. "Find him. Otherwise, I will harm her." He cast a glance at Mary Jane as two mechanical arms extended towards her. Parker glared fiercely at Otto. "If you dare to lay a finger on her, what will you do?" Otto then hurled Parker against the wall, flashed a sinister smile at Mary Jane, and captured her with his mechanical arms. Lying amidst the rubble, Peter Parker summoned his strength and rose abruptly. However, by the time he dashed into the street, Otto had vanished with Mary Jane. Parker, wearing his glasses, suddenly felt his vision blur. Upon removing them, he realized his powers had returned. Fueled by fury, Parker reclaimed all his extraordinary abilities. Mary Jane had crossed a line. Already in a relationship, she still sought to flirt with Peter. Einkel Benfronet, feeling even more negatively towards Mary Jane. Peter Parker had lost his powers because of her, yet regained them due to her. Such is the nature of a man. compelled to protect those who matter most. Tony reflected with a sigh. Indeed, in the absence of Spider-Man, the crime rate in their vicinity surged by a staggering 75. A testament to his significance. Fortunately, he has returned. Pepper chimed in as well. Narration suddenly resonated. To safeguard those dear to us, one must occasionally relinquish certain things. Did Natasha not foresee her own demise? Yet, without hesitation, she pushed Barton aside and leaped from the cliff, exchanging her soul for another. All for that final glimmer of hope. Did Tony Stark not comprehend the gravity of his fate? He was more aware than anyone else that Banner possessed the body of the Hulk, yet still could not withstand the immense energy, tormented to the brink of despair, crying out in agony. And although Banner endured tremendous suffering in his quest to retrieve everyone, he could not bring back his beloved Natasha. She was truly lost to them. With a mere 1 in 14 million chance, when Strange raised that finger, Tony recognized it as their solitary hope. Thus he unhesitatingly sacrificed his own life to secure victory in the battle, ultimately saving all life throughout the universe. In the end, Tony Stark, in his mortal form, stood shoulder to shoulder with the divine, and in the final moments of his life, he remained the same Iron Man he had always been. Chapter 39. Speculation. Tony. Astonishing. Banner. What about my situation? Natasha. All life in the universe. The sudden explosive revelation from Sky left the entire universe in an uproar. Thanos sat upon his throne, musing. Tony Stark. What does this mean? Please clarify. Tony gazed at the sky in bewilderment, yet it fell silent, ignoring his inquiries. He proclaimed that you saved the entire universe. Rhodey looked at Tony, astonished. Was this truly the flamboyant playboy he knew? Natasha Romanoff. I believe that is your name. Tony disregarded Rhodey's words, turning his attention to Natasha, who stood beside Pepper. Although Nick Fury had mentioned her name only once, Tony had nonetheless remembered it. You must be mistaken. Her name is Natalie Rushman. Pepper looked at Tony in confusion. That was a falsehood. Her true name was indeed that. Tony fixed his gaze upon Natasha. What? Pepper exclaimed, surprised. She was the undercover agent Nick Fury had placed within Stark Industries. Ever since the Sky answered my question, I have been aware of this matter. Tony explained Natasha's situation to Pepper. Yet, these details paled in comparison to the gravity of the Sky's brief utterances. They contained an abundance of information, leaving Tony momentarily at a loss as to where to begin untangling the truth. What if Natasha's sacrifice merely hinted at a glimmer of hope, while Banner had indeed returned everyone? Could this Banner refer to that green behemoth? Tony pondered aloud. Dr. Banner is the normal form of the Hulk. When he cannot control his rage, he transforms into the mighty Hulk. Natasha affirmed Tony's speculation from the sidelines. So you know him well? Then he must truly care for you, doesn't he? After all, it is the beloved Natasha, Tony quipped. Natasha rolled her eyes, and under Pepper's piercing gaze, Tony coughed twice, wary of continuing the topic. Ahem. Let's proceed with our deliberations. Banner has returned everyone. But why returned? What happened to them? Are they dead? Or were they forced to depart? Given my ultimate sacrifice to save the entire universe, let's assume those individuals have perished. So what transpired? The narration spoke of victory in war. Thus, we shall posit that a cosmic war ensued, with countless lives lost, yet victory still eluding us. To secure triumph, Natasha sacrificed herself, exchanging her soul for a glimmer of hope. Then Banner brought everyone back, yet the war remained unwon, leading to my own sacrifice, Tony remarked, indicating himself. Rhodey nodded in agreement. Presumably that is how it unfolded. Thus, the question arises, who is this Strange? Jarvis, conduct a search. And with that 1 in 14 million chance, is that not an exaggeration? Over 14 million attempts, and we only succeeded once? At the cost of my own life? As Tony lamented the improbability, he also indulged in his typical self-importance, convinced that only he could save the universe. Sir, I have located relevant information regarding Strange. Most notably, a renowned neurosurgeon from New York, full name Stephen Strange. Jarvis listed numerous individuals bearing the name Strange. HM. Tony quickly glanced over the details, prioritizing these individuals. For the tapestry of fate that the narrative spoke of must surely pertain to future events. He gestured for Jarvis to categorize them as focal points of interest. Banner, possessing the form of Hulk, remained tormented by immense energy, writhing in agony. And after Banner returned everyone, I was able to wield that tremendous energy once more. This indicates it is not a one-time use. It is reusable, albeit at a great cost that inflicts severe harm upon the wielder, leading to my demise. Do you comprehend the magnitude of the Hulk's power? I recognize it has caused immense destruction, yet I lack specific metrics. Tony glanced at Natasha, who was conversing with Egghead. Upon hearing his inquiry, she turned to face him. Currently, we lack precise data. It is known that all conventional weapons, excluding nuclear arms, cannot harm him. The military once deployed sonic weapons against him, but they could only inflict minimal damage before he ultimately escaped. Natasha reflected on the information regarding the Green Giant. Wow, a Hulk impervious to conventional weaponry, yet tormented by that massive energy. It seems I must greatly overestimate the enormity of that energy. Tony shrugged and instructed Jarvis to create a new file, aptly titled, "To Endure Unimaginable Energy." However, I failed to comprehend the notion of exchanging souls. Is Natasha's soul of such significance? Can it truly resurrect countless departed souls? And what of Barton? Who is he? Why would you wish to cast him down? Agent Clint Barton, my colleague, perhaps wishes to impede my progress? Natasha, having concluded her conversation with Nick Fury, addressed Tony's inquiry. As for your other question, how could I possibly know? Natasha was uncertain of what the future held, rendering her unable to provide Tony with an answer. It appears we can only draw vague conclusions for now. Are you not quite formidable? I shall leave the analysis to you. I shan't strain my mind any further. After a moment of contemplation, Tony relinquished his thoughts, finding the information overwhelming yet the clues insufficient, unwilling to exert himself any longer. I fear that is not feasible. Director Nick Fury has commanded my immediate return, and he has requested that you accompany me. Let's go. Natasha nodded, but then relayed the orders of the hard-headed director, prompting Tony to roll his eyes in response. Hey, I am not your employee. I shall not heed his nonsensical commands. Tony, this is for your own good. You are already quite famous, and now your notoriety has only intensified. I even suspect that soon reporters will encircle the gates of your villa. Natasha interjected soothingly. Gazing at Natasha's face and recalling her sacrifices for victory, Tony found himself unable to refuse her request and thus followed her out of Stark Industries. Pepper attempted to join them, but was met with Tony's refusal. Inside SHIELD, Nick Fury clutched a walkie-talkie, pressing its switch as a solitary eye fixated on the blinking lights, murmuring to himself, Carol, it seems the time has come to summon you back. Hill entered with Natasha. Tony and others. Natasha had accompanied Stark, while Barton was en route back. Chapter 40. Analyzing information, Nick Fury set the walkie-talkie aside as Tony plopped into a chair, instantly noticing the device and inquisitively asking, What is this? An antiquated pager? This is my last resort, utilized for summoning help in critical moments. Nick Fury glanced at the incessantly signaling pager, reminiscing about past encounters with Captain Marvel. Last resort? Summoning help? What do you mean? Do you have reinforcements? Tony regarded the hard-headed director, perplexed as to what assistance such an antiquated device could possibly summon. Indeed, a formidable ally, though she may require some time to arrive, considering she is likely far from here. How far? I do not know. I am uncertain when she will arrive, but I estimate it will not be long, for the information from the beacon is visible across the entire universe. After extensive research on the beacon, Earth scientists have largely concluded that it is observable by the entire universe, and, simultaneously, at that, negating the possibility of events occurring here being unknown to them for an extended period. How has your analysis of the beacon's information progressed? Tony inquired, seeking Nick Fury's insights. Let us hear your perspective first. Tony remained non-committal, articulating his previous conjectures. Nick Fury nodded and handed Tony a document, stating, I am currently uncertain about the nature of that immense energy, yet we possess something akin to it, as described in the document you hold. The Tesseract? What is that? Intriguing. Tony mused over the information regarding the Tesseract, though he realized that he could not glean any immediate insights. Let us set this aside for now. Further exploration can wait. Regarding the war, what are your thoughts? He placed the document aside. Despite the Tesseract's allure, it was not something to be easily deciphered. My thoughts? How would I know? This concerns a war that spans the entire universe. Does Earth possess the capability to instigate such a conflict? Honestly, I don't even believe it myself. Do you? Nick Fury harbored no conviction that Earth had such prowess. Furthermore, this universe is not solely inhabited by humans. Perhaps an extraterrestrial force initiated the war, which subsequently impacted Earth. Earth, which cannot even escape the solar system, has become the savior of the entire universe. It feels like something out of a second-rate novel. To be frank, I find it hard to believe, Tony remarked, adjusting his posture. Moreover, how can you be certain there are aliens? Have you encountered any? I have indeed encountered them, Tony. You don't think we've done nothing over the years, do you? Is that so? Pray tell. Tony expressed skepticism. You need not concern yourself with so much. Many things are beyond your comprehension, and there is no necessity for you to understand them. Nick Fury deftly sidestepped the topic and continued. Regarding Strange, we have currently identified all individuals bearing that name, yet nothing remarkable has emerged, leaving us with no choice but to continue our surveillance. With a 1 in 14 million chance, there is no doubt Strange knows how to secure victory in this war, and he has gained your trust, which is why you would unhesitatingly choose to sacrifice yourself. And Natasha, a soul for a soul? We currently lack research in the realm of souls, but since the heavens have spoken, it stands to reason that souls must exist. Natasha traded her own soul with some entity, thus she cannot return. Agent Barton accompanied her, yet I suspect they were initially unaware of the soul exchange. Otherwise, Natasha would not have had to push Barton down before leaping off the cliff. It was an unexpected turn of events, prompting Barton to try to stop Natasha. Or perhaps he intended to exchange his own soul, but was unable to outmaneuver Natasha. Nick Fury's analysis elicited nods of agreement from the gathered audience. Additionally, Banner possesses the form of the Hulk. I find this perplexing. As far as I know, Dr. Banner cannot control that green behemoth. He transforms into the Hulk whenever enraged, and in such moments, he is no longer himself, merely a creature of destruction. Indeed, there seems to be a dilemma. Perhaps in the future, Dr. Banner will manage to rein in that temperamental giant? Tony mused, biting the tip of his pen, leaning his head on his hand as he gazed at the pager, pondering the implications. This remains uncertain for the time being. Let us set it aside. As Nick Fury was about to continue speaking, a figure approached the entrance. An agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. knocked on the door, capturing everyone's attention. He surveyed those present and placed the documents on the table before retreating and closing the door behind him. What is it? Tony inquired with the curiosity of a child, eager to know everything. It pertains to Bruce Banner. We have located his current whereabouts. Natasha, I must trouble you to retrieve him. We cannot allow him to remain out there alone. The information was handed to Natasha and given her esteemed status. It was unlikely that the green behemoth would pose a threat to her. Thus, entrusting this task to her was the most prudent choice. Natasha nodded, took the documents, and departed with urgency. She needed to bring Dr. Banner back swiftly to prevent any unforeseen complications. What were you about to say? Tony asked, looking at Fury. I previously mentioned the Avengers Initiative, which you did not endorse at the time. Have you now reconsidered? Nick Fury fixed his gaze intently on Tony's eyes. Tony Stark pondered briefly. I agreed to join, but let me be clear. I will not serve the government, nor will I heed your commands. Fury furrowed his brow. Yet he recognized Tony's value. I understand your position, but we require your expertise and intellect. Tony shrugged. I will offer my knowledge, but do not expect me to follow orders like a soldier. I am an independent entity and will operate in my own manner. He tossed the pen onto the table and stood up. All right, now that we are clear, let us commence our work. But do remember, I will only engage in actions I deem to be right. Resolved to return home immediately to commence the creation of a new suit of armor. Although he had successfully developed the portable Mark V, he felt it insufficient. He needed a more formidable suit, ultimately designed to withstand unimaginable energy, ensuring that he would not be vanquished by such overwhelming power in the future. He had not yet lived enough. He had not even provided Pepper with a home. How could he simply perish, even if it were to save the entire universe? He preferred to survive. Chapter 41. The Bell Tower Battle. While Tony and the others were analyzing information regarding the celestial narrative, nations on Earth were similarly scrutinizing the data. Yet they could not identify Natasha, Tony Stark, Banner, Barton, or anyone fitting the description of the so-called Hulk, rendering their analysis futile. In the Hornet Daily, Jameson lamented, cigar in hand, this is all my fault. I drove Spider-Man away. Hoffman, from behind him, remarked he was the only one capable of stopping Dr. Octopus. Jameson gazed at the Spider-Man suit hanging on the wall and sighed. Indeed, Spider-Man is a hero. I simply refuse to acknowledge the truth. He is a... A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Jameson to lose his balance. Turning around, he exclaimed in fury, "Thief! Bandit!" Before him lay a note where the Spider-Man suit once hung, inscribed with the words, "Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. He has stolen my costume. He is the enemy of the people. I shall see that wretched spider brought to justice. I will hang him with his own web." He raised his gaze to the open skylight above and bellowed, "I will capture Spider-Man." Thus, the headline of the Daily Bugle proclaimed, "He has returned. The masked menace is back." Parker darted between the towering edifices, racing towards Otto's location. In the distance, Otto spotted Spider-Man and swiftly ascended the bell tower. Parker swung above Otto, confronting him with an angry demand. "Where is she?" Otto, smiling at the proximity of his adversary, replied, "Oh, she is quite safe. Let us converse." He provocatively beckoned Parker, who charged at him, while Otto retaliated with his mechanical appendages. Yet, Parker deftly evaded each attack, landing before Otto, delivering several punches that, though not forceful, did little to harm Otto. Seizing an opportunity, Otto used his mechanical arm to pin Parker against the wall, then hurled him downwards. Undeterred, Parker grasped the hands of the grand clock. Otto's appendages pursued him relentlessly. Although Parker dodged the assault, the pointer was severed by the mechanical arm, sending him tumbling down. During his descent, Parker adeptly adjusted his balance and fired a web shot directly at Otto's face, leaving him momentarily defenseless. Seizing the moment, Parker launched webs to stabilize himself while also capturing the falling pointer. Utilizing the momentum from the web, combined with his own strength, he propelled the pointer back towards Otto's feet. Otto, caught off guard, could not react in time as the pointer struck the bell tower. With a resounding crash, the structure above the clock shattered, and Otto was jolted back, crashing heavily against the tower. The pointer, having penetrated the wall with relentless force, nearly struck Otto's head. Initially startled, Otto quickly regained his composure, seething with rage. He seized the pointer, splitting it in two, and hurled it towards Parker with a furious shout. As Parker soared through the air, he could only kick away the severed pieces of the pointer. However, he was soon struck by an appendage, sending him plummeting down, and his web slipped from his grasp. However, he swiftly regained his composure, and with both hands, shot out strands of webbing to ensnare Otto. Utilizing the force of his descent, he dragged Otto down with him. Having never experienced such a perilous fall, Otto let out a blood-curdling scream. In a matter of moments, Otto was pulled close to Parker, and the two collided mid-air, tumbling onto the roof of a passing train. The immense impact caused them to roll uncontrollably, creating dents on the train's surface, while terrified passengers inside looked up in bewilderment at the commotion above. What fortuitous luck! Had they fallen just a tad faster, the train would have collided with them directly. Peter Parker might have survived, but poor Dr. Otto would have been doomed. After hastily returning home, Tony Stark, engrossed in crafting his armor, only paused when Jarvis alerted him that the broadcast had commenced. Seizing the opportunity, he set down his tools and took a moment to rest. However, Peter Parker, must you strike with such restraint? Are you truly that afraid of causing him harm? Tony pondered, bemused by the fact that, with Parker's strength, a mere ordinary man like Dr. Otto could endure so many blows and still retaliate. It was utterly absurd, as if he were holding back far too much. "Oh, may God protect Peter." Aunt May silently prayed at the side. Uncle Ben, equally apprehensive, watched on, beginning to doubt whether his decision to allow Parker to become a superhero was indeed wise. Parker steadied himself before turning his gaze toward Otto, who had only just regained his footing. Without hesitation, Parker shot out another strand of webbing, but Otto's mechanical arms reacted with remarkable speed, intercepting the webbing. With a powerful tug, Parker was yanked toward Otto, though he managed to stabilize himself mid-air and seize the opportunity to kick Otto twice. The force of the kicks sent Otto stumbling backward, allowing Parker to execute a backflip and create some distance. Recovering his focus, Otto launched an attack with his mechanical limbs, all of which Parker deftly evaded. At that moment, both Parker and the mechanical arms sensed the impending bridge, and in unison, they ducked to avoid it. Once they stood upright again, Otto unleashed a formidable strike with his mechanical arm. Parker, performing a bridge maneuver, narrowly escaped, and seizing the moment when the appendages retracted, he delivered another kick to Otto. The kick propelled Otto backward, yet his mechanical limbs cushioned his fall. With a swift motion, two of the appendages pushed him back up, and he leveraged their strength to ensnare Parker's foot, which was still suspended in midair. With a forceful swing, Parker was hurled toward a bridge. Fortunately, Parker's spider sense and exceptional balance allowed him to adjust his body in flight, effortlessly slipping through the gap in the bridge's railing. At that instant, Otto, moving at an accelerated pace, had already positioned himself in front of Parker, who collided with him from behind. Although Otto attempted to pivot in time, it was too late, and he was sent tumbling off the roof of the train. Chapter 42. Barehanded train pulled the two engaged in a fierce battle on the side of the train, drawing the attention of passengers within, who gathered to witness the unfolding spectacle. In the midst of the skirmish, Parker, caught off guard, was seized by Otto's mechanical arm and hurled towards the door. Parker collided directly into the train compartment, where the passengers screamed in terror. Grasping the handrail, he felt Otto attempting to pull him back out, but only succeeded in tearing his suit without effecting a rescue. Utilizing the handrail for leverage, Parker spun and smashed through the glass, propelling himself once more in front of Otto. He launched a web, yet once again it was thwarted by a mechanical arm, nearly causing him to tumble from the train. At that moment, Otto noticed an oncoming train racing towards them and hastily abandoned his struggle with Parker, climbing onto the roof. Parker's spider sense buzzed with alarm. He turned just in time to straighten his body as the train roared past him. Once the train had cleared, Parker swiftly ascended to the roof, but failed to spot Otto. Cautiously, he scoured the area and glimpsed a tentacle disappearing beneath the train. As Parker crawled down along the glass, Otto suddenly emerged from the opposite window, his tentacles shattering 2 layers of glass, sending Parker hurtling off the train and crashing heavily to the ground. However, Parker remained largely unscathed upon landing. He shot a web to latch onto the rear of the train, while another web adhered to a nearby building, propelling him forward in pursuit of the train. Otto stood at the rear of the train, watching Parker intently. He broke the window with both arms and seized 2 passengers, a man and a woman, who screamed in terror as they hung in the air. Otto hurled one of the women towards Parker. Without hesitation, Parker lowered himself to catch her, then tossed her aside, swiftly weaving a web beneath her to catch her safely. As Otto threw the man, Parker executed the same maneuver to rescue him as well. "Oh no, how could I do such a thing?" Otto lamented, clutching his head as he observed the unfolding events on the screen above. The media's criticism of him had intensified in recent days, and even Parker's assurances that nothing would happen as depicted could not quell the public's whispers. "It's all right, my dear. No matter what happens, I will stand by your side." Rose comforted him, her eyes brimming with tears. In that moment, although Otto was determined to prove himself, he still found it difficult to withstand external pressures. Thankfully, Parker's unwavering support prevented him from succumbing to despair. Seeing his tactics fail, Otto furiously made his way towards the front of the train, delivering a powerful blow that knocked the conductor unconscious. At last, Parker caught up, landing behind Otto. Otto turned to him with a sinister smile before the tentacles accelerated the train to its maximum speed, uprooting the control lever entirely. The train surged forward, hurtling past the station. The sudden acceleration caused chaos among the passengers inside. Otto casually tossed the control lever to Parker with a grin, saying, "You have a train to catch," before leaping onto a nearby building. Parker gazed at Otto's tactical retreat when he suddenly heard cries for help emanating from within the train. At that moment, another driver was desperately attempting to halt the train, only to discover that the brakes had failed. He could only shout for Parker's assistance. As an explosion reverberated, Parker's mask was affected, forcing him to remove it. Through his spider sense, he perceived that the tracks in the distance remained unrepaired. "Jarvis, what should I do in this situation? Can the Mark suit withstand the train's velocity?" Tony inquired, his brow furrowed as he observed the unfolding scene. "Sir, the power of the Mark suit is insufficient to compare with a fully loaded passenger train traveling at full speed. It would be exceedingly difficult to halt it through sheer power over a short distance," Jarvis replied. Hearing Jarvis's report, Tony's expression darkened. "Add an enhancement for increased power to the next model of the Mark suit. I do not wish to merely watch this train derail." "Understood, sir. That option has already been incorporated into the plans," Jarvis quietly responded. Tony glanced at Peter Parker's face and murmured, "What would you do, Peter Parker?" "Sir, in the current situation, it may be wise for Peter Parker to use his webbing to rescue the passengers within the train," Jarvis suggested. And what about the train? Beneath the tracks lies a major thoroughfare. Countless civilians and buildings are below. If the train descends, the casualties would be unimaginable. Tony's expression reflected his distress as he envisioned the horrific aftermath of a derailment. "Sir, given your current suit, it seems you are powerless to intervene," Jarvis responded. But Tony was dissatisfied with this answer. "Shut up, damn it," Tony exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration, as he approached the bar to pour himself a drink, which he downed in one gulp. Parker landed in front of the train, and the astonished passengers inside exclaimed, "That's Spider-Man. Oh my goodness, it's really him." Turning to face the crowd, Parker shouted, "Hold on tight." Upon hearing his words, the passengers began relaying the message to one another. Parker then focused on the wooden ties beneath the train, took a deep breath, and leapt down, attempting to decelerate the train with his own feet. Countless ties shattered effortlessly upon impact. After a brief struggle, he could no longer endure the force and had to leap back up, clutching his foot and gasping for breath. The passengers within the train placed all their hopes in Parker, with one asking, "Do you have any other ideas?" "A few," Parker replied, turning to instill confidence in the passengers. He then noticed the buildings on either side and shot out webs to anchor himself to their walls. The immense pressure immediately pinned Parker against the front of the train, but the walls could not withstand the train's power and soon shattered, sending debris flying. Parker was nearly thrown off balance by the recoil of the webbing, prompting gasps of alarm from the passengers as they witnessed him falter. Fortunately, he managed to stabilize his body in time and rose once more, allowing the passengers to breathe a sigh of relief. Parker gazed at the approaching end and unleashed countless strands of webbing, ensnaring dozens of buildings. The immense pressure caused Parker to crush the front of the train, shattering the glass into countless fragments. With a cry of agony, Parker endured the searing pain, even as it compelled him to scream. He clung desperately to the webbing, his spider suit tearing apart. Accompanied by Parker's cries and his utmost exertion, the train finally began to decelerate. However, numerous strands of webbing began to snap. Thankfully, the train came to a halt after crashing into the stone pile at the end of the tracks, its front suspended in midair, while Parker ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, plummeting downwards into unconsciousness. Chapter 43. Harry discovers Parker's identity unexpectedly. Tony observed the unconscious Parker in disbelief. He had not anticipated that Peter Parker could halt a train solely through sheer physical strength. Pouring himself a drink, he toasted to Peter Parker. The resilience of his body exceeded expectations. Such formidable force did not tear him apart, which truly astonished Tony. "Have you calculated the strength of his webbing and the fortitude of his physique?" Tony inquired of Jarvis, based on existing data and the analysis of all known webbing information. It was determined that the strength of the webbing was 240 times that of human bone, 45 times that of high-strength alloy steel, and 11 times that of diamond. Moreover, when the train came to a stop, the webbing neither rebounded nor tightened, indicating it remained within its elastic limits. Taking a fully loaded passenger train as an example, weighing approximately 200 tons and still accelerating, it took about 50 seconds to transition from full throttle to a complete halt. Thus, Peter Parker's strength was estimated to be around 5,080 tons, potentially even higher, with an extraordinary ability to endure a tensile force of at least 300,000 newtons without being torn apart. The data was sourced from Baidu. Corrections are welcome. Impressive. Is there a spider silk with such high strength in reality? Indeed, the Darwin's bark spider can achieve strengths of up to 121,010, far surpassing the webbing emitted by Peter Parker. Let's document this. It may prove useful for future research, Tony casually instructed. Just as Parker was about to fall into unconsciousness, the passengers behind him extended their hands in assistance, collectively lifting him back into the train compartment and working together to place him inside. "Gently now. Take your time. Lower him." The group carefully laid Parker onto the train floor, their worried gazes fixed upon the unconscious boy. "Is he still alive?" they murmured, but no one answered. They stared in astonishment at Parker's youthful face, remarking, "He is merely a child, even younger than my son." Slowly, Parker began to awaken, realizing that the passengers were surrounding him. At that moment, he became aware that he had removed his mask, causing his expression to shift as he gradually sat up. A kindly older gentleman knelt before him and reassured, "It's all right now." Subsequently, he cast a glance backward, where two young boys approached, exclaiming, "We found this." They presented the spider mask to Parker, assuring him, "We won't tell anyone." A faint smile graced Parker's lips as he donned the mask. One of the boys gazed at him and said, "Spider-Man, it's wonderful to have you back." As Parker adjusted the headpiece and attempted to rise, a nearby bystander promptly assisted him. At that moment, Dr. Octopus abruptly burst through the carriage door, eliciting screams from the crowd. Parker, feeling weak and feeble, was in no condition to confront him. Otto, observing Parker's unsteadiness, roared, "He is mine." A brave white gentleman stepped forward, boldly challenging Otto. "You shall have to get through me first to lay a hand on him." The remaining passengers in the carriage, hearing this, rallied to Parker's defense, positioning themselves in front of him. Otto regarded them with a sinister grin. "Very well." He then bellowed, and two mechanical tentacles forcefully shoved the passengers aside, pinning them against the walls of the carriage. Parker understood that these passengers were no match for Otto. He urged those supporting him to release their grip and staggered towards Otto. Without hesitation, Otto used his mechanical appendages to strike Parker heavily on the head, causing him to instantly lose consciousness. Damn that fiend, preying on the vulnerable. He deserves to rot in hell. Oh God, please protect Spider-Man. The multitude of onlookers, witnessing Otto's despicable act of cowardice, erupted in anger. Harry, observing the scene, felt a surge of rage ignite within him. Unable to contain himself, he hurled his wine glass against the wall with a resounding crash. Taking a couple of deep breaths to regain his composure, he felt a pang of guilt for his own mistakes, which had led to Parker's dire predicament, making it difficult for him to face Peter Parker. That night, amidst the tempest outside, Harry sat indoors, as was his custom, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. Suddenly, he heard a noise and turned to discover Otto holding Parker, tightly bound. "Where shall I place him?" Harry inquired, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. Otto laid Parker upon it, while Harry fixated on the unconscious Spider-Man. Otto then asked, "Where's the tritium I desire?" Seeing Otto's menacing mechanical arms, Harry hurriedly approached the safe to unlock it. The moment he opened it, Otto shoved Harry aside, stepping forward to remove his glasses and gaze upon the coveted tritium. A flash of lightning illuminated the room, and Otto vanished from in front of the safe. Harry turned to find Otto's figure had already disappeared from the balcony. Gazing at the unconscious Parker, Harry picked up a dagger resting on the table and slowly approached Parker. "Just to make you experience the agony you have inflicted upon me," he declared, drawing the sharp blade that glimmered ominously in the lightning. "First, let me unveil your true identity. This way, I can look into your eyes as I end your life." With a swift motion, Harry removed Spider-Man's mask, only to be taken aback as he discovered that Spider-Man was none other than his dear brother, Peter Parker. As Harry prepared to plunge the dagger, he was taken aback, causing the blade to slip from his grasp. In disbelief, he staggered backward, exclaiming, "Peter, this cannot be true." Retreating to the edge of the table, he lost his balance and fell onto it. At that moment, Parker had fully regained consciousness and promptly rose to break free from his chains. Approaching Harry, Parker inquired, "Harry, where is she? Where has he imprisoned her?" "He has taken Jane." Still reeling from the revelation that Spider-Man was indeed Peter Parker, Harry murmured, "No. He merely requires tritium." Tritium? Parker suddenly grasped Otto's intentions. He was constructing that fusion reactor once more. If he succeeded, she and half of New York would perish. "Tell me, where is he?" However, Harry was not in a position to absorb this information. He gazed at Parker and said, "Peter, you killed my father?" After a moment of silence, Parker responded, "There are matters of greater urgency than our grievances, Harry. Please, I must stop him." Seeing the determination in Parker's eyes, Harry ultimately divulged his findings, for he was no fool. Everyone understood Otto's motives for seeking tritium. He could not allow him to act recklessly and had secretly sent someone to investigate Otto's hideout. Chapter 44. A more powerful artificial son indeed. It was a shocking revelation that the one who had slain his father was none other than his close friend. Yet, had Harry not examined his father's body? The unmistakable marks of a lethal blade. Did he truly believe that Spider-Man had killed his father with a glider? Tony looked at Harry in confusion. After all, the body lay there, and Norman had perished due to his own glider. Any coroner with a modicum of skill would recognize this. Nevertheless, Harry remained adamant in blaming Spider-Man. The desire for vengeance for a father's death is indeed a relentless force, Yet Norman had brought his demise upon himself. Peter Parker was the true victim, acting in self-defense. Remember your thoughts today, Tony Stark. The sudden appearance of the voiceover startled Tony, prompting him to exclaim, "Hey, have you been watching me? Or are you simply interested in me?" He hastily rose, abandoning his drink to shout at the screen. Yet the voiceover ignored him, leaving Tony to helplessly concede and ponder its meaning. Meanwhile, Nick Fury's call came through, and the first thing he uttered was, "What question have you posed this time?" Tony shared his recent thoughts with Fury, who seemed contemplative but offered no further comments before abruptly ending the call. He then turned to Hill and instructed, "Help me investigate how Howard Stark met his end. I want to see all the records. Gather everything you can find." In an abandoned house by the Manhattan River, Otto gazed at the tritium before him, reigniting his experiments. Meanwhile, the imprisoned Mary Jane shouted incessantly at him until Otto, unable to endure her cries any longer, finally turned to face her. Mary Jane shouted at him, "I'm talking to you. You got what you wanted. Can you let me go now?" Otto, with an air of calmness, replied, "I cannot release you. You would alert the police. No one can stop me now. That Spider-Man is dead." Hearing Otto's words, Mary Jane shook her head in disbelief. "He can't be dead. I refuse to believe it." Otto merely replied, "Believe it," before ignoring her and resuming his experiment. At that moment, Parker had silently arrived at the abandoned house. Otto sensed Parker's presence, smirking wickedly yet choosing to disregard him. Parker stealthily approached Mary Jane, whispering to her. She looked at him with surprise, then glanced back at Otto, who was still engrossed in his work. "As soon as I let you go," Parker began, but before he could finish, a steel beam pierced through Mary Jane's head. She screamed in terror, while Parker agilely dodged the attack. Otto had halted his machinery. Several mechanical tentacles lifted him into the air. Removing his goggles, he glared at Parker with fury. "I knew Osborn lacked the guts to kill you. Shut it down, Otto. This time, you'll endanger more lives," Parker implored, attempting to persuade Otto to abandon his scheme. However, Otto was completely consumed by his ambition, retorting, "We are all willing to take this risk." "I'm not willing," Parker declared, leaping towards Otto, trying to ensnare the mechanical tentacles with his webbing. But he failed and was instead caught, violently hurled out of the building. Parker soared into the night sky, regaining his composure as he anchored himself to the rooftop with his web, then propelled himself back, crashing through the glass and delivering a kick that sent Otto tumbling beneath the wooden structure. Both men fell into the river, where Parker unleashed a flurry of punches upon Otto. Meanwhile, the artificial sun erupted with solar flares once more, intensifying the magnetic field, drawing nearby metal towards it, and causing Mary Jane to be lifted due to the chain on her ankle. Soon, the metallic pillars supporting her could no longer withstand the magnetic pull, bending under the strain, bringing her closer to the artificial sun. Mary Jane's cries attracted Parker's attention. He turned to her, urging her to hold on, then struck Otto away with a powerful punch. Just as Mary Jane was about to be pulled away, Parker managed to ensnare the rope around her hand with his web. In the ensuing struggle against the magnetic force, the metal chain on Mary Jane's ankle was drawn into the artificial sun, melting away, allowing her to escape its grasp. Parker successfully pulled her back to safety. He had only time to shout "Run!" before Otto struck him down with a wooden beam, grabbing the incapacitated Parker. Otto flung him against the wall and seized his legs, hoisting him upside down. Hiding behind the scenes, Mary Jane observed the unfolding drama, summoning her courage. She grasped a wooden stick, ready to strike Otto. However, a tentacle intervened, effortlessly neutralizing her feeble attack and sending her flying aside. A sharp spike emerged from the tentacle, challenging, "Let us see how you tremble in fear." Just as Otto lunged at Parker, the spider sense finally awakened Parker, who swiftly shot out webbing, hoisting a thick electrical cable from the ground to block the oncoming spike. The current coursing through the cable surged into Otto, eliciting a cry of agony from him. Seizing the moment, Parker leaped toward the power source and forcefully yanked the plug from the socket. Both Parker and Otto were thrown backward, yet unlike the last time, the artificial sun did not collapse inward. Instead, its magnetic field intensified. Parker gazed in bewilderment at the scene, uttering, "What is happening?" At that moment, the large metallic structures within the room began to buckle and contort, breaking apart as they were drawn towards the artificial sun. Even street signs and vehicles far away were unable to withstand the formidable magnetic force, being irresistibly pulled in. Otto finally regained his composure from the electric shock, though his mechanical arm temporarily overloaded from absorbing too much current. Sensing Otto's movement, Parker rushed to his side, observing the slightly dazed Otto. "Dr. Octavius," Parker exclaimed. Removing his mask, he implored, "We must shut it down. Tell me how." Otto regarded Parker's face with astonishment. "Peter Parker?" A faint smile appeared on his face. Recognizing the clever, yet lackadaisical individual, Parker gravely replied, "Look at what has transpired. We must destroy it." Otto, gazing at the accumulating energy and the artificial sun voraciously consuming surrounding metal, shook his head. "I cannot destroy it." At that moment, one of the mechanical arms finally regained function and began to rise, altering Otto's expression to one of reluctance. Suddenly, a tentacle violently seized Parker by the throat. Chapter 45. The death of Otto. Parker looked at Otto in anguish. "You once spoke to me of wisdom. You said it was a gift meant to benefit humanity." Listening to Parker's words, Otto's fierce demeanor began to soften, and he nodded, responding, "Not to be wielded as a privilege. These devices have transformed you into someone else. Do not let them manipulate you." Otto cast a glance at the mechanical arms around him. "This is my dream." Parker recounted Aunt May's words to Otto. "Sometimes, for the sake of justice, we must make sacrifices, give up what we desire most, even our dreams." As Otto absorbed Parker's words, he began to reflect, and the mechanical tentacles behind him grew uneasy. "You are right. Otto mom uot." Hearing the voices in his mind, he gazed at the mechanical arms and declared, "He is right. Listen. Now listen to me. Now listen to me." Otto, with his indomitable will, freed himself from the grasp of the mechanical arm. The tendrils released Parker, who urgently inquired, "Now tell me, how do we stop it?" Otto shook his head, stating, "It cannot be halted now. It has already begun to operate autonomously." Parker, increasingly anxious, implored, "Think quickly." After a moment of contemplation, Otto exclaimed, "Unless, into the water. We must submerge it." Upon hearing Otto's words, Parker turned to plunge it into the depths, but Otto's tendrils caught him. Confused, Parker glanced back at Otto, who calmly declared, "I shall do it." Rising from the water, Otto approached the artificial sun directly. He cast a deep, lingering gaze at Peter Parker before positioning himself beneath the fusion machine. At that moment, Parker sensed an intense gaze upon him. Turning, he found Mary Jane, who looked at him in disbelief and joy. As their eyes locked, the steel reinforcement behind Mary Jane was suddenly pulled away, causing the wall to collapse. "Parker shouted, 'No!'" Mary Jane, realizing the impending danger, stumbled back in terror and fell to the ground. In a split second, Parker rushed over to brace the wall, supporting it with his back while maintaining eye contact with Mary Jane. Unsure of how to converse with her, Parker merely greeted her with a hi. Mary Jane returned the greeting, and with the wall pressing down, Parker forced a smile, saying, "This is quite heavy." Otto had arrived directly beneath the artificial sun, roaring with fury as the mechanical arms exerted all their strength to sever two of the supporting struts, causing the artificial sun to begin tilting. Meanwhile, Parker continued to hold up the wall, but the angle of its descent grew increasingly perilous. He turned to Mary Jane, saying, "Jane, in the event that we truly perish." Mary Jane interrupted him, insisting, "You love me." "Yes." At this juncture, Parker had little left to lose. Uncertain if he would see the sun rise again, he confessed without hesitation, "Even if you claim otherwise." Meeting her gaze, Parker nodded. On Otto's side, he gazed up at the looming artificial sun, exclaiming, "I refuse to die as a monster." With that, he violently twisted the last two struts, sending the entire artificial sun plummeting into the waters of the Manhattan River, taking Otto with it. Simultaneously, Parker sensed the imminent danger and summoned his strength, lifting the entire wall and hurling it forward, cradling Mary Jane in his arms. Just as he turned back, he noticed a metal frame hurtling toward them. In a panic, Mary Jane screamed as Parker leaped, swinging with his webbing to escape the dilapidated building, which was now being consumed by the artificial sun. Below them, the entire structure was drawn into the depths, submerged in the river, while Otto's lifeless body floated alongside the artificial sun, descending into the riverbed. Oh, Dr. Otto, it is truly a pity that, in the end, he chose to sacrifice his own life to atone for his mistakes. Tony gazed regretfully as Otto drew his last breath. destined to become nothing but dust in the wind. Alas, we do not inhabit the same world. Otherwise, we could have engaged in profound discussions on academic pursuits. Farewell. Though Otto was riddled with flaws and errors, it is undeniable that he was a scientist of considerable merit. However, his excessive pride and rudimentary equipment rendered him incapable of stabilizing the energy output after creating the artificial sun. Otto. Rose watched as Otto sank to the riverbed, tears welling in her eyes as she embraced him. Dr. Otto gently held her close, the two of them sharing a silent embrace. On the banks of the river, a crane loomed where Mary Jane lay upon a vast web, and Parker climbed beside her, their gazes locking in a moment of deep connection. I feel like I should have always known who you truly are. You know why we cannot be together. Spider-Man will always have enemies, and I cannot allow you to bear such risks. He looked into Mary Jane's eyes, declaring, I will always be Spider-Man. You and I can never be together. Upon hearing Parker's words, Mary Jane trembled, closing her eyes and turning away. Just as the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air, John Jameson arrived in a police car, spotting Mary Jane descending slowly from the crane, clutching a web, and he hurried toward her, calling out her name. Mary Jane embraced John atop the crane, yet her thoughts were far from him. She turned her gaze towards Peter Parker, who was watching her from afar. In the end, Parker donned his mask and departed, leaving Mary Jane sorrowfully leaning against John's embrace. Peter Parker, a man of great responsibility, chose to distance himself to protect her. Yet, I believe Mary Jane will seek him out again. Do you believe this? Tony once more reflected on the intricate emotional bond between Peter Parker and Mary Jane, then resolutely declared to Pepper, I believe she will return. Women are inherently emotional beings. When she discovers Peter Parker's true identity, overwhelming feelings will compel her to pursue him without hesitation. Pepper nodded in agreement. And what about you? Would you lose your head for me? Tony suddenly inquired. That would depend on your actions. Pepper turned with a smile, attempting to walk away, but Tony rose and enveloped her in his arms. Then let us see how I perform. Meanwhile, Peter Parker gazed with a conflicted heart at Mary Jane against the backdrop of the sky. He realized that his relationship with her had become increasingly tangled and complicated. Harry harbored feelings for Mary Jane, while she, in turn, had affections for both Harry and him. He aspired to be the perfect Spider-Man, wishing to facilitate Harry and Mary Jane's happiness. Yet fate continually entangled him with Mary Jane, leaving his heart in turmoil. Uncertain of how to proceed. Chapter 46. The conclusion of Spider-Man 2. The scene shifts to Harry, who is at home, gently caressing a dagger. Suddenly, he perceives something and stands up, an eerie laughter faintly permeating the air. Oh, child, it is I. Harry turns to the mirror, where Norman's visage appears, and he incredulously exclaims, Father? I thought you. No, I reside within your heart, Harry. It is now your time to take the stage. You vowed to make Spider-Man pay in blood. Let him now atone for his sins. Harry hesitates, voicing, But Peter is my best friend. In response to Harry's indecision, Norman coldly states, I am your father. You are far too timid. You have always been timid. You will remain so until you learn to seize control. Now you are aware of Peter's true nature. Be strong, Harry. Avenge me, Norman harshly implores. Listening to Norman's words, Harry shakes his head in tears. Norman bellows at him, Avenge me. Harry cries out in anguish, then forcefully hurls the dagger, shattering the glass. To his surprise, behind the broken glass lies a secret passage. Confused, Harry steps inside, only to be startled by the Green Goblin mask, colliding with a glass cabinet filled with Green Goblin bombs. As the lights illuminate, Harry discovers an entire wall adorned with Green Goblin bombs, along with performance-enhancing serums, Green Goblin skateboards, and the menacing mask behind him. The scene shifts to a church, where Mary Jane, clad in a wedding gown, gazes anxiously at her reflection in the mirror. As music fills the church, the priest and John await Mary Jane's arrival. Harry has also been invited to this wedding, but as the doors swing open, Mary Jane's figure is noticeably absent. John, after reading the card, displays a troubled expression, and his wife whispers in disbelief. The banquet organizer? Upon hearing this, her previous assumption that Jameson intended to have Deborah as the bride evaporates. She turns stiffly to face Jameson, momentarily at a loss for words. Outside the church, Mary Jane, radiant in her wedding dress, joyfully runs towards the horizon. In a room, Peter Parker sits on the bed with his back to the door, appearing dazed and oblivious to the presence that has materialized behind him. The sluggish spider sense finally detects a gaze. He turns to see Mary Jane, adorned in her wedding gown, standing at his door, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mary Jane smiles and says, "You must do what must be done." Mary Jane? Peter stares at her in disbelief. "Peter, I cannot live without you." Mary Jane beams, her happiness evident. Peter approaches her, shaking his head. "You should not be here. I understand that you believe we cannot be together. But could you perhaps respect my autonomy in making my own decisions? I am aware that this entails significant risks. However, I wish to confront them alongside you. Losing a partner and leading a solitary existence is simply unjust." As Mary Jane's heartfelt confession resonated, a smile gradually illuminated Parker's face. "Thus, I stand before your door now, having always lingered at your threshold." Mary Jane tenderly caressed Parker's cheek, asking if it was not time for someone else to come to his rescue. She gazed into Parker's eyes, prompting him to share his thoughts. "Thank you, Mary Jane Watson." Parker initially shook his head, then leaned in to kiss her, and they shared a passionate embrace. Suddenly, the sound of sirens pierced the air. Parker turned to look out the window, and upon glancing at Mary Jane, she smiled and encouraged, "Go ahead, my hero." With a grin, Parker turned and leaped out the window as Mary Jane followed him to the ledge, watching as he donned his spider suit and vanished into the distance. Parker swung gracefully between the towering skyscrapers, two rescue helicopters whirring past him, while numerous fire trucks rushed along the streets below. Uncle Ben observed Mary Jane with some surprise at her return to seek Peter, yet he remained skeptical about their relationship. Jane was momentarily enamored by Peter's true identity, but he believed that this infatuation would be fleeting. Before Uncle Ben could finish his thought, Aunt May interrupted, asserting that regardless of the outcome, at least she had mustered the courage to find Peter, which demonstrated her love for him. "You are right. Yet whether this affection can endure requires the test of time." Uncle Ben nodded in agreement with Aunt May's sentiment. Their matters should be left for the youth to navigate. Aunt May remarked while pouring tea for Uncle Ben. "Indeed, we older folks should refrain from meddling too much." Meanwhile, Mary Jane, who was with Harry, gazed at the sky with concern as Harry uncovered Norman's secret lair. Harry squeezed her hand to reassure her that he was fine. However, he began to fret for Peter's safety, fully aware of his own nature and the potential for reckless vengeance against Peter Parker. He did not wish to cause Peter harm, yet the unfolding events were beyond his control. Mary Jane also recognized the gravity of the situation, and together they found themselves silently praying for Peter Parker amidst the chaos. Just after an intimate moment with Pepper, Tony discussed plans for Monaco, where they would depart the following morning to attend a race club event. Coincidentally, the video feed from the sky had concluded, and based on previous experiences, it was likely to remain silent for a month, providing them an opportunity for a holiday. Tony owned a racing club in Monaco and was an avid racing enthusiast, with his greatest passion prior to becoming Iron Man being the thrill of racing. Recently, a competition is taking place, providing an excellent opportunity for relaxation and discussions regarding contracts. Chapter 47. Ivan Vanko on the morning of the competition, Happy drove, escorted by traffic police, bringing Tony and Pepper to the Paris hotel. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Tony was met with enthusiastic cheers from the surrounding fans. He greeted them and entered the hotel, with Pepper following closely behind, while Happy carried the state-of-the-art portable Mark V suitcase. This latest creation of Tony's had inspired him to indulge in affectionate moments with Pepper. As they walked, Tony remarked to Pepper, "This is Europe. Whatever happens, let it unfold naturally." "Let it unfold naturally? What do you mean?" Pepper inquired, her curiosity piqued. Their conversation was interrupted by Natasha, who had been waiting for them inside the hotel. Given that this was merely a standard business gathering, Natasha, true to her character, carried no weapons except for 2 widow's bites for the protection of Pepper and Tony. Tony asked Natasha, "What's the itinerary for today?" "Their essay dinner at 9:30. She replied, "All right, I'll arrive by 11. Tony responded. He attempted to don a pair of sunglasses, but found them unsuitable and removed them, pointing to a nearby table. "Is this our table?" "Indeed. If you desire it, it is yours," Natasha affirmed, nodding in agreement. "Excellent. Let's get this sorted." Tony nodded, just as he was about to sit down when he noticed Elon Musk greeting Pepper, and they exchanged a handshake. Tony quickly moved to Pepper's side. "Elon, the Merlin engine is fantastic," he said, positioning himself in front of Pepper to shake Musk's hand. "Thanks. I'm looking to create an electric jet," Musk exclaimed. "Is that for real? Let us collaborate." Tony and Pepper conversed as they strolled towards the bar. Upon hearing Justin Hammer's voice, Tony expressed his irritation to Pepper, not wishing to engage with Hammer. Yet, Hammer approached them, and Tony averted his gaze, attempting to ignore him. Hammer had also brought along Christine Everhart from Glamour World, a woman Pepper knew had previously interviewed Tony and had a brief affair with him, a fact that Tony was also aware of, leading him to hastily distance himself. Hammer's intention of introducing Christine to Pepper was apparent, and unable to bear the sight of a woman Tony had been involved with, Pepper concocted an excuse to leave. Tony's expression darkened further, yet Hammer seemed oblivious, insisting on taking a photo together. After a struggle, Tony finally freed himself from Hammer's grasp, making a hasty exit while sarcastically mentioning the cancellation of Hammer's contract. Hammer could only awkwardly clarify that it was merely postponed, as it became evident that Christine was far more interested in Tony, trailing him with a recorder while Hammer followed suit. During their conversation, Hammer attempted to persuade Christine to turn off the recording device, yet Christine, not one to be easily fooled, continued to capture their dialogue, recognizing the significance of the moment. Eventually, Hammer disclosed his intentions, revealing his desire to showcase a product at Tony's exposition. In response, Tony derisively remarked that if Hammer could indeed invent something of value, he would certainly ensure the preservation of Hammer's exhibit space. Following this exchange, and taking advantage of Natasha's arrival, Hammer departed, stating to Christine, "This year, I have an opportunity." Tony, overhearing this as he took a few steps away, turned back with a mocking retort. "Hammer needs a chicken." In light of Tony's jibe, Hammer could only laugh awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a comment about their frequent jesting. Having successfully developed a new element that alleviated his palladium poisoning, Tony opted not to attend the competition personally, instead seated at a table with Pepper as they perused the menu, while they awaited their meal and watched a car race on television. An uninvited guest clad in a work uniform approached the hotel entrance, but was promptly denied entry by the doorman due to the absence of an invitation. Ivan Vanko, undeterred by the doorman's obstruction, activated the reactor on his suit, unleashing a powerful current that engulfed his rudimentary armor, incinerating his work uniform in the process. Two whips crackled with electricity materialized in his hands, exuding an unmistakable aura of formidable strength. The two doormen, sensing the imminent threat, prepared to draw their firearms, but alas, with a swift flick of his whip, Vanko cleaved them in two. Guests at the entrance were struck with horror at the gruesome sight, prompting a terrified scream that reached Tony and Pepper's ears. Curiosity piqued, they glanced toward the entrance, only to witness a dismembered body tumbling into the hotel. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Tony sprang into action, while Happy, donned in the Mark V suit, raced toward him upon hearing the commotion. Natasha, initially intending to intervene, narrowly avoided being struck by Vanko's whip. Having narrowly escaped, she recognized the peril of approaching him and unleashed a powerful electric current from her widow's bite, aiming to subdue Vanko. However, his armor absorbed all of the energy. Seeing Natasha's attempt to attack, Vanko responded without hesitation, lashing out with his whip once more. Natasha narrowly evaded his strike, while Tony, having secured the new Mark V armor from Happy, activated it with a swift motion of his foot, causing the toolbox-like suit to spring forth. He pulled the suit toward him, which rapidly adorned his body with impressive speed. Meanwhile, Natasha found herself cornered by Vanko, who was poised to unleash another whip strike, with the space too confined for her to fire a shot without risking collateral damage to the hotel's patrons. She sought to lead him to a safer area, albeit finding herself ensnared in a precarious situation. Just as Vanko prepared to strike again, Tony, now clad in his armor, seized his whip from behind, redirecting the powerful current coursing through it toward the Mark V suit. Unlike the original Mark V, this latest iteration has been meticulously designed by Tony to safeguard himself against the overwhelming energy that could potentially be fatal. He integrated a mechanism to resist external energy, with electricity being the most prevalent lethal force. Consequently, the Mark V exhibits remarkable resistance to high temperatures and possesses the ability to convert external currents into its own energy. Thus, Ivan Vanko's whip proves utterly ineffective against Tony, inadvertently serving to recharge him, albeit Tony regards this energy as trivial. However, due to time constraints, This version does not differ significantly from the original Mark V. It merely represents an experimental outcome from Tony, who plans to use it as a foundation for constructing a more formidable suit of armor. Suddenly, he seized the whip with great force, hurling Ivan Vanko out of the window. Tony then crashed through the wall, confronting Ivan Vanko before he could regain his footing, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling. He then grasped the rudimentary arc reactor position before Ivan, extracting it and holding it firmly in his palm, rendering Ivan completely incapable of resistance. At that moment, the observing guards rushed in to drag Ivan away. Ivan, looking at Tony, chuckled, "You have lost." Ha ha ha. As he was taken away, Tony crushed the arc reactor in his hand. Chapter 48. Prison Break. Justin Hammer concealed himself in a corner of the hotel, gazing at the arc reactor on Ivan Vanko's chest, momentarily forgetting his fear and allowing a smile to escape. Tony Stark, your 20-year technological advantage is no longer solely yours. Tony arrived at the detention center, followed closely by police officers who informed him that they had examined his fingerprints, discovering nothing. No name, no identification. The officers were even uncertain if he could speak English, as Ivan had remained silent since his arrival. Upon hearing this, Tony instructed the officers, "Give me 5 minutes to speak with him. You wait outside." The lead officer, with a hint of concern, cautioned Tony about the danger posed by Ivan, urging him to exercise caution. Tony observed Ivan, who was clad only in shorts and facing away from him, momentarily at a loss for words. He decided to initiate the conversation based on the arc reactor. Quite advanced technology, though the rotation speed is somewhat low. You could easily double it to allow the reactive energy to traverse through ionized plasma conduits. It would be quite beneficial, albeit not highly efficient. Nevertheless, even with that, it still qualifies as a crude imitation. Tony shared insights on enhancing Ivan's reactor, yet unlike before, he had already developed a second-generation arc reactor, rendering Ivan's technology unimpressive in his eyes, leading him to deliver a sharp remark. "What puzzles me is that with a minor adjustment, you could profit significantly from a technology that Dr. Otto never managed to perfect, and yet you squander it?" Ivan scoffed at Tony's words, and Tony could decipher the thoughts swirling in his mind. It seemed that all of Ivan's associates were scoundrels. The word struck Ivan Vanko like a dagger, prompting him to retort sharply, "Your lineage is comprised of thieves and butchers. Like every sinner, you seek to rewrite your history while conveniently forgetting the lives claimed by the Stark family. Speaking of thieves, from whom did you pilfer those blueprints?" "My father, Anton Vanko." "Anton Vanko? I am familiar with him. He once collaborated with my father on the arc reactor, but his greed led him to seek wealth at any cost. Upon discovering his intentions, my father expelled him from the country. The Russian government, realizing he could not deliver, exiled him to Siberia. Clearly, he was too preoccupied with his indulgences to properly educate you." Tony's words pierced Ivan Vanko deeply, who glared at him like an enraged lion. Yet Tony merely smiled nonchalantly. "Initially, my father regarded the arc reactor as a stepping stone towards greater technological advancements. His aspirations were far grander, while your father sought only profit, and without my father, he amounted to nothing, much like you." After several deep breaths, Anton Vanko managed to regain his composure, convincing himself that he need not harbor anger towards a dead man. "You survived because of my father." Tony cast a glance at him and replied, "I am alive because you attempted to kill me and failed. Is that so?" Ivan Vanko responded ambiguously, then continued, "If you could make God bleed, people would cease to believe in him. When blood taints the water, sharks will come. All I need to do is sit back and watch as the world devours you. Then let us see if the world will consume me. Do not forget that the narrative proclaims, I will sacrifice myself, a mortal standing alongside deities to save the universe." Tony shrugged, buoyed by the endorsement of the narrative, as his reputation soared to unprecedented heights. Only a lunatic like Ivan Vanko would dare to attempt the assassination of a future savior. "And where will you be watching from?" "Ah, yes, your cell. I shall send you a bar of soap." With that, Tony rose to leave. Ivan Vanko found himself at a loss for words, ultimately calling out, "Hey Tony, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. The death from palladium poisoning is quite painful." As Tony approached the cell, he smirked at the remark but refrained from responding, leaving Ivan Vanko to await his demise from palladium poisoning in solitude. On board the electric jet, while Musk merely envisioned it, Tony had already brought it to fruition. Inside the aircraft, Pepper was engrossed in an interview with a senator from the recent Senate Armed Services Committee hearing. The senator openly expressed dissatisfaction with the imitation of Tony's technology, accusing him of treating the Iron Man suit as a mere toy and reiterating Tony's word from the hearing, mocking him for being publicly humiliated. Tony remained largely unfazed. Had he not developed a new element, he might have felt the impact, but now, regardless of how advanced Ivan Vanko's technology became, it could never rival his own. Yet Pepper's countenance remained quite grim. The events of the day had left her profoundly shaken, particularly the sight of the two guards' bodies severed in half, which cast a long psychological shadow over her. Tony, aware of Pepper's dismal state, decided to take it upon himself to prepare a meal for her. When Tony lifted the lid of the dish, Pepper turned her head away in disbelief upon seeing a half-burnt, half-raw fried egg, and remarked, "Is this what you made?" "Yes. What do you think I've been doing for the past 3 hours?" As Pepper conversed with Tony aboard the plane, the incident had left her with a multitude of pressing matters to address back at the company. Meanwhile, as Tony and the others were en route back to New York, Ivan Vanko found himself donned in prison garb within his cell. A guard delivered his meal, and upon inspecting it, Vanko discovered a note tucked beneath the food. He discreetly read the message, which stated, "Enjoy the mashed potatoes." Turning over the mashed potatoes, he noted a timer set to 35. Vanko immediately recognized it as a detonator for a bomb. At that moment, the guard opened the cell door and ushered in another man who bore a striking resemblance to Vanko. Upon seeing the newcomer's identification number, 6219, Vanko realized that his own number was also 6219, a coincidence that was hardly plausible. In a sudden burst of action, Vanko struck the man unconscious, and as the guard passed by, he carelessly left the keys at the door. Seizing the opportunity, Vanko activated the bomb and exited the cell. Wearing his prison attire, he traversed the corridor, drawing the attention of a guard. As the guard turned away, Vanko swiftly broke the man's neck and the bomb detonated, plunging the prison into chaos. Attempting to descend the stairs, Vanko encountered guards waiting below, compelling him to retreat back up, only to collide with the guard who had initially delivered his meal. The two guards swiftly hooded him and transported him to a vehicle. When the guards finally removed his hood, he found himself in the territory of Justin Hammer. Chapter 49. Iron Soldier. At this moment, Justin Hammer had set the table and was dining. Upon seeing Vanko descend, a broad smile spread across his face as he instructed the guards to remove Vanko's handcuffs. Once the guards were dismissed, Justin gestured for Vanko to take a seat, clearly unaccustomed to such an environment. Vanko felt somewhat disoriented as he observed the staff bustling about him. Justin wasted no time in stating that they both harbored animosity towards Tony Stark. But rather than kill him, they should first dismantle his achievements. Confident in his belief that Vanko required his sponsorship and resources, Justin's intentions were understood by Vanko, who promptly agreed to the collaboration in Russian. However, it was evident that Justin did not comprehend this and assumed Vanko might need a translator. Yet, Vanko swiftly overturned this notion by responding in English. Subsequently, Vanko expressed a desire for his bird. Justin, perplexed by this request, nonetheless agreed to assist in finding the bird. Upon returning to the Malibu villa, Pepper was on the phone with Natasha, assuring their clients that the foundation of Stark Industries remained steadfast. At that moment, Natasha bore no resemblance to a typical agent. Meanwhile, the media began to question whether Tony Stark still possessed the capacity to protect the public. However, netizens criticized the notion that a savior could not safeguard the populace. Was reliance on the White House the answer? Rhodey arrived at Tony's residence, finding no trace of him. Pepper informed him that Tony was downstairs, prompting Rhodey to descend in search of him. At that moment, Tony was engrossed in reviewing Ivan Vanko's dossier. Having previously only examined Anton Vanko's records, he discovered that Ivan Vanko had been sentenced to 15 years in the Kopesky prison for selling weapons-grade plutonium to Pakistan during the Soviet era, after which there was little information available. Rhodey entered the basement, saying, "Tony, you need to regain control of the situation. Listen, I've spent the entire day on the phone with the National Guard, persuading them not to roll tanks through your front door to seize your technology. They want your iron armor, you know? They're not interested in playing games with you. You claimed that no one would possess this technology for 20 years, and yet, someone has it now, and it's no longer merely theoretical." Tony turned to Rhodey, dismissing his concerns. "Their technology is outdated. It pales in comparison to mine. Rest assured. Furthermore, If those military fools wish to lay a hand on a future savior, let them come. They will meet their demise. Tony scoffed at the military's intentions, believing that if they could resolve the issues at hand, he wouldn't have to make personal sacrifices in the forthcoming war that threatened the entire universe. Rhodey, though somewhat resigned to Tony's bravado, understood that the military would not dare to act against him. Their threats were mere bluster. The identity of the future savior served as Tony's greatest shield. Hey, Tony, have you ever considered that you don't have to bear the mantle of savior alone? You need not rely solely on yourself. I wish I could believe you, but you must trust me. Besides, I am not alone in this. There's Natasha, Banner, Strange, Barton, and that Carol. Although Tony was unfamiliar with Strange, he deemed it inconsequential, certain he would become an ally. Captain Marvel had visited Earth, discussing matters with Egghead before joining the Avengers after meeting Tony and the others, but she had soon departed for reasons unknown. What will you do then? Rhodey asked. No need to overthink it. I know precisely what I'm doing. Do come to my birthday party when you have the chance. Tony patted Rhodey on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Ivan Vanko followed Justin Hammer into his base. You can work quietly. Isn't it delightful to be a dead man? No pressure. He gestured toward the distant Iron Soldiers, exclaiming, There they are. I'm so excited. They're ready for combat at any moment. I may have miscalculated some data, rushing to mass-produce the prototype. Feel free to look around. Ivan Vanko approached the computer and immediately began to operate it. Justin attempted to stop him, insisting that a password was required for access and instructed his subordinates to disable the passcode. However, before he could finish his sentence, he turned around to find Ivan Vanko had effortlessly cracked their password. Embarrassed, he muttered, "Never mind," and then, watching Ivan's skillful maneuvers, he exclaimed, "Wow, impressive." Ivan Vanko uttered a sentence in Russian, which Justin did not comprehend. Ivan then repeated in English, "Your software is garbage." Justin Hammer could only manage an awkward smile. After all, Ivan had effortlessly bypassed their security, leaving him no grounds for rebuttal, and he could only commend his prowess. Casually, Ivan grabbed a ladder and climbed up to inspect the Iron Soldiers. Just as Justin remarked that each unit was worth $12,570,000, Ivan directly ripped off the head of one of the Iron Soldiers. Although Justin felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at Ivan's reckless destruction, he restrained his frustration and explained that he intended to make a spectacle at the Stark Expo by targeting Tony. Without hesitation, Ivan agreed, promising to fulfill this audacious plan. Justin's spirits lifted at the prospect. At Tony's birthday party, Natasha approached with a watch box, inquiring which timepiece Tony preferred. After a moment of contemplation, Tony specified, "The one with the gold face and brown strap, the Jaeger Luke Holter." Natasha sat beside him, and Tony casually asked, "What about the superhero team? Will they be attending?" Barton and Coulson were already present, and Deputy Director Hill would also join. Director Nick Fury was unable to attend as he had to address your concerns. Dr. Banner expressed his aversion to such gatherings, fearing he might cause a scene. Well then, we can invite them another time. The night unfolded in revelry, as Tony, devoid of his armor this time, did not provoke Roddy into donning the Mark II for a confrontation. Tony introduced Roddy to Barton and Coulson, declaring, "This is my teammate." Meanwhile, Justin exerted considerable effort to locate a parrot in Russia, only to discover it was not Ivan's bird. Justin insisted this is the bird, but Ivan was adamant that he could not mistake his own pet. Frustrated by Justin's insistence, he slammed his hand on the table and said, "Brother, this is not my bird." Justin, feeling agitated, retorted, "Even if it's not yours, this bird is still beautiful. Don't be so stubborn. You must learn to let go." Shortly after, Justin caught sight of the Iron Soldiers modified by Ivan and approached with curiosity, noticing the helmets had been replaced with solid heads. He questioned Ivan about his actions. Ivan explained that unmanned operation would be preferable as humans are prone to error. Justin clarified that the government desired something akin to Iron Man. That was what everyone wanted. Ivan countered with Justin's earlier words, suggesting that he too ought to learn to let go. Justin, resigned, warned Ivan that these Iron Soldiers had better achieve instant success. What Justin remains unaware of is that Ivan Vanko has ingeniously devised a means to facilitate the transfer of control of the drones, ensuring that no one is present to contest his authority. Chapter 50. The exhibition turmoil following the birthday celebration. Tony contemplated Rhodes' words and resolved to enlist him into the Avengers. However, this decision could not rest solely upon his shoulders. He needed to gather opinions from others. Coulson specifically visited Tony's residence to bid farewell, informing him of his reassignment to New Mexico for another mission, with Barton also being diverted there. Curious about the nature of the task, Tony inquired, and Coulson revealed that a hammer had mysteriously fallen from the sky, and intriguingly, no one could lift it. Tony, intrigued by this revelation, regrettably acknowledged that with the exhibition imminent, he had no time to investigate, but expressed his willingness to assist should the need arise, to which Coulson readily agreed. On the very day the Stark exhibition was set to commence, Justin Hammer approached his senator, hoping to present an early glimpse of the Iron Soldiers. However, he learned from Ivan Vanko that the Iron Soldiers were currently only capable of saluting, unable to fly or engage in combat. This was due to Ivan's desire for personal vengeance. If Justin wished to gain early control over the Iron Soldiers, he would soon discover that the reins of authority were not within his grasp, potentially jeopardizing Ivan's plans. Thus, he had to deftly deflect the situation. In his spare time, Ivan had modified a suit of wearable iron armor and had crafted a new, more powerful electric whip. Enraged, Justin stormed into Ivan's chamber, seizing the emotionally nurtured birds he had raised, his dissatisfaction growing with the security's rough handling. He then proceeded to confiscate Ivan's pillow and shoes. How does it feel to have your possessions taken from you? Frustrating, isn't it? Excellent. Because I share your displeasure. We had an agreement. I saved your life. And in return, you were to provide me with iron armor. That was our pact, yet you have failed to deliver. I cannot ascertain if you're a genius or a charlatan. I know not what you are. With Rhodes' acquisition of the Mark II, you have truly backed me into a corner. Your Iron Soldiers, if they can only serve as mere props, remain as you were in the past. And so they shall be now. Listening to Justin's words, Ivan Vanko replied in Russian, "The time has not yet come." Infuriated, Justin retorted with a sardonic laugh. "Perhaps you have yet to grasp the situation. I do not speak Russian. If by the end of today you fail to fulfill your promises, you will revert to what you once were, a corpse. Do you understand?" With a menacing finger pointed at Ivan, Justin delivered his ultimatum and left 2 security personnel to oversee him as he returned to work. Justin believed that if his day ended in ruin, he would assuredly drag Ivan down with him before his own demise. Meanwhile, at the Malibu villa, Tony and Rhodes were engaged in their respective tasks, with Tony directing the robots to tidy the premises after recently completing his research on the updated Mark VI, while Rhodes assisted and discussed matters pertaining to the Avengers. At that moment, Tony received an unexpected phone call, initially believing it to be from Coulson, inquiring about the charm of the place. However, a different voice emerged. "Hey, Tony, how are you? I've doubled the speed." Confused, Tony listened intently, struggling to recall the identity of the caller. "You suggested I double the speed to generate more energy." A splendid recommendation. Ivan Vanko had already dealt with the 2 guards watching over him, hanging them up. Upon hearing Vanko's words, Tony finally remembered who it was. "You dead man sound quite lively." Beside him, Rhodey remained silent, but at Tony's signal, he pressed the button to trace the call. The history of the Stark family was on the verge of being rewritten. Ivan Vanko, brimming with arrogance, issued threats to Tony, unaware that villains often meet their demise through excessive chatter. Jarvis commenced tracking the call's information using the Oracle network, while Vanko continued to ramble, gnawing on a toothpick. "What your father did to my family 40 years ago, I shall reciprocate in 40 minutes. Tony aimed to buy some time. Sounds good. Let us have a proper conversation." Meanwhile, Jarvis's location tracking grew increasingly precise. However, Vanko was no fool. He understood that Tony was likely tracking him as well. So he uttered one last threat before hanging up, causing Jarvis's pursuit to falter. Nonetheless, Vanko's words heightened Tony and Rhodey's alertness, leading both to contemplate the expo. Vanko would surely seize this opportunity to wreak havoc, should a significant loss of life occur at the Stark Expo. Even with a savior's shield, Tony would face immense pressure. Tony immediately instructed Jarvis to assemble the latest Mark VI suit and hurry downstairs, with Rhodey closely following. "Hey Tony, I want to help," Rhodey called out as Tony began donning his armor. After a moment's thought, Tony nodded, realizing that to win the impending war without losing his life, having more allies was advantageous. He had Jarvis assist Rhodey in putting on the Mark II suit. The Mark V was discarded due to its inferior performance in various aspects for the sake of convenience. Tony had equipped all his suits with electric shock protection. The Mark III and IV served as his backup suits. Should the Mark VI fail, he could return to Switch. After careful consideration, Tony deemed the Mark II most suitable for Rhodey. Once donned in their armors, the two hastily made their way to the expo. As they departed, Happy had already arrived at the expo site with Pepper and Natasha, coincidentally during Justin Hammer's showcase, which was being broadcasted. Justin took several deep breaths backstage to calm himself, knowing he had to proceed, even if these Iron Soldiers could only salute. He forced a cheerful smile, though his inner tension prevented him from performing an elaborate dance as in the original narrative. Instead, he directly approached the podium. Initially, a speech was delivered, during which Justin took the opportunity to reproach Tony for his reluctance to disclose advanced technology. Pepper, seated in the audience, felt a twinge of impatience upon hearing Justin's words. As the speech neared its conclusion, two staff members ascended the stage to remove the podium, while Justin feigned an impassioned demeanor, introducing his Iron Soldiers to the audience below. At this juncture, prompted by Rhodey, Tony finally remembered to contact Natasha and her team, alerting them to the impending danger. Upon receiving the news, Natasha wasted no time. She swiftly took Pepper's arm and exited the venue, simultaneously notifying the formidable Mjolnir. Given the throng of people present, Natasha exercised caution, uncertain of Ivan Vanko's method of attack on the expo, yet her instincts hinted at a connection to those Iron Soldiers. Meanwhile, Justin had begun to showcase his 4 types of Iron Soldiers, encompassing air, land, and sea, as well as the Marine Corps, instructing them to salute the crowd. Just as applause erupted, Tony and Rhodey made their entrance, albeit belatedly. Chapter 51. The chaotic expo. As the audience beheld the arrival of Tony and Rhodey, they rose in unison, applauding, believing it to be an unexpected segment of the program. However, Tony, preoccupied, disregarded the audience's enthusiasm and approached Justin directly. "Where is he?" Tony's inquiry left Justin Hammer perplexed. "What?" He furrowed his brow, still unaware that Vanko had dealt with the individuals Tony had left behind. "Where's Vanko?" "Who?" Justin could not divulge this information to Tony, opting instead to feign ignorance. "Tell me." Tony, growing increasingly impatient, sensed that Ivan Vanko could strike at any moment. "What are you doing here, man?" As their conversation unfolded, Ivan Vanko had already initiated remote control of the Iron Soldiers, effortlessly usurping Justin's command. With his back turned to the Iron Soldiers, Tony remained oblivious to the unfolding situation. But Justin's expression shifted as he realized the Iron Soldiers had begun to move autonomously. Tony noticed the change in Justin's demeanor and swiftly turned to see the Iron Soldiers raising their arms, aiming at him and Rhodey. "Let's take this outside," Tony exclaimed, immediately taking flight and bursting out of the venue. Rhodey, piloting the Mark II for the first time, exhibited some initial clumsiness as he ascended. Bullets from the Iron Soldiers rained down upon him. Fortunately, the Mark II's armor proved resilient, withstanding the onslaught of bullets. Rhodey, initially shaky, eventually steadied himself and exited the venue, though the shattered glass wreaked havoc on the audience below. The Air Force variant of the Iron Soldier activated its engines, pursuing them with reckless abandon, while the remaining 3 models commenced their advance, marching towards various locations within the expo. Justin hurried backstage, inquiring what is happening. "The software has been altered." "What do you mean altered?" "He has taken control of the Iron Soldiers." "That's impossible. Call security." Upon discovering that all phone lines had been severed, Justin seethed, then called their mobile phones. The mobile phones were rendered inoperative. "We were barred from accessing the mainframe." At this moment, Pepper, accompanied by Natasha, arrived backstage to confront Justin, demanding to know how this calamity had transpired. "Stand back. I can handle this." Justin Hammer, disinterested in Pepper's concerns, dismissed her. "Is that so?" Pepper, seething with fury, recognized the gravity of the situation. Such an incident at their expo would spell disaster for Stark Industries. Justin, in a cowardly move, shifted the blame entirely onto Tony, asserting that none of this would have occurred had Iron Man been present. "Please, just leave." "Thank you." He attempted to have both women escorted away, but Natasha was not one to submit quietly. She stepped forward, firmly pinning Justin down, demanding to know Ivan Vanko's whereabouts. "He is in my company," Justin reluctantly divulged. With the information secured, Natasha released him and departed. Meanwhile, Pepper dialed the police, requesting assistance. "Please connect me." Upon hearing her plea, Justin immediately sought to intervene. Yet Pepper disregarded him, insisting he step aside and instruct his subordinates to provide her with the necessary information. Lacking the courage to confront Pepper physically, Justin begrudgingly yielded his position. At that moment, Tony and Rhodey soared around the venue, skillfully evading a hail of bullets while the military-grade Iron Soldiers arrived outside. They launched missiles at the fleeing crowd, and Ivan Vanko watched with a sinister smile, indifferent to human life, solely intent on tarnishing Tony Stark's reputation. Outside, Happy, unaware of the unfolding chaos, spotted Natasha emerging and anxiously inquired about the situation. With little time to explain, Natasha urged him to drive her to Hammer Industries. Although Natasha's status was exceptional, her unreasonable demand prompted Happy to question, "What about Miss Pepper? Where's she?" "She's safe. Do not worry. I have already informed Director Nick Fury to send assistance. Now, quickly, take me to Hammer Industries." "All right, get in." Satisfied with her assurance, Happy promptly took the driver's seat. As they departed, the military-grade Iron Soldiers positioned themselves, stabilizing their frames and preparing to aim their anti-material sniper rifles at Tony and Rhodey. Tony deftly dodged the attacks, but Rhodey was slightly slower, nearly caught in the crossfire, yet ultimately managed to evade the danger. However, an Iron Soldier following Rhodey was not as fortunate, falling victim to a single shot. Observing the unintended casualty among his Iron Soldiers, Ivan Vanko swiftly altered his orders, commanding them to target the venue's structure and the crowd. Consequently, the audience, still trapped within the venue, faced dire consequences. Among them, one military Iron Soldier had its sights set on a young Peter Parker, who aimed his toy palm cannon at the Iron Soldier, which in turn trained its sniper rifle upon him. Tony witnessed the scene and immediately descended beside him, raising his arm to aim together, and with a single shot, he obliterated half of the Iron Soldier's body. "Well done, young one," Tony praised before soaring away. At that moment, Rhodey found himself in a frantic predicament, pursued by the Air Force soldiers. Fortunately, Tony arrived just in time to neutralize one of the airborne Iron Soldiers, allowing them to escape the encirclement. The two resolved to distance themselves from the expo for their battle. In the vehicle, Natasha turned to Happy and instructed, "Once we arrive, I need you to stay outside. I'm going in to eliminate the target." She then began changing her attire in the back seat, her alluring figure causing Happy to inadvertently fixate on the rearview mirror, nearly resulting in an accident. Regaining his composure, Happy corrected the vehicle's path, but his gaze couldn't resist drifting back to the mirror. "Eyes on the road," Natasha admonished sharply. "Understood." Caught in the act of sneaking a glance, Happy felt a twinge of embarrassment. Tony led the way, with Rhodey closely trailing behind, as they swiftly fled, taking cover beneath an overpass to evade incoming fire. Ivan Vanko, noticing the overwhelming concentration of Iron Soldiers, decided to disperse a few units towards the expo to minimize friendly fire. The remaining Iron Soldiers unleashed a torrent of gunfire, destroying numerous vehicles parked below the bridge. Realizing the untenable situation, the duo immediately distanced themselves from the overpass. At that juncture, Happy finally arrived at Hammer Industries with Natasha. Although Natasha intended for Happy to remain in the car, he adamantly refused to let her enter alone. "I can't allow you to go in by yourself. Want to help? Keep the engine running." "Fine." Though Happy verbally acquiesced, his demeanor clearly indicated his intent to accompany her inside. Natasha, lacking time for a dispute, swiftly bypassed the access control. Chapter 52. Laser beams Natasha and Happy's entrance triggered an alarm within Ivan Vanko's systems, prompting bewildered security personnel to attempt to intervene. Happy retaliated with a powerful punch, catching one guard off guard, and a skirmish ensued at the entrance. Ignoring the fray, Natasha pushed through the inner door. The guards inside rushed to respond, only to be incapacitated by Natasha's swift sliding kick, followed by an electric discharge from her widow's bite. As Happy grappled with the first guard, another emerged from the door, only to be swiftly knocked unconscious by Natasha's kick. She then confronted the fourth guard with a painful maneuver, incapacitating him, and concluded the encounter with a scissor kick that dispatched the final arriving security officer. Observing the commotion via surveillance, Ivan Vanko was apprised of the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, turmoil continued at the expo as the previously dispatched airborne Iron Soldiers returned, forcing Tony and Rhodey to retreat. One Iron Soldier crashed into a wall, quickly regaining its footing and, seemingly unscathed, unleashed a barrage of fire upon the two, who fled further into the distance. Ivan Vanko commanded the dormant Marines, urging them to take flight in pursuit of Tony and Rhodey. Meanwhile, Pepper was tirelessly attempting to break Vanko's control and regain authority. They discovered that each squad of armored soldiers communicated in their own unique dialect. Without hesitation, she instructed the technicians to randomly select a group for focused decryption. Meanwhile, the idle Justin remarked, "Why not try Russian? Have you considered that?" At Hammer Industries, Happy was still engaged in combat. Natasha, concealed around a corner, spotted two approaching security guards and swiftly deployed smoke grenades, the acrid mist rendering them momentarily blinded. She deftly incapacitated both men, then retrieved a rope from her widow's bite, executing a seamless series of movements that left 3 adversaries unconscious. Turning back, she noticed one of the previously subdued guards rising again. She quickly dashed over, ensnaring his neck and flipping him to the ground, then delivered a swift kick to another guard, rendering him unconscious and seizing the spray canister from his grasp. With an air of confidence, Natasha strode down the corridor. Encountering a guard who had just exited a room, she promptly sprayed the contents of the canister into his face, causing him to collapse in agony, clutching his visage. Happy, having finally subdued his first guard, was drenched in sweat and filled with newfound confidence as he glanced down the corridor, only to find a multitude of guards sprawled on the floor, his smile fading in an instant. Realizing that mere security personnel could not thwart Natasha's advance, Ivan Vanko swiftly vacated the room to don his specially crafted iron armor. Meanwhile, Tony and Rhodey, unable to elude the relentless pursuit of the armored soldiers, decided to boldly charge toward the colossal globe model at the expo. Tony calculated a safe route, and with Jarvis's assistance, Rhodey narrowly avoided a collision by deftly maneuvering at the last moment. Unfortunately, the armored soldiers were not as fortunate, crashing into the globe and igniting a cascade of sparks. As Natasha burst through the door, she found Vanko had already departed, prompting her to attempt to sever his control over the armored soldiers. Successfully reaching Tony, she inquired about their situation. Tony informed her that he had neutralized most of the soldiers, yet many remained, and he needed a location where collateral damage could be minimized. At that moment, Natasha observed a significant number of armored soldiers advancing towards their position on the map. Without delay, Tony resolved to find a place to gather them, as he had a strategy to eliminate them all in one fell swoop. Rhodey suggested a nearby park, which would likely be deserted at night, and Tony promptly agreed, leading them both in that direction. Upon their arrival at the park, the armored soldiers descended as well, and the two men surveyed the metallic behemoths with grave expressions, knowing that a confrontation was imminent. After dispatching several armored soldiers, Tony noticed Rhodey's precarious predicament. His Mark II lacked substantial firepower, rendering it ineffective against the armored foes. As the soldiers closed in, Tony shouted, "Rhodey, get down!" Immediately, a crimson glow emanated from his arm, and a charging progress bar appeared on Tony's panel. The soldier's instinct prompted Rhodes to immediately crouch down, and soon 2 beams of red laser severed all the iron soldiers into several pieces. "You should have used that move first," Rhodes quipped. "I apologize, boss. That maneuver can only be utilized once," Tony replied, ejecting the now-defunct energy chip from his wrist. Natasha, having failed to disengage control in the company, could only watch them battle. Upon witnessing Tony dispatch all the iron soldiers with a single laser strike, she marveled. "It appears your new energy board is remarkable. The output is more powerful, and the life signs are completely normal. Indeed, the suit saved my life. For now, I cannot perish, though I suppose it will be a different story when I must make the ultimate sacrifice," Tony responded in a jesting tone. "What do you mean? You were close to death?" Pepper, overhearing Tony and Natasha's conversation at the expo, inquired in shock. "Pepper, is that you?" "No, I'm not dead. Not for the time being." Tony, startled by Pepper's voice, instinctively asked before recalling to address her query. What transpired? Pepper was utterly astonished that Tony had been on the brink of death. The mention of the suit saving him made her recall how the suit had previously responded to Tony's questions, explaining his vague responses to her inquiries thereafter. "I was going to tell you, but then the suit prompted me." "You were going to tell me? You were supposed to die?" Pepper interjected incredulously, unable to believe that Tony had kept such a significant matter from her. "It wasn't that dire, Pepper. I had merely been poisoned, but death was still far off," Tony replied, somewhat helpless, unsure of how to clarify. "Poisoned? What do you mean? What poison did you take? Why didn't you tell me?" "Palladium poisoning. I was searching for a remedy, which is why I had to endure that horrid chlorophyll juice." The suit later reminded me, I resolved the issue, and I thought it best not to worry you. Not to worry me? Your silence on such matters infuriates me. Pepper's anger surged upon hearing this revelation. I sincerely apologize, my dear. Tony began to earnestly apologize upon hearing the ire in Pepper's voice. Meanwhile, the police finally arrived, making their way to the backstage area. Pepper had no time to address Tony further, as Justin Hammer was handcuffed and taken away under her accusations. Justin, still defiant, believed Pepper was merely attempting to eliminate a competitor, leaving behind a threatening remark about causing her significant trouble, asserting they would meet again soon. Chapter 53. The death of Ivan Vanko. Pepper followed several officers out of the expo, stating as they walked, once they arrive, please ensure they guard the two exits on the southeast and west sides. One officer nodded, replying, we have closed the subway lines 7. Pepper promptly instructed them to arrange a bus to transport people to the subway that had not yet closed. The other party readily agreed and inquired if Pepper wished to accompany them. Pepper replied, I shall wait until everyone has been evacuated before departing. The officer nodded and commenced with the arrangements. Meanwhile, Natasha detected an iron soldier advancing towards Tony and the others and immediately alerted Tony, informing him of the situation. This one appears rather different, with an exceptionally high energy index. No sooner had she spoken than Ivan Vanko, clad in iron armor, soared above Tony and his companions. Upon landing, Ivan Vanko lifted his mask to regard the two before him. It's good to be back. The situation was dire. Rhodey gazed gravely at Ivan Vanko's armor, realizing that it was incomparable to the previous ones. As Ivan Vanko spread his arms, two whips crackling with high-voltage electricity lashed out, shimmering in the inky darkness. Unlike the previous iteration, which had been modified by Hammer, this version retained its original form, but the previous one had faltered solely due to proximity. The predecessor required high-speed propulsion and a certain distance to unlock its full potential. Being too close could result in an explosion that would also endanger Tony and Rhodey. It could only be said that Rhodey misunderstood the device's function. Tony aimed for Ivan Vanko's unmasked head and, in an instant, launched 12 miniature missiles from his shoulder, hoping to catch Ivan Vanko off guard and eliminate him. However, Ivan Vanko reacted with remarkable speed, sealing his mask just before the missile struck, which merely sparked off his armor. Ivan Vanko was not one to remain passive. He retaliated with the two whips aimed at the duo. Tony and Rhodey deftly dodged the attack from opposite directions. Seizing the opportunity, Tony utilized his suit's electrical resistance and energy absorption capabilities to grasp one of the empty whips, attempting to wrest it away. To his surprise, Ivan Vanko's armor was far too heavy, overpowering his Mark VI suit, and with a mighty force, flung Tony against a stone. Rhodey, intending to launch a surprise attack, found himself ensnared by Ivan Vanko's whip around his waist, which yanked him forward, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Observing Rhodey's perilous situation, Tony rushed in to provide assistance, forcing Ivan Vanko to abandon his follow-up strike as he sent Tony flying with a single punch. Seizing the moment, Rhodey activated his repulsor and fired 2 shots at Ivan Vanko, then quickly accelerated to increase the distance. In midair, Tony regained his balance and adjusted his trajectory, using gravitational acceleration to collide forcefully with the unsuspecting Ivan Vanko from behind. At a safe distance, Rhodey unhesitatingly unleashed his repulsor beams. Although the rapid-fire shots failed to penetrate Ivan Vanko's defenses, they distracted him enough that he could not focus on Tony, who was now also pulling back. Both men, one to the left and one to the right, began firing repulsor blasts toward the center where Ivan Vanko stood, who retaliated by sending a whip that ensnared Tony around the waist. As Tony observed the energy levels of the battle armor rising steadily, a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. He grasped the whip firmly, preventing Ivan Vanko from retracting him, while instructing Rhodey to charge up the repulsor blast. Simultaneously, he began to gather his own energy. Sensing the precarious situation, Ivan Vanko swiftly utilized another whip to ensnare Tony's foot, yanking him to the ground, which inadvertently exposed his back. Rhodey unleashed a charged repulsor blast upon his armor, successfully inflicting damage on Ivan Vanko. Seizing the opportunity, Tony, now prone on the ground, released the fully charged repulsor blast. After enduring 2 consecutive assaults from the charged blasts, Ivan Vanko's armor faltered, succumbing to numerous malfunctions, while he himself was left gasping for breath from the impact. The two approached the downed Ivan Vanko, but before they could utter a word, he declared, "You have lost." No sooner had the words left his lips than the reactor on his suit began to flicker ominously with a red glow, and simultaneously, all the armored soldiers commenced their own flashing sequences. Rhodey immediately recognized the impending self-destruction of the armored soldiers, prompting an urgent need to escape, while Tony's thoughts raced towards Pepper's safety. Both took to the skies, racing toward the expo at full speed. Meanwhile, Pepper, still at the entrance of the expo, caught sight of the armored soldiers beginning to flash ominously in the not-so-distant vicinity. Before she could comprehend the unfolding chaos, Tony had already dashed to her side, sweeping her into his arms and whisking her away just as the armored soldiers detonated. He carried her to the rooftop of a nearby building, where the intense acceleration left Pepper gasping for breath. Once on solid ground, she pushed Tony away, momentarily overwhelmed by the adrenaline and perilous excitement, her mind racing with thoughts of resigning from her position. Tony approached her, surprised by her reaction. He sensed that Pepper was merely seeking an excuse, feeling angered by his earlier concealment of his life-threatening situation. Pepper insisted that she was not looking for excuses, yet Tony grasped her hand firmly, saying, "You deserve better treatment. You have always taken such good care of me. If I am destined for sacrifice, I wish to do so without regrets. I cannot lose you, Pepper." Tears brimmed in Pepper's eyes, and she struggled to contain her emotions. Unable to resist, Tony leaned in and kissed her. As the two shared a tender moment, Rhodey, who had been watching with bemusement, interrupted with a teasing remark. "You two are kissing like two seals fighting over grapes." Pepper flushed with embarrassment, eager to explain. But Rhodey cut in, "You need not explain. I heard everything." Pointing an accusatory finger at Rhodey, Tony replied sternly, "You'd best make yourself scarce. I was here first. Go find your own rooftop." Hearing this, Tony couldn't help but chuckle. "I thought you had run out of corny jokes. That was the last one." After the jesting, Pepper's mood gradually settled, and Tony expressed his gratitude. "You fought magnificently just now." Rhodey returned the compliment, engaging in a mutual exchange of praise. "My car was utterly destroyed. I must first borrow your iron armor." "Absolutely not. Do not even think about it." Tony unwaveringly refused. "I'm not asking you. You yourself stated that you needed teammates." With that, he closed his visor and took off into the sky. The exposition had reached a conclusion, and, subsequently, Tony and Rhodey, having valiantly intervened to prevent Ivan Vanko from inflicting further damage, were to be honored with a commendation from Washington, D.C. Without hesitation, Tony wielded his authority within S.H.I.L.D. to assign the task of presenting the award to a senator who had always held a disdain for him, purely to witness the forced smile on the senator's face, despite the palpable animosity in his heart. However, that is a tale for another time. Chapter 54. The God of Thunder. Just as Tony was managing the situation with Ivan Vanko, Coulson had arrived in New Mexico, locating the hammer that had descended from the heavens. Rewinding to the previous night, Dr. Eric Selvig, accompanied by Jane Foster and Darcy Lewis, noticed unusual celestial phenomena. Mistakenly believing there was a new development in the sky, they ventured into the desert for research, only to collide with Thor, who had fallen from above. They incapacitated Thor and attempted to transport him to the hospital, oblivious to the hammer that had landed behind them. After delivering Thor to the hospital, he awoke and engaged the doctors in a fierce altercation, leading to him being sedated. An elderly man discovered Mjolnir in the desert, only to find that no matter what he did, he could not lift it. Meanwhile, Eric spotted a figure in the storm captured in their footage, and Jane immediately realized it could be Thor, who had been taken to the hospital. The trio arrived at the hospital, only to find Thor had freed himself from his restraints and caused chaos within the facility. As they attempted to drive out to find him, Jane accidentally backed into Thor, knocking him to the ground. At the site where the hammer had landed, a crowd had gathered, with numerous individuals attempting to lift it. One man tied a chain to the hammer's handle and connected it to his pickup truck, flooring the gas pedal. Yet, the truck was overturned while the hammer remained immovable. A familiar old man leaned out and inquired, "Is it working?" Coulson gazed at the throng surrounding the hammer and called Nick Fury, exclaiming, "Sir, we have found it." On the other side, Thor had been brought back to Jane's home, bare-chested, revealing his muscular physique, causing Darcy to stare in awe at his form. Although Thor was unfamiliar with many of the earthly customs, he could see the sky, and upon realizing he was on Earth, his first question was, "Where is Peter Parker?" Jane exerted considerable effort to explain that the Peter Parker from the sky was not present on this earth. Thor could only sigh in resignation, as he had hoped to befriend the remarkably kind Peter Parker. At this moment, Loki discovered his identity as a frost giant, a truth confirmed by Odin, who revealed Loki's lineage and embraced him as his own son. Loki harbored deep skepticism towards Odin's seemingly benevolent decision to bring back the son of his sworn enemy, Laufey, suspecting ulterior motives behind such an act. Odin, however, envisioned a future where Loki could unite the two realms, forging an everlasting alliance of peace. Yet, Loki, in his stubbornness, perceived Odin as merely utilizing him as a tool, locking him away until the day he was required, dismissing Odin's words and misconstruing his intentions. In a fit of rage, Loki accused Odin of favoritism towards Thor, vowing that he would never allow a frost giant to ascend to the throne of Asgard. Enraged by Loki's outburst, Odin succumbed to his deep slumber, leaving Loki startled by the sudden turn of events. Though dissatisfied with Odin's partiality, Loki nonetheless summoned the guards. On Earth, Thor indulged in a copious box of pastries, his appetite insatiable. However, aware of the decorum surrounding the Earth's customs, he refrained from shattering his cup after finishing his soda. Just as Thor was relishing his feast, a portly man entered, recounting a tale of a satellite that had fallen in the desert, drawing the attention of the investigative bureau. This revelation piqued the interest of Eric and his companions. Eric inquired about the satellite's appearance, to which the man could only say that it was exceedingly heavy and no one could lift it. This detail caught Thor's attention, and he approached the man, asking where it was located. Although the man's discomfort with Thor's brusque manner was evident, he revealed it lay 50 miles to the west. Thor set off in that direction, prompting Jane to hastily grab her clothing and follow suit. "Where are you going?" she asked. "To retrieve my belongings. 50 miles west of here." Jane caught up with him, questioning why. "To claim what is mine. The satellite is yours? Whatever it is, the government seems to have claimed it for themselves. Are you planning to seize it by force? If you accompany me, I shall divulge everything you wish to know." "Everything?" "Indeed. Once I reclaim Mjolnir, I will share the answers." As Eric listened to their exchange, a realization dawned upon him. He summoned the two women aside, recalling tales from his childhood, Mjolnir, Thor, the Bifrost, all of which seemed to intertwine with the present. Yet, Jane believed it was merely a matter of driving him, dismissing the potential for danger. Eric, however, remained adamant about Thor's perilous nature, compelling Jane to refuse to transport Thor to the site of the hammer. With farewells exchanged, Thor bestowed a chivalrous kiss upon Jane's hand, leaving her feeling flustered. As the trio prepared to return home, they discovered that the SHIELD agency had removed all their equipment from their residence. Rushing inside, they encountered Agent Coulson. "I am Agent Coulson from the International Intelligence Justice Headquarters," he declared with a beaming smile, introducing his new identity to Jane. Confounded by their audacity in seizing her equipment, which she had meticulously crafted, Jane struggled to comprehend their actions. Eric, having encountered Coulson before, urged Jane to recognize the gravity of the situation and to relent, but Jane was resolute in her defiance. Coulson also recognized Dr. Eric at a glance, recalling that it was he who had initially invited him to this HLD when the sky curtain first appeared. "I recognize you, but I believe you did not present yourself in this capacity before," Eric remarked, looking at Coulson with a hint of confusion after his conversation with Jane. Slightly embarrassed, Coulson rubbed his nose and deftly sidestepped the topic, saying, "Since it is you, why not accompany us? We require your assistance with certain matters." Jane, insistent on reclaiming her belongings, was hastily restrained by Eric, who turned to Coulson and stated, "I can join. They are my assistants, and I need their help." After a moment's contemplation, Coulson nodded. "Very well. We shall temporarily utilize these materials and equipment, and will return them to you afterward, Miss Foster." With a broad smile, Coulson ushered the three into the vehicle, transporting them to the base established by SHIELD, surrounding the impact site of Thor's hammer. Meanwhile, Thor had found a horse and was galloping furiously towards the hammer's landing spot. Sif and her companions sought out Odin to intercede on Thor's behalf, only to encounter Loki, who had taken the throne and was now ruling Asgard. Stunned by this unfortunate revelation, the four knelt before Loki, reluctantly pleading for him to revoke Thor's banishment. However, Loki denied their request, citing his inability to contravene their father's prior decree. Sif was on the verge of losing her temper, but was restrained by the others. In Chapter 55, the unattainable MJ within the base S.H.I.E.L. D scientists were diligently researching MJ Thor had arrived near the base. Crouching on the hillside where Coulson had stood earlier, observing the situation. The clouds generated by the hammer obstructed satellite signals, rendering their equipment ineffective. They had cleared the airspace, redirecting all flights around the area. Coulson led the group into the base, and Eric, gazing incredulously at MJ retrieved a book that confirmed his suspicions about the hammer and Thor. Meanwhile, the breach Thor had created was detected by the guards via surveillance, prompting Sitwell to dispatch personnel to inspect the west fence. When 2 guards arrived by car at the breach, Thor launched a surprise attack from the opposite side, easily incapacitating both men. Sitwell, unable to reach Dr. Delancey and Jackson, realized the base had been compromised. By this time, Thor had donned the raincoats of the 2 guards and was stealthily approaching the heart of the base. Another guard discovered the incapacitated Delancey and Jackson and promptly reported the injuries and damage to the fence to his superiors. The entire facility immediately entered a state of emergency, with numerous personnel mobilizing to search for the intruder, while Jane and Eric quickly deduced that Thor was the one responsible. The meow hammer sensed Thor's approach, emitting an enigmatic sound. Thor, too, felt the presence of the mighty hammer, and a smile broke across his face as he recklessly advanced towards it. His movements could hardly escape the notice of the numerous guards, and soon, someone reported his entry through the southern corridor into the tent. Fortunately, a communication blackout prevented most from receiving this information. Thor easily dispatched 2 guards and continued his charge inward, his figure clearly visible within the translucent tent as guards reported his whereabouts. Inside, Coulson immediately instructed his team to ascend with firearms. Upon hearing this, Jane positioned herself protectively in front of Coulson, asserting that the individual was likely Thor, fallen from the heavens in search of his hammer. Coulson was taken aback. Although he had yet to ascertain whether Thor was indeed who he suspected, he promptly commanded restraint in the use of firearms. Barton acknowledged quietly, sprinting through the torrential rain with his bow in hand. Thor pressed onward towards the hammer, easily overpowering the ordinary guards in his path. At that moment, Coulson received an urgent message from Sitwell, prompting him to rush Jane and the others towards the center, inquiring about the situation. It emitted a powerful electromagnetic surge. "Our systems are barely holding up," Jane responded. "It knows he has arrived." Eric nodded in agreement nearby. "Who?" Sitwell asked, puzzled, as he did not recognize Jane. "Are you certain he is here for it?" Coulson turned to Jane with a serious expression. "I am certain. He has spoken to me about it." Coulson nodded, intending to contact Tony and Dr. Banner, only to discover that communications had been entirely severed. While the walkie-talkies remained functional, contacting the outside world was a futile endeavor. Barton had ascended to a higher vantage point, ever poised to aim at Thor's figure. "Barton, respond. Sir, should I take him down? Or shall I send more men to be overpowered?" Barton queried, bow drawn tight. "I will issue instructions shortly. Hold your fire for now and observe his intentions." Coulson, having received Jane's affirmative response, hesitated to act against the legendary god of thunder, ordering everyone to withdraw and allow Thor to approach the hammer. With obstacles removed, Thor easily reached the heart of the base, his eyes alighting upon the mighty hammer atop a mound of earth. Elated, he began to approach it. Coulson positioned himself above, quietly observing Thor's actions. Immersed in the joy of locating his meow hammer, Thor remained blissfully unaware of the eyes watching from above. Grasping the hammer, he found himself unable to lift it. The smile that had adorned his face evaporated in disbelief. He strained with all his might. Yet the once weightless hammer now felt as heavy as lead, defying his every effort to raise it. Realizing that he had lost the meow hammer, Thor gazed incredulously at the heavens and let out a roar of frustration. Subsequently, he fell to his knees, staring at the mighty Mjolnir within arm's reach. "Why? Tell me," he implored, lifting his gaze towards the sky, yearning for an answer. "Thor, why do you always believe that you must wield the hammer to possess your divine strength? Are you the god of the hammer? Your power has always resided within you. The hammer merely serves to awaken and amplify it. If losing the hammer renders you worthless, then you do not deserve to wield it. Ultimately, You shall forfeit all that you possess and all that you are destined to acquire. Everything. Thor's eyes widened as he beheld the sky, while Coulson stared in astonishment at the thunder god below. Indeed, Thor, the legendary god of thunder, had received a response from the celestial expanse. What am I to do? Slowly, Thor rose to his feet. The meow hammer hovered before him. He could not afford to lose it. When Jane Foster lay frail upon her sickbed, fully aware that should she grasp the hammer, she would be consumed by illness, she still chose to take it and sacrificed her very life to aid you in defeating Gorr. What was she contemplating in that moment? Every individual has the opportunity to lift the hammer. It hinges solely on whether you possess the requisite qualities to do so. Inquiring of others pales in comparison to questioning yourself. Do you truly hold the merit? Thor fell into deep contemplation as the celestial voice fell silent once more, indifferent to the multitude of voices clamoring for attention. Coulson cast a silent glance at the three astonished individuals. Eric and Daisy stared at Jane as if witnessing a ghost, while Jane herself was left dumbfounded, alternating her gaze between the sky and the hammer, and then back to Thor. Nick Fury furrowed his brow, observing the pitch-black sky. Moments ago, he had received word that contact had been lost with Coulson's team, and he realized they were undoubtedly in peril. Soon after, the narration from the skies resumed, mentioning several names: Thor, the hammer, divine strength, Jane Foster, and who was Gorr? Fury sensed that the information conveyed by the heavens was abundant, and he wearily rubbed his temples. The previous news regarding the war had deprived him of restful sleep, and the council had been pressing him for further intelligence on the conflict. Nevertheless, he resolved to send Tony to New Mexico to ascertain the situation concerning Coulson. Their sudden disappearance at such a critical juncture boded ill. Chapter 56, The Master of Shadows. Loki Coulson courteously summoned Thor to a chamber, arranging for his muddy attire to be cleaned. So, you are the legendary god of thunder, Thor, son of Odin? Coulson inquired, taking a seat across from him and placing a steaming cup of coffee before him. Yet, Thor paid no heed to Coulson's words. He fixated on his own hands, the echoes of the celestial voice resonating in his mind as he gradually clenched his fists. Seeing that Thor was ignoring him, Coulson helplessly nodded and called Jane, who had been watching from the side, into the room. Jane Foster, I presume you are acquainted? Surely the Jane Foster mentioned by the sky is not merely a namesake. Jane's arrival indeed captured Thor's attention. He abruptly stood and gazed at her, inquiring, "What were you thinking at that time?" Startled, she placed a hand over her heart and stammered, I don't know." After regaining some composure, she pondered for a moment and added, "Perhaps it was love? The willingness to sacrifice oneself to save others. Love? Father, is this what you wish for me to comprehend?" Thor slowly resumed his seat, staring vacantly at the ceiling. Observing Thor's silence, Coulson shook his head in resignation and gestured for Jane and the others to leave. "Could you enlighten me as to why you have come to Earth? Do you know of a being named Gorr?" At the mention of Gorr, Thor lifted his gaze to Coulson, shaking his head. "I do not know him. I have neither seen nor heard of him. If you could recount what transpired, we might be able to assist you. We have the finest experts and professors in the world." Thor sighed and recounted how, upon discovering that Asgard was under siege by the frost giants, he rashly launched an attack on Jotunheim, only to be exiled to Earth by his father. Coulson listened silently to Thor's tale when suddenly his phone buzzed. After glancing at it, he said, "I must step outside," leaving Thor alone. Nick Fury, having listened to the analysis of his subordinates regarding those few words, noted that a certain expert precisely identified the qualities of love and self-sacrifice, which could potentially be the key factors in wielding the God of Thunder's hammer. Immediately, the egghead contacted Natasha, who was still dealing with the aftermath of the expo, informing her that Coulson required her assistance urgently and urged her to abandon her current tasks to join him. Natasha had just returned home, barely settling in. She found herself on a plane arranged by Nick Fury, flying directly to New Mexico. As for the other matters, they would be addressed once she met with Thor. As Coulson exited the room, Loki's figure materialized, leaving Thor bewildered. "Loki, what brings you here? I need to see you. What has happened? Tell me. Is it the people of Jotunheim? I will explain to father." Loki's sudden appearance sent Thor into a panic, fearing that Jotunheim had invaded Asgard once more. However, Loki's words struck like a thunderclap. "Father is dead." Instantly, Thor was rendered speechless, incredulity etched upon his face. "You have been exiled, a new threat of war looms." He simply could not endure it. You must not blame yourself. I know you loved him. I wish to tell him, but he refused to listen. To place the hammer so near yet remain unable to lift, it is indeed cruel. The crown naturally rests upon my head. Hearing that Loki had ascended to the throne, Thor gazed at him with hopeful eyes. Can I return home? The truce with Jotunheim was conditional upon your exile. Thor sought to advocate for himself, yet Loki interrupted him, and their mother forbade your return home. Brother, I have come to bid you farewell. I am truly sorry. Upon hearing Loki's words, Thor closed his eyes in sorrow, a single tear slowly cascading down his cheek as he shook his head. No, I am sorry. Thank you for visiting me. Farewell. Loki, with his masterful acting, completely deceived Thor. Goodbye. Goodbye. I have just returned. As Coulson entered the room, he was met with Thor's bewildered expression. Loki approached Mjolnir, surrounded by a multitude of oblivious workers. He attempted to lift the hammer, but despite exerting all his strength, he ultimately failed and could only sigh in disappointment. Meanwhile, Sif found Coulson, with Tony Stark hastily arriving in his Mark VI armor, slightly damaged from his battle with Ivan Vanko, yet still fully operational. After leaving Earth, Loki directly traveled to Jotunheim, where he encountered the frost giant king Laufey, who immediately declared his intent to slay Loki. I have done quite a bit for you, have I not? Loki smiled at Laufey. It was you who led us into Asgard. I merely wished for some amusement, to disrupt my brother's grand day and prevent him from foolishly ruling our territory. What do you propose? I will conceal you and your entourage, leading you into Odin's chamber where you can slay him in his bed. Laufey queried, puzzled. Why do you not act yourself? Loki scoffed. The Asgardians would never crown a king who has slain their former monarch. Once Odin is dead, I shall return the treasure to you. Hearing Loki's intention to return the treasure, Laufey could hardly contain himself. He rose to gaze at Loki. Then you may return to the homeland of the Jotun. Honored and triumphant, faced with the temptation of the casket of ancient winters, Laufey could not refuse and promptly agreed. Upon returning to Asgard, Loki found Heimdall watching him. Guardian, what troubles you? Heimdall replied, I sought you in Jotunheim, but could neither hear nor see you. You were avoiding me, much like the frost giants entering here. Undoubtedly, Heimdall had begun to suspect Loki. Approaching him, Loki remarked, perhaps your senses have dulled over the years? Or perhaps someone is intentionally concealing their presence, unwilling for others to see them. Heimdall, you possess remarkable powers. Did Odin ever fear you? Loki smiled at him. Why would he? Because he is my king, and I swear my loyalty to him. Heimdall solemnly declared his fidelity to Odin. He was once your king, and now you swear your allegiance to me. Do you not? Loki regarded Heimdall with a serious expression. After a moment of silence, Heimdall responded. Upon hearing his response, Loki departed with satisfaction, ensuring that he would not open the Rainbow Bridge for others until I had repaired the damage wrought by my brother. Chapter 57. The quartet of the Celestial Palace. Tony encountered the taciturn Thor, while Coulson recounted the events spoken by Thor. Tony, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, remarking that it was the epitome of sheer recklessness. Observing Thor's dismal mood, Jane decided to take him for a walk. Coulson expressed no objections, asserting that they would not confine Thor. Whether it was a matter of choice or fear remained a subjective interpretation. Coulson inquired about the expo, only to learn of Ivan Vanko's tumultuous disruption at the event. Tony had just dealt with him the previous day, and today he was summoned by Nick Fury to assist Coulson. Coulson expressed his deep regret that the well-structured gathering had devolved into chaos. Tony waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to continue discussing the matter, and began to examine Thor's hammer, attempting to lift it. Yet, even with his armor, he could not budge it. With a self-deprecating laugh, he mused, it seems I am not worthy either. He then inquired, what about Jane Foster? Has she managed to lift it? Coulson shook his head, revealing that Jane had also tried. But at this moment, the enchanted hammer had not been imbued with the protective wish Thor had granted her, rendering her unable to lift it. It appears she too lacks the requisite worthiness for now, though perhaps that may change in the future. Tony shrugged, contemplating the hammer. Jane brought Thor to a familiar place where she often sought solace, tending to a fire and sharing with him how she would come here whenever she felt troubled. Since learning that she would one day lift the hammer and sacrifice herself for Thor, she found it increasingly difficult to face him, her gaze lingering for but a moment before darting away, leaving her feeling quite flustered. Thor, of course, sensed the change in Jane's demeanor towards him. Yet being the blunt instrument he was at a loss for words. He expressed his gratitude to Jane for all her help, to which she replied that she had collided with him several times. Thus they were even. The two sat before the fire, engaging in lengthy discourse. Traversing a myriad of topics, Thor shared tales of the Nine Realms, affirming that her research was indeed accurate, albeit under different nomenclature. Their relationship blossomed rapidly. As Jane gazed at Thor, who was earnestly explaining, her affection becoming increasingly undeniable. Meanwhile, Fandral was venting his frustrations at Volstagg, chastising him for indulging in food while Thor was banished. Loki had usurped the throne, and Asgard faced impending war. Noticing Volstagg's indifference as he continued to devour chicken legs, Fandral swatted his plate away in exasperation. Volstagg rose, bellowing in anger, "Do not presume that just because I'm a glutton, I lack a heart." Hogun and Sif rushed over to mediate, pulling the two apart. Hogun suggested they leave Asgard to find Thor, but Fandral retorted that this was treason. Volstagg countered, "This is not treason, it is suicide." Sif believed that had they encountered such a situation, Thor would undoubtedly have gone to great lengths to find them. Volstagg expressed his concern that Heimdall had been observing them, urging her to remain silent. No sooner had he spoken than a guard pushed open the great door, announcing, "Heimdall summons you." The group exchanged apprehensive glances, feeling a sense of impending doom. Shortly after, they arrived at Heimdall's location, where he confronted the four of them. "You dare defy Loki, our king? You forsake the warrior's oath you pledged, committing treason in a bid to rescue Thor?" Without hesitation, Sif admitted yes. Heimdall descended from his post and entered. "Will you assist us?" Sif implored Heimdall, hoping he might help them access the Bifrost. "I am loyal to the realm. I cannot open the Bifrost for you," he declared, departing the scene. Vandal looked at Heimdall's retreating figure and remarked, "This fellow is rather formidable. ISNT, what do we do now?" Volstagg inquired. Turning around, Sif noticed Heimdall's sword still embedded in the control console, and quickly urged the others, "Look." From a high vantage point, Loki gazed toward the Bifrost and noticed someone stealthily using it to depart Asgard, prompting him to promptly return to the palace. Sif and the others traversed the Bifrost, arriving on Earth, while the energy surge it generated captured the attention of S.H.E.L.D. At that moment, Thor and Jane were en route back to the base, with Eric also joining the team observing Thor's hammer. Not far from them, a supersonic aircraft descended, revealing Natasha as she gracefully disembarked. Upon learning of the new developments, Coulson and Tony hurried over to inquire about the situation. When informed that the energy concentration was located 15 miles northwest, Tony donned his armor and sped off in that direction, while Coulson followed in a vehicle, disregarding Natasha, who had yet to enter the base. As Natasha approached the perimeter of the base, she sensed an unusual calling, as if something were beckoning her, prompting her to ignore Coulson and the others and walk directly into the base. Tony, clad in his armor, was the first to arrive at the Bifrost's landing site, immediately noticing the peculiar pattern left in the desert sands. He instructed JARVIS to record and analyze the potential significance of the design. Unfortunately, by the time he arrived, Sif and the others had already departed, and he failed to notice the diminishing figures in the distance. Shortly thereafter, Coulson and the others arrived, and upon seeing the pattern, Coulson promptly instructed Sitwell to summon linguists. Just as Coulson and Tony were examining the design left by the Bifrost, Sif and her companions spotted Thor and Jane returning to the base in the desert. "Found you," Sif called out, her eyes lighting up at the sight of Thor. Upon turning to look, Thor's face broke into a joyful expression, and he rushed over to embrace them all. A few individuals gathered together in excitement, as Thor introduced Jane to their identities, expressing his disapproval of their presence. "I'm pleased to see you, but you should not have come." Upon hearing this, Volstagg paused momentarily, while Fandral chuckled and said to Thor, "We have come to bring you home." Thor's expression darkened. "You know I cannot return. My father perished because of me. I am destined to remain in exile." Sif looked at Thor with confusion. "But your father is alive." His face changed suddenly, as if recalling something profound. In Asgard, Loki approached the Frostbox with his scepter, lightly tapping the ground to summon the hidden destroyer armor. "Do not let my brother return. Annihilate everything." Loki commanded the destroyer with a fierce countenance, before taking the Frostbox and heading towards the Bifrost. Chapter 58. The Assault of the Destroyer. At that moment, Heimdall awaited Loki's arrival on the Bifrost, having confirmed that Loki had brought the Frost Giants into Asgard. He pondered how Loki had managed to deceive him. Leaning on his sword, he fixed his gaze upon the approaching Loki. "Tell me, Loki, how did you bring the Frost Giants into the realm of the Aesir?" Loki met Heimdall's unwavering stare. "Do you think the Bifrost is the only passage into the realm of the Aesir? There are many pathways between the kingdoms, which even someone as gifted as you cannot perceive. But I no longer require them. I am the king now. I declare, due to your treasonous acts, you are relieved of your duties as gatekeeper. You are no longer a citizen of Asgard. Then I am no longer bound to obey you." Heimdall replied calmly, suddenly drawing his sword to strike at Loki. In response, Loki summoned the Frostbox, unleashing countless icicles towards Heimdall, who endeavored to strike Loki down. Unfortunately, he succumbed to the overwhelming power of the Frostbox, becoming frozen in place, revealing Loki's true form as a frost giant. After defeating Heimdall, Loki retracted the Frostbox, returning to his normal appearance. He approached the control panel, manipulating the Bifrost to deploy the destroyer onto Earth. Suddenly, a massive tornado formed above Tony and the others. The unexpected tempest, leaving everyone bewildered. Inside his armor, Tony detected immense energy accumulating overhead. Meanwhile, Natasha had approached Thor's hammer, noticing a spark of lightning at her fingertips. Drawing her hand towards it, with a soft breath, she grasped Mjolnir amidst the intensifying storm of lightning, and the moment she touched it, she felt an unimaginable surge of power within her. Enveloped in electricity, the overwhelming energy damaged all equipment within the base, leaving the onlookers in awe as they beheld Natasha, shimmering with the essence of lightning. A colossal bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and Natasha instinctively harnessed this formidable force, sparing the nearby researchers from peril. She gazed in disbelief at the mighty Mjolnir in her grasp, as well as the inexplicably manifested armor adorning her form, feeling an unprecedented surge of power. Meanwhile, Coulson was captivated by the immense tornado storm above, drawing the attention of countless onlookers from the neighboring town who rushed out to witness the spectacle, including Thor and Jane, who were also enthralled by the scene. Thor quickly recognized it as a portent of the imminent arrival of the Bifrost, while Sif, observing their recent landing site, was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. Amidst the tempest, the silhouette of the destroyer armor emerged at the center, prompting Coulson to inquire of Tony, "Is this yours?" "It is exceedingly dangerous. We must vacate this area immediately," Tony shouted, observing the frantic warnings flashing on his panel regarding the massive energy accumulation. Upon hearing his words, the agents of SHIELD drew their firearms, aiming at the towering figure of the destroyer. Steeling himself, Coulson took a bullhorn from Sitwell and stepped forward, addressing the advancing destroyer. "Greetings. You are utilizing unregistered weapon technology. Please identify yourself." Tony ascended into the air, warily observing the entity, noting that its material was unlike anything he had ever encountered, with no records of such substance in Jarvis's database. The destroyer fixated on Coulson, its armor mask slowly retracting. Coulson exhaled in relief, believing communication was imminent. However, Tony detected a spike in energy levels and immediately issued a warning. The destroyer armor then emitted a brilliant golden glow, followed by the release of a formidable beam of light. Reacting to Tony's alert, Coulson sprinted away, never doubting Tony's words. The agents opened fire on the destroyer, yet the barrage of bullets proved utterly ineffective. The destroyer's beam obliterated several vehicles, sending the agents seeking cover to their doom. Tony narrowly evaded a beam aimed at him, retaliating with his repulsor blast, yet it bore no effect. In the distance, Thor and his companions witnessed the sudden eruption of flames. "Jane, you must flee," Thor urged. Confused, Jane queried, "But what about you?" "I must remain here," Volstagg interjected. "Thor intends to fight alongside us." Thor turned to them and said, "My friends, I am but a mere mortal now. I would only hinder you and possibly put you in danger." He then glanced toward the distant base. "What I can do is retrieve Mjolnir. Do you believe you are worthy to wield the hammer?" Jane asked, gazing at Thor. I do not know, but I must try once more," Thor declared with resolute determination, then turned to Sif and the others. "Can you buy me some time?" "Absolutely," they replied without hesitation. I will accompany you to the base. As Jane gazed at Thor, she spoke with unwavering conviction. Thor nodded, swiftly turning to dash towards the base. However, it wasn't long before Jane noticed the ominous clouds gathering in the sky above the base. Look, what is that? She shouted, pointing towards the base. Thor lifted his gaze and beheld a tempest of lightning, a colossal bolt striking the heart of the base. Is someone wielding Mjolnir? Jane exclaimed in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the location of the base. Meanwhile, Sif and her companions, en route to the battlefield, also caught sight of this spectacle and initially believed Thor had reclaimed his enchanted hammer, their faces breaking into smiles. At that moment, Tony found himself entangled with the destroyer armor. Due to its prior display of formidable power, he dared not approach too closely. Instead, he resorted to utilizing ranged weaponry to buy time, hoping to provide Coulson and the others a chance to escape. Within the base, Natasha, wielding the hammer of the god of thunder, sensed the commotion from the west. Gripping the hammer tightly, she burst through a tent and began sprinting across the desert. Thor, observing the distant flash of lightning, took a deep breath and commenced his own run towards the destroyer. Eric, clutching Daisy, sprinted desperately from the moment the conflict erupted. They had begun their retreat. As Eric ran, he cursed himself for joining this chaos, lamenting, I should have known better than to get involved. Why did I come? It turned out that upon hearing the news of the Bifrost reemergence, Eric could hardly contain his excitement and had persuaded Daisy to accompany him in the car, following Coulson's team to this location. Now he wished he could chastise his past self from 30 minutes ago. Coulson, hiding behind a vehicle, attempted to contact Nick Fury for assistance, only to find communications severed once more. Turning his gaze towards the base, he observed the dense clouds swirling ominously, crackling with thunder. Chapter 59. The Lady Thor Natasha, infused with the power of the Thunder God, accelerated wildly, grappling with the unfamiliarity of wielding the hammer for the first time, as she could not yet master the art of flight and could only run towards the battlefield. Meanwhile, Tony was exerting every effort to impede the advance of the destroyer. Loki, thoroughly annoyed by Tony's incessant aerial maneuvers, found himself frustrated, yet Tony's agility allowed him to evade Loki's attacks repeatedly. Nevertheless, Tony was not without his own struggles. The relentless high-speed evasions had left him utterly fatigued, compounded by the ammunition expended in his engagement with Ivan Vanko's armor, leaving him with little time to replenish his supplies. Consequently, he soon exhausted all ammunition aboard the Mark VI, resorting to the repulsor rays for harassment. Yet, these efforts proved futile against the destroyer, as even a fully charged repulsor blast could not halt its advance. Just as Tony found himself at a loss, Sif and her comrades finally arrived. The voracious Volstagg surged forward, propelled by the assistance of Fandral and Hogan, leaping towards the destroyer. His mighty axe came crashing down towards its head, but the destroyer effortlessly swatted him aside. Observing this, Tony accelerated to catch him, ensuring he was safe from a fall. However, Tony could not withstand the force, and both he and his opponent tumbled to the ground. Only by fully activating the thrusters of his suit did he manage to halt their descent just before impact. Volstagg expressed his gratitude to Tony, but before Tony could respond, he forcefully pushed Volstagg aside, using the momentum to retreat. Just then, a beam of energy surged between them. Hey, any plans, my friend? Tony gasped as he fell back to join Sif and the others. Although he did not know them, it was evident they were allies, not foes. Distract its attention. Lend me a hand, Sif instructed, first directing her words to Fandral and Hogan before turning to Tony. Fandral and Hogan charged forward, while Tony grasped Sif's hand and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, Volstagg took a deep breath to alleviate his pain and raised his axe once more to confront the destroyer. The destroyer's armor unleashed beams of energy upon Fandral and Hogan, sending them flying. Seizing this opportunity, Tony propelled himself and Sif toward the back of the destroyer's armor. Sif abruptly released her grip and leapt from the air, plunging her sword into the neck of the destroyer's armor. The destroyer faltered, its accumulated energy gradually dissipating, and Tony exhaled in relief. Yet in the next moment, the entire suit redirected itself, unleashing a beam towards Sif. She narrowly avoided the strike as she fell from the destroyer, and just when they felt helpless, Natasha finally emerged from the distance. As she ran, she swung her hammer and hurled it towards the recharging destroyer. The enchanted hammer, infused with boundless thunder, struck the destroyer's head, causing it to tilt, and the beam fired askew into the ground, allowing Sif to escape unscathed. Thor. Upon seeing the hammer, Sif initially thought it was Thor who had arrived, calling out with excitement, only to discover it was an unfamiliar woman. Far away in Asgard, Loki, upon seeing the hammer, stood up in alarm, initially believing Thor had regained his powers, only to realize it belonged to a woman from Earth. Infuriated, he tapped his staff, unable to wield the hammer himself, questioning why this woman could. He commanded that the destroyer eliminate her at all costs. Natasha summoned the hammer back to her hand with a flick of her wrist, gathering a multitude of lightning bolts, which she unleashed upon the destroyer's armor. The destroyer staggered under the onslaught of lightning, yet remained relatively unscathed, retaliating by firing a beam at Natasha. She leapt to evade, simultaneously collecting thunder in midair before launching another assault on the destroyer. Observing the vast display of lightning, Tony's eyes sparkled with inspiration. He shouted to Natasha, "Give me some energy," and began to charge his repulsor beam. Hearing his call, Natasha released a bolt of lightning, which Tony's suit absorbed, instantly replenishing his nearly depleted energy reserves to full capacity. He roared as he overcharged the repulsor, unleashing a beam comparable to the destroyer's devastating energy. The force knocked the destroyer off balance, sending it crashing to the ground. "Sir, the repulsor is overloaded and requires cooling." Jarvis's voice reached Tony's ears as smoke began to emanate from the Palm's cannon. He halted the firing of the repulsor and shouted to Natasha, "Hurry." Natasha seized the opportunity Tony had afforded her, raising her hammer high and summoning a multitude of lightning bolts above her head, which she then directed fiercely at the still recovering destroyer armor. The torrent of electricity bombarded the destroyer relentlessly, rendering it momentarily incapacitated. After shouting, Tony turned to find an agent pinned beneath a car not far away. With a surge of urgency, he accelerated and pushed the vehicle aside, but the agent had already succumbed to death. Fortunately, it was not Coulson. As he surveyed the surroundings, he noted the bodies of numerous agents, though many still fought valiantly against their foes. The destroyer armor adjusted its stance, braving Natasha's thunderous assault, and regained its footing. Natasha swung the mighty Mjolnir and launched herself toward the destroyer, but the armor sidestepped her assault with ease. Lacking Thor's finesse in wielding the hammer, Natasha's momentum carried her downward, and the destroyer retaliated with a ruthless beam of energy. Unprepared, Natasha was struck by the beam and sent flying, her hammer slipping from her grasp and crashing to the ground. At that moment, Thor arrived nearby, immediately spotting Natasha wielding the God of Thunder's hammer. His fleeting hope was dashed. He quickly discerned that Natasha was unfamiliar with Mjolnir. Her usual skills offered little assistance, as she continuously summoned lightning to assault the destroyer. Witnessing her being flung away and glancing at the barely standing Sif and Vandal, Thor cried out to the destroyer, "Loki, cease this madness." Upon hearing Thor's voice, the destroyer armor slowly advanced toward him, and Thor stepped forward as well. "Brother, regardless of how I may have wronged you or what I have done to provoke this, I'm truly sorry. Yet these individuals are innocent. Their deaths will bring you no benefit. If you must kill me, let in here." The destroyer began to gather energy, and Natasha, now back on her feet, summoned Mjolnir back into her hand. As the destroyer prepared to unleash its beam, she hurled the hammer with all her might. Mjolnir struck the destroyer's head with tremendous force, just as the charge beam was released, veering off course and exploding at Thor's feet, sending him hurtling away. Chapter 60. Defeating the destroyer armor, Thor felt an immense force surge from beneath him, followed by sharp pain. Instinctively, he looked down to see a beam striking the ground at his feet, the powerful shockwave lifting him off the ground. His body tumbled through the air, the rush of wind roaring in his ears. Thor attempted to regain control over his form, yet he soon realized that his limbs had succumbed entirely to numbness. His vision began to blur, and the world around him distorted into a surreal tableau. When he finally crashed heavily to the ground, it felt as though his body was disassembling. He struggled to rise, but his body refused to obey. Helplessly, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. A sharp pain pierced through his chest. Each inhalation felt as though a cruel dagger was viciously stirring within his lungs, bringing waves of excruciating agony. The air, now transformed into a searing flame, surged down his trachea, scorching his fragile alveoli. Thor understood that he was gravely injured. His complexion had drained of color, and beads of sweat adorned his forehead. Uncertainty loomed over him. Would he survive? He pondered whether his demise could satiate Loki's thirst for vengeance. All he could do was lie there, awaiting the arrival of death. From a distance, Jane witnessed this harrowing scene. She cried out in anguish, rushing swiftly toward Thor. "Damn it," Tony muttered under his breath, unleashing a concentrated surge of energy from the reactor in his chest, causing the destroyer to stagger once more. Natasha summoned the hammer back to her, charging in a battle against the destroyer again, while Tony's repulsor cooled down, rejoining the fray with fervent intensity. Jane reached Thor's side, gently caressing his cheek. He felt himself slipping toward unconsciousness and, with a rasping voice, murmured to her, "It's over." "No, it's not over," Jane replied, glancing up at Natasha and the others still locked in combat. "I mean, you're safe now." Thor smiled at her, tears streaming down Jane's face as she gazed at him. "We will all be all right." "Then that's enough," Thor breathed heavily, striving to etch Jane's face into his memory. He could hear the sounds of battle. He knew that even in death, the fight would persist, and Loki would continue to inflict harm on others. Yet he felt utterly powerless. "Father, I have disappointed you. I am sorry." Thor slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, and the voice of the heavens reverberated once more in his ears. "Thor, why do you always believe you must wield the hammer to possess your divine power? Are you the god of the hammer? Your strength has always resided within you. The hammer merely awakens and amplifies your divinity." Lightning suddenly crackled around Thor, and Jane looked up in astonishment as the already dark sky deepened into an inky blackness. When she lowered her gaze again, she saw Thor's tightly shut eyes spring open, illuminated by a brilliant blue-white radiance. Thor felt his wounds healing rapidly, a surge of power far greater than he had ever known coursing through him. Gently, he pushed Jane away, urging her to distance herself from him. As Jane anxiously observed Thor, she retreated cautiously. Thor gradually rose to his feet, and a tremendous bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him. The armor of the god of thunder manifested once more upon him, accompanied by a multitude of crackling storms swirling around his form. Thor inhaled deeply, his gaze fixed upon the destroyer armor in the distance. Loki, astonished, commanded the destroyer to turn its head towards Thor's direction. The hammer of the thunder god remained in Natasha's grasp, and he recalled the words of the sky, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. Just as he was lost in thought, Natasha hurled the hammer with great force, sending the destroyer crashing to the ground once more. The hammer spun through the air, caught deftly by a hand. Almost immediately, Natasha sensed her power as the thunder god rapidly waning, the armor upon her beginning to fade. She looked up to see Thor grasping the hammer, smiling at her from a distance. "Watch closely, I'll teach you how to wield it," Thor shouted, then swiftly spun the hammer, ascending into the sky and conjuring a colossal tempest. The storm engulfed the destroyer, and as Thor swung the hammer with increasing velocity, immense bolts of lightning surged through his being. He launched the hammer, imbued with overwhelming force, towards the destroyer. The destroyer concentrated a beam of energy and fired it at Thor, who did not flinch nor evade. Instead, he broke through the beam with his hammer, striking the destroyer's head and contorting its armor. A powerful surge of energy erupted in midair, and the destroyer armor lost all momentum, plummeting from the sky. Thor ceased his hammer's motion, the tempest gradually dissipating as he descended to the ground. He approached Jane, who was watching from a short distance. Jane gazed at Thor, adorned in his armor and draped in a cloak, and inquired, "Is this your usual attire?" "Pretty much. It looks wonderful," Tony exclaimed as he and Natasha soared to Thor's side. Upon landing, he dramatically remarked, "Wow, buddy. Impressive. You took this guy down in no time." Tony kicked the now inert destroyer armor. Thor smiled at him, expressing gratitude for their assistance against the destroyer. His attention then shifted to Natasha, the earthly woman who had astonished him. "Thor Odinson," he introduced. "Natasha Romanoff." Thor understood that anyone capable of wielding the hammer must possess extraordinary virtue and immense strength. Yet Natasha, seemingly delicate, displayed incredible power and courage. "Natasha, you truly have impressed me," Thor approached her, stating, "I never imagined anyone besides myself could lift the hammer of the thunder god. Your strength and bravery command my utmost respect." should you find the time. I would be honored to welcome you to Asgard. Natasha nodded, replying, Thank you, Thor. I would be delighted to visit Asgard. However, I must first address my brother. Do you need our assistance? I am exceedingly displeased with this errant individual on Earth, Tony remarked from the sidelines. No, this is our affair in Asgard. I shall provide you with an explanation. Thor shook his head, declining Tony's kind offer. Once everything had settled, Coulson arrived from a distance, driving alongside Eric and Daisy. He had encountered the two, who were running through the desert, and brought them along, escaping the communication blackout zone to seek assistance from Nick Fury. Excuse me. Hey, son of Cal, Thor exclaimed, relieved to see Coulson, who appeared quite disheveled, initially fearing he had encountered an accident given the casualties among the agents present. I wish to inquire about the details. Thor interrupted him, stating, Listen, you and I are both fighting to protect this world. From this day forth, I ally with you, but you must return Jane's belongings. Upon hearing this, Jane interjected, They were taken without permission. Borrowed. Of course they can retrieve the equipment, so you can continue your research, but I wish to employ your services, Coulson replied, smiling at Jane, having already obtained Nick Fury's consent. Chapter 61. The Death of Laufey in Asgard, upon learning of the Destroyer's armor's destruction. Loki transported Laufey and others to Asgard via the Bifrost. Welcome to Asgard. Loki coldly gazed at his biological father, Laufey, who wore a sinister grin. The frozen Heimdall observed as Loki brought Laufey and his companions into Asgard, leaving two frost giants to guard him, yet they were oblivious to the ice gradually forming cracks. Thor arrived at the center of the Bifrost landing point and shouted to the heavens, Heimdall, open the Bifrost. However, Heimdall did not respond for an extended period. Thor gazed up in confusion. Heimdall? Tony stood beside him, observing Thor's repeated calls without any reply, pondering if something had happened to him. Thor shared his concerns, but was well aware of Heimdall's formidable strength. He firmly believed that Loki could not possibly prevail against him. He does not answer. What shall we do then? Tony inquired, watching them. Can't you return on your own? Thor shook his head, stating, We can only enter Asgard through the Bifrost. Oh, that poses a problem. What if you cannot return? We shall return. Thor remained confident that Heimdall would not falter. He was surely just delayed by some matters. He then shouted towards the sky, Heimdall, if you can hear us, we need you. Heimdall, we require your aid. Hearing their voices, Heimdall began to struggle fiercely, causing more cracks to appear in the thick ice. As the fissures multiplied, a resounding crack echoed, the ice shattered, and the two frost giants lunged at Heimdall. Yet, Heimdall swiftly decapitated one with a single swing of his sword, then plunged the blade into the abdomen of the other. Having vanquished the two frost giants, Heimdall, with great effort, plunged his sword into the control console, activating the Rainbow Bridge. Instantly, a colossal storm vortex materialized on the Earth's side. Tony, wide-eyed at the spectacle, promptly commanded J.A.R.V.I.S. to document the event. Thor grasped Jane's hand, pulling her close, declaring, I must return to Asgard. Yet I promise to come back for you. He tenderly bestowed a kiss upon her hand, gazing into her face, sealing their vow with a question, Is it agreed? Jane responded with a kiss, and after an impassioned embrace lasting several moments, they rested their foreheads against each other, affirming their promise. Thor turned to Tony and Natasha. Waving farewell, should the opportunity arise, I shall invite you to Asgard. Tony nodded, and with a smile, Thor made his way to the Rainbow Bridge, departing Earth alongside Sif and the others. Upon arriving in Asgard, they found Heimdall collapsed beside the console. Thor shouted, Take him to the medical bay. Volstagg drew his sword, deactivating the Rainbow Bridge, while Fandral and Hogun lifted Heimdall. Thor hastened towards the palace, exclaiming, I shall confront my brother. Inside Odin's chamber, Frost marked the golden doors as Queen Frigga, upon witnessing this, swiftly drew her sword. Laufey, accompanied by a frost giant, burst through the entrance. Frigga felled the leading giant with a single stroke, but was soon knocked to the ground by Laufey, who disregarded her and turned to Odin, who lay in bed. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, soared swiftly across the bridge, racing towards the palace. Laufey pried open Odin's good eye, proclaiming, It is said you can still hear and see the world around you. I hope this is true. Then you will know your demise is orchestrated by me. As he brandished an icy blade, he mounted Odin, raising the weapon high. Just as he was about to strike, a beam of energy struck him from behind, sending him flying. Loki slowly retracted his scepter, gazing down at the incapacitated Laufey. "And you have been slain by Odin's son." Laufey, in disbelief, struggled on the ground, attempting to question Loki's betrayal. Before he could speak, Loki unleashed another beam, reducing Laufey to ashes. Frigga rose from the ground, exclaiming, "Loki, you saved him." She rushed to embrace Loki. Looking into Frigga's eyes, Loki vowed, "I swear, mother, they shall pay dearly." At that moment, Thor arrived in haste. "Loki," he shouted. Frigga, spotting Thor, ran to him. "I knew you would return." She enveloped him in a hug. Thor glared fiercely at Loki, his eyes ablaze with fury. "Why did you not tell her? You sent the destroyer to murder our friends and me." "What?" Frigga stared at Loki in disbelief. "It was to execute Father's final command." Loki defended himself. "Brother, you are a masterful liar, as you have always been. It is truly wonderful that you have returned. I shall annihilate the realm of Jotunheim." No sooner had the words left my lips than I unleashed a beam of light from my scepter, sending Thor hurtling from the palace, plummeting from great heights. Seizing the moment, Loki darted from the palace, mounted his steed, and raced towards the Rainbow Bridge. Inserting the scepter into the console, he summoned the Rainbow Bridge to Jotunheim, vowing to utterly obliterate the planet. Encasing the entire console in frost, he ensured that no one could remove the scepter. Just then, Thor regained his senses and charged toward the Rainbow Bridge, hammer in hand. Arriving at the console, he beheld the frost-laden structure enveloping the energy source, while Loki regarded him with a chilling gaze. "You cannot thwart this. The Rainbow Bridge shall remain open until Jotunheim is torn asunder." Thor rushed in, intent on shattering the ice with his hammer, but Loki would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he unleashed another beam, sending Thor flying. The light of the Rainbow Bridge had reached Jotunheim, piercing the surface as countless frost giants began to flee. On Earth, Tony, Natasha, and others sensed something amiss. Ominous clouds reappeared in the sky, not yet forming a storm, but lingering ominously. Eric called out to Jane, who shook her head, uncertain of the situation, but convinced it boded ill. Thor rose from the ground, confronting Loki. "Why are you doing this?" "To prove to Father that I am his worthy son. When he awakens, it will be I who saved him. I shall slay the monsters of that race. I will be the rightful heir to the throne." Loki replied coldly, "You cannot eradicate an entire race." Thor, in anguish, sought to dissuade him. "Why not?" Loki scoffed suddenly. "Have you developed a fondness for the frost giants? You once would have annihilated them barehanded." Thor gazed steadily at Loki. "I have changed. So have I." With that, Loki struck Thor across the face with the scepter's end. "Come, let us fight." Another blow sent Thor crashing to the ground, sliding several meters away. Chapter 62. Loki falls into the wormhole. I never sought the throne. I only wish to receive the same treatment as you. Loki approached Thor slowly, his voice rising with rage. "I will not fight you, brother." Thor shouted defiantly as he regained his footing. "I am not your brother. Never have been." Loki's expression was frigid. "Loki, you have truly lost your mind." Thor could not fathom why Loki would utter such words. "Is that so? Mad, am I? Pray tell, what has transpired on Earth to render you so feeble?" "Don't tell me, it's because of that woman." Loki's features grew increasingly grotesque. His eyes widened, lips quivered, and teeth clenched, as if he yearned to devour Thor whole. His voice dripped with fury, and upon witnessing the expression on Thor's face, Loki knew he had struck a nerve. "Oh, indeed, perhaps, once this is over, I shall pay her a visit myself." Loki revealed a sinister expression. His words ignited Thor's fury, prompting him to roar and charge at Loki. The clash of hammer and scepter produced a blinding flash of light, as Thor, empowered by his hammer, overwhelmed Loki and pinned him down. Loki, with great effort, managed to push Thor aside and stood up, attempting to strike him with the scepter. However, Thor evaded, flipping away while striking Loki's calf with his hammer, causing Loki to falter and fall to the ground. Thor quickly regained his footing and brought his hammer down upon him, but Loki swiftly raised the scepter to block the blow, subsequently kicking Thor away and lunging at him with the scepter. The two engaged in fierce combat, with Loki using the scepter to parry the hammer, redirecting its force aside. He then struck Thor's back with a retaliatory blow, causing Thor to collapse onto the ground. Seizing the moment, Loki leaped and aimed a fierce thrust at Thor, who narrowly dodged, causing the scepter to pierce the ground. In a swift counter, Thor swung his hammer, but Loki evaded by bending low. Utilizing the scepter lodged in the earth, Loki executed a 360-degree spin, driving both feet into Thor, sending him stumbling backward, a wicked grin spreading across his face. The two clashed once more, but Loki, in a moment of carelessness, had his scepter seized by Thor, who delivered a powerful elbow strike and hurled him away. Thor wasted no time, soaring forward as Loki regained his footing. As he turned to unleash a beam, Thor interrupted him, and both were sent tumbling off the rainbow bridge. Landing atop an energy bridge, Loki nearly fell off, barely clinging to the edge with both hands, shouting Thor's name. Thor approached him, observing Loki's pitiable facade. "Brother, please," Loki implored, softening Thor's heart. As he crouched down to grasp Loki's hand, he suddenly realized it was merely an illusion. The real Loki appeared behind him, wickedly thrusting the scepter into Thor's side. Thor collapsed to the ground, as Loki conjured countless illusions to mock him, raising the scepter to strike once more. "Enough," Thor bellowed, raising his hammer to summon a tempest of lightning, which propelled Loki away, causing his illusions to vanish. Loki crashed heavily onto the bridge, the scepter slipping from his grasp and landing nearby. Thor slowly stood and approached Loki, placing his hammer upon him. Loki struggled desperately to rise, but the weight of the hammer felt like a mountain pinning him down, rendering him immobile. As Thor moved closer to the rainbow bridge, the control console was engulfed by overwhelming energy, leaving him uncertain of how to halt it. After struggling on the ground for some time, Loki finally surrendered, taunting Thor. "Look at you, the mighty Thor, endowed with immense strength. What good is it now? Do you hear me? Brother, you could do nothing." As Thor listened to Loki's words, a radiant blue-white light flickered in his eyes. Lightning cascaded from the heavens, enveloping him in its electric embrace. He yearned to charge directly towards the control console. Just as Thor surged forth towards the Rainbow Bridge's control panel, the slumbering Odin suddenly opened his eyes. Two formidable energies collided, and Thor, bearing the weight of immense power, advanced steadily, striving to breach the energy barrier and deactivate the Rainbow Bridge's activation. However, the deeper he pressed, the more potent the energy became. The fierce clash of the two forces ultimately rebounded Thor, causing him to crash heavily onto the bridge. After catching his breath, he summoned his hammer, and a more tremendous bolt of lightning descended from above. Wielding Mjolnir, he charged once more towards the console. Mjolnir unleashed a torrent of powerful lightning, harmonizing with Thor's divine strength. In the midst of their fierce confrontation, Thor successfully penetrated the console, gazing at the frozen switch before him. Without hesitation, he brought his hammer down upon it. Loki, incredulous, sat up and questioned, "What are you doing? You cannot destroy my efforts." With that, he seized his staff and lunged towards Thor. Thor unleashed a series of heavy blows, causing numerous fissures to form in the thick ice. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a crushing strike, unleashing a tremendous energy that erupted forth. Loki was hurled backward, and when he rose again, the Rainbow Bridge had ground to a halt. Jotunheim was spared, yet the energies of the Nine Realms had become unbalanced, the remnants of the bridge's disturbance slowly collapsing into a wormhole. Loki, despondent, stood at the edge of the bridge, gazing into the abyss below. At that moment, Odin finally approached the two brothers. "Father, I could have done it. I could have done it for you. For everyone." Upon seeing Odin, Loki shouted desperately. Odin looked upon Loki's face and shook his head. "No, Loki." Loki, bereft of his father's approval, felt his heart shatter into despair. Slowly, he let go of his staff. Thor, realizing Loki's intentions, watched him with anguish. "Loki, no." Facing Odin, Loki managed a bitter smile before falling backward, his form plummeting toward the wormhole. A sorrowful expression crossed Odin's face. Thor attempted to rush forward, but was halted by Odin. The wormhole swallowed Loki, vanishing into nothingness. On Earth, Tony and the others stood by the Rainbow Bridge, watching as the dark clouds dissipated in mere moments. Is it over? Jane felt a twinge of sadness, fearing Thor would not return. Tony approached her. "You must be Jane Foster, am I right? He will come back. Don't forget, you still need to wield that hammer to aid him. But before that, perhaps you should get yourself checked?" Tony offered her a comforting reminder. "This is for your own good. The cosmos said you were lying in a hospital bed. If you wield that hammer, you might be taken by illness. Isn't that a clear warning of your future ailments?" Tony shrugged, having thought this through previously but not finding the moment to express it. "Thank you." I will go for a checkup later. Jane nodded in gratitude. Chapter 63. Once the God of Thunder concluded, Tony engaged in a brief conversation with Jane Foster before turning his gaze towards Dr. Eric. Previously, during his time at the base, he had discussed the enchanted hammer with Eric and held a deep admiration for his knowledge. Although their fields of expertise diverged, both were distinguished leaders in their respective disciplines, fostering a mutual respect. However, Nick Fury had already taken the initiative, inviting Eric and Jane to serve with Naturally, Eric and his companions consented, as Thor had clearly indicated his intention to ally with Coulson and the others, especially since they might need to confront an impending war together. With matters reaching a conclusion, Tony decided to return to New York ahead of the others, while Natasha also needed to hasten back to report to Nick, particularly because she had indeed wielded the God of Thunder's hammer. Even now, she could sense a peculiar feeling emanating from a great distance, speculating that it was the enchanted hammer, which she could still summon as long as Thor did not resist. It would fly into her hands. Coulson remained behind, tasked with managing the aftermath of the agents involved, a significant portion of whom had perished during the incident, leaving him heartbroken. Unaware that these agents were Hydra operatives, he also needed to dismantle the newly established base, a considerable burden left for him, lamenting that his hairline would soon recede further. In Asgard, having resolved the incursion of the Frost Giants, a feast was convened. Volstagg, brandishing a chicken leg, animatedly recounted his encounter with the Destroyer, embellishing the tale with laughter. However, Fandral was quick to undermine his claims, prompting an awkward clarification from Volstagg that it was merely a strategy to lure the Destroyer. Thor, feeling despondent, passed by Sif and approached Frigga. She grasped his hand, offering a gentle pat, and sighed softly upon observing his demeanor. Sif moved closer, her concern evident as she watched him. Frigga was acutely aware of Sif's affections for Thor and harbored hopes of Sif becoming her daughter-in-law. Your son's situation troubles me greatly, Frigga remarked, placing a comforting hand on Sif's shoulder, her expression tinged with sorrow as she gazed at Thor's retreating figure. How is he? He mourns his brother, and he longs for her, that mortal. Yet, she would sacrifice her life to aid Thor in vanquishing the foe named Gore. Her valor was remarkable. Sif reflected on the words of the All-Mother, her heart heavy. She had always held feelings for Thor. Yet now, a formidable rival had emerged. Jane could sacrifice herself for Thor, and she questioned whether she could do the same, for she had not shied away from confronting the Destroyer. Yet, Thor seemed oblivious to her efforts. Frigga discerned Sif's thoughts. Had the All-Mother not revealed that Jane would wield the hammer to assist Thor, she would have firmly sided with Sif, but now she hesitated. She was uncertain about the nature of Thor's relationship with the mortal woman. All she could do was allow Sif and Jane to compete fairly, without favoring either side, which was her final boundary. Thor approached Odin's side, and together they gazed towards the direction of Loki's fall. Odin spoke, "You shall be a wise ruler. There will be no monarch more sagacious than you, nor a father more perfect." Lowering his gaze to the ground, Odin's thoughts remained inscrutable. "I have much to learn. I now understand. Perhaps one day, I will make you proud." Upon hearing this, Odin turned, placing a hand on his shoulder. "You have already made me proud." With that, he departed. After the feast, Thor approached Heimdall, who was once again at his post, shouldering his responsibilities. "I wish to use the Bifrost." "Not at the moment. The Bifrost has caused an energy imbalance among the 9 realms and requires a period of stabilization. Moreover, you must venture to other worlds to mitigate the disasters brought on by this imbalance." After a brief silence, Thor inquired, "Can you see her?" Indeed, as night fell, Eric and Jane were busy packing, preparing to leave their home for the location provided by Nick Fury for their work. Jane could also receive assistance from SHIELD to find Thor. She was confident they would meet again, perhaps the next time she would wield the hammer to aid him. "Is she well?" "She's devising a way to find you." A smile crept onto Thor's face. Although his time with Jane on Earth was fleeting, it had left him with cherished memories. Sometime after the destruction of the Destroyer armor, Eric encountered Nick Fury in a SHIELD warehouse. "Dr. Selvig." Eric turned, "Hello, Director Fury. This place is like a labyrinth. Did you summon me for a specific purpose?" "I have heard of the events in New Mexico. Your work has garnered admiration from many who are far more intelligent than I. The reason I did not invite you last time was that I needed to assess you." "I am honored. I possess extensive data, including Foster's theory and the portal to another world. This is unprecedented. Her theory has deepened my understanding of the Tesseract. That is even better. Although we have abandoned experiments on the Tesseract, we have retained a portion of scientists to continue research on the relevant theories. Is that so? I thought you wanted me to assist you in furthering the Tesseract research. Nick Fury shook his head, gesturing for him to follow. There is always a distinction between legend and history, yet at times, they may intersect. He opened the case containing the Tesseract, revealing a softly glowing, light blue cube. Eric, puzzled, shook his head and asked, "What is this?" "Energy. Doctor, if we could decipher how to harness it, we may possess limitless energy." "Why is Stark not allowed to conduct research?" Eric inquired, puzzled. With a genius like Stark available, why seek him out specifically? Stark has his own endeavors to pursue. As a savior, he is indeed quite occupied. Perhaps when he finds some leisure, you may collaborate with him, but for now, you must rely on your own capabilities. The explanation was provided by Egghead, revealing that Tony was eager to develop a more advanced suit of armor to prevent the emergence of entities like the Destroyer once more. He had grown weary of his strategies, proving ineffective against the Destroyer. He had reclaimed the Destroyer armor from Nick Fury and sought to understand why it could wield such formidable power without any internal mechanisms, as its materials were entirely unfamiliar to Tony. At that moment, as Dr. Eric and Nick Fury were observing the Tesseract, Loki, who had fallen into a wormhole, reappeared, though neither could perceive his presence. Loki approached Dr. Eric and whispered in his ear, "I believe this is worth a try." In an uncanny echo, Eric responded, "I believe this is worth a try." Chapter 64, Spider-Man 3. While Tony fervently labored in the underground garage to construct the armor, the sky subtly brightened. Quick flashes of Peter Parker's past experiences danced across the screen, featuring Mary Jane, Aunt May, and even the deceased Uncle Ben, Norman Osborn, and Dr. Otto. The ominous black substance also drew attention. One segment captured Nick Fury's focus. He distinctly observed a spider biting Peter Parker's hand. Instantly realizing this was the catalyst for Peter's transformation into Spider-Man. He promptly instructed others to match the captured images with known spider species worldwide, aiming to replicate Spider-Man. If he didn't exist in their realm, then they would create one themselves. 3 months later, the sky's display ignited cheers among the crowd, all eagerly anticipating Peter Parker's forthcoming journey as a superhero. The video commenced with a scene from Spider-Man 2, depicting Peter Parker heading toward the place in need under Mary Jane's watchful gaze. "It's me, Peter Parker, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Ever since I was bitten by that spider, I have experienced an array of extraordinary events. Everything seems rather abnormal to me now, but currently." Parker stood at the street corner before a television, observing his airborne silhouette as several children rushed forward, pointing at the screen and exclaiming, "Oh, look, it's Spider-Man. That's so cool. Spider-Man." Parker smiled genuinely at the children, realizing they truly adored him. The city is safe, and I suppose I have played a part in that. The camera panned to the newsstand, showcasing headlines from major newspapers like the Daily Bugle and USA Today, reporting how Spider-Man heroically rescued an endangered infant from a burning apartment. Numerous media outlets lauded Spider-Man, while citizens proudly held magazines extolling his virtues. Parker continued to ride his small motorcycle past the street. "I still attended school, and my grades remained quite commendable." Dr. Connors diligently imparted knowledge to the audience, explaining that the Hamiltonian function reveals that energy levels are determined by the energy field. Behind Parker, 2 boys mischievously launched paper balls at him using a straw, striking him on the back. When Parker turned to confront them, they immediately feigned innocence, aware of their antics. Parker resignedly turned back to focus on the lesson. What can we discern from a form of this matrix? Upon hearing this question, both Gwen Stacy and Parker raised their hands simultaneously. Connors glanced at them and replied, "Miss Stacy?" Gwen promptly answered, "Thus, only quantum states with zero mass will be influenced." "Correct. Well said, Miss Stacy." At Connors' praise, Gwen turned to Parker and flashed him a smile, to which he responded with a thumbs up. A classmate in front of them reflected light onto his face with a mirror, instinctively shielding his eyes. Connors noticed Parker's gesture and asked, "Parker, do you have anything to add?" Parker reluctantly waved his hand. "No, sir. I detest students who disrupt the class." Tony grimaced disdainfully at the troublemakers, recalling how he had long abandoned such trivial antics at Parker's age. Indeed, some individuals at this age have already brought home cover girls for magazines. Pepper bluntly interrupted, prompting Tony to look at her with a pained expression, questioning how this could possibly be a topic of conversation. Gwen Stacy, a better choice than Mary Jane. Yet Peter Parker continually misses his chance with her. Either fate is unkind, or they exist worlds apart, forever unable to share their lives. As the saying goes, Mary Jane loves Spider-Man, while Ursula loves Peter Parker, not Spider-Man, and Gwen loves Spider-Man, but loves Peter Parker even more. Among the three girls, Peter Parker was enchanted by his first love and seldom noticed any girl beyond Mary Jane. Much like Christine and Strange, they are tragic lovers. In the infinite multiverse, there are countless pairs of Christine and Strange, yet they are destined to be apart. For Strange, becoming the Sorcerer Supreme is his ultimate mission. He must protect the real world from dimensional horrors. However, in ascending to this role, he must part ways with Christine. Should he choose not to become the Sorcerer Supreme, he would witness Christine perish before him, only to become the Sorcerer Supreme afterward. He is always destined to lose the most significant aspect of his life, only to regret it too late. Some things can be reclaimed, but others remain irretrievably lost. It all began with the Ancient One, who had safeguarded the realm of reality for centuries. She could no longer endure the passage of time, each fleeting moment a tormenting agony. She desperately needed to find a worthy successor, and Strange was the most suitable candidate she had identified. There was nothing she needed to do but wait patiently. Strange would inevitably seek her out, allowing her to take him on as her disciple. All she needed was to usher Strange into the world of magic, and the rest could be entrusted to this future Sorcerer Supreme, permitting her to depart from the mortal coil in pursuit of her eternal destiny. Parker gazed at the sky, lost in thought. Though he did not know who Strange was, he understood that the preceding words were directed at him. He contemplated Gwen's every smile and expression. Indeed, she often beamed at him. Since entering university, he had become the most admired figure on campus, believing that Gwen's affection was akin to that of other girls, drawn to him solely because he was Spider-Man. Yet, it seemed there might be other factors at play. Perhaps the sky's commentary was right. Gwen might indeed be the better choice. With his head bowed, Parker felt stirred by the sky's words, prompting him to seek deeper connections with Gwen. Gwen Stacy, too, was taken aback by the sky's high praise for her. She had not anticipated such a commendation, wondering if Peter Parker truly saw her as the superior option. Internally, she reveled in the thought. After all, who wouldn't he admire a superhero? In contrast, Mary Jane felt deeply wounded by the sky's disparaging remarks about her, baffled by the reasons behind such statements. The revelation from the sky sparked an uproar in the outside world. Nick Fury could no longer remain idle, swiftly deducing who Strange was. For among many, there was only one with a companion named Christine. Stephen Strange. He reached for his phone, poised to make a call, when an unexpected hand pressed down upon it. Looking up, he was met by the sight of a bald woman in a yellow robe, whose presence had materialized without his notice. Hill immediately drew her firearm, aiming it at the suddenly appearing Ancient One. With a mere wave of her hand, the gun was sent flying from Hill's grasp. She looked down at her empty palm, then lifted her gaze in shock towards the Ancient One. "Who are you?" she asked, bewildered. The Ancient One. Chapter 65. The Ancient One, Tony quipped. So Strange is destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. Then, that Ancient One has lived for centuries. She must be quite aged. Is there truly magic in this world? To Tony, Thor merely represented an alien, closely resembling humans. Yet the genuine existence of magic transcended his understanding. In the hospital, Stephen Strange and Christine exchanged astonished glances, both aware that separation loomed near. A wave of inexplicable sorrow washed over Christine. She had always held a fondness for Strange. However, it seems that Strange's feelings for her have never been particularly fervent. Yet, she could discern from the narration of the celestial canopy that Strange indeed harbored emotions for her, perhaps even more profound than she had imagined. Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the weighty expression of the formidable Fury was fixed upon the tumultuous world before him. Just moments ago, their agents had detected the arrival of the Ancient One, armed and intent on breaching the premises. To their astonishment, with but a single gesture from the Ancient One, their reality shattered like glass, causing the agents outside to vanish entirely. The walls of the office splintered outward, revealing the bustling street below. yet none could perceive their presence above. This world continued to contort with the Ancient One's every movement. Do not interfere with strange affairs. When the time is right, he will naturally seek my tutelage. With a gentle lowering of her hand, the mirrored realm finally ceased its rotation. Uncertain of the celestial canopy's motives, the Ancient One recognized that its actions signified a desire for change in what had become a monotonous trajectory. Nick Fury fixed his solitary gaze upon the equally bald Ancient One. Following Strange's firm grasp on the minuscule one in 14 million chance, their team had analyzed numerous possibilities, one of which suggested that the adversary could foresee the future and thus navigate toward its realization with absolute certainty. The Ancient One fell silent, comprehending the implications of Fury's words. She too was perplexed as to why the celestial canopy would divulge such information in the timeline she had observed. The canopy had never existed. It transcended time, rendering it imperceptible to the temporal scope, and whatever actions it undertook remained unseen by the time stone. Consequently, the Ancient One was left unaware of what the canopy would convey next. The emergence of the canopy disrupted the Ancient One's plans. Initially, it merely showcased the life of Toby Spider, yet the narration intermittently alluded to matters concerning their universe, altering many circumstances from their original state. A tempest, born of a butterfly's flapping wings, was brewing, still inchoate yet already revealing faint traces of its presence. You may have a point, but Strange is destined to become the Sorcerer Supreme. The Ancient One regarded the egg-headed figure calmly. Both parties were striving to safeguard the world, and she had no desire for conflict with them. I do not dispute that he will ascend to become the Sorcerer Supreme, yet he is merely a surgeon at present. Do you not perceive that he is exposed to the enemy's gaze? We can protect him. The Ancient One swiftly penetrated Fury's intentions, recognizing that he simply wished to secure a favor before Strange achieved his status. She was indifferent to such matters, as long as Strange was prepared to inherit her mantle. Aside from the celestial canopy, she could observe the circumstances of anyone else. Even in the event of unforeseen occurrences, she could amend them. Thus, she chose to say no more, gesturing to dissolve the mirrored space before vanishing from Fury and Hill's sight. Emerging from the mirrored space, Nick Fury instinctively grasped the edge of the desk, the recent events having left him profoundly shaken. He had never anticipated that SHIELD could be infiltrated with such ease, leaving their agents utterly powerless. Ancient One had come and gone at will, and for the first time, Fury felt a sense of helplessness. He even questioned whether Captain Marvel could contend with such an enigmatic figure as Ancient One. Crossbones, astonished, gazed at the suddenly vanished Nick Fury and the abrupt reappearance of Hill, casting an inquiring glance towards Fury, who gestured for them to leave. Exhaling slowly, he regained his composure and turned to Hill, requesting solitude. Hill nodded, retrieved a fallen firearm, and exited the office. Peter Parker arrived at a pawn shop named Miller's, enchanted by a diamond ring among the pledges, exclaiming to himself, "I have fallen in love with my dream girl." At that moment, the proprietor placed a card indicating installment payment options. Noticing Parker's admiration for the ring, he smiled, and Parker reciprocated with a grin. Later that evening, at a musical theater named Memories of Manhattan, Parker approached the front desk and greeted the ticket attendant. "Miss Watson reserved a ticket for me, Peter Parker." He settled into the prime seat that Mary Jane had set aside for him, feeling an exhilarating tension as the show commenced. As Mary Jane descended the stage stairs, singing, Parker exclaimed, "That's my girlfriend." A nearby man glanced at Parker in response. In the audience, Parker, enthralled, followed Mary Jane's rhythm and hummed along softly. On the second floor, Harry, armed with binoculars, observed Mary Jane, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, as he turned his gaze back to Parker, his smile faded. Watching Parker's earnest admiration for Mary Jane and his silent humming, a fierce flame ignited within Harry's heart. After the performance, Parker basked in the audience's acclaim for Mary Jane, joyfully exiting the theater, only to spot Harry's figure. He hurried over. "Harry, I need to talk to you. There are things I must explain." Harry turned back with an indifferent expression towards his former best friend, retorting, "Go explain to my dad. Bring him back to life." He then turned away and entered a limousine. Harry's reaction troubled Parker, yet he pressed on. "I'm your friend, Harry. I care about your father too." Ignoring him, Harry's driver closed the door and drove off, leaving Parker to sigh in resignation. Setting aside thoughts of Harry for the moment, Parker made his way backstage, where he found Mary Jane. They embraced, Parker thoroughly satisfied with her performance. Mary Jane turned to admire the flowers on the makeup table, saying, "I love these flowers. They are beautiful. Did Harry come tonight?" Harry's mention caused Parker to hesitate slightly, yet he responded, "Yes, I encountered him outside." "So how'd it go?" "It's complicated," Parker replied with a sense of helplessness. He longed to clarify things to Harry, but Harry had never been willing to listen to him further. Mary Jane confided in Parker about her anxiety, her knees trembling on stage. He offered her encouragement, yet Mary Jane felt the applause was somewhat tepid. Parker, in a straightforward manner, explained to her that it was merely an acoustic issue, earnestly discussing how sound travels. Mary Jane smiled and teased him, "You bookworm." Issued a sweet smile. Chapter 66. Flint Marco at Harry's residence. A row of green goblin masks was meticulously arranged, alongside a more advanced green goblin hoverboard. As the beeping echoed, Harry emerged from a sealed, experimental chamber clad only in shorts. Clearly, he had completed the absorption of the physical enhancement serum. He inhaled deeply, feeling an unprecedented surge of power within him, his eyes brimming with a lethal intensity. Meanwhile, Parker was outdoors on a rendezvous with Mary Jane. He had woven an enormous web of silk, and they lay upon it, gazing at the meteor shower. Mary Jane closed her eyes and made a wish. "You know, I want to spend the rest of my life singing on stage, and you must sit in the front row." Hearing her words, Parker turned to meet her gaze. "I will be there," he promised. "Tell me you love me." Parker leaned closer, declaring to Mary Jane, "I love you. I truly love you. I've always loved you." Mary Jane beamed, and the two shared a passionate kiss. As they were enveloped in their fervent embrace, Parker remained oblivious to a fiery light descending from the sky, landing near his motorcycle. From the glowing meteor, a mass of black goo emerged. Just then, Parker, still holding Mary Jane, descended from the web, unaware that the black goo was stealthily approaching them. They mounted the motorcycle, preparing to leave, but the goo managed to adhere to the motorcycle just before they sped away, and Parker remained completely unaware. Tony furrowed his brow as he observed the black mass. "That thing. Jarvis, I recall that the Watcher once mentioned Spider-Man would be possessed by venom, right? Is that the vile substance?" Jarvis played back the Watcher's commentary on Parker's impending darkness, prompting Tony to review the previously established anti-corruption Spider-Man armor plan. It seemed that Peter Parker was about to encounter trouble. Should they amplify his malevolent thoughts? Fortunately, Peter Parker was inherently good-natured, promoted, given a raise, dancing. What kind of villain could engage in such acts? He even shopped for discounted suits, demonstrating that even in financial straits, he would not resort to theft. Truly, he was a superhero. Tony reflected on the old footage, nodding repeatedly, and after all this time of viewing, he had grasped the general circumstances surrounding Toby's spider. Parker also caught sight of that peculiar object, squinting his eyes in recognition. He recalled the ominous words of the celestial entity, which, though causing him considerable embarrassment, served as a stern reminder of the impending possession and the darkness that awaited him. Harry, noticing the same, promptly reached out to him via telephone, with Peter informing him that it was likely the venom. In the pitch-black night, a shadowy figure sprinted through the darkness, pursued by a police car that gradually approached. Two officers inside wielding searchlights in an effort to locate him. The officers failed to spot him concealed behind a wooden board and, seeing nothing amiss, drove away. Turning around, they were met with the unmistakable visage of Flint Marco. Clad in an orange prison jumpsuit, he leaped and grasped the fire escape, climbing with fervor. Quietly, he opened a window, entering his daughter's bedroom. Gazing at his daughter, who still required an oxygen tube to sleep, he could not resist the urge to sit by the window and watch over her. From his pocket, he retrieved a multitude of letters, penned by his daughter Penny, and gently placed them beneath her pillow. Having changed into his own clothes, Marco ventured into the kitchen to grab some bread to satiate his hunger when the lights unexpectedly flickered on. His wife had sensed his return. "You cannot hide here, Flint," she exclaimed. "I merely came to see my daughter." He retorted, "You are a fugitive. The police are searching for you. You must not approach her. You are nothing but an ordinary robber." Unbeknownst to them, their daughter had quietly opened the door and stood at the threshold, observing them. "You may have even killed someone, haven't you?" Marco's wife questioned sharply. He hastily protested, "It is not as it seems. I acted out of necessity. That is the truth. You might as well remain in prison. enjoying your 3 meals a day. I, too, live within this so-called reality, that is, the one where you abandoned your daughter in her bedroom. It was at this moment that they noticed Penny standing at the door. Marco rushed over, kneeling to meet her gaze. "Penny, I have missed you. I have missed you too, Daddy," Penny replied, placing a necklace into his hands. Looking at the trinket, Marco reassured her, "I promise, I will ensure you regain your health. No matter what, I will find the money." Upon hearing Marco's words, his wife seethed. "Get out. Right now." Marco turned and climbed out the window, glancing back at the mother and daughter, declaring, "I am not a bad person. I am simply unfortunate." A wave of alarm washed over Marco. Ever since his accomplice had caused the death of Spider-Man's uncle, he had abandoned his robbery plans. Yet his daughter's deteriorating condition compelled him to act once more. He was in dire need of funds. Meanwhile, his associate, Dennis Carradine, had turned himself in, but, due to a lack of actual criminal activity, had been released after a month in custody. Having seen the celestial message, he hurried to seek out Marco. The two engaged in a fervent discussion regarding the potential exposure of Marco's robbery on the big screen. Financially strained, Marco had been losing sleep for months, desperately borrowing funds for his daughter's treatment, which were now nearly depleted. Time was running out for his daughter, and Carradine advised him to seek help from Peter Parker, imploring him for forgiveness. Marco, however, was exceedingly hesitant. He had always shied away from confronting Spider-Man, particularly knowing that Peter Parker himself was not in a position to lend much assistance. He lingered in uncertainty, contemplating whether to proceed with his plans or to turn to Parker for aid, wishing to glimpse into his future before making a decision. Meanwhile, the New York Police Department promptly initiated an investigation into Marco. They were not inept. His appearance on the big screen as a fugitive suggested the likelihood of his involvement in significant crimes. Their first task was to ascertain whether he was incarcerated. If he were, they would enhance surveillance. If not, they would bring him in for questioning, as his fugitive status indicated future criminal activity. Parker observed Marco's face, but his attention was primarily focused on Marco's daughter, who required oxygen even while sleeping. Marco's words conveyed that his crimes were born out of a desire to save his daughter, insisting he was not a villain, merely unfortunate. Parker sensed there might be more to the story. As Spider-Man, it was his duty to combat evil, yet he also felt compelled to rescue the innocent. Should Marco reconsider his path, Parker would be willing to lend a helping hand. Chapter 67. Harry's attacked Parker rode his beloved motorcycle to Aunt May's newly rented home and rang the doorbell. Upon opening the door, Aunt May, surprised to see Parker, inquired, "Peter, what brings you here?" "It's about Mary Jane. I wish to propose to her." Hearing this, Aunt May joyfully embraced Parker, exclaiming, "Oh, Peter." He returned the hug, equally elated. "When your Uncle Ben proposed to me, we were both terrified yet exhilarated, and certainly much younger." Aunt May reminisced as she prepared tea. "I loved him dearly." "And then you accepted?" "Not quite. I wanted to, but I wasn't ready, nor was he, so we waited." Aunt May retrieved a carton of milk from the refrigerator, reminding him, "One cannot solely rely on love to sustain life. A man must understand this before proposing to a woman." "Can you do that, Peter?" After a moment's hesitation, Parker nodded, smiling, "Yes, I believe I can." "Then I wish you the best of luck." Aunt May beamed, delighted that Peter Parker was finally maturing, and she kissed him gently. "I urge you to carefully contemplate a plan, for your uncle is quite meticulous in his arrangements." One Sunday, he took me to the seaside. Clad in a striking swimwear, his charm undeniable, and I too possessed a commendable physique. We were both adept swimmers. The weather that day was splendid, and he proposed, "Let us swim to that island." Upon reaching the island, we discovered a lovely spot beside an ancient tree, where we reclined, gazing at the sky. Then he said, "Close your eyes, May." I complied, and moments later he declared, "You may open them." As I did, I beheld him holding a ring. Aunt May displayed the radiant jewel on her left hand's ring finger. It gleamed brilliantly, akin to the sun itself. "By August, we shall celebrate our 50th wedding anniversary." Had he not? At this juncture, Aunt May's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Parker's spirits dimmed in response. Aunt May adjusted a loose strand of hair, regaining her composure, and continued, "Therefore, I hope you can prepare something truly unforgettable for Mary Jane, something to cherish for a lifetime. Give her this." She removed the ring from her own finger and handed it to Parker. "Hurry, take it." Parker accepted the ring silently, enveloping Aunt May in another embrace. Uncle sat on the sofa, a broad smile illuminating his face as he reminisced about the beautiful moments shared with Aunt May, who sat beside him, equally radiant with joy. He turned to her and remarked, "Ah, now our love story from youth is known to the world. How splendid it is that they may witness our affection." Uncle chuckled heartily, showing no concern that the tales of his youthful courtship of Aunt May would be revealed. Instead, it would only serve to deepen their bond. Tony smacked his lips, glancing at Pepper. "Shall we emulate their example? Can you swim?" Pepper rolled her eyes in response, dismissing him, and exited the office, irritated by Tony Stark's antics, which only served to disrupt her work. Parker, once again riding his beloved little motorcycle, prepared to return to his apartment, unaware of the dark shadow that had suddenly appeared behind him. The Green Goblin, riding his board, seized him from behind and soared into the sky. Parker engaged in a fierce struggle with Harry midair as the Green Goblin's board careened erratically. Parker inadvertently collided with the construction site's scaffolding, momentarily dazed. Seizing this opportunity, Harry unleashed a flurry of punches to Parker's head, gripping his face with one hand while extending 3 sharp blades from his arm, slicing toward Parker. Though Parker desperately maneuvered to evade the assault, the blades tore through his clothing, inflicting a painful gash on his abdomen. He cried out in agony, but summoned his strength to break free from Harry's grasp. Utilizing his webbing, he latched onto a clock tower and swung into the air, launching webs at Harry. Despite Harry's attempts to dodge, he was struck several times, inciting his fury as he retaliated with his blades, severing the very webbing Parker had clutched. Parker lost his balance and fell through the air when Harry seized the opportunity to strike him with a Green Goblin glider, crashing him into a building and embedding him within it. As Harry descended gracefully on the glider, he stood before Parker, who, upon recognizing his assailant, realized it was none other than his dear friend, Harry. "Harry, you know what happened, Peter?" Hardly had the words left Harry's lips than he swung a punch at Parker, who swiftly leaped away, leaving Harry's fist to penetrate the wall, getting stuck. "Listen to me. I did not kill your father," Parker explained while clinging to the wall above him. Yet Harry refused to heed his words, striking again at Parker's location. Parker evaded, moving to the other side. "He wanted to kill me, but instead, he ended up killing himself." "Shut up," Harry roared, unwilling to tolerate any disparagement of Norman, and in his fury, he brought the entire wall crashing down. Parker clung to the fallen debris, striving to maintain his balance, when suddenly, Harry lunged from above, shattering the wall with a single blow. With his footing gone, Parker spun helplessly in the air, attempting to shoot out webbing to swing away, only to be met with another punch from Harry that sent him reeling. Harry, relentless in his assault, continued to pummel Parker, who found his attempts to shoot webbing thwarted time and again, forcing him to plummet from the sky. Harry caught up with the descending Parker, grasping his foot and repeatedly slamming him against the wall, ultimately hurling him into a nearby building. Parker shattered one glass window and then crashed through another, flying outwards. In the midst of his flight, Aunt May's ring slipped from his grasp, and Parker, sensing its presence through his spider sense, lunged to catch it. However, just as he reached for it, Harry struck him anew, sending him tumbling. The ring spiraled downwards toward the ground, an agonizing sight for Parker, who was helpless as Harry firmly gripped his neck. Desperate, he managed to stick webbing to Harry's goggles, and in a moment of clarity, he delivered an elbow strike, freeing himself from Harry's vice-like hold. Chapter 68. A near-death experience for Harry. Seizing the moment, while Harry was momentarily disoriented, Parker executed a swift maneuver that destabilized Harry, grasping his leg and executing a full 360-degree spin before flinging him away. Next, he shot out 2 strands of webbing, attaching them to 2 buildings, creating a makeshift spring that propelled him forward. Simultaneously, the Green Goblin glider sensed its master's peril and surged toward Harry, severing Parker's webbing. Yet Parker's momentum remained unstoppable. Harry discarded the webbed helmet, regained his footing on the glider, and sped off in pursuit of Parker. Parker swung towards the ring on his web, with Harry in hot pursuit. However, Parker paid him no heed, solely focused on reclaiming the ring. Harry forcefully hurled Parker onto the roof of a nearby building. After a roll upon landing, Parker glanced at the ring in his hand, only to see Harry charging at him. Instantly, he decided to flee, and the Green Goblin glider effortlessly severed the metal pipes atop the roof. At the last moment, Parker leaped from the rooftop, causing Harry to miss his target. On the streets, Parker continuously shot webs as he maneuvered. Harry made a sudden dash and soon caught up to him, aware that battling Harry, who possessed the green goblin glider, on the open street was ill-advised. Parker promptly chose a narrow alleyway. The confined passage forced Harry to turn sideways to enter, dodging various obstacles along the way. Yet he relentlessly pursued Parker. "I'm still here, Peter," Harry shouted after breaking through the narrowest stretch of the path. He then drew a sharp dagger from behind him, aiming a fierce strike at Parker. Parker narrowly evaded the attack as Harry relentlessly pursued him. But Parker managed to escape at the last possible moment. After several fruitless attempts, the green goblin glider beneath Harry's feet launched a green goblin grenade, which he hurled at Parker. The round object transformed in midair into a dart with two sharp blades. Upon seeing the grenade, Parker was immediately reminded of the moment he was slashed by Norman. "I despise these things." Harry, not satisfied with one grenade, threw 6 more, which effortlessly cut through all obstacles in pursuit of Parker. Caught off guard, Peter Parker was grazed on the leg, prompting him to swing on webs while evading the barrage of grenades. Parker's webs were severed as well, but he seized the opportunity to leap and fire a web in reverse, allowing him to evade the darts while propelling himself towards Harry. Harry narrowly dodged Parker's kick, inadvertently allowing Parker to slip behind him. However, right in front of Harry, the green goblin darts were swiftly approaching. As he turned to face them, the darts were already upon him. He barely avoided one aimed at his head, using his hands to shield against the incoming projectiles. Yet, he was unfortunate enough to be struck in the shoulder by one, and with a pained grunt, he yanked it out and discarded it before launching himself in pursuit of Peter Parker once more. Parker, flipping over, fired several webs to knock down some darts, and then ensnared one to draw it behind him. Simultaneously, he shot a web toward the house, utilizing the reaction force to launch the green goblin dart towards the last remaining dart. 2 darts collided midair, igniting an explosion from which Harry emerged, momentarily blinded by the flames. As he opened his eyes and gazed ahead, he was met with a web strung across his path, expertly launched by Parker, who was tugging at the other end, secured to a nearby building. The instant Harry spotted the web, there was no time for reaction. He was violently thrown from his green hoverboard, crashing heavily into a pipe, then colliding with an air conditioning unit, and finally slamming into a dumpster before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Parker, witnessing Harry's motionless form on the ground, hastily jumped down to his side. "Harry! Harry!" he called out, but receiving no response, he leaned closer to listen for signs of breathing. To his dismay, Harry's breath had ceased. Parker quickly unfastened the armor from Harry's chest and commenced CPR. "Harry, wake up," he implored. After several compressions and listening intently, there was still no reaction. "Oh my God!" Parker was at a loss, swiftly scooping Harry into his arms and transporting him to the hospital. In the operating room, doctors and nurses began their urgent efforts to revive Harry, while Parker stood anxiously outside, grappling with the thought of what he would do if Harry were to perish as a consequence. "This is the fate of those who neglect their helmets. You too must not casually remove yours," Pepper sighed, casting a disapproving glance at Tony, who nodded in agreement. Harry, consumed by his own fury, felt utterly helpless. He speculated that had it not been for the protective barrier, he might have succumbed to a similar madness following his father's tragic demise. Moreover, he could not discern whether the enhancements he had injected himself with were the catalyst for his frenzied state. The use of such enhancers had since been halted, and further research was abandoned. Nevertheless, from within the protective barrier, he had uncovered a hidden laboratory within the villa, preserving his father's legacy, Norman's painstaking work, which he was determined to protect from destruction. Although this decision had subjected him to considerable public scrutiny, the unwavering support of Peter Parker reassured the populace of his integrity. In the New York Police Department, an officer approached Captain Stacy, handing him a dossier. "Flank Mako. We believe he is the suspect in Parker's murder," the officer stated. Stacy opened the file. "What's his status?" "He escaped from Rikers Island," the officer replied. "And now, he is still at large. He has resurfaced in the swamps. We have located him." The scene shifted to an officer accompanied by a police dog, frantically pursuing while whistling to alert others. Over there, Marco fled desperately, pursued by a throng of officers wielding flashlights. He was obstructed by a barbed wire fence, and seizing the opportunity, the police dog lunged at him. With a forceful swipe, Marco knocked the dog to the ground and scrambled towards a fence. The sign on the fence ominously warned, "Danger. Particle physics, experiment facility, restricted area." Yet, Marco paid no heed, vaulting over with reckless abandon. The police, upon witnessing him vault over the barbed wire, swiftly encircled him. Marco, in a state of panic, fled aimlessly and unexpectedly tumbled into a deep pit. The officers outside the wire looked on in confusion, pondering the sudden disappearance of Marco. As Marco rolled down the depth of the pit, he realized it was a space surrounded by cement walls, steep and smooth. While he was still surveying his surroundings, a bright light suddenly illuminated above him. Chapter 69. The amnesiac Harry Marco was momentarily blinded by the abrupt, piercing light, and at that moment, the apparatus overhead began emitting a shrill alarm. The researchers within the laboratory were poised for the experiment, having completed the charging of the capacitors. "Good," exclaimed a beautiful laboratory technician with long blonde hair and fair skin as she scrutinized the data. "Donnie, there are minor fluctuations in Unit 1. Several scientists noted this as one remarked, "There is a change in the mass of the silicon element. Something has intruded into the experimental area." Another technician dismissed it nonchalantly, suggesting it might just be a bird that would soon fly away. "Initiate molecular synthesis." With the press of a button, the equipment in the experimental area sprang to life. Marco, observing the whirring device above him, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. 3 metallic energy pillars enclosed him, their rotation accelerating ominously. Realizing the impending danger, he attempted to break free, only to be effortlessly rebuffed. By the time he managed to rise, the machinery had reached its maximum velocity. A fierce storm swirled around him, trapping him in its grasp as vast quantities of sand were swept up and infiltrated his body. All of his cells and blood vessels became ensconced in silicon crystals, initiating a transformation that turned him to sand from the inside out. Marco watched in terror as his fingers began to disintegrate into granules. The violent wind effortlessly whisked away his fingers, and soon his entire body began to disintegrate and was carried off. Marco's anguished screams echoed in vain, unheard by any, until he ultimately vanished from the experimental site. When the officers and their canine companions finally arrived, the pit contained naught but sand and the slowly ceasing machinery. Marco's presence had long since evaporated. "Oh!" Marco's wife clutched him in terror, while Marco himself was astounded by his tragic fate, disappearing amidst the sand. "Those damn scientists!" An irate citizen rose, vociferously condemning them. How could they be so careless, resulting in a loss of life? They are unworthy of being researchers. His words resonated with many witnesses of the unfolding scene. The laboratory personnel had hastily concluded without properly investigating the circumstances. Their self-satisfied assumption of it being merely a bird was utterly unforgivable, disregarding the cautionary tale of Dr. Otto. Poor Flint Marco, he simply sought to rescue his daughter. What fault did he bear? Thus, he was tragically led to his demise by those foolish experimenters. Even if he had committed a crime, imprisonment would have sufficed. The worst fate would be a swift execution. This manner of death is unbearably torturous, being consumed from within by sand. It is simply unimaginable how excruciating that would be. In no time, calls for the punishment of those negligent experimenters who caused Flint Marco's death surged across major media outlets. "Peter." Harry cast a worried glance at Parker. Marco was viewed by the police as a suspect in the murder of Uncle Ben, which implied that he might have inadvertently taken another life. He shook his head to indicate he was fine. Uncle Ben in reality was unharmed. Thus Marco could not be the murderer of Uncle Ben. At that moment, Parker had a thought and turned to Harry. "Harry, could you help me find his wife and child? I wish to alter his fate." "What a splendid idea." Harry nodded. Funding a child's medical treatment would be a simple task for him. As long as Peter Parker wished it, he would surely assist. Not to mention, curing Penny could save 2 lives and enhance public goodwill towards the company, an endeavor that would be mutually beneficial for Oscorp. Inside the hospital, Parker sat on a bench outside the operating room, awaiting the doctors and nurses. A physician approached, prompting Parker to rise and inquire. "How is he?" "He will recover, but there may be instances of memory loss, particularly concerning his short-term recollections. He currently cannot recall the incident, nor the recent events surrounding him." Upon hearing that Harry's life was not in jeopardy, a smile appeared on Parker's face, but the doctor's subsequent words caused his heart to race with concern. He gazed anxiously at the doctor. "Will always be like this?" "Perhaps. Only time will tell. He has awakened. You may go see him now. The doctor could not guarantee whether his memory would return. Oh, I think I shall wait a while. Parker feared that Harry might recall the troubling events upon seeing him, but the doctor misinterpreted Parker's hesitation as a concern for disturbing Harry's rest. It's fine. A brief visit will suffice. He still needs to recuperate. After the doctor departed, Parker stood in place, his expression shifting between hope and uncertainty. He was unsure whether Harry remembered anything about Spider-Man and Norman. He stepped outside the room, gazing at Harry, who lay on the bed with a bandaged forehead. Upon seeing Parker, Harry smiled and greeted him. Parker returned the smile, and Harry pointed to his head, saying, "I hit my head." "Indeed. The doctor said I had an accident. Someone hit me and ran off. I can't remember anything. My father, he has passed away, hasn't he?" This is simply unbelievable. Upon hearing Harry's words, Parker nodded gently. For him, there was both good news and bad news. The good news was that Harry had forgotten the painful memories. The bad news was that he had sustained severe injuries. And there was a possibility he might later recall those events, leading to further conflict. "Hey," I rushed over as quickly as I could. As the two conversed, Mary Jane hurriedly entered through the door. Observing her arrival, Harry smiled and remarked, "I recognize that face. How have you been?" Mary Jane inquired, leaning against Parker. "I am uncertain. The last thing I recall is that I was well somewhere." "You are well now," Mary Jane reassured him, while Parker gazed at Harry with a mixture of emotions, remaining silent. "We all love you, Harry." Mary Jane smiled warmly at him. "It feels as though I've been away for an eternity, and now I'm home again." Parker felt a profound sense of relief that their relationship could return to its former state. At that moment, a nurse approached, saying, "I apologize, but I must ask you to leave, if that is all right." After bidding farewell to Harry, Parker and Mary Jane exited the hospital room. Upon stepping outside, Mary Jane turned to Parker and said, "I believe you will recover." "I think so too. You both seem well," Parker affirmed. Feeling elated that Harry had truly forgotten those matters, he sincerely did not wish to be at odds with his dear friend. Inside the room, the nurse gently remarked to the bettered in Harry, "Your friends are quite lovely." Harry replied with pride, "They're my best friends. I would even sacrifice my life for them." Chapter 70. The Sandman. Tony observed Parker's expression. It seemed that Harry's amnesia was a blessing in disguise, as Peter Parker no longer had to oppose him, and they had reverted to being good friends. Beside them, Rhodey nodded in agreement and urged Tony to upgrade his armor. During the last confrontation with the Destroyer, Rhodey had not received any alerts, and by the time he was informed, several days had passed. After hearing Tony's description of the Destroyer, Rhodey felt the need for more formidable firepower. However, with Justin now imprisoned, he could only turn to Tony, who readily acquiesced. Although he had a strong aversion to conventional firearms, he agreed to assist Rhodey in installing them and also upgraded the Mark II to enhance its speed. In the confines of the experimental grounds, some sand inexplicably began to roll, gaining momentum and forming a line that moved purposefully in a specific direction, as if it possessed life itself. As the sand continued to gather, it surged and began to slowly coalesce into a humanoid shape, but halfway through, it scattered back into a pile of sand. The sand subsequently attempted to coalesce once more, this time successfully forming the upper half of a person. He raised his hand to examine his sand-formed arm, marveling at the astonishing transformation he had undergone. Marco could not help but cover his head, uncertain of how to face his wife and daughter in this ghastly form. After a brief respite, he finally extricated himself from that sensation and subsequently spotted the necklace resting on the sand. He attempted to reach for it, but upon his palm grazing the pocket watch, it disintegrated into a heap of sand. He reformed his fingers, intensified his focus on consolidating the sand, and ultimately succeeded in lifting the necklace. Gazing at the photograph of his daughter, he clenched his fist, resolute in his determination. As he exerted his power, Marco solidified his legs, standing within the experimental arena, gradually transforming back into his former self, even replicating his attire with meticulous precision. "Oh my, what is this? A mutated life form? Has Marco transitioned from carbon-based to silicon-based life?" Tony observed Marco's new biological state with palpable astonishment. "Are you asking me? Aren't you the expert in this matter?" Rhodey retorted with a smirk. "I wasn't inquiring of you. I was pondering aloud," Tony replied, rolling his eyes and delivering a scathing critique to Rhodey. Rhodey shrugged and fell silent. Nick Fury gazed at Marco's form against the backdrop of the sky, then turned to another individual, Dr. Bruce Banner. "Doesn't he bear resemblance to you?" Banner offered a wry smile, responding, "It's all due to a mishap that we've become monsters." Is this a boon or a bane for him and the citizens of New York? Nick Fury stroked his chin, lost in thought. While Marco had transformed into a creature, he had also acquired extraordinary abilities, which he might exploit to amass wealth and fund his daughter's medical treatment. However, there is also the possibility that he could emerge as a superhero akin to Spider-Man, though Nick Fury deemed this unlikely. Despite Marco's claims of not being malevolent, merely driven by desperation, he had ultimately committed crimes. Individuals of such a nature seldom transition into heroes. In a separate room, Parker examined the reservation card from the restaurant, his face alight with joy as he revealed the ring Aunt May had given him. Just then, a voice echoed from outside the door. "What is happening?" Parker asked without turning. "It's me," came Mary Jane's voice from outside. "Peter, I can't open the door. Please come help me." Taken aback, Parker spun around, responding to Mary Jane while hastily searching for a place to conceal the ring. In his eagerness, he accidentally broke the drawer's handle, forcing him to hurriedly stuff the ring into his pocket. After assisting her in opening the door, Mary Jane entered, brandishing a newspaper as she lamented. "Those reviews, they don't like him, and they certainly don't like me." "Oh, they wouldn't dislike you." Parker attempted to console her. Mary Jane recited the newspaper's critiques. "The young Miss Watson is a lovely girl, pleasing to the eye, but her voice lacks resonance. It's so faint that it barely reaches the second row. That is utterly ridiculous. I was right there." Parker defended her. "You were in the front row." Mary Jane replied, disappointment etched on her face. "Indeed, but listen. You truly are remarkable." He is a critic, and to achieve success, one must learn to adapt to this reality. "Trust me, I can relate. Even Spider-Man is often subjected to criticism. This is not about you. It pertains to my own career." Mary Jane feels that this matter is unrelated to Spider-Man. It is her personal struggle, and she cannot grasp Parker's meaning. "I understand, and what I wish to convey is that you should not allow such things to defeat you. You must have faith in yourself and lift your spirits. You're already on the right path, and—" However, Mary Jane evidently could not heed Parker's words, interrupting him with, "Stop talking to me about this. I truly wish you could comprehend my feelings." She gazed at Parker with disappointment, suddenly feeling that he did not understand her at all. Parker could only respond with a smile. Mary Jane turned away, no longer meeting his gaze, and sat down. Looking up at Parker, I see these comments, and they remind me of something my father would write." At that moment, the police radio interrupted their conversation, capturing Parker's attention. Mary Jane glanced at the receiver, her expression one of resignation. Parker smiled at her and said, "I must go take care of it." She nodded helplessly, and after Parker apologized, he changed into his suit and left the room, while Mary Jane began to gather her belongings in preparation to depart. As she was tidying up, a dark, viscous substance crept up from beneath the table and accidentally brushed against the lamp. Hearing the noise, Mary Jane turned to look, and the symbiote immediately froze. Unaware of its presence, she opened the door and exited. Once Mary Jane had left, the symbiote resumed its movements, slithering under Parker's bed, disappearing from sight. "Wow, Peter, that thing is sentient." Dr. Otto frowned, standing beside Peter Parker, who had come to seek Otto's expertise regarding nuclear matters. Parker nodded gravely, clearly oblivious to the dark substance. Why was that? Had his spider sense failed him? "Peter, I believe you should engage in a thorough cleaning every now and then. It is unacceptable to have such a thing in your home without your knowledge." Rose brought them both a glass of juice and addressed Parker. Chapter 71. Gwen's crisis. A black officer gazed at the scene in the distance, exclaiming, "Command Center, this is 17. The task involving that crane you assigned us is far more significant than we anticipated. We need to mobilize all available police forces immediately." The streets were filled with the blaring sirens of fire trucks, ambulances, and police cars. Across from the officers, on a high-rise building, a large tower crane loomed, suspending an enormous steel beam overhead. The workers on the crane attempted to halt its operation, but upon pressing the switch, it sparked dangerously. Seeing that it could not be stopped, one could only shout into the walkie-talkie, "Shut down the generator. Hurry!" At that moment, Gwen was on a floor of the building opposite the crane, posing for a photo shoot. After the photographer had taken numerous pictures, he suddenly noticed something peculiar in the background. What was that? Upon hearing the commotion, several models turned to look back, only to see a massive steel beam suspended by a crane hurtling toward them. Gwen and her companions let out terrified screams. The beam crashed through the load-bearing columns and walls. Fortunately, Gwen had the presence of mind to drop down just in time to avoid being struck, yet the outer wall of the floor, particularly in the room where Gwen was situated, was cleaved in two. A deluge of construction debris rained down upon the ground, dealing a devastating blow to the countless citizens passing by and setting up stalls below. At that moment, George Stacy arrived at the scene with his team. Upon arrival, he witnessed a multitude of objects plummeting from above as citizens screamed in panic and fled. An officer approached him from behind, reporting that they had briefly assessed the situation and were unable to shut down the crane. George Stacy immediately turned to command. Call Edison and instruct him to cut off the power supply for the entire block. The officer promptly complied. Meanwhile, on the upper floors, Gwen scrambled to her feet, her eyes wide with fear as she beheld the vanished outer wall. Noticing a fellow model unable to rise, she rushed to assist her. Just as Gwen helped the model up, a photographer shouted from a distance, "It's coming back." Gwen turned to see the fully extended arm of the crane advancing toward them. Realizing the imminent danger, Gwen began to flee the perilous area. In the next instant, the crane arm swept away the load-bearing outer wall of the floor directly below her room, causing the ground beneath to tilt dangerously outward. Gwen and another model lost their balance and fell to the floor, unable to stop their bodies from sliding down. In a moment of panic, Gwen grasped the receiver of a landline phone, desperately clinging to it for support. The crowd below gasped at the sight, and in the next moment, the receiver she held snapped off, sending her screaming downward. At a critical juncture, she managed to grasp a protruding section of the floor, preventing her from plummeting to the ground below. Eddie had also arrived at the scene, camera in hand, capturing the unfolding chaos when he spotted Gwen suspended precariously in midair. "Ah, it's Gwen." "What?" George Stacy, upon realizing it was his daughter, snatched the camera from Eddie to get a better view. His heart raced as he murmured to himself, "What is she doing up there?" Eddie, standing nearby, answered his unspoken question. "I saw her last night. She mentioned she had a modeling gig." "Who are you?" Stacy snapped, turning his gaze toward Eddie. "Brock, sir. Eddie Brock. I work for the Daily Bugle. I'm currently dating your daughter." Gwen clung desperately to the floor, but as she turned, she noticed a cabinet hurtling toward her, knocking her downward. In a harrowing moment, she grasped a bent steel pipe for dear life. At that time, Parker was still en route, but the bolt securing the pipe could not withstand her weight and snapped, triggering a chain reaction as a series of bolts broke. The steel pipe she was holding extended outward, leaving Gwen suspended in midair. She screamed in terror, the shaking steel pipe threatening to snap at any moment, causing the crowd below to instinctively worry for her safety. Parker finally arrived near the scene of the accident, where the crane was wildly thrashing its arm out of control. This time, it struck directly from beneath Gwen's feet, utterly shattering her hopes. She could no longer grasp the steel pipe and plummeted from the building. As Parker swung halfway, he noticed debris hurtling towards him and swiftly executed a maneuver to evade it, then began to draw closer to Gwen using his webbing. Navigating through various shards of fallen structures, he accelerated his descent, willing to risk being caught between two pieces of debris to save Gwen, snatching her from the clutches of death. The crowd below erupted into ecstatic cheers upon witnessing Spider-Man's successful rescue of Gwen, while Eddie busily snapped photographs. Once on the ground, Parker addressed the still shaken Gwen, asking, "Are you all right?" She gasped for breath before responding, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." A voiceover suddenly chimed in, "Peter Parker, well done. You have perfectly demonstrated how to save someone. Perhaps someone should take notes." As Parker prepared to leave, Eddie rushed up, calling out, "Hey, Spider-Man, wait a moment. We need a photo for the paper." At that moment, Gwen spotted her father and hurried towards him. Eddie exclaimed, "Thank God you're okay." But Gwen ignored him, rushing straight into her father's embrace as Captain Stacy comforted her. Eddie turned to Spider-Man and said, "Hey, I'm a newcomer." "Newcomer?" Parker looked at him in confusion. "From now on, I'll be taking your photos for the Daily Bugle." "Smile, are you smiling?" "Just kidding." Eddie continued snapping pictures while conversing with Parker. "Don't they already have a photographer?" Parker questioned, bewildered. "Who? Parker? Listen, I'll let you in on a secret. He is like an amateur. Didn't you notice how he made you look a bit puffy? And he is a bit short and stocky too." Eddie leaned closer to Parker, whispering disparaging remarks while continuing to snap photos. Parker sighed, conceding with a "all right" before making his exit. Behind him, Eddie shouted, "But you don't have to worry about that anymore, buddy." Gwen watched Spider-Man leave the scene, an unusual expression crossing her face. What does this mean? Did he just flatter the wrong person? Otto laughed heartily, picking up a pastry while Parker felt slightly embarrassed by the mockery of his photographic skills. However, now he had a dedicated photographer provided by the police who would take pictures for him and distribute them to various newspapers. Especially considering the owner of the Daily Bugle was his admirer. He still submitted his photo to the Daily Bugle. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before the publication experienced a significant decline in sales due to the absence of Spider-Man's image. Chapter 72. Beware of blood pressure. However, Tony paid little heed to Eddie's reckless remarks, choosing instead to focus on Gwen's demeanor. Gwen harbored a certain fondness for Peter Parker. Both were academic achievers, eagerly raising their hands in response to the teacher's questions. Gwen would often glance back at Parker with a smile, and Peter would return the compliment with praise for her. When Eddie claimed he was dating Gwen, it became evident that their relationship was not particularly close, as Gwen promptly sought out her father after being rescued, disregarding Eddie. The look Gwen cast towards Spider-Man after her rescue unmistakably contained something extraordinary, suggesting that she was not in a relationship with Peter Parker. Tony did not believe that Peter Parker's dual affection for Spider-Man would ultimately fail. He surmised that there must be some misunderstanding. Currently, he was more interested in the unfolding drama between Peter Parker, Mary Jane, and Gwen, not to mention the landlord's daughter, whose name he regrettably forgot until Jarvis reminded him it was Ursula. The tangled love lives of the four were irresistibly intriguing. Yet Tony pondered over the narrator's cryptic references to a certain individual and why he should learn for Parker. In the Daily Bugle, he smiled broadly at Jameson, exclaiming, "We've come up with some catchy slogans. As you wished, our newspaper circulation has been quite remarkable." Before Jameson could bask in this good news, he doused it with cold water, remarking that it still paled in comparison to the New York Times, Daily News, Post, and a few others. Listening to his words, Jameson's blood pressure skyrocketed as he bellowed, "Continue, you worthless." Before he could finish, a jarring noise erupted from outside, causing his desk to tremble. He glared at the office door, questioning, "What now?" "Your blood pressure. Mr. Jameson, your wife has asked me to monitor your temper." Miss Brandt explained. "You go tell my wife." He shouted at Miss Brandt, then quickly adopted a softer tone, smiling, "Thank you very much." He then gestured for Hoffman to proceed. "Thus, I devised some promotional plans." Hoffman began to elucidate while pointing at the tags on the whiteboard. Just as Jameson began to grow impatient, the desk shook once more, prompting him to look outside. Miss Brandt reminded him, "It's time for your medication." She smiled at him afterward. Jameson could only reach for his pills, but the desk shook again. Not that one. He reached again, and it trembled once more. Still not the right one. Jameson felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. He took a few seconds to suppress the bulging veins on his forehead. Hesitating for a moment, he pointed towards another bottle of medicine, and outside. Brandt nodded in agreement, smiling as she picked it up. Just as he twisted off the cap of the bottle, the table trembled again, causing a significant portion of the contents to spill out. Helplessly, he set the bottle down, and Miss Brandt's reminder came a bit late. "Drink more water." He took several deep breaths, finally managing to calm the fire within him, and softly spoke into the microphone, "Thank you." With a smile, he gestured for Hoffman to proceed, and then continued speaking. "Ha ha!" Tony laughed heartily, slapping his thigh until it turned red, while Rod beside him struggled to contain his laughter, his face turning crimson. Jameson covered his face. After a month, he had once again become a celebrity in the spotlight. He could already imagine that in addition to being the pirated Spider-Man, he would also earn the nickname Whipped Husband. Perhaps he would even become the whipped husband of the pirated Spider-Man. He was certain that his competitors would seize this opportunity to mock him, and he would undoubtedly make the front page tomorrow. The only silver lining was that the Hornet Daily's notoriety would rise again, albeit through his boss's embarrassment. But it wouldn't deter Miss Brandt and the others from enjoying the spectacle. Honestly, he had never seen him in such a state. Miss Brandt covered her mouth, stifling a laugh, while Hoffman was also struggling to contain himself, his shoulders shaking uncontrollably. "Hoffman, get in here." The unfortunate Hoffman, being tall, was spotted by Jameson in the office, who could tell he was holding back laughter and shouted at him angrily. Eddie walked in, hand raised, humming a little tune. Miss Brandt licked the seal of a letter with her little tongue, sealing it before looking at the busy Eddie. "Oh no, I just came to chat with you, beautiful. Eddie leaned closer to Miss Brandt, immediately catching a whiff of a peculiar perfume. What was that scent? It's just Icarus, she replied. What perfume are you wearing? Eddie winked at her, trying to flirt. At that moment, Jameson angrily expelled Hoffman from the office. Get out. That's the dumbest idea you've ever had. You better bring me something good. Brandt quietly reminded him from the side. Watch your blood pressure. Jameson raised his hands in acknowledgement before returning to the office, while Eddie seized the opportunity to follow him in. Miss Brandt shouted, Hey, where do you think you're going? As the news spread, Brandt's beauty and charm had already captivated the world, and her unique method of sealing letters with her tongue drove countless admirers mad with desire. These admirers flocked to Miss Brandt's letters, willing to spend vast sums of money and time just to obtain a letter sealed by her own hand. They formed a long queue at the entrance of the Horn Daily, yearning for the opportunity to meet Miss Brandt and earn her favor. Miss Brandt felt utterly exasperated and dismayed by the antics of these lecherous old men. She had never anticipated that sealing letters with her tongue would cause such a commotion. Despite her attempts to rebuff their advances, they grew increasingly deranged, resorting to harassment and threats. Faced with such distressing circumstances, Miss Brandt was compelled to seek assistance. She reported her plight to the police and Peter Parker, imploring them to take measures to safeguard her. The police took her concerns very seriously and promptly arranged for security personnel to ensure Miss Brandt's safety, issuing a statement condemning those who harassed and threatened her. Meanwhile, Parker employed his webs to allow these lecherous men a brief experience of slumbering ensnared within a web. Chapter 73. Eddie's Degradation. Eddie, having successfully entered the office, gazed at Jameson with palpable excitement. Robbie, standing nearby, explained, You officially hired him last week, a freelance journalist. Hired? What does that even taste like? It was evident that Jameson had forgotten him, but before he could finish his thought, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Eddie introduced himself. I am Brock, Eddie Brock. May I boldly express my admiration for your shirt? The two shared a handshake. Eddie then presented him with photographs he had taken of the crane incident, saying, Take a good look at these. At that moment, Parker entered, greeting Miss Brandt with a cheerful, Hey, Betty, and then to Peter, Hey. As he approached, she gently reminded him, You'd better hurry in. There's a newcomer selling his Spider-Man photos. Parker glanced into the office, thanked her, and proceeded inside. Upon seeing Parker enter, Jameson immediately exclaimed, Parker, you're late, perhaps too late. Brock has already outdone you. Eddie corrected him, It's Brock, sir, Eddie Brock. Parker chose not to respond to Jameson's remark and produced his own photographs, declaring, But I managed to get this. However, he has already shown me this. Jameson pointed at the photograph in Robbie's hands, who began examining Parker's image. Eddie cast a curious glance at Parker's photograph, asking, I don't see you there. How could you have been so high up? Parker raised an eyebrow, replying, I climbed up, nearly falling from the flagpole. Flagpole? Eddie pondered, seemingly unable to recall seeing one nearby. Whose do we prefer? Robbie inquired of Jameson. I like Brock's. It's better shot. Jameson added, and more affordable. Congratulations. We shall use yours. I will pay you $50. Robbie turned to Eddie and affirmed. Eddie immediately extolled, Fantastic. Mr. Jameson, I am now your man. I possess a deeper understanding of photography than those ordinary photographers. He continued, You see, photography transcends mere imagery. It is an intricate blend of light, composition, and dramatic effect. I yearn for this position, sir. While boasting, Eddie could not resist belittling Parker, feigning goodwill towards him. At that moment, Miss Brandt entered, carrying a stack of documents, which Jameson casually signed as she turned the pages with her saliva-dampened fingers. Jameson continued to sign while listening to Eddie flatter him. There is another girl I wish to cherish for a lifetime. I suppose, though I hardly know, I harbor a foolish little dream of working alongside the greatest newspaper editor of this era, Jonah Jameson. Jameson, with a cigar in his mouth, observed Eddie's performance, waving Miss Brandt away. Ah, there's a vacancy at the newspaper. Johnson has resigned, remember? He queried Robbie. It was you who fired him. Robbie retorted. Regardless, it is of little consequence. At this juncture, Parker, who had been listening, interjected, Hold on, I know what constitutes a good photograph. And I've been here quite a while. If there is a job available, it should rightfully belong to me. Robbie concurred from the side. He has a point, Jonah. Peter has worked alongside us for many years and has performed admirably. You desire this job, and you too, but does anyone care about what I want? At that moment, Hoffman opened the office door, declaring, I care. Silence. Get out, Jameson commanded. I want the public to know that Spider-Man is merely a trivial criminal. He is a fraud, all sticky and troublesome. We must catch him in the act. Whoever can capture a photograph of Spider-Man engaged in wrongdoing will secure this position. What are you waiting for? The Chinese New Year. Eddie immediately chimed in. I'm on it, boss. Parker, seeing this, exited the office, remarking to Eddie, you will never capture that. Eddie scoffed, oh, we shall see. Tony observed Eddie's ostentatious display with disdain. He loathed those who spoke one way to a person and another to a ghost. Apart from disparaging others, Eddie seemed to possess no discernible talent. Rhodes commented, is he treating people as fools? Speaking ill of Parker in front of him? Robbie likely won't appreciate him either. He has already offended 2/3 of the core team before even starting. Uncle Ben regarded Eddie's clownish antics with contempt, recognizing his reliance on undermining others to elevate himself, a strategy that would not endure. Parker, however, remained unfazed. He was no longer the impoverished soul he once was, and his perspective had shifted, allowing him to view the situation with equanimity. Parker was strolling down the street when Shop caught his eye, its crimson marquee announcing that Spider-Man had rescued the police chief's daughter, declaring him a hero of the city. He paused to observe this scene when a familiar elderly gentleman approached him, stating, even a single person can change the world. Parker intended to respond, but was interrupted. No need for words, the old man said before departing, leaving Parker smiling in contemplation. After days in the hospital, Harry finally returned home. The butler, Bernard, greeted him with a warm smile, exclaiming, welcome back, Harry. Harry stepped forward to embrace him, thanking the heavens for his well-being. Thank you, Bernard, Parker observed with a cheerful expression. The two shook hands, and Parker then retrieved a basketball from his bag. A small gift for your homecoming. Harry took the ball, noticing Peter's name inscribed upon it. Is this your old ball? He exclaimed. Overjoyed to receive the basketball once played with by his dear friend, Harry expressed his gratitude. Thank you, buddy. He casually began to shoot hoops, reminiscing. We had some good times in the backyard, didn't we? Though we were dreadful. And yet we aspired to join the college team, Parker replied. Just to impress those cheerleaders? Harry quipped, shooting Parker a playful glance. Indeed, Parker raised an eyebrow in agreement. Hey, do I have a girlfriend? Harry suddenly inquired, turning to Parker. I'm not sure, Parker responded. You don't know? Hey, Bernard, do I have a girlfriend? Harry asked the butler, seeking affirmation. Not that I'm aware of, sir. As Harry turned away in distraction, Parker seized the basketball from his grasp, dribbling it as he dashed away, prompting Harry to chase after him. After some playful antics, Parker passed the ball back to Harry, who embraced it with a smile, remarking, This place isn't too shabby, is it? Just all right, Parker retorted stubbornly. At least I'm not getting hurt for money. Of course not. Well, perhaps I could improve my status regarding the girlfriend situation. Parker, seizing the moment while Harry was laughing, snatched the basketball once more and dashed into the room, only to be greeted by the sight of the couch where Norman's body had once been placed. Memories flooded his mind, vivid and haunting. You know, he was always grateful to you for helping me through high school. Harry's voice broke into Parker's reverie. Turning his gaze toward Harry, Parker noticed him staring blankly at Norman's photograph. If only I could recall more about him. He loved you. That is what truly matters. Hey, let us head to the kitchen to watch the game and find some snacks. Parker, concerned that Harry might dwell on painful memories, urged him to move on. As Harry remained motionless, Parker casually tossed the basketball to him. Yet Harry failed to notice. The ball struck a vase, but at that moment, Harry deftly caught the basketball with one hand while his other hand instinctively secured the falling vase. Parker gazed at him with a touch of astonishment. But Harry himself was even more surprised. Did you see that? He exclaimed. Your reflexes are remarkably sharp. Harry turned to place the vase back on its stand, while Parker's expression grew somewhat grave. Although Harry had lost his memory, his physical prowess remained unchanged. It seemed that the performance-enhancing agent still held some efficacy. Regrettably, the adverse effects were far too significant. Any trace of negative emotion could trigger a reaction, and in severe cases, it could even lead to the emergence of a second personality akin to Norman Osborn. An officer, observing the sky, wore a look of regret. Is there no way to resolve this? Our soldiers are in dire need of such enhancements. A man adorned in military attire, replete with medals and graying hair, inquired persistently. Unfortunately, the head of the performance-enhancing project, Dr. Schur, has passed away murdered by Norman Osborn. The flaws inherent in the agent are fundamental and cannot be rectified through subsequent measures. Is there truly nothing that Osborn Industries can do? Surely. Harry Osborn is a viable prospect. Sir, before injecting the serum, Harry Osborn was wary of Peter Parker's identity, but post-injection, he completely lost his feelings for his friend, consumed solely by the desire to eliminate Spider-Man. Our analysts suspect this is another manifestation of the side effects, albeit less pronounced than the emergence of a second personality. Very well. What are the origins of Spider-Man's superpowers? What became of that spider? Have any similar specimens been located? The representatives of Osborn Industries reported that Dr. Sure had conducted research on super spiders, but later discovered that their venom was excessively potent, no life could withstand its toxicity, and all those bitten perished. Following Dr. Sure's death, they abandoned further studies of a similar nature. And what are those spiders? They were destroyed, sir. Blasted, the general muttered under his breath. Despite their continuous research in this area, progress had remained elusive. Mary Jane intended to practice her play at the theater today, but upon opening the door, she was taken aback to find another woman rehearsing on stage, singing as she descended the steps. Suddenly, upon noticing Mary Jane at the entrance, she instinctively halted. Her abrupt cessation of song caught the director's attention. Why have you stopped? At that moment, the audience within the theater became aware of Mary Jane's unexpected arrival. What brings her here so suddenly? Mary Jane, at a loss, gazed at the woman who had taken her place on stage. An assistant whispered to the director. Gary was supposed to contact her agent. Turning to Mary Jane with a beaming smile, the assistant said, "Hi, dear. We've been trying to reach you. Am terribly sorry." The director followed closely behind. Mary Jane, in disbelief, asked, "Is it truly because of a single critique?" "No, it's all the newspapers, darling." The director offered no leniency to Mary Jane. "Mary Jane, dear, please sit down. Allow me to elucidate the situation." The assistant intended to explain to Mary Jane. However, the director interjected, "Listen, if you prefer, we could say you are unwell." Gradually, Mary Jane's eyes began to well with tears. She shook her head, unwilling to remain in this sorrowful place, and left without looking back. "Our resolution to this matter is rather inadequate." The assistant sighed. The director nodded in agreement, urging, "Let's focus on the rehearsal." "Indeed, it is rather unmelodious, Mary Jane," Tony remarked sarcastically while assisting Rhodey in arming his suit. It was evident that she was distressed. Fortunately, she could not hear his harsh words, or her sorrow would have deepened. "Hey, I am in the midst of enhancing your suit. How could you say such a thing?" Tony shot a discontented glance at Rhodey, who raised his hand in apology. As Mary Jane descended the stairs, just reaching the corner, nearby pedestrians suddenly burst into applause. She mistakenly believed they were welcoming her, and her previously troubled expression began to brighten. To her dismay, a comment from a young man nearby shattered her illusion. "Hooray, Spider-Man!" Her countenance shifted instantly as she realized the crowd was applauding Peter Parker. She caught a glimpse of Parker soaring through the air, and the crowd erupted in cheers for him. Watching Parker, who was adored by the masses, Mary Jane could not help but sigh, feeling a profound sense of disparity, her impatience evident on her face. Simultaneously, as she exited the theater, a staff member obscured her name on the marquee, replacing it with another's. Oh, how could she exhibit such a demeanor before Spider-Man's admirers? Though she faced failure in her professional endeavors, in matters of the heart, she revels in Spider-Man's affection. Everyone yearns for success in both love and career. Yet reality seldom grants such wishes. While I empathize with her, it must be acknowledged that her performance was not particularly impressive. I thought I was alone in my assessment. Yet the major newspapers echoed my sentiments. Mary Jane gazed at the sky, unable to suppress her sadness and the urge to weep, while Harry stood by her side, offering comfort. Chapter 75. The emergence of Sandman. Suddenly, Parker's face appeared prominently on the screen, surrounded by a throng of cheering fans, nodding in rhythm with the excitement. He surveyed the fervent crowd, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Observing the approaching parade, he instinctively began to sway along with them. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, Spider-Man. He listened to and absorbed the chants reverberating around him, along with the sight of young women brandishing signs emblazoned with his name. "Excuse me, miss? Could you grace me with that charming smile once more?" Eddie approached Gwen, flashing a smile, to which she responded warmly. Eddie snapped numerous photos of Gwen, who posed beautifully. Destined for the front page, Eddie was flattering Gwen, but she replied, "I have things to attend to. I'll see you later. How about tonight?" Eddie inquired, capitalizing on the moment. Gwen shook her head. "Not tonight." "Why not? Do you not remember that incredibly exhilarating evening?" Eddie's words were quite suggestive, leading one's imagination astray. His remarks elicited laughter from Gwen. "We merely shared a cup of coffee, Eddie." She left no room for his fanciful notions. "Hey, gorgeous," Parker called out to Mary Jane, who was facing away from him. Upon hearing his voice, she turned around in surprise, and Parker seized the opportunity to take her photograph. "One more." Observing the expression on Mary Jane's face, Parker asked, "Are you all right?" "Yes, I'm fine." Mary Jane smiled. "You're not still upset with me, are you?" Parker approached her. "No, Peter, I'm proud of you." After exchanging a kiss, they embraced. "Hey, I'll swoop in from that direction." Parker indicated a direction, informing Mary Jane how he would make his entrance, ensuring she knew where to look. "Give a great performance. Don't worry about the critics. By tomorrow night, we can laugh it all off, I promise." With that, Parker departed to begin his preparations, while Mary Jane watched him with her arms crossed. Poor Peter remained oblivious to the fact that Mary Jane had been replaced. He was eagerly anticipating her performance the following night. Aunt May observed Mary Jane, aware that she wished to keep Parker focused. Uncle Ben nodded. During such a crucial fan meeting, revealing these matters to Parker would surely affect his mood. At that moment, Marco was walking down the street, tilting his head slightly, with some fine sand trickling from his ears. He passed by two police officers, one of whom immediately recognized him. He nudged his colleague and pointed in Marco's direction. Isn't that the escaped convict? Coincidentally, Marco was also watching the two officers. "It looks like him," the colleague confirmed after a brief assessment. "Hey, you, stop," the officer shouted at Marco. Upon realizing he had been recognized, Marco took off running, retreating down an alley. The two officers promptly drew their firearms and pursued him, positioning themselves to block the sand truck, yet Marco vanished around the corner. The officers exchanged glances before meticulously searching the nearby, suspicious individuals and locations, completely oblivious to the sand that had inexplicably spilled from the truck behind them. One officer heard a noise from the truck and looked toward the rear compartment, holstered his weapon, climbed up, and gently untied the rain tarp. Once fully lifted, he was met with nothing but a truck filled with sand. He grasped the shovel and approached. At that moment, a section of sand on the truck suddenly caved in. The officer cautiously advanced, and just as he readied the shovel to scoop, a colossal hand emerged from the sand, hurling him off the truck. The officer screamed in agony as he crashed onto the hood of a nearby woman's car, causing her to shriek in terror and hastily flee the scene. At that juncture, reinforcements arrived, and one officer shouted to his comrades, "He is hiding on the truck. Block him off at the front." Marco ceased his concealment. A gigantic arm extended from the sand, followed by his entire upper body. The surrounding crowd gasped at the horrifying sight. "Open fire," an officer shouted as he recognized the peril. Several officers began firing at Marco, their bullets riddling his form with wounds, yet they failed to inflict any real damage. He roared with fury, sending several officers flying with a single punch before dissipating into sand and leaving chaos in his wake, toppling vehicles along his path. "Wow, Flint Marco. Such formidable power, to be able to transform into sand and manipulate it. He would be invincible in the desert." Tony marveled at Marco's prowess, immediately envisioning the terror he could unleash in a desert setting. "Jarvis, what strategies could we employ against such an individual?" "Sir, under normal circumstances, defeating Marco is not particularly challenging. A substantial amount of water can disperse him, preventing the sand from coalescing, or one could simply employ extreme heat to melt him, altering his molecular structure. However, these methods become increasingly ineffective in a desert environment. It remains unclear whether Marco possesses the ability to control the entire desert. If so, it would spell disaster for the world. Create a dossier. I refuse to be powerless against such a foe." "Understood, sir." Jarvis promptly added Marco's name to Tony's supervillain database. Meanwhile, Gwen stood at the podium addressing the citizens of New York. "I am here because I fell from the 62nd floor. Yet there was someone who caught and saved me, asking for nothing in return. He doesn't even wish for us to know his identity." Mary Jane listened from a distance as Gwen spoke, when Harry approached from behind, a cotton candy in hand, and patted her shoulder. "Hey, Mary Jane." Mary Jane's surprise was evident as she affectionately kissed him on the cheek. What about Peter? Harry inquired, puzzled by Parker's absence. I suppose he might be off taking pictures for someone. Mary Jane cleverly devised an excuse for Parker's non-attendance. Harry nodded, unperturbed by her response. Chapter 76. Gwen and Parker S. Spider-Kiss. I'm so glad to see you. You look great, Harry. Mary Jane expressed her astonishment at Harry's swift recovery. I have never felt better. How strange it is that even you do not know who you are. After bumping his head, Harry felt as carefree as a little bird, laughing as he conversed with Mary Jane. Could you let me bump my head too? Mary Jane jested, genuinely wishing to forget her recent troubles. Harry playfully tapped her forehead, even mimicking the sound of the impact. Hey, Peter mentioned you were participating in a drama performance. Mary Jane nodded. You came and even brought me flowers. I brought flowers? I'll be back tonight. Harry had completely forgotten about it. You won't be able to come back because I've been fired. Mary Jane solemnly revealed her predicament to Harry. What happened? Harry's brow furrowed. Perhaps I wasn't good enough? Mary Jane shrugged. Oh, that is truly disheartening. But I once wrote a script for you back in high school, Harry said, lowering his head in slight embarrassment. His words made Mary Jane laugh. You wrote me a script? Harry, you're too kind. Mary Jane's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she reminisced about their past together. At that moment, Gwen's voice chimed in. So I ask you, when you fall from the sky without a parachute, or when your shop is robbed, or your house is ablaze, who will save you from your descent? Who will extinguish the flames and rescue your children? Spider-Man. The fans shouted in unison as Parker, clad in his spider suit, landed on a rooftop, gazing down at his adoring fans, feeling overwhelmed by their affection. Now, let us witness our friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. With Gwen's words and actions, Parker donned his mask and swung towards the podium. The audience rose to their feet, and the fans fervently cheered his name while the band began to play. Parker soared over the heads of his supporters, exchanging high fives and greetings, then executed a somersault onto the stage, hanging upside down from the sign to gaze at the crowd. Spider-Man. The crowd roared in welcome as Parker gently descended, suspended by his web, while numerous reporters captured this breathtaking moment. Kiss him, kiss him. The audience began to chant, and Gwen, feeling bashful, turned her gaze elsewhere, unable to meet the eyes of her idol. Come on, give him a kiss. Parker, encouraged by the multitude of fans, did not wish to disappoint them. Noticing Gwen's nervousness, he spoke to her. Really? Gwen replied, incredulous that she might actually kiss Spider-Man. Yes, they will love it. The adults in attendance collectively urged them to kiss, while only one child expressed disapproval. Gwen, reminiscent of the earlier Mary Jane, lifted the hood from his chin and kissed him. In the distance, Mary Jane witnessed this scene, and her heart brimmed with jealousy, prompting her to turn away in haste. Harry, perplexed, remarked, I hope Peter captures this moment. Yet, by the time he regained his composure, Mary Jane had already vanished from sight. Oh, indeed, the thrill of being affectionate with one's fans in such a setting is palpable. Tony couldn't help but envision how he would react in a similar circumstance. However, Mary Jane's mood soured. Her career was already faltering, and now her boyfriend was kissing someone else. I surmise Peter Parker never anticipated that Mary Jane would feel jealous, chuckled Rhodes. In class, Parker found himself captivated by the thought of Gwen's kiss, involuntarily casting glances at her in the front row. Gwen, feeling bashful, lowered her gaze, unwilling to meet the eyes of Peter Parker behind her. Meanwhile, their classmates began to cheer, urging them to share a kiss in reality, which made Professor Connor smile. Yet, Director Stacy's spirits were far from jubilant. Witnessing someone else embrace his daughter left him deeply unsettled, regardless of the fact that the individual was Spider-Man. Gwen, having successfully kissed her idol, felt a mix of joy and shyness, as this was her first experience of such intimacy. Mary Jane stepped away from the crowd, and Harry hurried after her, grasping her arm and inquiring, Hey, are you all right? Mary Jane, masking her feelings, replied, I'm fine. Just as she became lost in thought, a swirling dust storm suddenly appeared in the distant sky. The tempest swept through the venue, enveloping countless attendees, while Gwen and Parker on stage bore witness to the unfolding chaos. The dust storm, embodied by Marco, quickly retreated from the scene. At that moment, two officers emerged from the bank carrying bags of money, placing them into an armored vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, Marco had already approached the vicinity. Spotting the armored truck on the road, Marco pursued it without hesitation. The driver, catching a glimpse of an odd shadow atop the vehicle through the rearview mirror, intended to alert his colleague in the back seat, but it was too late. Before he could finish his words, Marco shattered the roof with a punch, causing the officer to stumble in fear. The officer drew his shotgun, ready to fire, but Marco denied him any opportunity, charging directly into the armored truck. A deluge of sand filled the interior of the vehicle, shattering the bulletproof glass, while sand flooded the driver's cabin, pushing the accelerator to the floor. The armored truck sped down the street, colliding violently with a taxi waiting at a red light. Parker swung through the air, rapidly pursuing the armored truck. Inside, Marco had already stuffed the money into bags, and just as he prepared to leave, Parker leaped down from the breach in the roof. "Game over, buddy," Parker declared, fixing his cold gaze upon him. Marco gazed at the approaching Spider-Man and remarked, "I have no intention of harming you. Kindly depart." His words elicited a chuckle from Parker, who replied, "I suppose you haven't heard. I'm a sheriff of this area." Noticing that Parker had no intention of retreating, Marco nodded and swiftly swung his fist toward Parker, who easily dodged the attack and retaliated with a punch of his own. Chapter 77. Marco's failed robbery. Parker's fist penetrated Marco's abdomen, causing a cascade of sand to spill onto the ground. As Parker attempted to withdraw his arm, he found himself ensnared by Marco's sandy grip, resulting in a startled exclamation from him. Marco glared at him menacingly, and soon his right arm swelled into a formidable sand fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent Parker careening from the armored truck. Parker shattered the rear door, crashing onto the ground and rolling several times, but he swiftly regained his composure and launched a web that adhered to the armored vehicle. He then used the deformed door as a makeshift skateboard to pursue Marco. Along the way, an array of vehicles obstructed his path, but Parker adeptly maneuvered with his webs to navigate around them while advancing toward the armored truck. Ultimately, Parker leaped into the air, directing a barrage of web projectiles at Marco, whose body was pockmarked by the strikes. With a graceful aerial somersault, Parker evaded Marco's assault and landed stylishly atop the vehicle. Following up with a dramatic sweeping kick, Marco's legs shattered upon impact, and as he toppled to the ground, Parker seized the opportunity to snatch the bag of stolen money with his webs, tossing it into the armored truck. However, he was soon struck by Marco's retaliatory punch. Parker managed to grasp the edge of the vehicle's roof, attempting to climb back up, but Marco followed with another powerful blow. Parker was forced to swing to the left, colliding head-on with a bus. The bus's windshield shattered upon impact, causing the driver to slam on the brakes. While Parker was knocked back to the right side of the armored truck, clinging to the side of the vehicle, he was met with another ferocious strike from Marco, sending him crashing inside. As Parker struggled to rise from the shattered window, he noticed a green cargo truck halted ahead. He immediately pulled two officers out of the driver's cabin and, at the last moment, shot a web to weave a protective net around them. Unfortunately, he had no time to escape himself, as the armored truck collided directly with the cargo vehicle, flipping over onto its side, and Parker felt the repercussions within. Once the armored truck ceased its rolling and began to slide along the ground, Parker managed to extricate himself from the wreckage. At that point, Marco was perched on the rooftop of a nearby building, observing him. Parker scanned his surroundings but failed to spot Marco. Recognizing that with Spider-Man present, he could not seize the money, Marco departed in frustration. The two officers saved by Parker descended from the web, and seeing that they were unharmed, Parker felt a sense of relief as he departed the scene. Peter Parker arrived at a house and removed his hood, revealing his head covered in sand. He shook his head in exasperation, remarking, "Where on earth did these creatures come from?" He then took off his shoes and emptied a mound of sand from within. "Quite a predicament," Tony observed, having witnessed Parker's battle with Sandman, and turned to Rhodey, inquiring, "Should I equip you with a flamethrower for occasions like this, so you can simply incinerate him?" Rhodey gestured affirmatively, acknowledging the challenge posed by such an adversary. Conventional physical attacks proved ineffective against Sandman. Parker had struck him in the abdomen with little effect, only to be sent flying himself. Although Parker possessed exceptional physical resilience and sustained no injury, continued confrontations would surely lead to his detriment. Parker found himself lost in thought during class, pondering how he might confront Marco should he truly transform into such a formidable foe. Connors, noticing Parker's contemplative demeanor, refrained from interrupting his musings. Later that night, dressed impeccably, Parker stood at the entrance of the Constellation restaurant. He retrieved a ring from his jacket pocket, glanced at it briefly, and entered the establishment. Meanwhile, Mary Jane ambled along a bustling street and inadvertently spotted a newspaper displayed on a rack. Headlined with the news of Spider-Man's fans sharing a passionate kiss at a significant ceremony, accompanied by a photograph of Gwen kissing Parker. As Mary Jane absorbed the contents of the paper, her inner fury surged, while Parker remained blissfully unaware, preparing to surprise her. Inside the restaurant, Parker observed the industrious staff bustling about, intending to step into the lobby when the front desk attendant called out, "Sir, please hold on." Parker turned and smiled as he approached the attendant, who greeted him in French. "Good evening. Do you have a reservation?" "Apologies, my French is quite limited." Parker replied in English, to which the attendant responded, "But this is a French restaurant, is it not?" Parker shrugged and attempted a phrase in French, prompting a surprised smile and a question from the attendant. "What is your name?" "Peter Parker." Upon hearing Parker's name, the attendant whistled, prompting a nearby server to present a pen. The attendant soon located Parker's reservation. "Here it is, a table for two at Shell." "Parker," he corrected the attendant, who had mispronounced his name. "That's what I said. Shell." Due to the accent, Parker had become Shell, a moniker he reluctantly accepted. "I have a request. My girlfriend is returning, and I possess a ring." Upon hearing Parker's words, the attendant gasped in surprise, taking the ring from Parker's hand. Upon observing the minuscule diamond on the ring, he had to don his glasses to discern its brilliance, gently tapping the ring as if greeting it. "Oh, does that mean you're going to propose to her tonight?" "Indeed. Therefore, I wish to create something truly special, a delightful surprise for her." Parker shared his thoughts. The receptionist, with an approving expression, remarked, "I adore it. It is exceedingly romantic. I am French." He gazed at Parker with a broad smile. "When I signal you, bring forth the champagne and the ring." Parker gestured with his hands. "The ring will be placed in her champagne glass." The receptionist, clearly well-versed in such matters, interjected before Parker could finish. "Precisely. Furthermore, I would like to request that the musicians play this piece simultaneously." Parker retrieved a sheet of music from his pocket and handed it to him. "They will surely be delighted to oblige." Receiving this affirmation, Parker felt immense joy, but did not forget to remind him, "Be careful not to misplace the ring." "Rest assured, I pledge my life on it, sir." The waiter then invited him in French, to which Parker responded with a phrase in the same language. Observing this, the receptionist smiled and said, "I like you." Chapter 78. Jealous Mary Jane. The receptionist guided Parker to their table and politely invited him to enjoy his meal in French. Parker sat down and repeated the phrase, "Please enjoy." He began to rehearse the scenario of meeting Mary Jane later. At that moment, Mary Jane arrived at the entrance, and Parker spotted her immediately, rushing to greet her with a warm embrace. As soon as they were seated, Mary Jane playfully questioned, "Can you actually afford this restaurant?" Upon hearing her words, Parker waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, this is a special occasion. You're a Broadway star." However, Mary Jane's mood soured at his reply. "I certainly do not feel like a star tonight." "Oh, you are a star. You have already become a star." Parker firmly believed that Mary Jane was indeed a star, unaware that she had recently been dismissed. "Peter, you truly do not understand my current feelings," Mary Jane said with a troubled expression. "Oh no, I am acutely aware of your feelings. Listen, I have been through this. Such moments are ever present in my life." Parker looked at Mary Jane earnestly, hoping she would realize that he shared her burdens. "I see posters of Spider-Man outside the window, children running down the street wearing sweaters emblazoned with my likeness. Halloween merchandise. I do not know. I suppose I've become some sort of idol, just like yesterday when they incessantly shouted Spider-Man. Spider-Man? I do not know. Sometimes I wonder, am I truly deserving of all this? Am I merely a nerd from a small town?" As Parker conversed with Mary Jane, he suddenly spotted Gwen, who also noticed him and greeted him warmly. Mary Jane caught sight of Parker's gesture and turned to see Gwen as well. Meanwhile, the receptionist mistakenly assumed it was time and instructed the waitstaff to bring out the champagne. Parker quickly interjected. Gwen approached him. "Hi, my parents and I just happened to come for dinner." She then greeted Mary Jane, saying, "Hello, I am Gwen Stacy." Gwen shook hands with Mary Jane, and Parker introduced her, stating, "This is Mary Jane Watson." Upon hearing Parker's words, Gwen looked at Mary Jane with a hint of surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, it's finally a pleasure to meet you. Peter speaks of you incessantly," while placing her delicate hand on Parker's shoulder. Mary Jane glanced at the hand resting on Parker's shoulder and then turned her gaze to him. Parker explained, "Gwen is my lab partner in Dr. Connor's course." Gwen, appreciating Parker's brilliance, added, Peter is a genius. Without him, I might have given up. By the way, Peter, do you have a picture of me kissing Spider-Man? Could you bring it to class? Hearing this, Parker nodded, and Gwen beamed. I would love that. I could stick it on my bag. After all, how many people can say they've been kissed by Spider-Man? Mary Jane listened to Gwen's words, feeling a pang of discomfort. Although Gwen meant no harm and was simply showing off, the jealousy simmered within Mary Jane. She forced a smile and replied, Indeed. It's hard to imagine, while casting a pointed glance at Parker, picking up on Mary Jane's discontent from her expression. Gwen thought it might be due to her boasting about kissing Spider-Man. She composed herself and said, Oh, it's truly a pleasure to meet you. She then bid Parker good night and departed. Parker gestured to Gwen, but the front desk mistakenly thought he was signaling them, so the waiter emerged with champagne. Parker gestured again, and they were called back by the front desk. Parker explained to Mary Jane, she's in my science class. Chemistry isn't her strong suit. Mary Jane listened, furrowing her brow at him, leaving Parker puzzled about her mood. Then why have you never mentioned her before? Mary Jane asked, suppressing her irritation. She's your lab partner? You saved her life? She thinks you're a genius, and she casually placed her lovely hand on your shoulder? Did not notice? Parker's expression turned serious, unsure of what Mary Jane was trying to convey. She made Spider-Man a city hero. I will never forget. Mary Jane's jealousy left Parker somewhat bewildered. He stiffly replied, She's just a classmate. Let me ask you, when you kissed her, who was it that kissed her? Spider-Man or Peter? Mary Jane fixed her gaze on him intently. What do you mean? You know exactly what I mean. That was our kiss. Why did you do that? You should know how that makes me feel. Do you want to break up with me? Parker finally realized the gravity of his mistake, but Mary Jane's words left him at a loss for words. Break up with you? Why would I do that? I love you. You are merely my girlfriend, while she is just a classmate of mine, Mary Jane. Regrettably, Mary Jane is utterly impervious to Parker's words. She's ensconced in her own world, and I feel quite disheartened. I must take my leave. She rose to depart, and Parker attempted to halt her. Wait a moment. In the distance, the front desk misinterpreted this as a signal directed at him, and he promptly snapped his fingers, summoning the waitstaff who approached with various items in hand. Where are you headed? I beseech you, do not follow me. Mary Jane turned back to him, her voice laden with anguish. Parker stood there, dumbfounded, while the front desk, still oblivious to the unfolding drama, cheerfully placed a champagne bottle on the table. Parker turned to extract the ring from the champagne flute, despondently wiping it clean with a cloth. Mary Jane felt a profound sense of inferiority. She realized that compared to Gwen, she was nothing. Even the spider kiss, which she once cherished as her own, no longer belonged solely to her, and thus, she was emotionally shattered. Rod nodded in agreement, remarking, previously, she has kissed numerous boyfriends, including that Flash, Harry, and John. Uncle Ben sat beside Aunt May, reflecting on Norman's earlier words. Mary Jane is indeed that kind of person, incapable of accepting the presence of a woman who surpasses her in every aspect beside Peter. She loves Spider-Man, not Peter. Yet Peter, aside from his concealed identity as Spider-Man, has nothing else to offer her. In this regard, the ceiling's assertion holds some truth. Aunt May gently nodded, resting her head on Ben's shoulder. As for the front desk attendant, he sheepishly scratched his head. He was still not employed at that restaurant, but rather serving as a doorman at the theater. On the ceiling, he repeatedly misinterpreted Parker's intentions, eliciting peals of laughter from the onlookers. Fortunately, as long as he himself was not embarrassed, the awkwardness fell upon others. This was not his first appearance on the ceiling. Previously, he had blocked Parker from entering, which prevented Parker from accessing the theater. During that time, he faced some reproach, as a portion of the crowd blamed him for Parker's loss of superpowers, but ultimately, he managed to endure the backlash. Chapter 79. The true culprit emerges. Parker attempted to call Mary Jane, but no one answered, so he left her a message. Hello. Please pick up the phone. I do not know what troubles you, nor if you received my message. The scene shifted to Mary Jane, who stood by the phone in silence, listening intently. I merely wish to converse with you. Parker was at a loss for words, ultimately advising her to call him back before hanging up. Just as Parker disconnected the call, Mary Jane approached the phone to lift the receiver, only to find that he had already hung up, prompting a resigned sigh from her. As soon as Parker stepped away from the phone, it rang again. He assumed it was Mary Jane and hurried back to answer, joyfully exclaiming, Hello. On the other end of the line, a man's voice emerged. Mr. Parker? Parker responded affirmatively. This is Detective Neil Gary from District 32, calling on behalf of Captain Stacy. He hopes you can come to the precinct. Initially, we believed that this individual, Dennis Carting, was the murderer of your husband, but we were mistaken, George Stacy explained to Aunt May. Standing before Stacy, Parker and Aunt May were taken aback as she exclaimed, "What?" George Stacy continued, "It now appears that Mr. Carting was merely an accomplice. The true perpetrator remains at large." Upon hearing this, Parker found it difficult to accept. For years, he had steadfastly believed that Carting was the killer. Although his death did not bring Parker solace, he at least felt that justice had been served for Uncle Ben. Now, confronted with a different narrative, Parker involuntarily questioned, "What do you mean? This individual is the one who murdered your husband." He placed a photograph of Flint Marco before them, prompting Parker to pick it up, unable to remain seated. His name is Flint Marco, a low-level thug with a history of incarceration. George Stacy elaborated on Marco's identity. "You are mistaken." Parker could not fathom that he had wrongfully accused an innocent man, vehemently denying that Marco was the true culprit, especially since Marco had narrowly escaped his grasp just yesterday. He escaped 2 days ago, having confessed his crimes to fellow inmates. Moreover, we have numerous witnesses who can corroborate this. As Parker listened to George Stacy's words, he was momentarily transported back to the night of Uncle Ben's tragic demise. He recalled waiting in the car for Parker when Marco approached, brandishing a gun and rapping on the window. He pulled Ben Parker from the vehicle, who attempted to reason with him. "No, wait, son. You needn't do this." But Marco disregarded his pleas, forcefully pushing him to the ground. Carting rushed over, eager to leave, taking the driver's seat. Yet, Marco, gazing down at the fallen Uncle Ben, raised his weapon. Carting shouted, "Get in the car." "What are you doing?" Marco fired at Uncle Ben, and Carting fled the scene, with Marco following suit. As Parker envisioned the harrowing scene, tears streamed down his face. Was this merely his imagination, or did it actually transpire? For a moment, Tony found it challenging to discern the truth. It should be his own fabrication. He had portrayed Carting as an ordinary robber, reluctant to take a life, while Marco had been depicted as a remorseless villain. Rod furrowed his brow, acknowledging the logic in this. Indeed, having already stolen the car, Marco had no reason to kill Ben Parker, especially with Carting urging him to leave. Tony nodded in agreement. He believed that Peter Parker felt profound remorse for having mistakenly killed Carting. If his assumptions were accurate, then Carting had died in vain. Aunt May could no longer bear to look at the photographs. She wished for Stacy to take them away. George Stacy, with a remorseful expression, addressed her. "I sincerely apologize. Mrs. Parker, I understand this is incredibly difficult to accept, but I implore you to exercise a bit of patience. We are committed to our duty and will apprehend the perpetrator." Listening to George Stacy's words, Parker could no longer contain himself. With tear-filled eyes, he exclaimed, "You have not executed your responsibilities. I witnessed my uncle's demise, only for you to pursue the wrong suspect." At that moment, his mind was flooded with images of Carrington's death. He could have intervened, yet he had allowed him to plummet down the stairs. And now you claim that after 2 years, you have found a suspect and a witness? Why did you not inform us sooner? George Stacy attempted to urge Parker to remain calm, but Parker was far from composed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Marco, seething with anger. "This man murdered my uncle and now walks free." He forcefully cast the photographs to the ground and stormed out of the room. "I am truly sorry." Marco knelt before Peter, sincerely apologizing, with Carrington beside him. In a certain sense, Carrington bore no animosity toward Parker. Rather, he felt a sense of gratitude. After all, he was still alive, while his counterpart in the cosmos had long since perished. "Harry has assured me that he will sponsor your daughter's medical treatment. But you must promise me that you will cease all criminal activities. Otherwise, Harry will withdraw his support." Parker regarded Marco, who was kneeling and weeping profusely, with an unusual seriousness. For his daughter, he was willing to do anything, and upon hearing Parker's words, Marco immediately acquiesced. Harry patted Parker on the shoulder, to which Parker responded with a smile. "Get up and find a job. Your wife and daughter need you to provide for them. Harry will only assist with her treatment. The rest is up to you." Harry cleared his throat and addressed Marco. "If you cannot find work, I can arrange something for you. But you must commit to it earnestly." "Thank you. Thank you." Marco expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Let's go." Harry and Parker departed, with Carrington giving Marco's shoulder an encouraging pat. "Best of luck. Peter Parker, You have altered the fate of Flint Marco. As a reward, I present you with a gift. A gift? What sort of gift? Just as Parker was about to leave, he suddenly heard a voice from above and instinctively looked up. The Venom symbiote will no longer influence human character. I will eliminate its weaknesses, and you shall possess absolute control over it. A meteor traveling through space towards Earth was suddenly enveloped in a white light, which soon dissipated, allowing the meteor to continue its journey. However, the symbiote within the meteor had already arrived in Peter Parker's room, unbeknownst to him. He gazed wide-eyed at the heavens, while the world around him erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Tony, too, was taken aback. Could it truly be possible? Chapter 80. Venom's possession upon returning to his rented apartment. Parker awaited news over the intercom. Suddenly, an alert echoed. A report of an abandoned vehicle and an elderly man lying in the middle of the street on 20 Park Street, requesting nearby officers to respond to the scene. It was later clarified to be on Valbesh Road. Parker remained unfazed when a knock resounded at the door. Mary Jane's voice pierced through. "Peter, it's Mary Jane. I'm not here about dinner. Please, just open the door." With determination, Parker flung the door open. "Aunt May called me. She informed me of what happened. She is quite worried about you, and I am too." Mary Jane stepped inside, shutting the door behind her while continuing to speak to Parker. "Don't worry, I'm fine," Parker replied with a calm exterior, which only heightened Mary Jane's concern. "I don't want you to do anything foolish, like seeking out the murderer of my uncle, and doing something you would regret, like killing another robber." Mary Jane looked at Parker intently. "He pointed a gun at me. I dodged, and he fell. I've already told you this." Mary Jane hastily clarified. "I'm not blaming you." At that moment, the police alert sounded once more, and not wishing to disrupt their conversation, Mary Jane implored, "Could you please turn off that radio?" Parker complied, lowering the volume of the radio. Seeing this, Mary Jane continued, "Peter, I'm here because I'm worried about you. I know you made a mistake that weighs heavily on your conscience. I just want to be here for you. I know, thank you, but I'm fine. I don't need your help." Parker insisted, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Mary Jane could only turn to leave, but before doing so, she said, "Everyone needs help, Peter, even Spider-Man." Parker watched as she closed the door, lost in thought. The police alert interrupted his reverie, prompting him to approach the radio and turn the volume back up. He donned his spider suit, ever prepared to spring into action at the slightest hint of news regarding Marco. The entire night passed in anticipation, yet alas, there was no news of Marco. Exhaustion enveloped him, and without shedding his suit, he lay down and succumbed to sleep. Amidst the thunder and lightning outside, Parker dreamt of Uncle Ben's death, the weight of guilt keeping him restless, often jolting him awake from his troubled slumber. A peculiar perspective emerged in the heavens, observing Parker as he stirred and sought refuge in a corner. Only when Parker lay down again did it quietly edge closer to the bedside. Peter Parker lay upon his bed, oblivious to the menacing shadow that danced upon the wall beside him, lost in a dream of his Uncle Ben's demise. A viscous black substance began to adhere to his arm, as he replayed in his mind the haunting image of Marco firing his weapon. The symbiote gradually enveloped him, and visions of Carnage's death haunted his dreams. As the black goo consumed him, creeping toward his head, it was only then that Parker realized the peril he was in. But alas, it was far too late. The symbiote had ensnared him completely. "Is this what they call venom?" Tony Stark could no longer indulge in his drink, exclaiming, "JARVIS. Document everything concerning this mass of black goo. Analyze its vulnerabilities. If the suit claims there are weaknesses, there must be. Otherwise, there would be no need for eradication." Without the symbiote, Peter Parker possessed the strength to halt a train hurtling forward at full speed. Stark could hardly fathom the extent of his power once possessed by Venom. Would his armor withstand even a single blow? Fortunately, the suit ensured that the symbiote remained under Parker's control, alleviating Stark's concerns about Parker's moral descent. Nonetheless, he resolved to create an anti-Venom spider suit. Who knows if such a creature exists in their universe? It is always prudent to prepare for contingencies. Should a similar entity emerge, he must be equipped to confront it. And what of that hulking green giant? What if Venom were to bond with Banner? Stark deemed it necessary to devise an armor brimming with both strength and defense. Nick Fury, brow furrowed, observed Parker's possession, eager to comprehend how he might extricate himself from this predicament. Agent Hill entered, addressing Fury. "Our team has gleaned some insights. This mass of goo has lingered beside Peter Parker for several days. but it only seized the opportunity to invade his mind tonight, amidst his unrest. Are you suggesting it may have attempted to possess Parker before, only to be thwarted by his spider sense? And it was only tonight, when nightmares plagued him, that it drew near? Indeed, Fury could not suppress a curse, realizing that this entity operated not merely on instinct. It possessed a significant degree of intelligence. Parker, witnessing the scene unfolding on the screen, glanced down at the writhing symbiote before him, momentarily at a loss for action. Where am I? Parker pondered aloud, only to discover he was suspended outside a towering building. Through the glass, he beheld a startling reflection of himself. His once red and blue spider suit had transformed into a sleek black ensemble, accented with a white spider emblem. What is this? This sensation. Parker felt an unimaginable power surging through him, a state of being he had never experienced before. He could not contain his exhilaration, exclaiming, "This feels incredible." Positioned horizontally against the building's exterior, he executed a somersault before leaping down, unleashing a triumphant shout, reveling in his newfound strength. He effortlessly swung from the nearby ground to the rooftop of the adjacent skyscraper, a feat he had never attempted before. Parker pressed against the apex of the building, removed his mask, and gazed at the dark, spider-themed suit, unable to suppress his exclamation. This is an entirely different sensation. Is there a result? Jarvis, Tony inquired, having observed Peter Parker's initial performance. Both strength and speed, as well as the distance of the web-slinging, had significantly enhanced. He had never before soared to such heights with such ease. Is there more? Tony continued to ask. The data on web strength and the increase in power and speed is insufficient to clearly illustrate the maximum enhancement. More data is required for reference. Then let us await the outcome and see just how formidable this so-called strongest Venom spider suit truly is. Tony's gaze was fixed on Peter Parker's face, illuminated in the celestial canopy. Chapter 81. The characteristics of Venom. Peter, did the celestial canopy truly gift you that venom? Oinko ben inquired. Yes, I'm currently observing it, Parker replied, watching the venom slithering back and forth before him. He had brought Venom to school, where he and Gwen were examining it, and he had also sought Dr. Connor's assistance to investigate its properties, as the celestial canopy had suggested. Initially, Gwen was a bit apprehensive, but Venom seemed particularly fond of her, continuously inching closer unless Parker intervened. When she made slight contact, Venom appeared quite docile, even expressing joy at the touch of her fingers, which gradually alleviated her fears. After finishing his call with Uncle Ben, Parker turned to Gwen. With a narrative affirming their feelings, Parker endeavored to grow closer to Gwen, and their bond deepened as a result. Apologies, my uncle is curious about Venom's status, Parker said apologetically. I understand. My father often worries about me as well. By the way, my mother has invited you to dinner. She wishes to meet you in person, Gwen said with a gentle smile, relaying her mother's words. Parker hastily delivered Venom to Dr. Connors, hoping to solicit his expertise. What do you think this is? Doctor. Connors examined Venom under a microscope, responding to Parker's inquiry. I have never encountered anything like this. I'm a physicist, not a biologist. I will conduct further research in the morning and perform some tests. Can be done now? Parker asked, as Connors conversed with Parker. A small glob of venom slipped down from the microscope and swiftly charged toward Parker. Parker, noticing its movement just in time, covered it with a beaker. As Venom frantically sought an escape route. Seeing this, Connors remarked to Parker, "It seems it has taken quite a liking to you." Parker hesitated to respond to his observation. Connors fixed his gaze on the writhing symbiote and cautioned Parker, "Do not allow this creature to attach itself to you." Parker, perplexed, questioned why. Connors elucidated. It possesses the characteristics of a parasite, which implies it requires a host to survive. He sternly warned Parker that once such a being clings to its host, extricating it becomes exceedingly arduous. Tony pondered the nature of the symbiote, questioning whether the small remnant retained its own consciousness. Clearly, that fragment could not embody the entirety of Venom. It was merely a fraction, yet still possessed the ability to move and seek a host. Nick Fury convened the biologists from SHILD to begin speculating on the characteristics of this entity. Upon returning home, Parker was greeted by a radio alert concerning an incident, which mentioned the emergence of yet another sandstorm in the vicinity. Instantly, Parker recognized it as Marco and promptly approached his wardrobe to retrieve his Spider-Man suit. However, midway through his reach, he paused and redirected his gaze toward a box below. He opened it, revealing the black symbiote Spider-Man suit inside, and after a fleeting moment of hesitation, he resolved to don it. In the night sky, Parker leaped from above, adorned in the black suit, hastening toward the location where Marco had appeared. His swift movements soon brought him to the entrance of a bank that had been robbed, where an overturned vehicle lay outside. The bank's doors lay shattered, with numerous bills fluttering from within. He glanced at the security personnel sprawled on the ground and observed a fine stream of sand flowing into the drainage system. At that moment, Eddie rushed to the scene in a taxi, hastily handing cash to the driver before sprinting toward Parker with his camera in hand. Parker uprooted the drainage grate along with the surrounding concrete and cast it aside. Eddie, spotting Parker in the symbiote suit, exclaimed, "Wow, dude, that's an incredible new outfit." Turning to see Eddie behind him, Parker noted his excitement as Eddie proclaimed, "This is the exclusive story I've been waiting for." Beat Parker to the scoop. Strike a pose and shoot your web. Unfazed by Eddie's intentions to outshine him, Parker, now imbued with the symbiote, callously ensnared Eddie's camera with webbing and, with a flick, smashed it against the wall, rendering it inoperative. "Goodbye, fool," Parker taunted before leaping into the drainage system. Eddie shouted after the now-vanished Spider-Man, "What did I do to deserve this?" With Spider-Man gone without a trace, he begrudgingly surveyed his surroundings and procured a small camera from his pocket to begin capturing the scene. "Peter, will you really break things if you don the symbiote?" George Stacy cast a glance at Parker, who was fidgeting in his home. How could I?" Parker was acutely aware of his own character. Even though Eddie was vying for his position, he would never stoop to such actions. The symbiote's adverse effects have been neutralized by the suit, and I am currently imploring Dr. Connors to investigate its properties to discern any distinctions from the suits. Parker explained to George Stacy that the symbiote was currently coiled within his pocket. "George, you frighten him. You know Peter's disposition better than anyone. How long have you both been studying since the suit's inception?" Mrs. Stacy intervened on Parker's behalf, presenting him with a plate of fruit and smiling, "Don't mind George. That's just his nature. That symbiote has indeed influenced Peter. Didn't the suit state that it amplifies negative thoughts? Even the most benevolent Peter could be swayed to commit such acts." Gwen defended Parker from the side, while George exchanged a glance with his wife, lamenting, "How quickly a daughter can stray. It hasn't even begun, and already she is turning away." In the sewers, Marco, carrying 2 bags of money, walked along the tracks, blissfully unaware of Parker creeping on the ceiling behind him. At that moment, a train passed by, its lights illuminating Parker, cloaked in black. Marco, sensing something, glanced upward, but the light vanished, leaving Parker shrouded in darkness. Marco stared at Parker's position for a few seconds, finding nothing suspicious, before resuming his forward march. As he turned, Parker suddenly appeared before him, hanging upside down, the unexpected shadow startling Marco, who instinctively took 2 steps back. "Flint, Marco!" Recovering, Marco's right hand transformed into sand, ready to strike Parker, who nimbly sidestepped, prompting Marco to pursue him with a punch. Parker effortlessly evaded, causing Marco's fist to create a dent in the wall as Parker leaped onto the ceiling, fixing his gaze upon him. "What do you truly want from me?" Marco demanded furiously. "Do you remember Ben Parker? The elderly man you ruthlessly gunned down?" Chapter 82. The Sandman was swept away. Parker's words evoked unpleasant memories for Marco, his expression shifting as he pondered something unknown. "What business is it of yours?" Marco questioned angrily, bewildered by Parker's unwavering stare. At that moment, a train approached, and Parker leaped to the other side before bellowing at Marco, "Everything I hold dear." He then shot a web at Marco, who instinctively dodged, only to realize Parker's true target was the train. Utilizing the train's momentum along with his own strength, Parker launched a powerful kick towards Marco. Marco was caught off guard and was violently kicked away, crashing heavily onto the tracks below, his 2 bags of money slipping from his grasp and tumbling further down. Struggling to prop himself up, Marco soon spotted Parker swinging towards him on a web line. Reacting swiftly, he transformed his legs into sand, extending them to intercept Parker's abdomen, cutting off his assault, and retaliated with a punch that sent Parker sprawling. Parker landed on the tracks just as a train approached, and in a moment of peril, he executed a backflip to evade disaster. Almost immediately, He launched a web that wrapped around Marco's back, delivering a powerful kick that sent him crashing against the side of the train. Seizing the moment, Parker charged in, grasping the nape of Marco's neck and thrusting his head towards the speeding train. The impact ground half of Marco's head away, eliciting a scream of agony from him. As the train passed, Marco was left half kneeling, a portion of his head reduced to sand, which he gathered to reform his visage. "It is time for you to pay in blood, Marco," Parker shouted furiously. Taking advantage of Parker's momentary speech, Marco delivered a backward strike, sending Parker hurtling against a passing train. The collision momentarily disoriented Parker, causing him to crash into another train, allowing Marco to land a punch that propelled Parker through a train window. Yet, as Parker hit the ground, he sprang up and retaliated with a hook that caved in Marco's face. The force of the blow sent Marco crashing into a train handle, leaving another dent in his visage. Parker seized Marco by the neck and struck him again, sending Marco tumbling off the tracks, but Parker maintained his grip, and in midair, Marco fought back with a desperate strike. Their bodies crashed onto a pipe, where Parker delivered a fierce blow from above, causing the pipe to snap under the weight of their collision, and they both fell further down. In the air, Parker's agility far surpassed Marco's, allowing him to easily adjust his position and deliver another kick, sending Marco screaming into the pool below. As Marco landed in the water, he attempted to rise, only to realize that the moisture had rendered his body unable to reconstitute. Panic surged as he stared at his arm, now devoid of fingers. From behind, Parker witnessed this scene and charged at Marco with a furious kick. Marco managed to dodge just in time, but Parker landed firmly on the pipe. Instantly, the massive drainage pipe began to spray water. Marco, sensing impending doom, watched in dread as Parker gripped the pipe's junction and summoned his strength. Just as Marco struggled to his feet, he saw the nails on the pipe begin to burst forth, unleashing a torrent of water. Marco's expression began to shift towards panic. As an abundance of nails erupted, the pipe shattered into pieces, unleashing torrents of water that surged forth, with Marco at the forefront. The deluge swept him away, and as he struggled amidst the currents, he surfaced only to realize that his entire being was gradually dissolving. Parker observed the sand on Marco's body being washed away by the relentless flow, leaving nothing behind. Assuming Marco had perished, he uttered a solemn, "Rest in peace." Was Marco truly vanquished so easily? It seemed he was not as formidable as anticipated. After witnessing Parker's triumph over Marco, Tony remarked, surprised by the ease of it all. He had expected a far more challenging confrontation. Once clad in the Venom suit, Parker exhibited a notable enhancement in strength. In stark contrast to his previous encounter with Marco, this battle showcased Parker's power decisively overshadowing that of Marco. He remained unfazed by the assault, sustaining no injuries even when struck by a speeding train. He could adapt his stance and counterattack despite the immense impact. Listening to Jarvis's analysis, Tony nodded in agreement, acknowledging Parker's remarkable growth. The former Parker would never have been able to retaliate after such a collision. Emerging from the sewers into a narrow alley, Parker caught sight of his reflection in a mirror and tidied his hair. As he organized himself, thoughts of the recent events flooded his mind. After killing Marco, Parker found no solace, only heightened turmoil within. Upon returning to his rented room, his landlord, Dakevik, was cleaning the hallway. Seeing Parker, he instinctively called out, "Rent." "Not now," Parker replied flatly, making his way directly to his room, prompting Dakevik to halt his sweeping. "Listen, this is a free country, but it's not a rent-free one," Dakevik continued. But Parker, consumed by frustration, thought to himself, "Don't provoke me. You need to pay your rent." Dakevik insisted, as Uresu emerged from a room, observing the exchange. In a fit of anger, Parker, forcefully opening the door, snapped, "You want rent? Then you must first fix this damn door." After his outburst, Parker noticed Uresu behind him, her worried gaze fixed on him. Instinctively, he averted his eyes and stepped inside. Dakevik looked on, astonished at Parker's outburst, while Uresu approached him, fearful that her father might evict Parker in a fit of rage. "He seems a bit fierce today," Uresu observed cautiously. Dakevik pointed towards Parker's door, remarking that his temperament was usually quite mild, then turned to Uresu, explaining he must be dealing with some troubles. "Oh, it appears that I am profoundly affected. I never speak in such a manner." Gwen observed Parker's evident nervousness in front of her parents and could not help but grasp his hand reassuringly. "It's all right, we understand. It's due to Venom." Director George cast a glance at their intertwined hands before silently diverting his gaze. His wife, however, smiled gently, holding a favorable impression of Peter Parker. Both Gwen from the multiverse and her real-world counterpart cherished Peter deeply. Yet, she was troubled by the notion that the multiverse insisted they could never be together, leaving her uncertain whether their destinies would ultimately align. Upon returning to his room, Parker promptly shut the balcony door, feeling that his behavior that day was rather peculiar. Suddenly, he caught sight of himself in the mirror and realized something. He loosened his collar, revealing the Venom suit beneath. He recognized that it was the suit causing the issue and hastily removed it, placing it into a box. Stepping back, he stared at the box, fully aware of Venom's terrifying nature. Chapter 83. Aunt May's teachings. Flint Marko is the one who killed Uncle Ben. He was murdered last night. Parker informed Aunt May about Marko's situation. Upon hearing his words, Aunt May instinctively exclaimed, "Oh my goodness," and inquired further about what had transpired. "Spider-Man killed him," Parker explained. "Spider-Man? I fail to understand." "Spider-Man does not kill," Aunt May responded, her face reflecting disbelief, as she knew Spider-Man had never taken a life. Faced with her questions, Parker hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "I thought you would think. He got what he deserved, right?" Parker forced a smile as he spoke to Aunt May. "I do not believe we possess the right to determine another's life or death," Aunt May said, her head bowed, as she perceived Parker as seeking vengeance through Spider-Man. "But he killed Uncle Ben, Aunt May." Parker looked at her in confusion. "Ben was important to us, yet he would never wish for our hearts to be filled with hatred. Hatred is like a poison that corrupts the soul," Aunt May continued, her gaze lowered. "Before you even realize it, it transforms us into something grotesque." Parker listened to her words, managing a faint smile, yet for some reason, he could not bring himself to meet her eyes. Harry, witnessing Aunt May's words in the multiverse, found them profoundly insightful. The version of himself in that realm had been consumed by hatred, leading to his grave actions. Today was the day he visited Norman, who was bound to a bed. Looking at Harry, Norman cautioned, "Do not harbor resentment towards Peter. He has done nothing wrong. This is my own doing. I entrust the company to you, and I have complete faith. You are my pride." Harry nodded, embracing Norman. The fact that his father was still alive was the greatest reward he could receive. Echoing the sentiments of the amnesiac version of himself in the multiverse, he would willingly sacrifice his life for Peter. In front of the jazz bar, Mary Jane emerged, having sought employment ever since her dismissal. Ultimately, she secured a position here as a waitress and singer. As she navigated through the crowd, an overwhelming sense of disorientation and disappointment enveloped her. The transition from star to a barmaid was a stark reality she found hard to accept. Seated on a public bench by the roadside, she gazed at the name Peter Parker on her phone, contemplating for a moment before deciding to call Harry. At home, Harry was engrossed in his painting when the phone rang. He approached and answered, "Hello." "Hey, Harry, it's Mary Jane." Upon hearing her voice, Harry greeted her with a smile. "I like some company. Are you busy? Can I come over?" "Of course. Come on over." Without hesitation, Harry acquiesced to Mary Jane's request. "All right. Are you sure I won't be a bother?" "Absolutely. I'm free right now. Hurry over." With his reassuring response, Mary Jane ended the call and prepared to visit Harry. "Bernard," Harry called out to the upstairs. "Yes, sir." Bernard emerged from a room, puzzled. "We have a guest arriving. Could you prepare some food?" "A guest?" Bernard looked at him quizzically. "Yes, a guest," Harry affirmed. "But is it a guest of a guest?" Bernard still seemed confused. "Stop asking so many questions and just prepare the food," Harry urged impatiently. "Right away, sir." Bernard turned and left, while Harry shook his head slightly. What does she mean? Why choose to seek out Harry instead of Peter Parker? Tony found it perplexing to understand Mary Jane's actions. Perhaps it stemmed from her fear of confronting Peter Parker. The disparity between her past as a star and her current role as a bar singer made her hesitant to approach Spider-Man. It could also be that their relationship had soured after their argument. At the very least, Mary Jane's feelings for Peter Parker seemed to have waned. Pepper, observing from the sidelines, speculated on Mary Jane's thoughts from a woman's perspective. After Harry departed, Norman gazed up at the night sky, sighing as he reflected on Mary Jane. Harry was quite taken with her, and Norman couldn't fathom why. He had just advised Harry, but Harry believed Mary Jane was not as burdensome as he seemed. Not wishing to jeopardize their father-son bond, Norman refrained from further commentary. Within his modest dwelling, Parker contemplated calling Mary Jane, but was at a loss for words. Ultimately, he set the receiver down and turned to see his landlord, Dakevik. "Hey, Mr. Dakevik." Parker greeted him. Dakevik, holding an orange, inquired, "Would you like an orange?" Parker politely declined his offer and apologized. "I sincerely regret what transpired earlier. I shouldn't have raised my voice about the door. It wasn't worth getting upset over." "No problem. However, if you feel uneasy, you can invite me for a pizza sometime. How about today?" Dakovich smiled at Parker, suggesting that he treat him to pizza, to which Parker readily agreed. Dakovich then pointed to the phone, inquiring if there was an issue with it. Parker shook his head, stating, "I'm just..." Pondering what to say, Dakovich approached him, advising, "When you call a woman, simply say, 'You are an exceptional woman, and I am an exceptional man.'" Upon hearing this, Parker was somewhat at a loss for words, and Dakovich reaffirmed his assertion. Uresu greeted Parker from behind, and he responded warmly. Dakovich turned to inform her that Parker was on the phone with a woman. Upon hearing this, Uresu immediately exclaimed, "Are you calling Mary Jane? I think that's wonderful." Before she could finish, her father interrupted, "What is it to you? Go on, go." He nudged Uresu into the room, encouraging Parker to call Mary Jane, while Uresu, before closing the door, also encouraged him. With newfound encouragement, Parker again picked up the phone. Uresu, having forgotten to bid him farewell, opened the door once more to say goodbye before shutting it again. Dakovich looked at his daughter, perplexed by her affection for Peter Parker. She was unaware of Parker's true identity. On the surface, he was merely a poor boy unable to even pay rent. "Dad, you just don't understand." Uresu smiled at him, though she also recognized that a relationship with Parker was unattainable. The spotlighted Spider-Man was not someone she could possess. Each time she contemplated this, a pang of sadness filled her. Yet as long as Peter Parker was happy, she felt joy alongside him. Whenever the newspapers featured Spider-Man combating criminals, she would gaze at them intently, lamenting that Peter Parker would no longer reside in their home. Chapter 84. Harry's memory restored after finishing the call. Parker returned to his room, staring blankly at the box containing the Venom suit. Meanwhile, in the villa, Mary Jane arrived via the elevator, where Harry had been waiting eagerly. Upon meeting, they exchanged greetings. "Are you hungry?" Harry asked with a cheerful expression directed at Mary Jane, who nodded in reply. "Come on." Harry gestured towards the kitchen. As they played music, they began to prepare a meal together. Harry shouted to her, "Hope you like spicy food." "I absolutely love it," she replied. Harry chuckled and turned up the music, and the two began to sway to the rhythm, with Mary Jane spontaneously breaking into a dance. She danced towards Harry, pulling him to join her, and he succumbed to her allure, dancing alongside her. It was not until Mary Jane caught the scent of burnt butter that Harry snapped back to reality, quickly pouring in the egg mixture while Mary Jane assisted him. "Well done," Mary Jane praised. Harry, eager to showcase his culinary skills in front of her, declared, "Watch this move." However, as he attempted to flip the eggs in the pan, he only managed to catch half, the rest tumbling to the floor. After a surprised exclamation, Mary Jane looked at the remaining portion of the omelet and smiled. "We can eat this part." At the dining table, Harry gazed at Mary Jane and remarked, "You've always dreamed of," only to follow with a cynical thought, "It's merely self-deception to endure the long, lonely nights." As Mary Jane read aloud from a script Harry had once penned, she couldn't help but chuckle. Harry, caught in her laughter, found himself laughing as well. "When did you write this?" she asked. "In my senior year," he replied. "It's incredibly touching." Mary Jane complimented. "Would you like to play this role? It would be a great honor to participate in your play." Mary Jane readily accepted, and Harry promptly declared her cast. Setting the script aside, Mary Jane noticed the scar on Harry's forehead had vanished. She reached out to touch the spot where the injury had once been. Harry stared, mesmerized, at the proximity of Mary Jane, who, realizing he was intently watching her, impulsively leaned in for a kiss. Afterwards, Mary Jane, suddenly aware of her actions, lowered her head and murmured, "I'm sorry." "I am too," Harry responded immediately. "It wasn't intentional." She added, "No, it's all right, please forgive me." Harry, realizing he had just kissed his best friend's girlfriend, pondered if this was a betrayal of his good friend Peter. Mary Jane, feeling overwhelmed, stood up to gather her clothes and began to walk out, with Harry trailing closely behind. Mary Jane, please," Harry pleaded, uncertain of her intentions, wishing for her to stay, but she seemed resolute in her departure. Was she craving affection, or was there something deeper at play? Observers found it difficult to comprehend her thoughts, as she flirted with Harry only to feel regret and flee. What would this mean for Harry? And what of her boyfriend Peter? Was she secretly kissing his best friend behind his back? Would they come to blows over this? Pepper worried that the two friends had just reconciled, only to face discord again due to Mary Jane's actions. Who could say? Peter Parker's kiss with Gwen was a response to fan demand. But what about Mary Jane? Why did she suddenly rekindle feelings with Harry? At that moment, Tony deeply understood why the universe suggested Gwen was more suited for Peter Parker. Even Ursula, the landlord's daughter, was a better match than Mary Jane, who seemed to fall for anyone she met. For the first time, Harry found Mary Jane somewhat unfamiliar, although he was the one she had strayed with. He felt he had betrayed his close friend, leaving him uncertain about how to face Peter. He instinctively scratched his head in confusion. Uncle Ben had long perceived that Mary Jane was not an easily satisfied woman, which prompted him to advise Peter against pursuing a relationship with her. Fortunately, Peter Parker managed to relinquish his feelings for Mary Jane, providing Uncle Ben with some solace. The onlookers began to regard Mary Jane with disdain, and she herself was taken aback by her actions, uncertain of how to confront Harry and Peter. After sharing a kiss with Mary Jane, Harry felt a tumultuous unrest within him and could not resist the urge to shed his jacket and pour himself a drink. Suddenly, an eerie voice resonated around him, proclaiming, "You have forgotten your mission." Harry lifted his gaze to the portrait of Norman and was inundated with a flurry of memories. A sudden pang of pain compelled Harry to recoil from Norman's image, and he turned to see his reflection in the mirror. It was as if he could hear Norman's voice calling out to him. Locking eyes with his reflection, he felt an irresistible urge to reach out and touch the image of himself. The moment his fingers grazed the mirror's surface, memories of Norman's death flooded back to him, as well as the revelation of Peter's identity as Spider-Man, accompanied by the echo of Norman's furious shout, "Avenge me." He recalled his battle with Peter, the moment he struck his head, and instinctively clutched his temples as the conversation they had after he awoke in the hospital reverberated in his mind. The intense agony made him bow his head, and he remembered his vow to make Spider-Man pay in blood. When he lifted his head, the reflection had transformed from himself into Norman. "Harry, do you remember me?" Norman's serious expression bore down on him. "Yes, Father, I remember." Harry's eyes began to glisten with emotion. "My perception of her and Peter was correct. I did not err in my judgment. You know what you must do. Make him suffer. Make him wish he were never born." As he listened, Harry slowly lowered his head. "First, we must strike at his heart." At this juncture, Norman's voice morphed into that of the Green Goblin. Under the Green Goblin's incitement, Harry's gaze darkened with malice. "Harry, he remembers. Is he truly going to turn against Peter once more?" Aunt May gasped. Harry could never harm Peter, especially while clad in the Venom Spider suit. Yet Uncle Ben found himself at a loss as to how to avert this impending fraternal conflict. His brow furrowed in concern. It was precisely because Peter wore the Venom suit that danger loomed large. Let us not forget the ominous words of the heavens, that he would witness his brother's demise. Aunt May was acutely aware of Parker's capabilities, yet her anxieties stemmed from an alternative scenario. Indeed, Peter, under the influence of Venom, could become malevolent enough to kill Marco or even Harry. The thought of removing the venom only to regret it later was entirely plausible. In light of Aunt May's admonition, Uncle Ben envisioned the potential unfolding of such a scenario and could not help but sigh once more, for this was an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. Nick Fury contemplated the dire situation, recalling the previous confrontation between Peter Parker and Harry. It was evident that when Peter fought without exerting his full strength, their abilities were evenly matched. However, should he don the symbiote, the inherent disparity in their powers would be exacerbated, and Peter, potentially influenced by the symbiote, could become merciless towards Harry, leading to the grim possibility of inadvertently causing Harry's demise. Chapter 85. Parker's heartbreak. Mary Jane returned home to the sound of a ringing telephone. It was a voicemail from Parker. "I wish to discuss what transpired last night. I'm uncertain about my thoughts during that moment. I know you intended to help me. Yet I'm at a loss for words. I long to see you." As Mary Jane approached the phone, a hand suddenly clasped around her throat, lifting her off the ground before slamming her against the wall. Illuminated by the outside light, it was Harry, now restored to his memories, standing menacingly on his glider. "If you wish for Peter to live, you must heed my commands." Mary Jane gazed at Harry with a mixture of terror and unfamiliarity, never having envisioned such a facet of him. The scene shifted to outside Parker's door, where Ursula approached and knocked. "Come in," Parker called out. With considerable effort, Ursula burst through the door. Upon entering, she greeted Parker, who was seated and observing her. Ursula felt a twinge of embarrassment over her forceful entrance. Upon seeing Peter, Ursula's face illuminated with joy. "Hey, Ursula. I apologize for speaking to you like that." Parker offered his apologies, having already expressed regret to the landlord. "No worries. You're a good person. There's a call for you. It's Mary Jane. She returned your call," Ursula remarked, dismissing the earlier incident and delighting in informing Parker of Mary Jane's call. "Really? Thank you," Parker exclaimed, rising to his feet as Ursula walked ahead. "I placed the receiver over there." She indicated toward the phone. After thanking her, she retreated to her room. "Hi." Mary Jane's calm voice emanated from the receiver, as if the earlier harrowing incident had never occurred. "Oh, I'm so glad you called. I have been," Parker began, only to be interrupted by Mary Jane. "Can we meet?" Without hesitation, Parker agreed. Mary Jane suggested they rendezvous at the bridge in the park, to which Parker promptly affirmed he would go immediately. This could very well be a trap. Uncle Ben furrowed his brow, recognizing that Harry's threat towards Mary Jane undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Aunt May, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a wave of concern. She feared that a confrontation between Parker and Harry could result in tragic consequences for one of them. Tony contemplated for a moment and discerned Harry's intentions. Harry was likely coercing Mary Jane to sever ties with Peter Parker, thereby leaving him despondent, which conveniently echoed the Green Goblin's malicious strategy to strike at his heart. Parker, holding a bouquet of flowers, arrived at the park and approached Mary Jane, who awaited him on the bridge. From a distance, he complimented her beauty before reaching her side, presenting the peonies he held. Mary Jane, visibly unsettled, gazed at Parker, who noticed her distress and inquired, "Are you all right? I need to tell you something." Peter. Parker, unaware of the turmoil unfolding, looked at her with anticipation. "There are issues in our relationship." Parker, bewildered by her words, struggled to comprehend her meaning. "I don't want to see you anymore." "What are you saying?" Parker asked incredulously, unable to believe that Mary Jane was abruptly ending their relationship. "I don't know." Mary Jane shook her head, shutting her eyes to suppress her tears. "When I felt lonely, you were never there for me. I can't endure this any longer. Our relationship is over." Although Mary Jane was compelled by Harry, these sentiments were her genuine feelings, long suppressed within her heart. "Please don't say that. I know I've been selfish, but I can improve. I can change." Parker, with a sorrowful expression, attempted to salvage Mary Jane's affections. "It's not that simple," Mary Jane replied ambiguously. "We love each other. I love you. We have issues. But when people encounter problems, they find ways to resolve them through discussion." Mary Jane turned away, covering her face, unsure of how to confront Parker. Observing this, Parker retrieved a ring from his pocket, exclaiming, "Look." Mary Jane sighed in resignation, as Parker articulated his hopes for their future. Yet, his final glimmer of hope was shattered by her next words. "I have someone else. I've fallen in love with someone else." With that, Mary Jane walked away, leaving Parker in stunned silence. From a distance, Harry watched as Parker, heartbroken, departed from the bridge, then turned to commend Mary Jane. Well done. Harry had succeeded in his scheme, but what would unfold next? "Harry, what is your plan for avenging Spider-Man?" The one-eyed Mafaka scrutinized Harry's triumphant grin, pondering his next move. Alas, poor Peter Parker, a mere pawn in the hands of others. Hill sighed, lamenting Parker's struggles. Even romance seemed fraught with challenges. Harry appeared quite strategic. "Peter, you must remain vigilant against your enemy's treacherous plots. Do not let Gwen come to harm." George Stacy set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and earnestly cautioned Parker. Parker nodded, indicating that he would be cautious. At that moment, Venom emerged from his pocket and leaped onto the table, startling everyone present. Venom circled around before jumping onto Gwen. She stared bewildered as Venom attached itself to her chest, forming a black spider emblem, then fell still. She glanced at Parker and said, "Peter, I think it wants to convey that it will protect you." Parker attuned himself to Venom's thoughts and realized it merely wished to safeguard Gwen. "Are you certain it won't harm or affect Gwen?" George inquired, picking up a fallen dinner knife. Parker assured him with confidence, and George, seeing this, chose not to press further, for the symbiote had promised no further disturbances. Gwen gently touched Venom on her chest, It extended a tendril to caress her fingers before retracting. Inside the restaurant, Parker sat across from Harry, oblivious to the fact that Harry had regained his memories and had threatened Mary Jane to end their relationship. She said she felt lonely. I cannot alleviate her solitude. She has found a third party, Parker confided to Harry regarding Mary Jane's breakup with him. Harry exhaled deeply, furrowing his brows, and asked, "So how do you plan to endure all of this?" "Not very well," Parker sighed, admitting to his profound distress and miserable state of mind. He then continued, "Harry, I had intended to propose to her." "Really?" Harry replied, somewhat surprised by this unexpected revelation. "She has been struggling lately, particularly concerning her career. I mean, working as a singer and waitress at a jazz club is not her dream job." "A singer and waitress? What are you talking about?" Parker looked at Harry in confusion, unaware that Mary Jane had been dismissed from her job. She was let go from the production team." "Didn't she tell you?" Harry was astonished that Parker was unaware of the situation. "She was fired? She informed you, but not me?" Parker seemed to realize something, gazing at Harry with a look of bewilderment. Chapter 86. Parker and Harry's confrontation. "Yes. This is also why I asked you to come here, Peter. I'm a third party." Harry calmly disclosed this news to Parker. Parker found it difficult to accept this revelation, staring at Harry in shock. "What?" "One afternoon, she encountered trouble and sought me out. She needed companionship, and I was there for her. I have always loved her. Peter, you know this." "Naturally," it began. With reddened eyes, Parker looked at Harry, unable to believe that his closest friend had betrayed him. He could not accept it and exclaimed, "I refuse to believe this is true. I don't believe you. I am truly sorry. I just thought you should know." Upon hearing this, Parker could no longer contain his emotions and left the restaurant in haste. Harry was left alone in the restaurant to savor his meal when a waiter approached, refilling his cup with hot coffee and inquiring about the fruit pie. Harry took a bite and, with a satisfied expression, replied, "Delicious." Outside, Parker sensed something amiss and turned to glance back at Harry, who, at that moment, winked at him with a charming smile. In an instant, Parker realized that Harry had regained his memory. Just as he contemplated returning, a car obstructed his path. By the time the vehicle passed, Harry had vanished from the restaurant. Parker scanned the surroundings, but found no trace of Harry, ultimately deciding to depart. "I suspect they will certainly clash. Peter Parker will not let this go so easily," Tony remarked to Pepper. Peter Parker has always had a good temper. Just because he hasn't donned the Venom Spider suit doesn't mean he won't seek out Harry, Pepper mused thoughtfully. "Let us make a wager. Peter Parker will undoubtedly wear the Venom Spider suit," Tony exclaimed, eager to place a bet with Pepper. She agreed, and as for the stakes, they deemed it unnecessary. Upon returning home, Parker encountered Uncle Ben seated on the couch, who gestured for him to take a seat. Once Parker settled down, Uncle Ben asked, "What do you think the version of you in the multiverse would think?" Parker opened his mouth to respond, "I might believe that Mary Jane left me for Harry, which would compel me to confront him. Even Parker, faced with such betrayal, would find it intolerable, especially when it involves his dear friend Harry." Back in his room, Parker sat on his bed, lost in thought, his feelings mirroring the words he had just spoken. Gradually, he turned his gaze towards the box containing the Venom suit. He approached it, unlocked it, and hesitated for a moment before opening it. The suit inside seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, and Parker watched as he picked it up. Meanwhile, Harry poured himself a glass of wine in his villa, suddenly sensing a presence. A sly smile crept across his lips. "What took you so long? Would you like a drink?" He turned to see Parker lounging on the sofa. "Apologies, what was I thinking? This doesn't quite align with my public persona, does it? City's hero. You performed splendidly today," Parker remarked, reclining on the couch as he gazed at Harry. "Ha! It wasn't entirely an act. She'd come looking for me." Harry raised his hand, laughing heartily. "I see. I quite enjoy the direction this narrative is taking." Parker grinned wickedly, rising from the sofa to stand before Harry. "Nothing compares to my affection for the kiss I shared with Mary Jane." Harry smiled back. "What did you do to her?" Parker's expression shifted to one of ominous intensity as he fixed his gaze on Harry, his hand brushing against the Venom Spider suit he wore. Harry took a sip from his glass, declaring, "I have accomplished what you could not. I am here by her side, alleviating her solitude. You have no idea of her true nature." Parker retorted sharply, "Peter, she knows me well. When she kisses me, just as she did in the past, that taste, it lingers." Harry brushed his lips, seemingly reminiscing about his kiss with Mary Jane, reminiscent of strawberries. His words incensed Parker, who suddenly threw a punch at Harry. Caught off guard, Harry was struck repeatedly, retreating until he collided with a pillar. As Parker grasped Harry by the throat, a sudden pain pierced through him. Harry had somehow produced a dagger and plunged it into Parker. Though Parker managed to intercept Harry's hand, he was still wounded. With a forceful shove, Parker pushed Harry's hand away. Once the bloody dagger was completely extricated from his body, he twisted and disarmed Harry, but in the next moment, 3 blades sprang forth from Harry's arm. Startled, Parker ducked to evade Harry's retaliatory strike, then retaliated with a powerful punch, followed by a kick that sent Harry flying. Harry crashed against a wooden cabinet, blood spilling from his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Parker charged at him, but Harry swung the blades from his arm in defense. Parker hastily dodged 2 successive strikes from Harry's right hand, but was inadvertently struck by his left fist. Seizing the moment, Harry directed the blade towards Parker, who promptly grasped Harry's arm. Harry pressed his left hand against Parker's, exerting all his strength in an attempt to end him. As the blade loomed dangerously close, Parker prepared to retaliate, but Harry preemptively delivered a punch. Parker collided with the pillar, and Harry's 3 blades followed closely behind. Parker narrowly evaded them, causing the blades to embed deeply into the pillar, rendering them immovable for the moment. As Harry struggled to withdraw his hand, Parker struck his arm with a knife-hand blow, causing the supports of the blades to shatter, leaving all 3 knives lodged in the pillar. Then, Parker landed another punch, and, as he readied for another, Harry grasped Parker's wrist and kicked him away. "How does it feel, Spider-Man?" he mocked, gazing at Parker. Parker, rising from the ground, flashed a devilish smile. "Is this all you've got?" In a fit of rage, Harry landed a punch on Parker's head, but Parker remained unfazed. Harry's follow-up punch was effortlessly caught by Parker, who then kicked Harry out onto the balcony. Harry tumbled heavily before regaining his footing. Rising, he touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and glared fiercely at Parker inside. "It hurts, doesn't it?" Parker taunted from within. "I protected you in high school. Now, I shall teach you a lesson, you little brat," Harry declared vehemently. Parker feigned shock at Harry's words as Harry charged forward, only to be effortlessly embraced by Parker and thrown against the adjacent glass window. Subsequently, a barrage of punches rained down upon him. Harry struggled to evade them, but the glass behind him shattered under Parker's blows, culminating in a decisive elbow strike that sent him sprawling aside. Grasping Harry by the collar, Parker hurled him out with great force, causing Harry to crash heavily against the railing and floor of the 2nd level before plummeting to the ground. Chapter 87. I shall cast a shadow in your eyes. Parker glared at Harry with fury, who returned the expression with equal ferocity, charging at Parker like a wild beast. Naturally, Parker was unperturbed, rushing towards Harry as well. The two collided, yet it was evident that Parker's strength surpassed Harry's. He propelled Harry through the glass into the inner sanctum. Seeing that he was outmatched barehanded, Harry sprinted into the depths of the chamber, with Parker hot on his heels. Grabbing a knife from the rack, he turned and slashed at Parker, who deftly dodged. In his haste, Harry inadvertently struck the computer controlling the glider. The glider went haywire, careening wildly about the room as both men ducked to avoid its path. Seizing the moment, Harry swung his blade once more. Parker first ducked to evade the initial strike, then leapt to avoid the second, all the while noting the glider's approach. With a swift motion, he grasped Harry's clothing, causing him to lose his balance and lifting him up. At that moment, Harry realized the glider was mere inches away. He had no time to react before it collided violently with him, sending him crashing against the cabinet housing the Green Goblin bombs. The glass case shattered, and the bombs tumbled to the floor. Struggling to rise, Harry glared at Parker, who had approached him, and demanded, "Do you intend to kill me as you did my father?" "I shall no longer attempt to persuade you of anything," Parker replied, shaking his head. "You took him from me. He loved me." Harry gasped, his breath ragged. "He looked down upon you. You brought him disgrace. Oh, look at you, little Green Goblin. Are you about to weep?" Parker mocked. Fury ignited within Harry, and he sprang up from the ground, aiming to attack Parker once more. However, Parker swiftly knocked him back to the floor with a powerful strike. Observing Harry sprawled on the ground, Parker resolved to leave. Yet, Harry was unwilling to concede defeat. He spotted a Green Goblin bomb nearby, picked it up, activated it, and hurled it at Parker. Parker's spider sense was acutely attuned. He tilted his head just in time to evade Harry's ambush. Then, extending his hand, he shot out webbing, ensnaring the bomb and yanking it back to hurl it at Harry instead. With dread, Harry watched the green goblin bomb soar towards him, his gaze involuntarily tracking its trajectory, listening to its ominous beeping, and witnessing it detonate right before his eyes. Boom! In a sudden explosion, Harry was engulfed by the debris, while Parker left without a glance back. A concerned citizen watched the scene unfold, pondering the anguish of brotherly conflict. "I hope he won't perish," she whispered, her hands clasped in prayer. Spider-Man had endured similar tribulations, yet his formidable physique rendered him impervious to the Green Goblin's assault. However, Harry's proximity to the blast posed a grave threat to his life. Parker, filled with trepidation, gazed at Harry's location, while Gwen instinctively grasped his hand, the warmth of her touch offering a semblance of comfort. Turning to her, he noticed her gentle smile. "Do not fret. This is merely a consequence of circumstances lacking a protective canopy. You and Harry are good friends. You would not resort to harming one another. I understand, but witnessing this is still distressing. I shall be fine. Do not worry," Parker reassured, patting her hand. After making Harry pay a price, Parker fully embraced his new persona, donning the symbiote and even altering his hairstyle. As he strolled down the street, a newspaper caught his eye, boldly proclaiming that the Spider-Man clad in the symbiote had stolen a bag of money. "Thief! Spider-Man reveals his true nature." The headline blared. Bystanders perused the latest news, lamenting the loss of the sense of security Spider-Man had once instilled in them. "I no longer feel safe walking home after work," a woman exclaimed. Beside her, an elderly white gentleman echoed her sentiments. "My son once idolized this character." A young black man chimed in. "My 9-year-old daughter adored Spider-Man." Who should she look up to now? The woman questioned whether Spider-Man truly deserved the title of the city's hero. Parker, overhearing their conversations, noticed Eddie Brock's name on the article. "I shall cast some shadows upon your reputation," he thought, fixating on Eddie's byline, his darker persona preparing to exact a measure of revenge. Peter Parker would not let this slide. Eddie was about to encounter dire straits. It became evident that the earlier narration about casting shadows was rooted in this moment. Tony immediately recognized that Eddie was in for significant trouble. The current Peter Parker was a far cry from his former self, and what he might do while cloaked in the symbiote was uncertain. At his core, Peter Parker remained kind-hearted. He never intended to kill Harry. His fate was of his own making. Suddenly, Coulson visited, and Tony discussed the situation regarding Harry with him. Coulson relayed that their sources believed Harry would likely suffer facial disfigurement, but was not expected to die, at worst sustaining severe injuries. "I knew it, otherwise. It would contradict the narration of Peter witnessing his best friend perish before his eyes. What if they reconcile only for Harry to be killed by someone else?" Tony suddenly recalled that Hollywood films are typically made in this manner. Coulson shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty, yet he found some merit in Tony's words. However, he was present today to convey a different matter. 2 days prior, a Russian oil drilling team uncovered a plane frozen in Antarctica. Upon reporting their discovery, military personnel found within it a rather extraordinary entity. Coulson, eager to share this revelation with Tony, could hardly contain his excitement. In the Horn Daily, everyone was celebrating Eddie's ascension to the role of the newspaper's new photographer. Eddie, feigning humility, claimed it was merely luck. A blonde beauty gazed at Eddie with admiration, extolling his remarkable talent as he filled her glass. "Please, Mr. Jean, grant me a bit more wall space." Upon hearing this, the beauty smiled, and Eddie set down his drink to hang a report discrediting Spider-Man. The pristine glass reflected Parker's silhouette, and Eddie spotted him, exclaiming, "Wow, good morning. What splendid weather we have today. Wouldn't you agree?" Eddie raised an eyebrow at Parker and smugly remarked, "What was it you said? I would never capture that photograph." "Behold your hero." He gave a thumbs up, pointing at the article with a self-satisfied demeanor. Chapter 88. Eddie's fall from grace. Parker shook his head, his smile unwavering. "I never imagined he was truly like that. Did you see? Right there. You're biased. You must believe what you see." Eddie pointed at Parker, urging him to recognize his position. "How amusing. I browsed through some old photographs and came across one that looks quite familiar." Parker reached for the Venom suit he wore, his expression gradually shifting. Eddie, sensing the change in Parker's gaze, felt a surge of anxiety. He was all too aware of the implications of the photograph. "All right, I need to get back to work," Eddie hastily declared, suppressing his inner turmoil and feigning nonchalance. Parker looked at Eddie and said, "You're quite pathetic, Brock." "What?" Eddie feigned ignorance, gazing at Parker. Parker thrust the evidence before him. "Your photograph is fabricated." "Oh, Parker, don't be so childish. When will you ever forgive others?" Eddie's words ignited Parker's simmering rage, prompting him to seize Eddie by the collar and thrust him against the wall. The commotion drew the attention of Robbie and Brant within the office, as Parker glared fiercely at Eddie. "Seeking forgiveness? Go to church." Robbie rushed over, asking, "What's going on here?" Miss Brant approached, inquiring, "Are you both all right?" With everyone gathering around, Eddie, wishing to keep the matter concealed, smiled and assured them, "Yes, everything is fine. We're just having a bit of fun." Eddie implored Parker in a hushed tone, "I beg you, if you reveal this, I will lose everything. There will be no more opportunities for me." He attempted to appeal to Parker's emotions, believing that under normal circumstances, Peter Parker would have discreetly informed Jameson, leading to Eddie's dismissal. Yet at this moment, Parker was engulfed in darkness, indifferent to Eddie's plight. He perceived this as Eddie's self-inflicted demise, deserving of scorn. "You should have anticipated this consequence." Eddie's countenance darkened upon hearing Parker's words. "Peter, what are you doing?" Robbie questioned, utterly bewildered by Parker's demeanor. "Show this to your editor and remind him to verify the source of the photographs next time." Parker thrust the evidence into Robbie's hands and departed the scene. After scrutinizing the evidence, Robbie's eyes flared with anger as he turned to Eddie, while Miss Brant wore a smile, favoring Peter Parker over Eddie. Shortly thereafter, Jameson, clutching 2 photographs, seethed with rage, slamming the images onto his desk, his gaze toward Eddie brimming with venom. "Pack your things and get out." Eddie anxiously awaited his judgment. Yearning to defend himself, "I just wanted to—" "You're fired." Jameson interrupted furiously, cutting him off. With no choice, Eddie turned to leave the Daily Bugle. An editor reminded Jameson, "We need to issue a retraction and apologize for the photos." This was soon followed by a public apology from the Daily Bugle to Spider-Man, alongside a report of Eddie, the deceitful photographer, being dismissed. The onlookers gazed at the sky with expressions of disgust and fury. An elderly man, shaking his cane in anger, declared that Eddie Brock is utterly shameless. "How could he tarnish our hero Spider-Man like this?" A young man chimed in, "Exactly. Spider-Man has always protected this city. He is our hero." Yet Eddie Brock, for his own selfish gain, resorts to fabricating photos to defame him. As more voices joined the chorus condemning Eddie Brock, the media began to cover the scandal, vehemently denouncing his actions. The public expressed profound disappointment and outrage over Eddie's behavior, hoping to witness him face appropriate consequences. Eddie, feeling as though the sky had inexplicably fallen upon him, could only envision a bleak future devoid of promise. His life lay in ruins. Whether Peter Parker in the heavens forgave him or not, it did not alter the reality of people's perception of his true nature. He stood there despondent, as those around him pointed and whispered. Even the passing children spat in his direction. Eddie found himself at a loss, uncertain where in this vast world he could find refuge. His visage was recognized by all, rendering any name change futile, save for the drastic measure of altering his appearance. He began to harbor an uncontrollable resentment towards the heavens, blaming them for exposing his actions, forgetting that this predicament was of his own making. After addressing Eddie's situation, Parker felt an unprecedented lightness in his spirit, unable to suppress his exuberance as he strolled down the street, gesturing flamboyantly. On this particular day, while sharing laughter with Urasu, who held a plate of cookies before him, Parker's phone rang, revealing the voice of Dr. Connors on the other end. "Oh, Dr. Connors, how do you fare?" Parker greeted upon recognizing the familiar voice. "The experimental sample you left me astounded, Parker. Its chemical composition is entirely dissimilar from the chondrites of the 1970s. Connors exclaimed, continuing his tests on the venom. However, Parker was only half listening, engrossed in his flirtation with Urasu, who he had just told that the cookie was delightful. Urasu beamed with joy at the compliment. "Do you know Parker?" "Parker?" Connors called again, having received no response. Meanwhile, Parker, still on the phone, asked Urasu to fetch him a glass of milk. It will enhance the host's characteristics, particularly in terms of aggression. Connors sought to emphasize the gravity of the venom's effects. Yet Parker remained indifferent, instead urging Urasu to continue feeding him cookies. As Connors observed the venom viciously attacking surrounding cells under the microscope, his expression grew grave. "This is perilous. Peter, you Haven Tea retain a portion, have you?" Connors feared for Parker's safety, yet it was already too late. Chapter 89. Formalization. Awkward dance. Do you have any nut cookies? Parker whispered to Urasu. I can attempt to bake some if there are nuts, Urasu replied, though she lacked the skill. Her willingness to learn for Parker's sake was evident. Then please go and bake some for me, Parker instructed. Connors, growing impatient from the lack of response, called out again, Peter? Of course not. Parker quickly retorted to Dr. Connors, eager to conceal the fact that he was currently donning the venom, weaving a lie to deflect attention. Anyone who had experienced the sensation of the venom found it nearly impossible to escape its intoxicating allure, and Parker was no exception. This girl was simply extraordinary. Even without culinary skills, her eagerness to learn for Peter Parker was commendable, making her far superior to Mary Jane. Many in the populace held a strong appreciation for such a girl, especially when juxtaposed with Mary Jane, who, aside from being Parker's first love, offered little else. With the broadcast of the heavens, Urasu's fame began to rise, attracting numerous suitors. For a girl who gazed at you with such adoration was indeed a rarity. Landlord Dykvik received over 100 matchmaking invitations within a single day, some even coming to his doorstep to propose with candles. He was utterly bewildered. Parker, with an air of flamboyance, strutted down the street, snapping his fingers at the beautiful women passing by, who turned their heads for a lingering glance. Upon arriving at the Horn newspaper, Miss Brandt, standing face-to-face with him, exclaimed, "Your photographs are truly remarkable." Parker, with a teasing smile, replied, "I will be delighted to have you as my model." At his words, Miss Brandt shyly averted her gaze, and as Peter drew closer, their faces nearly touched. Robbie, trailing behind, caught sight of the photographs on the table and gasped in awe. The black-clad Spider-Man. "Peter, these are astonishing. Jonah, we must acquire these images." Hearing Robbie, Jameson attempted to buy the pictures at the old price, but Parker merely tossed his hair back defiantly. "If you want these photos, you must formally hire me. The price is double." Jameson's expression shifted slightly at Parker's declaration as Parker plopped into his chair, popped a candy into his mouth, and propped his legs upon the desk. Both Robbie and Brandt looked on in surprise at Parker, who exuded an entirely different aura today, having successfully achieved his desired outcome. Parker once again wandered the streets, gesturing playfully at the women around him, even improvising a little performance for two ladies behind him, startling them into a halt. After a 360-degree spin, he entered a suit shop plastered with discount tags, emerging shortly after clad in a sharp suit. He began to dance awkwardly at the entrance of the shop, drawing the attention of passers-by, but the darker version of Parker remained unfazed by their scrutiny. Ha! Doesn't he feel embarrassed? A citizen chuckled, doubled over with laughter at the sight of Parker's antics. Such public displays were beyond his capabilities. "You're quite the dancer, Spider-Man. I adore you." A bold young woman professed her affection directly, yet onlookers merely shrugged, accustomed to such occurrences daily. "I used to think he was great, but now he seems a bit foolish," Rod remarked, watching Parker dance against the backdrop of the sky, unable to suppress his critique. Even the counterfeit Spider-Man questioned his existence, perhaps doubting that Peter Parker was not merely a guise. Tony, after laughing at Parker's dancing, recalled Jameson's expression, bursting into laughter once more. Not only he, but even Robbie and Miss Brandt were astonished. Rod chuckled as well. No wonder the narrator described Peter Parker as kind-hearted, his darker persona truly engaged in nothing but these antics. While others succumbed to darkness and wreak havoc upon the world, Peter Parker, in his own descent into shadows, merely seeks to persuade his heartless employer for a raise and a permanent position. He even takes to the streets to flirt with young ladies. What sort of grand villainy is this? Shouldn't he be pinning Jameson to the ground instead? The news of Parker's awkward street dancing swiftly ascended to the front page, eliciting laughter from every citizen who laid eyes upon it. Gwen, too, found amusement in the antics of the darkened Peter, while Parker, standing beside her, felt as though he might dig his toes into a palatial abode. At night, at the exit of a sewer, damp sand flowed forth, and the once tranquil surface of the water began to ripple, giving rise to countless bubbles. Soon after, on the riverbank, a mound of sand rose, morphing into a human shape, then transforming into the likeness of Marco. Gazing at a photograph in his hand, he whispered his daughter's name, yearning to see her once more after his narrow escape from death. The following morning, Marco's wife sat with their daughter, Penny, in a park overlooking the Manhattan River. She gently twirled Penny's hair and spoke to her. Darling, look at me. I know your father promised you certain things, but sometimes promises are not kept. It seems as though something always hinders him. I just don't want you to hold too high hopes. He may break your heart. Penny gazed at her mother, feeling a pang of sadness within her. Could you please fetch your belongings? Penny, leaning on her cane, slowly rose from her seat to retrieve her things. In the next moment, she spotted something astonishing on the nearby beach. Unable to resist, she walked toward it, discovering a castle made of sand. Penny approached the castle, which towered far above her. Setting her cane aside, she reached out to touch the castle. Feeling its texture and realizing it was indeed real, not a figment of her imagination. Joyfully, she placed both hands upon it, embracing the sense of security the sudden apparition provided, resting her head against it as if leaning against her father. Penny, let us go, her mother called from behind. After acknowledging her mother, Penny turned to walk toward her. Halfway there, she looked back and found the castle had vanished without a trace. After the mother and daughter departed, Marco appeared at the castle's former location, silently observing their retreating figures, and whispered, I promise you, he will no longer impede me. Marco was not dead, and it appeared he was resolutely determined to eliminate Peter. George Stacy frowned, astonished that Marco had managed to reassemble himself after being dispersed. No matter, for Peter now bore the essence of venom. Although his demeanor had shifted, his combat prowess had undeniably escalated. Gwen believed Parker would undoubtedly triumph over Marco. George glanced at his daughter, brimming with confidence in Peter Parker, and sighed, lamenting how swiftly daughters grow and leave their fathers behind. Chapter 90. Wounding two hearts simultaneously in the deep of night. Peter Parker remained oblivious to Marco's resolute intention to eliminate him, as he invited Gwen to a nightclub. You truly ought to indulge in the delights of this bar, Parker declared, leading the way, while Gwen followed closely behind, inquiring, do you think I might be dressed, too, extravagantly? Surely you jest. You look splendid, darling, Parker exclaimed without hesitation, his darkened demeanor failing to conceal his admiration for Gwen. Thank you, Gwen replied, her heart soaring at his compliment. I adore your laughter. As they strolled further, oblivious to Eddie lurking behind them, his resentment towards Peter Parker deepened as he observed Gwen's increasing distance from him. Upon entering the bar, Gwen could not suppress her awe, exclaiming, oh, this is absolutely amazing. I've never been to a jazz bar before. From the throng, Parker spotted Mary Jane tending to patrons, and a wicked smile crept upon his lips. Gwen glanced around, noticing the crowd, yet failing to catch sight of Mary Jane amidst the sea of faces. Oh, I hope we can find a table. In response to her words, Parker whistled at an alluring waitress beside him, softly uttering, please find us a table. Thank you, lovely lady. As he slipped her a tip, the waitress, delighted, beckoned them to follow her. She graciously offered Parker and Gwen a reserved table, and Parker, ever the gentleman, pulled out a chair for Gwen. After she expressed her gratitude, they settled down together. I absolutely adore this place, Parker proclaimed. Gwen wholeheartedly concurred, replying, me too. At that moment, Mary Jane passed by them, prompting Gwen to glance back at Parker with a hint of surprise. Isn't that your former girlfriend? Parker nodded in affirmation. Would you prefer to go somewhere else? Gwen asked, concerned that the encounter with Mary Jane might affect Parker's mood, unaware that the darkened Peter Parker intended to use her to provoke Mary Jane's ire. Oh, I'm fine, Parker replied nonchalantly. Just then, the bar owner instructed Mary Jane to take the stage and showcase her talents, prompting her to rush up and prepare for her performance. Parker took a fleeting glance at Gwen, his eyes shifting as he said, I'll be right back. Gwen nodded in response. As Mary Jane prepared to sing, she suddenly heard the piano resonate. Turning to find Parker at the keys, puzzled, she queried, Peter? After playing a few notes, Parker addressed Mary Jane. This piece is dedicated to you. Meanwhile, Gwen seized the opportunity to check her makeup, wishing to avoid any embarrassment in front of Parker's ex suddenly. She spotted Parker at the piano, her makeup mirror quickly stowed away. Parker shouted, let's pick up the tempo. He leapt onto the piano stage, then ventured onto the bar counter amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, casually snatching a drink from someone's hand and downing it in one gulp. He then jumped up, grasping the chandelier above, effortlessly tossing the empty glass to another patron, and upon its return, he glided across the chairs, prompting onlookers to clear a path for him. With a chair in hand, he resumed his awkward dance, and with a swift kick, sent the chair flying before approaching Mary Jane to continue his impromptu performance. Mary Jane, somewhat bewildered, gazed at Peter Parker, feeling that he had suddenly become a stranger. The Parker she once knew would never behave in such a manner. He then danced towards Gwen, shedding his jacket, which stirred a breeze that tousled Gwen's hair. He tossed the discarded jacket onto the stage where Mary Jane stood, prompting her to instinctively evade it, continuing to watch Parker in confusion. Suddenly, Parker mumbled to himself, "Watch this," and resumed his dance, snapping his fingers and swaying his body as he approached Gwen, inviting her to join him. Mary Jane observed the intimate dance between the two, her heart tumultuous with unease. As the dance concluded, Parker did not glance at Gwen, but instead raised his gaze to Mary Jane. At which point Gwen sensed something amiss and quickly turned to see Mary Jane on the stage. She then looked back at Parker, who was still fixated on Mary Jane, and, feeling dejected, asked, "Is everything you do for her?" Parker's silence was the most telling response, causing Gwen to look at him with sorrow before she approached Mary Jane and said, "I'm sorry." Before departing, Mary Jane, equally disappointed, shook her head and walked away, leaving Parker to unconsciously touch his chest. She entered behind the bar, where a colleague approached her and inquired, "Are you all right, Mary Jane?" She forced a smile, assuring him she was fine, prompting him to leave. Parker approached her from behind and said, "Hey." Mary Jane turned to face him, perplexed, asking, "What's your problem?" Parker stared at her and replied simply. The bar staff, noticing the tension, interjected, "Can I assist you with something?" Parker shot him a glance. A tall man then approached, asking, "Is everything all right here, Paul?" "Yes, everything is fine here, Paul," Parker echoed, maintaining his gaze on the man. Paul, unceremoniously, glared at the man beside him, commandingly instructing him to leave. Upon hearing this, the man seized Parker's arm, saying, "Let us go, sir." Darkness enveloped Parker as he felt the man's grip, responding with a harsh tone, "Remove your filthy hands." The man, undeterred, clutched Parker's other arm as well. But Parker swiftly broke free, grabbing the man's collar and forcefully slamming him against the wall. In the bar, the patrons began to intervene, exclaiming, "Hey, let go." Two security guards approached, attempting to restrain Parker, but with a mere flick of his strength, he pushed them aside. Mary Jane rushed forward, pleading, "Peter, stop." However, the now completely corrupted Parker paid no heed, striking Mary Jane down to the ground. As she lay there, disappointment etched on her face, Parker's gaze fell upon her, and in that moment, a flicker of sanity returned to him. "Who are you?" Mary Jane asked, her voice heavy with despair. This was not the kind-hearted Peter Parker she once knew. The figure before her felt alien and terrifying. "I don't know," Parker replied, equally bewildered by his own actions. Suddenly, he recalled Connor's words and recognized that Venom's influence had taken hold of him. Clutching his chest, he hurriedly exited the bar, leaving Mary Jane behind. Chapter 91. Rending Venom. As Peter next visited, George Stacy remarked to his wife that he hoped Peter would refrain from taking Gwen to such places. "I doubt Peter would carelessly take Gwen there. That's not the normal him," he replied. "I know, but we must exercise caution." George nodded knowingly, aware of Parker's temperament. Yet the madness of the entity within him was overwhelming. "So, has Peter Parker truly lost Gwen?" "Venom, you deserve to perish." Tony, understanding that Peter's intentions were merely to provoke Mary Jane, could not dismiss Parker's subsequent mutterings, which led him to suspect that Venom was exerting control over him. As it seemed illogical otherwise, Gwen, filled with joy, danced with him, yet Parker regarded her merely as a tool, which shattered her affection for him entirely. Pepper empathized, realizing that if she were in Gwen's position, her feelings for Parker would plummet to negative numbers. Parker himself reflected on the situation, pondering Gwen's question as she leaned against him. "Will you take me to such places? Why would I ever take you there for no reason?" He shook his head, recognizing that the ordinary him and the corrupted version were like two different beings. Countless citizens lamented the misconnection between Spider-Man and Gwen, unaware of the delayed news that Parker had indeed been in a relationship with her. Outside the bar, Parker contemplated his recent actions and came to the realization that those deeds were not truly his own. Coincidentally, the distant chimes of a church bell rang out, drawing Parker's gaze to a church in the rainy night. He ascended to the church's pinnacle, reflecting on his choices amidst the downpour. After much contemplation, he gazed at the black venom-infused spider suit adorning him and resolved to take action. He descended into the church, where a massive bell resided. Unbeknownst to him that Eddie had also arrived within. Parker urged him to seek forgiveness in the church, but Eddie had come, not to beg for absolution. He dipped his fingers into the water from the baptismal font and traced a cross upon himself. The church was deserted at night, save for the priest on duty, and the pews lay empty. Lord, Eddie Brock, I stand before you today with a heart full of humility and shame to beseech you for a singular request. With tear-filled eyes, Eddie choked out his plea. I implore you to rid me of Peter Parker. In his heart, Peter Parker represented his greatest obstacle and most formidable foe, the one who had caused his disgrace. Even if he were to descend into hell, he yearned to drag Parker down with him. Meanwhile, in the church, Parker was struggling to tear himself free from Venom, exerting every ounce of strength to detach the entity from his being. Yet, Venom was not inclined to relinquish its hold so easily. It fought fiercely to remain with Peter Parker, for he was the most perfect host it had ever encountered. In a desperate struggle, Parker inadvertently collided with a nearby bell, the sound resonating through the air and providing a jolt of stimulus to Venom, which revealed its true form. Eddie, within the church, heard the tolling bell and Peter Parker's cries, prompting him to glance towards the wooden door at his side. With the bell's assistance, Parker finally managed to tear away the venomous tendrils enveloping his head. Hearing the escalating cries and the relentless chimes, Eddie pushed open the wooden door. He looked up to behold Parker, clad in a black spider suit, still engaged in the arduous task of tearing away the symbiote, oblivious to the figure below. Parker? Eddie stared in disbelief, having never fathomed that Peter Parker was indeed Spider-Man. It all made sense now. Why Spider-Man had only allowed him to take photographs. It was, in fact, himself. Parker exerted tremendous effort to remove the symbiote from one arm before turning his attention to the venomous mass clinging to his chest. Eddie watched intently as a drop of venom fell onto his coat, swiftly spreading across the fabric. He hastily removed his coat and discarded it aside. The bell continued to toll, and Parker successfully tore away the majority of the symbiote. Although Venom desperately sought to cling to Parker, it recognized the challenge ahead. A drop of venom landed on Eddie, igniting the hatred and fury within him, thus making him Venom's prime target. The symbiote began to detach from Peter Parker. Swiftly making its way towards Eddie below, a drop of venom fell first, and Eddie instinctively raised his hand in defense. Then, the symbiote began to writhe wildly around him. Eddie attempted to shake it off, but Venom's course seized him, and he screamed in terror. Above, Parker lay exhausted, powerless to assist Eddie, who hung suspended in midair as more and more venom descended upon him. Gradually, he became entirely enveloped by the symbiote, which infiltrated his body through his mouth before finally releasing him. Eddie, lying on the ground, felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, retching uncontrollably. Yet, he soon sensed the formidable power of the symbiote surging through his body. A sinister smile crept across his face. Now he possessed the means to exact revenge on Parker, and he was completely enveloped by the symbiote, transforming him into a grotesque monster. "Did you see that, Jarvis?" Tony exclaimed, observing Peter Parker tearing apart the symbiote. "Indeed, sir. It appears that the symbiote is intimidated by high decibel sounds." Jarvis swiftly deduced the reason behind Parker's ability to rend the creature asunder. "I must incorporate sonic weaponry into my armor. The military has previously utilized it against the Hulk, correct?" Tony promptly resolved to enhance his suit with an additional feature. "This is utterly terrifying," Aunt May remarked, her face etched with fear as she gazed at the symbiote. Peter was now in grave danger. Both Marco and Eddie wished nothing more than his demise. If the two were to join forces, it was highly probable that Peter would indeed meet his end. Uncle Ben's brow furrowed in concern, reflecting on the arduous life of a superhero beset by numerous adversaries. Eddie is truly despicable, even when his true nature is exposed. He remains unrepentant, cursing others instead. Is this not his own just desserts? Rose observed disapprovingly at Eddie's image on screen. Otto shrugged helplessly, acknowledging that such individuals exist, blaming their own failures on others. Yet, he pondered the fate of Eddie in reality. Recently, there had been a deluge of negative reports regarding him, igniting fears that he might retaliate against Peter's family. "I must bolster the police presence to ensure their safety," George Stacy declared, setting aside the newspaper that chronicled Eddie's life. The screen displayed Eddie's vengeful intentions towards Peter Parker, causing him considerable unease. Mrs. Stacy concurred wholeheartedly with her husband. She had visited Uncle Ben and Aunt May, engaging in pleasant conversation, and naturally wished for their safety. Meanwhile, Eddie felt utterly doomed, destined to become a pariah, for he remained unrepentant. Even his parents were unwilling to see him. Consumed by hatred for Peter Parker, he yearned to obliterate everything he held dear. Yet he found himself powerless to enact his revenge, as the police consistently deployed personnel to protect Uncle Ben and Aunt May. Chapter 92. Marco and Eddie's alliance. Parker returned to his modest apartment, taking a shower while reflecting on his missteps. After bathing, he sat on the windowsill, eyes closed and lost in thought, when a knock on the door startled him. Initially, he intended to ignore it, but when the knocking persisted, he reluctantly rose to answer the door. His mood soured, causing him to mishandle his strength, and he inadvertently detached the doorknob. Realizing his blunder, Parker carefully opened the door. Standing outside was Aunt May, who greeted him with a cheerful "Hi, Peter." He responded and invited her into the apartment. After Aunt May entered, she began to glance around Parker's room. Observing that there had been little change, of course, there was nothing to alter, was there? As she spoke, she walked further into the room. Parker attempted to reinsert the doorknob, but inadvertently dislodged the knob on the other side, leaving him with no choice but to close the door temporarily. Aunt May sat on his bed and revealed her purpose for visiting. "When we spoke on the phone, I sensed you were troubled, so I decided to come and check on you. How is Mary Jane?" Parker stood by the window, his back to Aunt May. Unsure of how to respond, he could only deflect with an admission of ignorance. Hearing his words, Aunt May displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. "I haven't heard from you. Have you proposed to her yet?" Parker shook his head slightly, then turned to face her, saying, "You once mentioned that a husband must consider his wife." He handed her the ring she had given him, and Aunt May instinctively reached out to catch it, exclaiming, "I am not ready." As she held the ring, confusion washed over her. What had prompted this sudden change of heart? What transpired? How can you be so certain? Parker hesitated, his words caught in his throat. He turned back to the window, gazing outside. "I hurt her, Aunt May. I don't know what to do." His expression was one of deep regret, remorseful for his actions. He had wounded Gwen and, in turn, Mary Jane. He had lost their hearts. Then start with the most difficult part. Do not blame yourself. "I trust you. Peter, you are a good person. I believe you will find a way to resolve this." Aunt May encouraged Parker, placing the ring on a nearby table, adding, "And resolve it promptly," before leaving the room. Meanwhile, a dark figure streaked across the night sky, descending into an alley, only to be abruptly struck down by another shadow. "Spider-Man, meet your end," Marco growled as he seized the shadow, preparing to deliver a blow. Yet the fearsome visage of Venom was unmistakably not Spider-Man. After a moment's pause, Marco hurled Venom away, who swiftly adhered to the wall, addressing Marco. "I want him dead too, Flint." As Marco turned to leave, Venom's words halted him, prompting him to glance back. "That's why I've been searching for you. Oh, by the way, I know everything about you. It seems Spider-Man prevents you from aiding your poor daughter. In my view, that is utterly despicable." Venom crawled up the wall like Spider-Man, revealing Eddie's face within. "Listen, I want to kill Spider-Man, and you want to kill this spider. If we join forces, he is as good as dead. Interested?" When Venom approached Marco, he enveloped Eddie for protection, as Eddie feared a sudden attack from Marco. Fortunately, everything was unfolding as he had envisioned. Marco nodded without hesitation. "Oh no, Parker is in grave trouble." Jameson watched as the two joined forces. Facing either of them alone was already a daunting task, let alone confronting them together. The only viable strategy was to exploit one of their weaknesses to defeat one, and then muster all strength to confront the other. Robbie articulated the singular plan he had devised. Parker arrived outside Mary Jane's residence. Peering through the window to catch sight of her busy figure, lost in her thoughts, tears gradually welling in her eyes. He closed his eyes to stifle the tears and bowed his head as he departed. Just as he left, Mary Jane looked up towards the window, regrettably. Parker's figure had vanished. Mary Jane descended to hail a taxi, preparing to head to work. As she settled into the vehicle, she noticed the driver turning to face her. It was Eddie. Eddie smiled at Mary Jane, asking, "So where to?" In that instant, a menacing black hand grasped her cheek. In New York City news, Hellfishman began reporting on a hostage situation, capturing the attention of the entire city, all breath held in anticipation of the unfolding events. Above a construction site, a taxi hung precariously. A reporter on the scene detailed the astonishing situation, approximately half an hour prior. The police arrived at the incredible scene where a young woman, taken hostage inside the cab, was suspended 80 stories above the ground. Hellfishman remarked that the scene resembled a colossal spider's web, with all police efforts to rescue the hostage thwarted by a Sandman. The footage displayed Marco overturning police vehicles, alongside a peculiar figure in black, initially believed to be the Spider-Man in black attire, but later confirmed to be an entirely different entity, witnessing the terrifying visage of Venom, with its razor-sharp fangs, caused palpable dread among those present. Parker immediately recognized it as the entity that had detached from him. Exhausted at the time, by the time he regained his strength, both Venom and Eddie had vanished without a trace. The hostage was confirmed to be Mary Jane Watson, a former Broadway actress. Upon realizing the hostage was Mary Jane, Parker understood that this was a personal attack directed at him. He swiftly left the television and returned home, retrieving his long-unused red and blue Spider-Man suit. Now, we take you to the scene, with reporter Jennifer on site. Jennifer? Hellfishman switched the camera to the location. We are approximately 100 feet from the scene. Wait, there seems to be movement on the web. Large letters are being woven. Jennifer reported amidst the chaos. As the camera panned upward, viewers at home clearly saw the letters. Spider-Man, if you dare, come stop us. We are compelled to confront a grave question. In the face of such an insurmountable challenge, what are the odds of his triumph? Chapter 93. Parker's lone battle against two. Harry observed Mary Jane peering from the car, casually switching off the television. He touched his forehead and gazed upon Norman's portrait. At that moment, Parker's voice resonated. Harry. He turned to see Parker clad in his spider suit. I require your assistance. I cannot prevail against both of them alone. Upon hearing his words, Harry fully turned his head, revealing the other half of his face, marred and blind in one eye. Parker felt an overwhelming sense of regret. You are unworthy of my aid. Harry resolutely rejected Parker, convinced that merely refraining from joining the assault on him was a commendable act. Harry, she needs us. Parker sought to persuade Harry through Mary Jane, but alas, Harry remained impervious. Get out. Disheartened by Harry's words, Parker turned to leave, determined to rescue Mary Jane even if he had to face the challenge alone. Harry turned back and beheld the photograph of the three of them from high school displayed in the living room, tears involuntarily streaming down his cheeks. He entered the secret chamber, which remained in disarray, the chaotic aftermath of his battle with Parker untouched. He picked up a knife from the floor, and Bernard appeared behind him. If I may speak, sir. At the sound of the butler's voice, Harry looked up at him. I have witnessed many events unfold in this room, yet I have never spoken of them. What is it you wish to tell me? Harry inquired, puzzled by Bernard's demeanor. On the night your father perished, I tended to his wounds. The blade that pierced his body came from his glider. I understand your desire to defend your father's honor, but it is unequivocal that he met his demise by his own hand. As Bernard's words sank in, Harry recalled Parker's repeated assertions that he had not killed his father, though he had always been skeptical. Bernard approached Harry, gazing intently at him. I loved your father, just as I love you, Harry, and as your friends cherish you. Harry nodded, his throat tight with emotion. After lowering his gaze, he lifted his head again, determination now glimmering in his eyes. Harry finally began to comprehend. Yet why Bernard chose in this moment to speak? Tony regarded the butler with confusion. Because Harry was unresponsive, he noted, how many times has Peter Parker asserted his innocence? Did Harry truly listen? We are all aware of Peter Parker's unjust plight, yet Harry persists in his obstinacy. Rhodey interjected, critiquing Harry's stubbornness before suddenly stating, the narrator seems to have mentioned recalling thoughts from that time. Tony acknowledged that the narrator would not speak without purpose. He too reflected on the deaths of his parents, but had yet to uncover the root of the issue. The memory of the car accident lingers, time having elapsed far too long for Tony. He is now certain that his parents were indeed murdered, yet the identity of the perpetrator remains elusive, with Jarvis failing to uncover any pertinent clues. Meanwhile, within a taxi perched above a construction site, Mary Jane remains inside when suddenly, the sound of a fraying rope reverberates beneath the vehicle, causing it to sway precariously. In a moment of panic, she glances around, relieved as the taxi ceases its trembling. However, her relief is short-lived as the taxi plummets from above, severing the webbing spun by Venom along its descent. As the vehicle tumbles downwards, Mary Jane screams in terror, eliciting gasps from the onlookers below, who begin to voice their concern for her safety. Fortunately, the taxi is ensnared by several strands of black webbing, coming to a halt midair, swaying ominously. At that moment, the little girl points and exclaims, "Look, The crowd turns to see Parker swinging in on his web, erupting in applause. The assembled crowd shouts in unison, "Spider-Man! Spider-Man! Spider-Man!" Parker, utilizing a nearby beam, spins and accelerates, harnessing centrifugal force to propel himself toward the construction site. Journalist Jennifer, filled with excitement, addresses the camera, and just as despair threatens to envelop them, he materializes in mid-air, answering the prayers of the city. Parker lands atop the taxi, where Mary Jane, upon seeing him, urgently exclaims, "Peter, they want to kill us both," aware that this is a trap aimed at him. Peter recognizes that rescuing Mary Jane is paramount. "I'll get you out of here," he assures her. Eddie, unwilling to allow Parker to rescue her, launches an attack from behind, prompting Mary Jane to warn, "Be careful." As Peter turns, he is struck by venom and sent flying, the taxi's roof caving in from the impact. Just barely, he manages to cling to the rear of the vehicle, preventing a fall. As he regains his footing, Eddie stands at the front of the taxi, revealing his face and grinning at Parker. "Hey, Parker." Parker realizes with alarm that Eddie has been possessed by venom. "Eddie," he gasps, "my spider sense is tingling. You should know what I mean." Eddie taunts, ensnaring Mary Jane with webbing and lifting her into the air. Parker charges at him, only to be flung aside by Eddie, crashing onto a black web below. The crowd watches in dread as Spider-Man falls. As Parker lands on the web, he turns just in time to be ensnared by 2 strands of Eddie's black webbing. Eddie leaps from the taxi, delivering a heavy knee strike to Parker's chest. With a swift motion, he removes Parker's mask, just as the black webbing supporting the taxi begins to strain under the weight, causing the vehicle to tilt and prompting another scream from Mary Jane. Eddie turned his head, hearing her call, a sly smile creeping across his lips as he glanced back at Parker. Parker wished to persuade Eddie, believing they could discover a solution to their predicament. "You are quite right. I am contemplating a method of humiliation, akin to the way you humiliated me. You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you recall how you dealt with me?" Parker understood that Eddie harbored a deep-seated hatred for him. Yet he hoped that Eddie's animosity would be directed solely at him and not harm Mary Jane. As Eddie continued speaking, a construction truck began to plummet, with Mary Jane directly beneath it. The rear compartment was struck by debris, causing a brick to tumble out. It plummeted directly toward the taxi where Mary Jane was seated, nearly striking her, followed by another brick that, while she narrowly avoided, shattered the door on the opposite side. Parker, witnessing this chaotic scene from below, felt a surge of anxiety, yet found himself unable to free himself from Venom's grasp. Chapter 94. A heroic rescue. Seeing Parker's anxious demeanor, Eddie couldn't help but laugh. He relished witnessing Parker's torment, desperately yearning to save someone yet utterly powerless, as it allowed him to vent his inner hatred. Mary Jane spotted a brick that had landed on the vehicle and slowly lifted it. Oblivious to the unfolding events above, Eddie continued speaking to Parker. "You made me lose my girlfriend, and now I shall ensure you lose yours." Upon hearing Eddie's words, Parker, filled with fury, felt the black tendrils binding his wrists quiver. "What now, hero?" Venom ensnared Eddie once more, revealing its terrifying visage. It raised its claws, preparing to strike Parker, while Mary Jane aimed the brick at Eddie and let it fall. The hollow brick struck Eddie with precision, igniting his rage as he turned and roared upward. At that moment, Parker broke free from his restraints and seized Venom by the throat. Venom turned its head, and Parker delivered a powerful punch to its face, sending them both tumbling from the black web, still engaged in battle midair. Parker managed to send Venom flying, then shot out a web to catch himself, only to be kicked by Venom, flipping him through the air. He fired web projectiles in rapid succession, but Venom countered with its own webbing. Seizing the opportunity, it ensnared Parker with its black tendrils, pulling him closer and delivering a fierce kick to his face, deftly evading Parker's web shots, followed by a brutal punch. Parker was sent spiraling through the air, and Venom relentlessly pursued, launching black webs to ensnare him once more. With a powerful kick, Venom struck him again, sending Parker crashing to the ground. Meanwhile, Venom used its black webbing to propel itself back up. Struggling in midair, Parker fought to tear the black webbing from his chest, then aimed his web shooter upward, hoping to swing back into action. Alas, it was too late. He crashed to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. He rose, grabbing the mask that had been discarded earlier. At that moment, a sound of snapping silk emanated from the truck above Mary Jane, who gazed in terror at the vehicle plummeting towards her, instinctively turning to flee. Only then did she realize that she was hanging precariously 100 meters above the ground. Watching the bricks cascade downward, she turned back to see the truck about to crash down, mustering her courage to leap into the void. The taxi was directly struck, and Mary Jane clutched a black thread of silk as the truck crashed to the ground, scattering parts everywhere. One wheel nearly struck Parker. He looked up in alarm and shouted, "Hold on, Mary Jane!" At that moment, the ground heaved, causing Parker to stumble and fall. As a massive figure began to form from the accumulating sand, Marco rose from the grains, his colossal form sending the onlookers fleeing in terror. Ignoring the panicked crowd, he clenched his fist and aimed a powerful blow at Parker, who deftly evaded the attack. Yet, more than the sandy giant, he was concerned about the imminent fall of Mary Jane. "Mary Jane," he called out, dodging Marco's massive foot. He quickly covered the giant's eyes with a clump of silk and swung upward using the thread. Marco swung his arm, attempting to knock Parker down. However, he missed and demolished a nearby building instead, causing the disruption to sever Mary Jane's grip on the black silk. She lost her hold and fell, letting out a chilling scream, but fortunately landed on the resilient black web, which cushioned her fall. Parker raced upward frantically, and Mary Jane looked on with hope as he approached to rescue her, only to be hurled back by Eddie's vehicle mid-journey. He smashed heavily against the steel framework and began to plummet once more. Eddie rushed forward, delivering another kick, and after several impacts, Parker landed on a nearby steel structure. As he struggled to rise, Marco loomed behind him, roaring menacingly. Stunned by Marco's titanic sandy form, Parker found himself ensnared by Eddie, who had wrapped a black thread around his neck, pinning him to the steel frame. Marco raised his fist, as large as a sandbag, and struck Parker with immense force, leaving him unable to resist the binding silk. Eddie grinned maliciously, as though he had consumed the souls of 10 elders, while Marco's fists rained down relentlessly upon Parker. Above, Mary Jane anxiously watched the scene unfold below, only to notice that the taxi above her had begun to wobble precariously. Despair washed over her as she turned her gaze back to Parker, who was struggling to hold on. The onlookers averted their eyes from the horrific spectacle. Reporter Jennifer, holding her microphone, solemnly remarked, "This is simply unbelievable. It is unbearably cruel. I do not know how much longer he can endure." Helplessness gripped Hal Fishman as well, for it was a sorrowful day for the citizens of New York, possibly marking the end of Spider-Man's life. Peter extended his hand toward Mary Jane, desperately trying to reach her, but Marco delivered a heavy punch, causing Peter's hand to fall limply. A small girl, filled with sorrow, buried her face in her mother's embrace. Just as Marco raised his fist once more, a green goblin grenade landed near him, leaving him momentarily puzzled before it detonated violently against his head. The fierce explosion obliterated half of Marco's skull, leaving him somewhat unsteady, roaring in agony and rage as he grasped a nearby building to steady his impending fall. The onlookers erupted in cheers, with 2 young boys excitedly shouting, "Incredible! So awesome!" As the spotlight shifted to another direction, the crowd turned their gaze, with Mary Jane looking up to see Harry gliding over on his green goblin skateboard. He charged directly at Eddie, who was still restraining Peter, knocking him away with the skateboard, then gliding slowly toward the panting Peter. Peter turned his head, weakly gazing at Harry. "You made it." Harry extended his hand, which Peter grasped firmly as Harry pulled him up, remarking, "It seems I arrived just in time. A few minutes prior, things had not been so dire." Hearing this, Peter chuckled softly. Harry shrugged with a grin. What can you do about it? The 2 brothers finally reconciled, but soon, Harry would face death before Peter's eyes. Tony regarded their smiling faces with gravity, unaware of the challenges that lay ahead. The one-eyed figure, with a keen focus on the green goblin skateboard beneath Harry's feet, wished he could replicate it alongside the performance-enhancing serum, provided the side effects could be mitigated. Chapter 95. The 15th Spider-Man who fell twice at that moment. Venom's cry echoed, prompting both men to adopt a defensive stance as Eddie and Marco appeared before Peter and Harry. "I might need some help," Peter remarked, his expression grave as he regarded Venom. Meanwhile, Harry, eyeing the behemoth that was Marco, replied, "I'm a bit busy right now." Venom lunged toward them, and Marco extended his hand. Harry shouted, "Give me your hand." Peter leaped up, grasping Harry's hand, and with his strength, he delivered a powerful kick that shattered Marco's palm, following it with a fierce kick directed at Eddie. Eddie crashed through the ceiling, colliding with a steel beam and creating a significant dent. Harry, riding his Green Goblin skateboard, unleashed a torrent of high-temperature flames at Marco, and after a moment of scorching, he barreled into Marco's arm. The arm, weakened by the heat, crumbled upon contact, eliciting gasps from the crowd. Realizing Peter was absent, he muttered to himself, "I need a photographer." Spotting a small girl nearby, he inquired, "Hey, little sister, would you like a job?" The little girl gazed at Jameson with confusion, questioning, "Why do I need a job? I'm still a child." Upon hearing this, Jameson realized the illegality of employing child labor and promptly retrieved his wallet, inquiring, "All right, how much for your camera?" $100. The girl beamed with a smile. Jameson, in disbelief, exclaimed, $100? Yet the overwhelming spectacle compelled him to concede. He handed the money to the girl, muttering, "Fine, you little schemer. Here you go." He then took the camera from her hands, pressed the shutter twice, and remarked, "What is going on?" Only to discover there was no film inside. Turning back, Jameson glared at the girl, who smiled faintly and replied, "The film is extra. This girl is my granddaughter. She is destined for greatness." An elderly man boasted, laughing heartily as he showcased his granddaughter, nearly in stitches with mirth at his old age. Justice had finally been served against that unscrupulous boss. Rose struggled to suppress her laughter, but it was an arduous task, prompting Otto to join in the laughter as well. Jameson buried his head in his hands, lamenting the frequency of such humiliating incidents. Why did the universe insist on displaying his embarrassing moments? Miss Brandt stifled her laughter behind her hand, cautious not to attract the boss's attention. The onlookers erupted in laughter, reveling in the sight of the miserly boss being outsmarted. They eagerly anticipated the news, making headlines the following day. Meanwhile, Harry was maneuvering on a Green Goblin skateboard at the construction site when Marco suddenly thrust his hand in front of him, leaving Harry no time to change direction. "Got you." Just in the nick of time, Parker swung in with webbing, pulling him away from the Green Goblin skateboard and evading Marco's attack, while the skateboard automatically returned beneath him, tracking Harry's movements. With a forceful swing, Parker propelled Harry back onto the skateboard. In the next moment, Marco's assault came from below, and the two narrowly evaded it. But the construction site bore the brunt, sustaining significant damage. Above, Mary Jane was intently observing the unfolding events below, oblivious to the fact that the black web strands supporting the taxi overhead were on the verge of giving way. It was only when she heard the sound of snapping that she turned to look upwards. To her horror, the taxi plummeted straight down, the black web strands failing to halt its descent, snapping one after another. Harry, noticing the impending disaster, shouted to Parker, "Peter, look out above." Mary Jane performed a roll on the web to evade the taxi's direct impact, but the webbing was compromised. The top web snapped back, causing Mary Jane to lose her balance and fall, but fortunately, she managed to grasp a black strand at the last moment. Parker began racing upwards, with Harry joining him to lend a hand. He pulled Parker onto his Green Goblin skateboard, and together they sped towards Mary Jane's direction. Marco continuously extended his palm in an attempt to thwart them, yet Harry deftly maneuvered the Green Goblin glider to evade his grasp. Above, Mary Jane's webbing finally succumbed to her weight, and she screamed as she plummeted from the sky. Parker endeavored to catch her with his web, but the previous evasive maneuvers of the glider left him empty-handed. Without delay, Harry steered the glider in pursuit of her. "Can you fly any faster?" Parker shouted. "Hold on tight." Harry echoed back to him. "Hold where?" Parker was momentarily perplexed by Harry's instruction, but there was no time for contemplation. Under Harry's command, the glider skillfully dodged Marco below and surged directly toward Mary Jane. "Go for it, buddy. I'm coming to save her." Parker bellowed as he lunged toward the still screaming Mary Jane. He successfully caught her in his arms and, turning back, shot a web toward the glider, prompting Harry to adjust their course and whisk them away. The crowd below erupted in cheers at the sight. Parker gently placed Mary Jane on one of the floors and inquired, "Are you all right?" Mary Jane, still shaken, gazed at Parker in astonishment. "That's a relief." Just as the two shared an intimate gaze, Harry's voice cried out from behind them, "Hey, Peter." Parker quickly turned to see Harry narrowly avoid a powerful punch from Marco as he shouted toward them again. "Am I interrupting something?" Harry bellowed. "Ha ha ha. Peter, how inconsiderate." Dr. Connors couldn't help but chuckle in class, joined by the laughter of their classmates. Peter Parker lowered his head, realizing that while his friend was in a life-and-death struggle, He was lost in a tender moment with Mary Jane, seemingly disregarding his friend's peril. Gwen laughed along, but quickly covered her mouth, not minding the tangled emotions between Peter Parker and Mary Jane. In reality, Parker had resolved to be with her, and her parents were quite fond of him. Although George Stacy never voiced it, her mother had secretly informed her that George had previously admired Peter Parker until he had won her over, which led to a change in sentiment. She was confident that she would never be outdone by Mary Jane, in terms of beauty, talent, and family background. She held a definitive advantage, leaving no reason to fear her rival. Moreover, unlike Mary Jane, who was known for her pettiness, Peter Parker was a global star, renowned and adored by countless women. If she were to be jealous of each one, she would find herself overwhelmed. Chapter 96. The death of Harry. As Harry lamented Parker's situation, Marco seized the opportunity to reach for his glider while Harry was momentarily distracted. He did not have time to distance himself. The Green Goblin's glider was touched by a single finger of Marco. Given Marco's massive physique, even the weight of a mere fingertip was beyond what the glider could bear. The glider's front abruptly shot upwards, performing 2 somersaults in mid-air, and Harry was propelled upward as well. In a critical moment, he managed to grasp the glider with one hand, preventing his fall. Marco, showing no mercy, brought both hands down upon Harry, intending to crush him within his palms. Parker rushed over to provide assistance, leaving Mary Jane anxiously watching them. Just in time, he kicked one of Marco's hands away before they could close in, allowing Harry to regain his footing and escape peril. Marco's primary target remained Parker, disregarding Harry, and unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at him. Parker, swinging on his web, found himself without leverage and was struck squarely by Marco's blow. Seizing the opportunity, Marco extended his arm, colliding Parker against the building. The force of the punch left Parker sprawled on the ground, temporarily incapacitated, while Marco turned his attention to Harry, who was flitting around like a fly nearby. Fortunately, despite Marco's size, his movements were relatively slow, and Harry easily dodged a sweeping strike, soaring away only to circle back. The Green Goblin-esque glider launched 2 miniature missiles at Marco, which he could not evade due to his immense size, resulting in a direct hit. The missiles exploded with tremendous force, leaving Marco's body riddled with cracks, starting with his right hand, which shattered first. Staggering, he ultimately collapsed to the ground, completely disintegrated, sending up a cloud of dust. The onlookers cheered joyously, dancing and celebrating. Can this kill him? Egghead glanced at Tony, who was casually lounging in front of him. I've discussed this with Bruce. He can't be killed this way, unless you completely melt him down, Tony replied while twirling a pen in his hand, addressing Nick Fury's inquiry. Egghead nodded. He had summoned Tony for a matter of great importance. Just as Harry temporarily dealt with Marco, Parker, who had been lying on the ground, finally managed to rise, only to hear the voice of Venom. He anxiously scanned his surroundings. Having just endured Marco's heavy punch, his body had yet to recuperate. If Eddie attacked him now, it would spell disaster. Parker remained cautiously vigilant, observing the situation around him as Venom's calls echoed intermittently, a tactic Eddie employed to distract him. At that moment, Parker sensed movement behind him and swiftly turned, but Eddie had already ascended from behind to hover above him. He seized Parker's head and forcefully slammed it against the steel beam, creating a dent, before delivering another punch that sent Parker flying. Parker fell heavily to the ground, with Eddie landing atop him. As Parker attempted to rise, Eddie ensnared his hands with black webbing. Subsequently, he struck Parker's head violently with a broken steel rod, momentarily disorienting him. Do not harm those you cannot kill, Eddie proclaimed, revealing his own head to Parker before delivering 2 more blows. Parker's damaged spider mask was obliterated as he gasped for breath, imploring Eddie, take off that suit. Eddie twisted the steel rod, presenting its sharp edge towards Parker, taunting. Oh, is that what you desire? The cold steel pressed against Parker's neck, yet he persisted in persuading Eddie. I understand the feeling of wearing that suit. It's exhilarating. You gain power and everything, but you also risk losing yourself. Remove it. However, Eddie was impervious to reason. I revel in being the villain. It brings me immense pleasure, he declared as the symbiote enveloped him once more, steel rod in hand, poised to extinguish Parker's life. Just as the moment hung in the balance, 2 darts hurtled towards him, interrupting his movement. Infuriated by the assault, the symbiote let out a furious roar. In the distance, Harry charged towards him, his goblin glider unleashing 2 blades. Eddie deftly leaped to evade the assault. Immediately, he shot forth black webbing to ensnare the goblin glider, causing Harry to be propelled backward once more, striking his head as he fell onto a pile of steel pipes. Eddie grasped the retrieved goblin glider, the cacophony from the fallen pipes disquieting the symbiote, causing it to tremble. Nearby, Parker observed this scene, recalling that it was the church bells that had ultimately freed him from the symbiote. He realized that it was profoundly afraid of noise. Harry rose from the ground, witnessing the revived symbiote brandishing his goblin glider as it lunged towards Parker. Parker struggled to escape, but his previous injuries rendered him weak. Without hesitation, Harry charged forward. Parker watched in horror as Harry shielded him, only to be pierced by the blades of the goblin glider. Tears welled in Parker's eyes as he cried out, "Harry!" Eddie hoisted Harry's body and flung him into the elevator shaft, Harry plummeting from the heights. Below, Mary Jane rushed towards the scene upon witnessing this tragedy. Fueled by rage at Harry's demise, Parker tore through the black webbing binding his left hand and reached for the steel rod Eddie had discarded. Eddie noticed his subtle maneuver and lunged at him with great speed. In a desperate moment, Parker shot out webbing to grasp the steel rod, simultaneously freeing his right hand from its constraints. He wielded a steel bar and struck Eddie, sending him flying, before picking up a steel pipe from the ground and delivering a powerful blow. The cacophonous noise rendered Venom immobile, writhing in agony. Parker forcefully drove 2 steel pipes into the concrete floor, then leapt across to insert 2 more, gradually encasing Venom within. Venom attempted to struggle for freedom, but as it leapt into the air, Parker struck it back down, subsequently surrounding it with the majority of the steel pipes. Armed with a steel pipe, he relentlessly struck, the increasingly piercing sound causing Venom to lose its grip on Eddie. Seizing the opportunity when Eddie's body was exposed, Parker exerted himself, using his web to pull him free from Venom, effectively separating the two. Chapter 97. The Dissolution of Venom and Eddie. Just after separating Eddie from Venom, Parker suddenly sensed an overwhelming sensation behind him that sent shivers down his spine. His spider sense was in overdrive, warning him. Turning around, he beheld the horrific visage of Venom's true form, realizing at that moment how gravely he had underestimated its terror. Fully matured, it appeared grotesque and distorted, its body continuously stretching and morphing, growing ever larger, resembling a living nightmare. Its multitude of massive fangs and sharp claws glimmered ominously, instilling a chill of dread. As Venom howled and fixed its gaze upon Parker, he felt an indescribable, unprecedented fear and oppression envelop him. Its roar was deep and raspy, akin to a growl emanating from the depths of hell, causing his eardrums to tremble. Eddie, witnessing Venom's true form, reacted differently. Having completely succumbed to the power Venom bestowed upon him, he bore a smile tinged with surprise. Parker stood frozen, watching Venom's towering figure, instinctively stepping back in fear of the monstrous entity. Venom roared at Parker, who, in a sudden burst of resolve, struck the steel pipe embedded in the ground with his own, the clash producing a noise that inflicted agony upon Venom, causing its colossal form to shrink. Seizing the moment when Venom was momentarily incapacitated by the noise, Parker retrieved a green goblin grenade from Harry's discarded glider using his web. "Peter, what are you doing?" Eddie exclaimed, realizing Parker's intent. He rushed to stop him, but Parker, undeterred, hurled the grenade towards Venom. In a desperate attempt, Eddie lunged for the grenade, and Venom enveloped both the grenade and him in its grasp, seeking to reattach itself to Eddie. "Eddie!" Parker shouted, rushing forward to pull him back. But it was too late. As Venom enveloped him, the green goblin grenade detonated, a blinding light forcing Parker to shield his eyes instinctively. When the brilliance subsided and he lowered his hand, Venom had completely absorbed the energy of the grenade, reducing both itself and Eddie to ashes. The scene was left with only a twisted steel pipe and a small puddle of black goose struggling amid the flames, which soon disintegrated into nothingness. Marco observed this spectacle, gradually retracting his sandy fists, reverting to his human form. Mary Jane rushed downstairs to Harry's side, exclaiming, "Harry!" Harry lay on the ground, weakly calling her name. "I'll find someone to help," Mary Jane exclaimed, desperate to rescue Harry, but he grasped her hand, insisting no. "Stay with me." Aware of the severity of his injuries, Harry knew he would not survive. He only wished to be with his beloved Mary Jane in his final moments. On the rooftop, Parker stared vacantly at the remnants of Eddie and Venom, having been utterly obliterated and tossed aside the steel pipe, lost in thought. Eddie had completely succumbed to madness, oblivious to the terrors of Venom, willing to be shattered for the sake of power. Tony furrowed his brow, watching Eddie vanish into the flames. Once a human had tasted extraordinary power, relinquishing their ordinary existence became an arduous task. Would you be willing to forsake your iron armor? The question posed by the egghead hung heavily in the air. Tony fell silent, introspecting. Indeed, he found it hard to let go. The more one experienced the sensation of soaring freely through the skies, the more difficult it became to abandon the suit. A saying in China goes, "It is easy to fall into luxury from frugality, but hard to return to frugality from luxury." This truth resonates with everyone. Hill interjected, prompting Tony to glance at her, conceding the validity of her statement. Gwen stared in astonishment at the venom on her chest, unable to believe its monstrous growth. Venom shifted its form, transforming from a spider emblem into a smiley face, only to revert back to the spider motif as it clung to her attire. Marco stood in the background lamenting, "I did not wish for this." Hearing his voice, Parker turned to face him, grappling with conflicting emotions towards the man who had slain Uncle Ben, caught between the deep-seated desire for vengeance and the wish to prevent further bloodshed. "But I have no other choice." Marco felt the weight of his own sins for the events of the day. "We are always faced with choices. When you kill my uncle, you made a choice." Parker confronted his adversary, struggling to suppress his rage, yet without Venom amplifying his emotions, he managed to maintain composure. Marco explained, "My daughter is dying. I desperately need money, and I am terrified." He lowered his gaze, recalling that fateful night when Uncle Ben had waited in the car for Parker, only for Marco to knock on the window with a gun, threatening him to step out, compelling Uncle Ben to comply. But he, facing the gun-wielding Marco, displayed no fear. Rather, he implored, "Why not lay down your weapon and return home?" It was only at this moment that Marco realized Uncle Ben had sought to aid him, understanding that crime leads to no favorable outcome. Regrettably, Marco was blinded by the distress concerning his daughter. As he recounted his tale, Parker's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. He could never absolve himself for the death of Uncle Ben. "I remember the moment vividly. My companion rushed in with cash while I clutched the gun," Marco reflected. "I committed an act that must have terrified you. Countless nights I have spent praying for redemption." He swallowed hard. With a sudden discharge from Marco's firearm, a loud bang echoed, and Uncle Ben fell lifeless, leaving Marco in disbelief as he gazed at the fallen elder. "Get in the car," urged Carradine. Yet Marco could not abandon Uncle Ben. He longed to save him. Observing Marco's hesitation, Carradine sped away, leaving him and the wounded Uncle Ben behind. "I do not seek your forgiveness. I merely wish to unveil the truth." Parker trembled, instinctively shaking his head as sorrow surged within him like a torrent. After a deep breath to steady his tumultuous heart, he sighed, "I have committed dreadful acts as well." Marco turned to face the gathered crowd below, exclaiming, "I did not choose to become this way." He extended his palm, gazing at the necklace within, which held a photograph of Penny from her youth, his eyes moistening as he turned once more to Parker. "The only thing I cherish now is my daughter." With reddened eyes, thoughts of his daughter filled him with a sense of injustice, feeling as though fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Chapter 98, The End of Spider-Man 3. Parker observed this man, witnessing a side he had never seen before, realizing that, though men may shed tears, they do so only when truly heartbroken. Marco's plight was equally tragic, and Parker resolved to no longer carry the burden of hatred. Uncle Ben was gone, and even if Marco were to perish, Uncle Ben would not return. After a moment of silence, recalling Aunt May's words, he ultimately chose to release his animosity. Marco had not intended to harm Uncle Ben. It was a lamentable accident. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "I forgive you." Upon hearing Parker's words, Marco nodded gently, then dissipated like sand in the wind. Departing the construction site, Parker swung to Harry's location, where Mary Jane held him close. Parker crouched beside Harry, exchanging a glance with Mary Jane, whose eyes were red-rimmed. "Hey, buddy, how do you feel?" he asked, a hint of apprehension in his gaze. "Could be better," Harry replied weakly. Hearing that Harry could still speak, Parker felt a slight sense of relief. "We will help you through this." A solitary tear silently trailed down Harry's cheek. He understood that his ability to speak at this moment was solely sustained by adrenaline. He shook his head and replied, "No need." It dawned on Parker that Harry was already experiencing a fleeting moment of clarity. Mary Jane's expression was one of sorrow as she trembled, suppressing her tears. Shaking her head at him, "I should never have harmed you by uttering such hurtful words." At this moment, Parker was filled with regret for what he had done to Harry under the influence of the venom side effects. "Nothing else matters now, Peter. You are my brother." Harry struggled to muster a smile as he looked at Parker. Parker, trembling slightly, returned a smile. "Best friends." Upon hearing his words, Harry made an effort to open his eyes one last time to glance at Mary Jane before contentedly closing them again. Parker could no longer contain his grief. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he choked out Harry's name, but he could no longer respond. Mary Jane held Harry's hand tightly, and as the sun rose on the horizon, Harry's life dissipated at that moment. Harry was a man of his word. He fulfilled his promise by sacrificing his life for Parker and Mary Jane. Tony observed the figures of the three of them in the morning light, feeling a tinge of sadness. Indeed, although there had been misunderstandings between the two, once they were resolved, Harry disregarded Peter Parker's past actions and came to his aid without hesitation. The egghead admired Harry's bravery. Norman watched the bond between Parker and Harry with great satisfaction. Having always regarded Parker as a son, if it weren't for the Green Goblin's serum, there would have been no conflict between them. Their relationship had been validated by the tapestry of fate. He believed Parker would always stand by Harry's side in support, just as Harry had unconditionally supported Parker. What pained him, however, was the realization that in the tapestry, both father and son had met their demise by their own hands. While it was a consequence of their own making, Harry remained utterly innocent. Why, he wondered, did fate treat them so cruelly? Parker stared silently at the tapestry, and Gwen, concern, grasped his hand. Coming back to reality, Parker gently patted her hand to signify that he was all right, though witnessing Harry's future demise still affected him deeply. At the funeral, the priest recited passages from the Bible. Parker and Mary Jane stood beside Harry's gravestone, while Aunt May stood behind Parker, and Bernard, the butler, rose to place a bouquet of flowers on the grave. Behind them sat Gwen and George Stacy. Gwen cast a glance at Parker before lowering her gaze, unwilling to look upon his face any longer. No matter the obstacles we face, no matter how much we struggle within ourselves, we must make choices. My brother Harry taught me this. He chose to embrace his kind-hearted nature. It is our choices that define who we become, and we too can choose to make the right decisions. At the funeral, the attendees gradually departed, leaving Parker alone to accompany his dear brother. In a jazz club, Mary Jane stood on stage, commencing her performance. "I have had enough of love. I shall no longer succumb. Please do not call me again, for apart from you, I desire no one else." Parker, dressed in a tailored suit, sought her out, pushing open the door to witness Mary Jane singing on stage. Thus, "I have had enough of love. I poured out my heart, and now I am sorrowful. I have ceased my heartbeat. I shall not love another." As Mary Jane sang, she suddenly caught sight of Parker in the audience and instinctively halted her song. Parker slowly approached her, and the two locked eyes. He extended his hand towards her, and Mary Jane gradually stepped away from the microphone, taking his hand. After a brief moment of shared glances, they embraced. So, did they ultimately end up together? It seems Mary Jane may not entirely deserve Peter Parker. Rhodey arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D., and as he settled in, he vented his frustrations to Dr. Banner, sitting beside him. Banner, unsure of how to respond, could only manage a smile. Well, at least it's a relationship forged through life and death, despite Mary Jane's occasional fickleness. Though Tony was also somewhat dissatisfied, he maintained that either Gwen or Ursula would be more suitable for Peter Parker. Nonetheless, the bond between Mary Jane and Peter Parker had endured numerous trials. It remained uncertain whether Mary Jane would change her heart again in the future. People around the globe mourned Harry's death. As the screen faded to black, a profound silence enveloped the room. Today, the egghead summoned Tony, Rhodey, and others, clearly not without purpose. "This is your proof of passing the Avengers trial," he stated, handing a document to Rhodey. Following Tony's recommendation, the Avengers had collectively agreed to his inclusion. "There is one more matter. Besides Rhodey, we anticipate adding another new member, though he is currently unavailable. We will introduce him to you later." Who could that be? Surely not that ancient relic Coulson mentioned before? Tony expressed his curiosity, to which Nick Fury nodded affirmatively. Confirming his suspicions, Tony exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, you truly revived him." Who? Rhodey, unaware of Captain America's situation, remained puzzled. "Steve Rogers. We have found him. His life signs are remarkably stable, though he is presently in a coma. I believe he will join us upon awakening." Egghead briefly explained to Rhodey, who widened his eyes in disbelief. "Who? Captain America?" Nick Fury nodded. Honestly, he too had been shocked to learn that Captain America was still alive, unchanged from 70 years ago. Chapter 99, The Pegasus Project. It is truly astonishing. Where did you find him? Rhodey was somewhat exhilarated, for he was in the presence of America's first superhero. Beside him, Coulson elaborated on the discovery of Captain America, for he was an ardent aficionado of the hero. Ever since the revelation of Captain America, he had been so thrilled that sleep eluded him. Natasha entered the room, and upon her arrival, Tony greeted her with a casual, "Hi, long time no see. Can you still summon your hammer?" Following the battle against the Destroyer, Natasha had departed from Stark Industries, replaced by Sharon Carter, the niece of Peggy Carter. "That is not mine, but I can indeed wield it," Natasha corrected Tony's assumption. "We conducted a thorough examination of Natasha, and our medical researchers believe that the power of Mjolnir has bestowed upon her unimaginable superhuman abilities," Nick Fury explained, clarifying the reason for Natasha's prolonged absence. They arranged for numerous tests on her for safety reasons, as they could not ascertain whether the immense lightning would pose a threat to her. They also compared her physical condition before and after wielding the hammer, only to discover that Natasha could only harness the power of lightning while in possession of Thor's hammer. Natasha had mentioned that Mjolnir was with Thor, and she required his consent to use it. In other words, Thor's priority superseded hers. The researchers, recalling the moment during the battle against the Destroyer when Mjolnir flew from Natasha's hand to Thor's, noted that her armor and divine power vanished thereafter, affirming her likely accuracy. The Egghead expressed some regret over their inability to retain Thor's hammer, yet they found solace in the fact that Thor had promised Coulson he would fight alongside them. However, as time passed, Thor had yet to make an appearance, which left Jane Foster deeply concerned, fearing something might have happened to him. Thor, relying on Heimdall to relay Earth's situation, was aware of Jane's thoughts but felt helpless. The tumult of the Bifrost had yet to settle. Enforcing its use would only exacerbate the energy imbalance. Thus, he could only endure, awaiting the moment the Bifrost could be utilized once more to seek Jane on Earth. "You summoned us today not only to inform us that Captain America is alive and well, and that Rhodey has officially joined the Avengers, but is there anything else?" After observing the spectacle above, Tony was eager to return home and continue crafting his armor. "Indeed, there is. Do you recall the dossier I previously showed you?" Egghead cast a glance at him and inquired. "What? Which dossier?" Tony furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss regarding Egghead's reference. "The Tesseract," he reminded him. Finally, Tony recalled having seen it, though at that time he had not possessed the bandwidth to engage with it. "I wish to invite you to collaborate with Dr. Banner on its study. Dr. Eric Selvig will also be involved. I believe this could present us with a significant opportunity to secure victory in the forthcoming war." Essentially, those present were all familiar faces, and Nick Fury did not hold back, directly disclosing their ongoing research on the Tesseract to everyone. "We have been investigating it for decades without significant progress, until the arrival of Dr. Eric Selvig, which finally provided us with a new breakthrough direction." Tony exchanged a glance with Dr. Banner, and Tony conceded that he indeed harbored a keen interest in the Tesseract, while Banner had yet to discover a method to coexist peacefully with the Hulk. Thus, they both nodded in agreement without hesitation. However, Rhodes seemed somewhat perplexed. Eager to understand what the Tesseract was, Tony offered him a brief explanation. "We have named this initiative the Pegasus Project, derived from SHIEL, DS previous research program on the Tesseract, known as the Pegasus Initiative." Nick Fury modified the name to Pegasus, symbolizing that this project would not only propel Earth, but also elevate it to greater heights. Regarding Strange, we had considered reaching out to him, but our efforts were thwarted. "By whom?" Tony furrowed his brow. "The Ancient One. She is indeed immensely powerful. SHIEL, DS defenses seemed utterly futile before her. She appeared before us without us even realizing her arrival." Hill recalled her first encounter with the Ancient One, a moment when she felt utterly powerless. "She? A woman? What did she say?" Tony expressed his surprise at the Ancient One being female. having expected an elderly man with a white beard. She said nothing significant, merely warned us against intervening in strange affairs, then departed. The situation left Egghead feeling somewhat powerless. It would have been effortless for the Ancient One to eliminate him. This instilled a profound sense of insecurity in the Mad Titan. And what of Strange? Do not tell me you haven't sought him out? Tony twirled a pen on his fingertips, resting his chin in inquiry. Indeed, we did not. We merely stationed personnel to follow him, as well as those around Christine. But we took no further action. Nick Fury massaged his temples. Given the clarity of the Ancient One's warning, he certainly had no intention of provoking her. On the contrary, he had shielded Strange from numerous ill-intentioned individuals. The Ancient One observed everything but seemed indifferent to such matters. She had been pondering whether to continue waiting for Strange's impending accident, unable to decipher the intentions of the cosmos. She was uncertain whether future events would be altered by it. For the first time in many years, the Ancient One found herself in such a predicament, suddenly unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, since the revelation of his future by the cosmos, Strange's life had been irrevocably transformed, although SHIELD had thwarted most of the malice directed towards him. Ultimately, he remained a doctor dedicated to healing and saving lives, destined to return to the operating table, facing the curious gazes of those around him. Previously, many believed him to be merely a highly skilled surgeon. Now everyone is aware that he is the future supreme sorcerer, which has led countless patients to seek his treatment, leaving other surgeons in a state of desolation. Even the hospital's intervention could not alleviate this situation. And in a mere span of time, Strange found himself utterly exhausted. In that moment, he genuinely wished to become a sorcerer sooner, so he could retreat to a tranquil place away from these incessant demands. Of course, the Ancient One was well aware of Strange's predicament. After a brief hesitation, she effortlessly conjured a yellow portal that materialized before him. Strange, do you wish to become my disciple? She inquired calmly, observing the dazed expression on his face due to her sudden appearance. After a moment of shock, he finally regained his composure and nodded, but soon hesitated, as he could not completely let go of Christine. The Ancient One understood his thoughts. Having made her decision, she had already contemplated her course of action. Chapter 100. Eddie's revenge. By the time Nick Fury learned of Strange's mysterious disappearance, it was already the following day. Agents of SHIELD discovered that Strange had not reported to work and subsequently entered his residence. After a thorough search, they found no trace of him. There were no signs of struggle or damage within the room. They were certain that Strange had not left, yet he had vanished right under their noses. Initially, they considered searching for possible secret passages, but that idea was swiftly dismissed. Naita Isaaki nor the Hydra wished to provoke a future supreme sorcerer without cause, especially given their apprehension regarding the Ancient One's presence. The incident wherein the Ancient One infiltrated SHIELD and, in plain view, abducted Nick Fury and Hill had already been reported by Crossbones to his superiors, including Alexander Pierce, who was naturally informed. They regarded the Ancient One with trepidation, as she was an extraordinarily enigmatic force, having lived for centuries with unknown capabilities. If she could take Nick Fury, she could just as easily take Pierce. Thus, until the Insight Plan was fully realized, Pierce had no desire to antagonize her. After all, those in positions of greater authority and power tend to value their lives more dearly. Meanwhile, the one known as Egghead quickly deduced that it was the Ancient One who had taken Strange, having witnessed her abilities firsthand. He realized that, even in their midst, she could remain unseen. The only entity capable of silently whisking Strange away from their surveillance was indeed her, leaving Nick Fury no alternative but to order the cessation of all monitoring and protection of Strange, recalling all personnel. He also contemplated Christine, and it wasn't long before his team discovered that she, too, had mysteriously vanished alongside Strange. It seems my previous words resonated with her. She is no longer willing to wait idly, and not only has she taken Strange, but Christine as well. Nick Fury pondered the Ancient One's intentions, fully aware, thanks to the narrative from the Watcher, that Strange had recently become entangled with countless individuals. He simply had no thoughts. Such occurrences are exceedingly commonplace, as was the case when Tony Stark became the first individual to receive a response from the Celestial Veil. The SHIELD organization discreetly shielded him from countless prying eyes, much like they did for Strange. Yet the multitude of patients seeking his aid were oblivious to these machinations. Meanwhile, Ancient One had already brought them to Kamar Taj, imparting knowledge, whether to one or two students, with equal dedication. Strange and Christine, having already witnessed the wonders of magic, felt a surge of excitement. As the Ancient One began to instruct them in the arcane arts, an incident unfolded in the Spider-Verse. Following the silence of the Celestial Veil, Eddie found himself in an even more dire situation. Within the veil, he faced imminent death, yet remained obstinately unaware, ultimately meeting his end along with Venom. A fate he had brought upon himself. In reality, his existence had devolved into that of a pariah, with no job and estranged from his family. He was scorned wherever he went. Fueled by desperation, he resolved that if he could not continue living, he would take someone down with him. His first target was Gwen. Hadn't the Celestial Veil proclaimed their fates as intertwined, or perhaps divided by realms? He would validate this notion. As he concealed himself and fired 2 shots at Gwen from a distance, Venom instinctively sensed the impending danger, enveloping Gwen and deflecting the bullets. The moment Eddie beheld Venom, he recognized his failure and fled in a panic. Gwen, startled by the gunfire, crouched in place, unable to move, while Venom retracted back into Eddie's attire once the threat had abated. With his assassination attempt on Gwen thwarted, Eddie's second target became Harry. Fully aware that Peter Parker's emotions towards Harry were unmistakable through the Celestial Veil, to eliminate him would render Eddie's own demise worthwhile. Moreover, aside from Gwen and Harry, Uncle Ben and Aunt May were under police protection, rendering them inaccessible to him. Eddie had meticulously calculated his timing. Regardless of the outcome with Gwen, he would hasten to Osborn Industries immediately after firing, as Harry would soon exit the building, presenting the perfect opportunity. Eddie knew that if he could not catch Peter Parker off guard, a successful act of revenge would be unattainable. As the workday concluded, employees began to emerge from Osborn Industries, and Harry appeared at the entrance. Eddie, having just arrived, felt his heart race. He took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. Flint Marko followed closely behind Harry, who, noticing Marko's imposing stature, assigned him to security duties, to which Marko readily agreed. Within the celestial sphere, he was Sandman. However, in reality, he was merely an ordinary man, devoid of connections or knowledge. Were it not for Harry offering him employment, he would struggle to make ends meet. Furthermore, Harry's generosity in funding his daughter Penny's medical treatment had left both him and his wife immensely grateful, with his spouse frequently urging him to cherish this opportunity. Marko crossed paths with Harry, who caught sight of him and offered a faint smile. Although Marko felt a pang of anxiety, he returned the gesture. Eddie emerged from a narrow alleyway across the street, adorned with a cap and a mask, rendering him unrecognizable. Amidst the bustling crowd, Eddie made a beeline for Harry, his distinctive attire drawing the attention of many who turned to gaze at him. Marko noticed Eddie's arrival and, for reasons unknown, sensed a shift in the atmosphere, realizing that something ominous might be unfolding. Harry, too, observed Eddie, his expression a mixture of confusion and curiosity, unable to comprehend why someone would dress in such a manner in broad daylight. There was a menacing glint in Eddie's eyes as he approached with unwavering resolve. Upon drawing nearer, he retrieved a firearm from his pocket and aimed it at Harry from a distance. The pallor washed over both Harry and Marko's faces as the surrounding crowd gasped in terror at the sight of the gun. Marko, reacting instinctively, shoved Harry aside in an attempt to shield his benefactor. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire shattered the tranquility of dusk, reverberating through the air and inciting panic among those nearby. Employees of Osborn Industries and pedestrians alike began to scream and flee, plunging the scene into chaos. Harry, having been knocked to the ground by Marko, looked up in horror at the masked assailant, filled with confusion and dread, certain that he had not provoked anyone. Marko quickly scrambled to his feet, grasped Harry, and urged him to flee towards the building. In response, Eddie fired a shot at Marko, who was caught off guard and fell to the ground, struck in the back. Witnessing Marko's injury, Harry hastily scrambled to his feet and dragged him into the building. Meanwhile, security personnel from the company drew their weapons, prompting Eddie to seek cover. As Harry slipped into the building, Eddie, filled with rage, was forced to retreat. In the frantic escape, his cap fell, and surveillance cameras captured his hairstyle and eyes. Given the large number of people present, the security personnel hesitated to fire, helplessly watching as Eddie vanished into a narrow alleyway. Chapter 101, The Final Accusation.